Yep. All right. Let's do some video games and some news or whatever. Not sure what to call it really. Okay.
I'm done spending an obscene amount of money on takeout every week. Done.
I'm getting back on track with Factor.
Fresh, never frozen meals prepared by chefs.
This saves us so much time when we're chasing around our toddler.
I can get all the nutrition I need without having to obsess over it. I never run out of tasty, nutritious dinners thanks to Factor.
Factor has over 40 different dinner options.
Like Protein Plus and Calorie Smart.
I never thought eating clean could be this easy and taste this good.
I can't believe it is.
Did you see Asmongold's insane tweet today? Bro, I thought he was joking, dude. This is the worst thing I've ever seen anybody tweet. Like, there's no way this person seriously tweeted this. No, I'm telling you right now, dude. There are a lot of people who definitely in Asmongold's fan base that are like, this is a great tweet. He tweeted like a bot. He tweeted like a blue checkmark chat GPT machine. Like, this is literally trying to farm as much of that delicious algorithm as possible. Like, it blows my mind. Everybody always talking about hoflation, know what I'm saying? It's like Steven Crowder trying to do a black scent. What do you mean hoflation? Who is everybody talking about hoflation? Replace everybody. If everybody around you is using the word hoflation, you should be around nobody. That's number one. Yeah. I used to be able to go to GameStop or Target and see hot bitches working there every hot bitches every day at GameStop? No, I'm sorry. I do not believe this is no, I'm done, dude. We got Asmongold saying words like hoflation and hot bitches before Grand Theft Auto 6. Now it's just hogs. Why? Because those girls are at home doing OnlyFans now instead of working. First of all, what a silly argument. Yeah, I know. First of all, girls should be working minimum wage jobs at GameStop instead of making so much more money for the comfort of their own homes. Is like, yeah, no shit. Okay, if that was the case, it makes total sense. I don't believe this is the case, but what is this tweet? Dude, what is this tweet, dude? Like, Ninja's Brawless wife, someone in the chat said this is giving Ninja's Brawless wife tweet energy, but like that one is like kind of Mormon coded. That's like funny, but also ultimately harmless. This is like Asmongold trying to tweet like he's Andrew Tate. And it's funny because like Andrew Tate at least has all of the other fixes, you know what I mean, that present him as this beacon of masculinity, and he's like a sexual guy. At least he presents himself as such, even though I think he's a deeply insecure man who is the zestiest of all time. Like, like the words that he's using, like hoflation and hot bitches, when you remember what Asmongold operates like, what he looks like, what he does on a day-to-day basis, you're like, why are those words coming out of your mouth? Like, that's a whole different type of right-wing content creator. Do you know what I mean? Which is why I think this is still some semblance of satire. Asmon or Andrew, when a girl's entire night is her Snapchat story, rest assured, her lifelong quest for attention had undoubtedly turned her into a hoe. don't think Asmongold said that. Hot bitches don't want to work no more. All they want to do is eat hot chip and do OnlyFans. What happened to Western civilization, dude? This is like, is Asmongold turning PUA? Like, this is a Sneeko tweet. Like, this is not a Asmongold tweet. First of all, who goes to GameStop? Like, every part of this tweet is busted. Like, who's going to GameStop? You buy everything online, unfortunately. Like, the only time Asmongold goes outside is not to go to GameStop or Target. It's to go to Whataburger to get the same meal he gets every time with a side of Dr. Pepper. I know this because that's the only thing he does. There's no way. I don't think this is serious. I think this is a bait tweet. I can't get over this take, man. Peach has replied. I saw Peach. That's when I knew it was real. When I saw Peach Charles' reply. Asmon, the bills can't possibly be this high. Come on. Like, there is no way that I can't. That's when I was like, all right, this gotta be. I can't believe this is real. Get over it, please. Who the even is this? Who even is Asmongold is such a funny thing to say because he's currently the largest political commentator on the platform that you're on. Guess what, dude? He is one of the, if not the largest right-wing content creator right now in the United States of America, and also one of the largest political commentators in general. You could say he's not a political commentator, but it doesn't matter. You could say that, but it doesn't matter because if you look at his output, that's still very much the reality. Especially during the election cycle, that was like, I mean, he was farming that. Moon had basically the same take.
What is hoflation?
Also, sex work is like work. Hello, Asmongold criticizing someone else's labor is crazy work. You can't even maintain eye contact with a woman, zero self-awareness. No, I'm gonna shock the world right now with this revelation. Asmongold not only knows that sex work is real work. Asmongold used to date a sex worker and used to be pro-sex work back in the day. Asmongold's dated. I think he's dated multiple sex workers, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I can't get over this. This tweet is in the halls of greats, in my opinion. Can you define hoflation, please? I don't know what it is. I actually have no idea what hoflation is. I've heard red pill guys say it in the manosphere, but I don't know what it exactly means. I don't know if it means like there's more hoes than before, or if like hoes are the existing hoes are inflated in value when they should be deflated, because those two concepts actually contradict one another. Because if the marketplace of hoes, if the supply for hoes has gone up whereas demand has stayed relatively the same, then obviously the value of the hoe would deflate. Whereas if the value of the hoe has inflated, that means that there is not more supply of hoes, but simply more demand of hoes, whereas supply has stayed relatively the same. This is why I don't fully understand the concept of hoflation. Maybe I'm too autistic to understand it, but like I kind of generally get it. It's just a way to shit on women, but I've never fully understood what it meant. Hoflation, a disaster for human civilization, from Black Pigeon Speaks. Okay, this seems like a smart guy. I'm gonna learn a lot from this video, I think.
I do not accept a coffee or a walk as a possible date option, and neither should you. First of all, I'm not a dog that needs to be walked. Second, I have an espresso machine at home, works fabulous. We're not doing drinks either. You're gonna try to get me drunk and take me back home. No. We are doing dinner. You're gonna pick me up, we're gonna come to the restaurant, we're gonna see your table manners, we're gonna see what you order, we're gonna see do you hold your chopsticks correctly. We're just gonna, study you a bit.
So what's the argument here that she's like annoying? I mean, because she is. Like, is that hoflation, that like women have become more annoying or something? Like, there are annoying women out there, just like there are plenty of annoying.
Want to know how to turn your viewers into shoppers? It's simple. It's Shopify. My viewers are my customers, so starting a store on Shopify and
Annoying man.
Thousands of deals later.
I started the egg freezing process. I did some preliminary tests.
I wanted to podcast with this woman. entire life perspective was never settling. Her entire brand is being bougie best friend. She has nearly 300,000 followers across multiple platforms. I will reserve my thoughts on this for the time being because I have to word it carefully or people will think I'm attacking her personality, not her philosophy. So you will all have to wait on that commentary. If you are a single and childless woman, do not watch her content if you want marriage and children. Oh my God, I hate every single person that is involved in this. I genuinely hate every single person that's involved in the story. From the guy, Black Pigeon Speaks, which I assume is gonna do, I mean, anyone who writes an entire dissertation on this it truly needs to be institutionalized. I hate the original woman because she's like the classic annoying influencer who is basically doing, and this isn't the same because there's no structural violence associated with her like behavior, but what she's doing is basically like Andrew Tate style commentary, but for women, not to the same degree. And I'm not saying that there's any moral equivalency there, and I'm certainly not saying that she's done any of the crimes that Andrew Tate has done. I'm simply stating that like the overarching void that Andrew Tate fills is bravado and like, you know, these depictions of hyper masculinity, oftentimes by basically presenting himself as this like dominator of women. And this is like the shitty attempt at doing the same thing from the opposing side. Of course, it's not a moral equivalence. There is, I'm gonna repeat that again before the Radfems slit my throat online. She basically isn't doing anything wrong other than being annoying, okay? Andrew Tate does a lot wrong besides being annoying. But I also don't like this other person too, because it seems like she's basically placing a lot of emphasis on, if you're a single and childless woman, do not watch our content if you want marriage and children. Like, what do you mean? Why are you learning about marriage and content and how to get these things from watching online influencers?
Which showed that my account is really low.
Like this also, like dunking on women for being like, oh yeah, I'm freezing my eggs because like my egg count is really low. It's like, oh, you deserved it. What a psychotic thing to do to another human being. Like, yeah, her vibes are bad, okay? Her vibes are bad. She's annoying. She presents herself as like a classic, like out of touch Instagram influencer that's like, I'm the shit and I have these expectations of myself and I have these expectations from others. And then it's like, haha, guess what? Bitch, you deserved it. Like, you're gonna die alone. You're not gonna have children anymore. Is a ridiculous thing to say to a human being.
I had like a giant cyst on my ovary, and the doctors told me that.
Yeah, it doesn't even seem like it's an age-specific issue either. Like, it just seems like she has a health complication on top of that.
The doctors did tell me that might affect my fertility, but we didn't even start like the actual egg freezing, so.
How could this possibly ever have happened to me? Lamented Cornelia Slunjiski, who is a Croatian influencer of younger girls, and her message stress.
Why do these guys spit so much? Like, why can I hear their mouth spittle noises while they're talking? Don't they have better microphones? What the hell is going on here? I shouldn't be able to smell your halitosis through the internet. Bridge troll sounding ass motherfucker.
This is the mantra of never settling for less. And I should stress, and at least it's good to know that the pain in her stomach was not morning sickness.
Give me a different Hoflation video. I can't do that. This is too much. No. Wait, Asmongold?
Newscaster addresses the rude dating.
See a trend of women dating down, which means, you know, a man who.
So it looks like women are getting victimized again.
Math genius? Asmongold saw this guy, Ho Math, and he titled this video, Math Genius? This dude is not even the genius of scrapbooking, okay? What do you mean, man? What do you mean, Math Genius? This has 1.5 million views, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh no.
Women are having to date down because there are no good men left. Let's talk about why. So usually, men make more than women, which is not fair. Let's not talk about why. We'll just
okay, that's a math genius. It takes a math genius to recognize, okay.
Assume it's oppression. So to combat this oppression, we need the government to make laws so that women can make an equal amount of money, which is fair. And once women are making any
I love how the name of this account is called Ho Math.
equal amount of money, now men who make less than them are f***ing losers. Women are getting educated and they have standards.
I love how he puts
So they're not
educated
gonna
in
date
like
down.
quotes.
She needs a man who makes more money than her. So basically, women need to be making the same amount of money as men, or even more, because it's 2023. That's the year that it is. This is the year, and so the government has to make this happen. So all women should be equal to or better than men, and all women should be able to find a man who makes more money than she does. Where
Oh,
have
those are
all
not people. Oh, I get it.
but men gone? I just don't get it. I want a man who makes 6 figures because that's more than me.
Right.
That's not fair. And when I get my 6 figures, I want a man who's making 7 figures. Why can't I find any? And when I do find a man who makes 7 figures, that's oppressive. Government help! I'm so sick of all this dating down. Why don't you just do better? Hey, you can't do better. Government! Why can't I raise my standards and make a lot of money and then find a guy who makes more money who doesn't have a lot of women? I just don't get it. It's the mystery of our time. Guys, it's really simple. You gotta get out there and climb that ladder. And when you do climb that ladder, then you're an evil bastard and you need to be forced to share. And when you do share, then you're a loser. Better climb that ladder, buddy.
I don't like writing essays, but here are my marks for them. So bestie, I'm going to tell it to you straight. Personally, I prefer using Grammarly when it comes to writing essays because it has my favorite feature here where you can ask it to give you a research plan. Grammarly can also help you rewrite your sentences to sound clearer, and it can also help you with your citations. All these little improvements here and there really just give you that little edge over other students.
Get ready with me to save some money. How, you may ask? I'm switching to Mint Mobile. My best friend just fully convinced me when she told me that all new customers get the unlimited plan for just $15 a month for the first 3 months. I've had some pretty bad phone provider experiences, so it's really nice to hear how easy it is to switch over. I can't wait to see what all the hype's about. Switch over to Mint Mobile.
Yeah, how weird. Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, how's this possibly happen? Yeah, it's really a mystery. It's got a point. I don't know. I've always been a traditional marriage enjoyer. You solve this problem by you get a good job. Your wife doesn't work. She stays home, takes care of the kids, raises the kids, improves the kids' life, and you.
Asmongold, brother. You date OnlyFans models. There's nothing wrong with that. I have as well. And you look like your Amazon cart is only food and pillows. Like, what do you mean I'm a traditional marriage enjoyer? What the hell? Bro, we're Twitch streamers, man. What are you talking about? What the f is going on here? Oh, Jesus Christ. Also, what was the point? How did it just got 1.5 million views?
Make all the money. Problem solved. Yep, that's all you do. And then you don't have to worry about the chart. You don't look at any of this bullshit. It's not an issue. As strong.
I don't know, man. I don't even think like Asmongold made that bad of a point. Like, if to each their own, you know. If people want different strokes for different folks, we want to have like a normal traditional relationship. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. Traditional job for a traditional man. Is that a blackberry? What is going on, man? What is this? Hoflation, alternate explanation from Candace Owens.
What is being dubbed hoflation. A friend of mine, Paul Joseph Watson, has a YouTube channel, and he spoke about this concept of hoflation, ho plus inflation, where when your grandparents, or rather your grandfather was growing up, he had to do less work to find him a high quality woman, a woman that wanted to stay in the home, a woman that dressed conservatively, a woman that wanted to raise.
Urban Dictionary says hoflation's concept of men having to work 20x harder for than their grandparents did for women, 20x worse than what their grandmothers were. Man one, why don't you get a girlfriend? Man, because hoflation is insane at the moment. So yeah, just repackage misogyny. Wait, oh, I guess so. The solution is market interference. Like they want market regulation, and that is of course arranged marriages, I assume, right? That's what it is. Like women ain't they should know their place. Why are you getting a job? You should be in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant. State mandated girlfriend type
raise the children, a woman who did not want to be out sleeping with tons of men or putting her naked body on the, of course, then non-existent internet, right? Wanting people to see her naked. Now he's saying men have to work harder to find those.
Okay, this doesn't make sense. If putting your naked body on the internet is bad and lower quality, then there's more lower quality product out there. I don't understand it, which means, you know, you can just like not attempt to go after those people, I guess. I don't get it. Candace Owens be like, I don't understand why women put their bodies on the internet. They should become black white supremacists like me instead for right-wing billionaires. Why do women put their titties on the timeline? They could just be the worst ultra-charged, misogynistic, anti-black racists out there instead, which is infinitely more acceptable and much better than putting a nipple on the timeline. Don't understand these like broad, sweeping generalizations across the board in terms of like women are of lower quality. It feels like you associate the quality of women with the wrong thing. Like what makes a woman lower value is the question here. If it's the fact that they've had more dating and sexual experiences, if you consider that to be low quality, then yeah, I guess. But I don't think that that is lower quality. I think that's a ridiculous, like, women being sexually inexperienced is not a better quality. I don't know. I find that weird. I think what matters is how your partner treats you. Are they a nice person? Are they an ambitious person? Do they treat other people in a kind way? These are the qualities I personally look for. And there are plenty of women. I don't think that has changed throughout time is what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that there is like a societal, there is a genuine societal fissure there, or women are just like treating the service industry workers worse now across the board. It's just this stupid argument. Start at 38 minutes.
Oh no. Shit. Oh, there we go.
And there are plenty of women. I don't think that has changed throughout time is what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that there is like a societal, there is a genuine societal fissure there, or women are just like treating the service industry workers worse now across the board. It's just this stupid argument. Start at 38 minutes with Hoflation and Male Loneliness with Caleb Huron. Oh, I love Caleb. Hilarious. 38 minutes.
Yes, of course, that's kind of funny in theory.
Dude, Caleb is so funny. I would love to go on his podcast, like, actually.
But these are the same guys that'll be like, the universe has conspired against me to make sure that I'm lonely. It's like, or you're a loser.
Yeah, man. Look, sometimes you gotta have standards. I remember I was over a couple years ago. I was at this girl's crib. We were in her room, and some baby king.
Hopefully, he's perfectly in line with right-wing ideology and beliefs. No question, meritocracy. You want a good, high-value woman, whatever that means. You work hard for it, right? Yeah, that's the problem. These dudes don't want to work hard for it, and they also don't think that it's their fault at all. And what's really funny about it is, like, one immediate way to solve that equation is just not believe things like hoflation and not behave in that way. Because if you do behave in that way, you are going to be repulsive to a ginormous percentage of women. And maybe it'll be a self-selecting group of people who are unfortunately too dumb to recognize that you're a horrible piece of shit. So that's the problem. And this isn't to say like all women are beautiful and pretty angels and also special and never wrong. There are a lot of dumb broads out there, and these guys are constantly finding themselves in this like self-selected cycle of dumb broads, and then they turn around and go, why are all the broads so dumb? It's because you're awful, and the only people that will put up with your have to be really stupid, so stupid that they have no like self-preservation skills. Like all the ladies in this chat know exactly what I'm talking about. You don't ever go out there in the wild and on an Instagram, you'll like sometimes happen upon a podcast video and you see a woman speaking on one of these podcasts and you go, like, this is setting back societal standards by a decade. You know exactly what I'm talking about. These guys literally live in that space. It's a self-selecting space. No woman worth her salt is going to be within a million miles of these douchebags. So the only ones that go there are either personally willing to duke it out in that space because they're sharp. Some are sharp and witty, and even then it becomes a silly thing to entertain because no matter what happens, the audience is not going to be receptive to you because they just hate you. But there's also a lot of women who are invested in the clout of it all, or potentially going there because they just don't understand it. They have no capacity of reading the room. My point is that these guys would probably be able to meet partners that are amazing, wonderful people, and would potentially even better themselves if they weren't such shallow misogynists. That's it. If they didn't see the world in such a one-note matter, that's the number one factor that's like putting you immediately in a very different space. The point they are saying is you being nice or hardworking is irrelevant, and according to that math guy, even having money is not enough. Yeah, because that guy's a freaking loser. And the number one way to eliminate that problem that you have, the problem that you have is like you're not meeting any like women that want to date you, and you're constantly looking for other like systematic factors, and those systematic factors that you arrive at are feminism and like, I don't know, woke education and schooling or whatever, and not the fact that you just don't know how to wash your ass after 38 years of being alive and constantly watching dumbass YouTubers like Home Math who have literally never been around a woman. Like my personal life I keep private, but back in the day it wasn't. So you know, at least you know that I have been around women. These guys have no credibility. Even Andrew Tate at the very least, like, you know, either kidnaps or at least pays women to be around him so we can take photos with them. Half of these unwashed incels online never even show their face because if they did, you'd be like, oh my God, okay, I know why you're writing this manifesto about how women ain't come on. The point is every man and every woman, okay, has the capacity to better themselves. We have so much more potential than how we exist in this space. An unlimited amount of potential. That's why I always say every guy is a 7, and 7 is really good. But most people refuse to take matters in their own hands and consistently look for, and this I guess comes across as kind of right-wing when I say this, but everyone consistently is looking for systematic factors to point the finger of blame at. And there are some systematic factors that are genuine hurdles, poverty being one of the most important parts. But it's not feminism that is a systematic factor that is causing you not to get pussy. It's very frustrating. If you weren't rich, no woman would sleep with you, Hassan. Oh, that's funny. Hey, that was a good one, dude. That's true. Yeah, you're right. Well, good thing I am, I think. This is way funnier than when dumbasses would come in here and be like, you need to be a feminist to get pussy. Like, you're trying to behave like a feminist just so you can get pussy. This is a way funnier version of that, I think. I don't need to do any of those things, big dog. Also, let's just say I was doing a lot better when I was broke. My whole thing is like, even if we went back to pre-feminism, do they think these women's fathers would look at you a loser and go, yeah, I'm just gonna sling my daughter to this guy? Yeah, you're absolutely correct on that as well. Yes, that is the problem here. But that chatter is correct. It's like these guys think, oh, dude, if we drop this feminism, if we go back to the old ways, it's like all of a sudden I will have a better time locking someone into a perma relationship that they can't get out of. And guess what, dude? A lot of people misunderstand the dynamic of no-fault divorce. A lot of right-wingers get mad at no-fault divorce. No-fault divorce is there to save men. And when I say save men, I mean like literally save their lives. Because back in the day, when there was no-fault divorce, you just mysteriously passed away, usually because of, you know, Visine being drip-fed into your soup every night. But that's it. Yeah, you could get away with like abusing your wife for, I don't know, a couple months before you mysteriously perished. My point is, it's probably better that, you know, bad relationships are not forced to continue.
There is something going on in the culture. Like, losers used to be embarrassed.
Well, there's no shame anymore.
Dude, this is also the reason why I love Caleb, because we have a very similar worldview. I've heard him talk about trans people and like their naming conventions, and I love that bit. It's very similar to a joke that I make all the time as well about like you had every opportunity to pick whatever name you wanted to, and you went with like Gertrude. He has a much funnier because he's actually a comic, and I am not a funny person. But stop doing home math. When is the last time you used mouthwash? Years of sleeping. But have you ever washed your bed sheets? Do you have a neck beard? We have a cure for that. It was called shaving. Hoflation is real, and no one will date me because the women stopped working at GameStop. Statements dreamed up by the utterly deranged. Look at what pickup artists have been demanding your respect for all this time, with all the calculations and abacus we built for them. This is the real Hoflation, done by real pickup artists. Question mark, 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 question mark. Hello, I would like, please. They have played us for absolute fools. This is a great meme. Okay, if this is your cure, you will never reach salvation. Why do you think it's no one will date me instead of there's no one to date? Because of these guys. That's the problem. Also because we're entitled little babies. This is the thing that I always laugh about whenever people are just like, no one wants to date me. It's like, no, you just don't want to swing in your weight class, and you don't even want to try. Most of the time you're just scared. You're scared to even try. And then also you just sit there, and it's like much easier to be like, oh, I'm not at fault. It's society that is broken. They can't understand how wonderful of a person I am. My point is, if you're constantly sitting around angry at the world for feminism or any number of different things that have wronged you, the perceived slights of mankind that have rendered you pussyless, yeah, your output is so lame that a lot of people are gonna think that you're just a lame person and not want to be with you. Why should they? The question you must ask yourself is, would you want to be with you? You know, I promise you, for all the guys out there, here's a secret. The bar for women is so low. Dude, get in while the going's good. I'm telling you right now, especially as like a 33-year-old, let me tell you, okay, nowadays with at least like TikTok and stuff, like people know a little bit more. But like back in the day, dude, this is gonna come across as crazy, but like I am from, at this point, a generation where like people were weirded out by the concept of eating pussy. Okay, do you understand how much of a leg up you have on the competition? Like it's so stupid, and the bar is still, and that's for, you know, that's when you get to that level. The entry point is even easier than that. It's literally be nice and smell nice. That's it. No man will ever believe me when I say this, but I swear to God, be nice and smell nice will take you to places that you could not even dream of going to. It is dire out there. It is dire out there for women. They are desperado. The bar is very low. It is in hell. If you can't clear the literal lowest bar, I don't know what to tell you. It is the lowest bar of all time, especially with all these freaking neck-bearded weirdos constantly chirping about like, women ain't they won't me because they don't like the scent of my pheromones. You know, like every guy is like that now. They're doing too much internet. So if you just nail be nice and smell nice, you already got like 75% of the marketplace locked down. And then after that, people go, oh, what do you mean? I actually am nice and I smell nice. First of all, you probably aren't nice, okay? That's number one. So you need to fix that. And number two, even if you do smell nice, obviously, like there's also, you know, you just got to cast a wide net. Not everyone's going to be your person. Not everyone's going to vibe with you. Not everyone's going to f with you like that. So what you have to do is, this is a complicated situation. Interpersonal dynamics with the opposite sex, difficult. It's a treacherous, tumultuous terrain. Sometimes it's going to be completely outside of your power. Why? Because you remind her of her dad, okay? And in a bad way. Sometimes you remind her of her dad in a good way, and that's good too. You never know. Rejection happens. Sometimes because she's having a bad day and you miss that short window of opportunity. It's fine. Don't get too invested. There are a million people out there, or a billion people out there. That's the issue. A lot of people refuse to take the initiative, refuse to go out, refuse to be normal, refuse to socialize, refuse to get better at talking to people, and then they just sit around and they're like, oh, why isn't it happening to me? Like, what do you think, dude? You think you're just gonna spend all of your time on subreddits and then magically your DoorDash driver, who's the only human being you ever see,
Tampax
is gonna be the one for you?
I mean,
that's your
whatever.
That's your tiny, minuscule window of opportunity. You're the one who set yourself up for failure. Go outside. Please tell them that consent and accepting rejection is important. Not every woman will want you just for being nice. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to also lead up to that. That's why I said not everyone is going to be your person. Not everyone's going to be the right person for you. It's normal. It's fine. I'm telling you right now, man, the opportunities are endless, chatters. Just don't say hoflation. Don't believe hoflation. Don't be an asshole. Be a nice person. Smell nice. Be nice.
There's a lot of weird stuff going on around here. Can you be more specific about weird stuff? What is happening?
Something is coming for all of us.
Who knows how kids get these ideas, huh? It's happening again.
This is the spot.
Why don't you go ahead and give me 5 stars now before anything happens?
I'm sure we're gonna be fine.
The Consumer Entertainment Show is not necessarily a video game event, but it always has something for us gamers. In fact, quite a few things. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, the 10 biggest video game announcements at CES 2025. Starting with number 10, NVIDIA announced the 50 series. They announced 4 of them specifically, the 5090, the 5080, the 5070, and the 5070 Ti. And oh, are these some beefy boys. I'm not going to detail all their specs, I'm just going to concentrate on the 5090, and I'm not touching everything, because otherwise we're going to talk for a very long time. The 5090 is the only of the 4 and also the first GeForce GPU to surpass 20,000 CUDA cores, which is crazy, like absolutely nuts. We're also talking 32 gigabits of RAM, a 512-bit memory bus, and a really high power consumption, despite only being a dual slot. And alongside that power consumption, oh my god, the price. It is MSRPing at $2,000, which is crazy high. At the same time, I mean, you're going to get some insane performance out of this thing. It's a huge step up from the 5080 in everything but memory speed, but it basically doubles the memory bandwidth. So again, it's a big difference. And the 5080 is going to be $999. The 5090 is going to be $1,999. So there better be a big jump between these two things. Still, that's an exciting announcement. I'm really excited to see what this thing can do. I'm not sure if I will be buying one. That's a little high for Falcon's wallet, just in case any of you guys think I'm absolutely filthy rich. No, but still exciting. We'll see. We'll see what happens with this thing. I will say I won't be particularly happy if they start designing games that require a 5090, especially given the fact that, you know, system requirements haven't exactly meant better graphics, as we talked about recently. At number 9, Black State got another trailer. Now, if you're not following this, it's absolutely a graphics showcase, although you can tell it's not quite the biggest studio making it. Some of the physics stuff just makes me think AA, despite the fact that, you know, everything else is insane looking. I don't really know what Black State is. It's got some crazy good graphics. It's an Unreal Engine showcase. I mean, it's genuinely nuts. But the description of the game is a secret group of scientists called the Architects summons you for a mysterious mission. That doesn't help. I mean, the fact is, this is one of the prettiest things I have ever seen in most respects, but I have no friggin' idea what's going on, other than it looks incredible. At this point, it probably should be regarded more of a technical showcase because it actually, you know, uncovered some of why you should play it, but, I mean, it looks very good. So also, we got some, it's in-engine footage of a new Virtua Fighter. It's not necessarily the game, pre-developed gameplay, but man, it looks very cool. I mean, it looks fantastic. This is the game that I've wanted to follow up to for quite a while now, you know, because it's been quite a while. But Jensen Huang, the CEO, showed it off at CES. It's something to behold. Alas, I will never be competitive in fighting games. I will never have a career in being good at fighting games. But I mean, it's Street Fighter and Virtua Fighter for me. That's really what got me loving the genre. We'll actually see more of this in early 2025. I guess there's going to be a Virtua Fighter Direct event sometime soon, so keep your eyes peeled for that. At number 8, this might not seem like groundbreaking or anything, but Lenovo's Legion Go S is now going to be their first Legion powered by SteamOS. That means for all intents and purposes, this thing it's basically a Steam Deck, except for you don't have to disable the touchpads on every game so that your massive fat hands don't press them every time you're trying to switch to the portable turret in the finals. I love the Steam Deck, but I can definitely see why somebody would maybe want a slightly different piece of hardware for it. I probably am not among those people. I really like my Steam Deck despite me complaining about that. Still, they're putting some pretty powerful hardware in this thing, so I think that's also a pretty significant appeal to certain people. Like outside of the Steam Deck, this has been, for the most part, a hardware line that's gotten a lot of positive talk, and I think moving into the Steam OS area is probably the way to go. Steam OS is a fantastic, well put together OS for playing games through, and yeah, I could see this being a big thing. And number 7 is more handhelds, the Nitro Blaze 8 and the Nitro Blaze 11. These are Windows handhelds, so you're not talking about the Steam OS. You're talking about what is essentially a laptop, but, you know, shaped like a gaming handheld. The 11-inch is excessive. I don't know if you've ever had, like, an 11-inch iPad or tablet or anything, but it's a little unwieldy for gaming. Like, for a lot of other functions, it's fantastic, but I can't see myself getting one of these. It's cool, don't get me wrong, and I'm sure that there are people who would absolutely love to have such a thing. The 8 would look more my speed in terms of what we're dealing with here. They do look very pretty, though. The screens are really... Now, these things aren't OLEDs. They've got IPS displays, which is at least better than an LED. And they, like I said, they look very pretty. I know there are people who
Oh my
disagree with
goodness,
the 11
and I
thing.
ruined it.
There are people who think that's like the
Damn.
future of handheld gaming. I've had a few conversations, and I don't know if I agree with that or not, but I do know that there is a demand for it, and it's good that there's something for that. It looks good. Again, I would probably take the 8. And these are Windows gaming handhelds, keep in mind. So, I mean, you got a lot of other functionality in this box.
Damn.
But, to me, the Steam OS is the superior OS for a gaming handheld at the moment. Unless you really want to be able to do spreadsheets too. I don't know. I'm sure there's people who do that. There might be people who buy these things and take the controllers off the side, put up the kickstand and Bluetooth a keyboard and mouse into it more than they game with it. I don't know. It does look like a very good piece of hardware, though, and I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of people who are really excited about it. And number 6, we are getting 600 and 750 hertz refresh rates on some new gaming monitors. MSI announced the 600 hertz monitor, and Kurui, I don't know if I'm saying that right, Kurui, I don't know, they were like, 600? How about 750? Now, I'm not going to lie and say I think that this is necessary. I don't. But that's not really what the CES is about. This is a show where they kind of brute force insane shit in your face. And in truth, this is impressive. Both of these monitors are impressive. Obviously, 750 hertz is higher than 600, but 600 is probably higher than it ever needs to be. I mean, I'm still dealing with, you know, lowly 144 hertz monitors at this point. I can't imagine needing something higher than the refresh rate I'm at now. But, I mean, there are people who are much, much more gooder at games than me. So, if you want the best, you have the right to have the best. This is crazy. These are crazy refresh rates. And number 5, a company called WeMade is touting its game called Year 5, which has NVIDIA ACE-powered AI bosses. This means these bosses are powered by large language models and actually learn. They don't follow script-based patterns, which to me, I don't know, kind of is why bosses are interesting. You got to learn how to beat them, and that usually involves patterns. And I don't know. I'm not the kind of person who just preemptively shits on everything AI because it's AI, but I'm also not immediately impressed with everything just because it's AI. This kind of feels dumb. A lot of people have made a lot of comments on it. A lot of people have rightly pointed out that if it actually is machine learning, and it supposedly is, it's powered on a large language model, but if it does learn and adapt, it's eventually going to be impossible to beat. And I've seen more than a few people calling it absolutely unhinged. True. I'm not sure if I completely agree with that. I think there's the potential for this to be cool, but I do feel like there has to be a cap on what it can do. We'll see, though. Moving on to number 4, it's DLSS 4, appropriately numbered, right? Yeah? Now, this might not sound like a big announcement, but I will go ahead and say there's a pretty serious jump here that everybody needs to understand. There are other features that are coming alongside DLSS 4, but specifically, the thing that matters is multi-frame generation. Now, where you could get
No.
stuttering and you
What's
could
it
have
about?
a frame generated to cover it up entirely using DLSS, it couldn't do it if there was a stutter that was more than one frame. If you're running a game at 30 frames per second, you only get 29 in the second. DLSS could make up for that by generating a frame, or multiple frames if there are multiple gaps. But a gap could only be a frame, and that has changed. Now, keep in mind, this is only on the 50 series. The really expensive cards we just talked about at the top of this video, so it's not going to benefit everybody, but still, that's badass. Like, we talk about how not great frame rates have been in recent years because the upgrades in technology have not necessarily represented.
You know a
games
website I've been
working
streaming on
or
now?
even
It's
looking
called
better in a
Trovo.
lot of cases. But to me, this sounds like there's a keen possibility that.
But no, I haven't heard a noise.
Person, or at least I hope. At number 3, this one I have mixed feelings about. You'll see exactly why. PlayStation announced several movies and an anime. I'll say the anime first, but it's unambiguously something else.
Jeez Louise, Cody. Get your shit together. And he quit.
A Ghost of Tsushima anime. Duh. Hell, I would actually like a Ghost of Tsushima.
That might be 0.5. That was a heavy cut.
Trilogy. There's enough content in the game for the trilogy, right? You could do
That's
it right.
so crazy.
Helldivers 2 also getting a movie adaptation.
You saw how horrible I cut that corner?
Take a little more care than the Ghost of Tsushima adaptation. I think that one just reeks of adaptation from the get-go, but Helldivers 2 is kind of an adaptation of an existing movie. It's Starship Troopers. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. There are a lot of times new movies are made that seem like they're the idea of old movies, but it's also been a while, and I don't mind the idea of going back through that one. I do hope there's some new ideas brought into it, and it's made something distinct from Starship Troopers. That being said, a spiritual sequel to Starship Troopers in the movie theater, I don't think would piss me off. And then we get to the inverse problem with Horizon Zero Dawn, which is honestly a very cool IP. I really enjoy Horizon Zero Dawn. I think it is something that would work great as a movie, but I don't know how it's going to make any money. It doesn't really have a built-in movie audience. Although it does explain the Lego game that came out on the Switch a little bit more. That is very obviously just working to get more people to understand that there is a Horizon Zero Dawn. Honestly, like I said, it could make a very good movie, and if they can keep the budget low enough, they probably could make a movie that succeeds and maybe even becomes a sleeper hit. With Sonic the Hedgehog, it's not going to be. If it does well in the box office, it's because there were a lot of wise moves made in the creation of that movie. Just to be frank, that's probably the one out of those 3 that has the most potential as a movie. Ghost of Tsushima, I think they're keeping as an anime because there is actually a lot of content in the story. That makes sense to do as, you know, a series that's broken up into episodes.
I would have been in such a better position. But in this very corner here, I messed up in like lap. No, like lap 5.
Very limited in its appeal. It is
Ruined
not
it.
a niche game. It's pretty mainstream. It's a pretty successful game franchise. But like, let's think of, you know, Uncharted, which is a similar game in some ways and much bigger. Did that movie really do that good? Had a $120 million budget, made a $407 million. So it was a profitable movie, but that budget really cut into the profitability. You have to double a budget to account for the marketing campaign. That's where the break-even point for a film typically is. Some say it's 2.5 rather than 2. If it was 2.5, it's barely profitable. But if you could make a Horizon Zero Dawn movie for $60 million, I think that would be a great investment because it has the potential to do that same kind of box office number. Marketed like it doesn't.
I'm gonna read that paragraph in a sec. Let me finish up this race.
At number 2, GeForce Now is getting full support on the Steam Deck, so you're going to be able to cloud game. And I just want to say that sounds maybe lame, but it's not. Like, it's going to save to your Steam cloud saves. It's going to integrate with Steam. And for all intents and purposes, you're just going to get way better performance. Possibly some lag, I'm not 100% sure. But potentially you can get way, way better. And that may be a really good thing. I mean, I don't know about you, but I had an interesting time getting Indiana Jones and the Great Circle set up on my Steam Deck. It really ran like shit, and it looked like shit, and I had to spend time with the settings. I mean, what's weird is that I made it look better, and it ran better, so I don't even remember what I did. But the potential here is that that could be something that is avoided. I would probably, if I could get a lagless experience, prefer to cloud stream Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, because even though I have it looking better and running better, I'll bet it would look and run quite a bit better that way. I don't know. So there's a lot of advantages that GeForce Now can bring. And at number 1, Atari seems to be doing something cool. I mean, way back in the day, there was the Atari Game Station. Now, there's the Atari Game Station Pro, a handheld that gives you access to a ton of Atari games. And I think I'm actually sold on it. It's $149. It'll come out later in the year. And it actually seems like an all-in-one Atari thing. There's an HDMI out on it. You can Bluetooth controllers onto it. And it's got like all of the Atari stuff, like all of the Atari stuff. Probably not all of it, but there's a lot of it on here. I don't mind Atari being back. That's the reason this is at number 1. I love Atari. Atari actually, you know, was the game generation before I got into video games. I was minorly familiar with Atari from like classrooms. In kindergarten, there was an Atari. I'm really making sure that you know that I'm extremely old. Yeah, I'm psyched. I'm gonna buy one of these. It looks cool. It's got a bunch of cool features. It's very neat. I do have a quick bonus for you. It's this new MCOM iPhone controller that actually magnets onto the MagSafe thing on the back of the iPhone. If you have an Android, it's still compatible and actually gives you stuff to add the same feature to your Android. It looks really cool. Reminds me of a DS, except for it's got real nice fancy Hall effect joysticks on it. It's really neat. And then the other thing I had to show you is Sony with this big Last of Us LED screen. It looks kind of like an on-rails old-school arcade shooter.
It's cool. People can play a game during your stream. They predict the next thing you do in the game. You have your own avatar. Then the stream quality is really good. No, I've never heard of this. How long ago? When did you hear about it? How long has it been up and running?
Of The Last of Us, but it's just like brought up to the nth degree. Like it's all around you. It's on LED screens. Honestly, sounds kind of lame, but actually looks pretty cool. I loved that old type of on-rails shooter, Virtua Cop or Terminator 2 type old school game. And I would love to see that return in a giant room where the game surrounds you entirely. I'm for that. That's all I got for you today. Leave us a comment. Let us know what you think. If you like this video, click like. If you're not subscribed, now's a great time to do so. We upload brand new videos every day of the week. Best way to see them first is, of course, a subscription. So click subscribe. Don't forget to enable notifications. And as always, I thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Falcon. You can follow me on Twitter and book me on Cameo at Falcon the Hero. We'll see you next time right here on Game Ranks.
Her? Yo, this is crazy. This video that's about to play, this is crazy, bro. Like, these people, it's so scary. How, like, people just, like, pick the dumbest things to, like, really fixate themselves on and complain about and, like...
Climate change deniers are now somehow blaming wildfires on black people. Some of the most innovative racism I've ever seen. Los Angeles deliberately set out to exclude white men from becoming firefighters, and now they don't have enough firefighters to prevent their city from burning to the ground. DEI is a cancer that destroys everything it touches. Dude, you are out of your mind.
How did she find
this
out
is
about
a
it?
statement that is so utterly insane. What is going on, dude? I saw one tweet of someone blaming lesbian firefighters. Here's Derek Evans, who was arrested at the Capitol, if you recall, and lost his position as a former member of the West Virginia House of Representatives. Derek Evans is in the Capitol, he said on January 6, 2021. He was so stupid that he live streamed himself doing an insurrection and subsequently lost his job and even withstood some legal repercussions. Once again, Derek Evans is right here finding the exact people to yell at. California residents are losing their entire neighborhoods. Do you think a single person has stopped to think, oh, well, at least we have a lesbian fire chief who hired a bunch of unqualified people based on DEI, or no water to fight the fires, but at least we saved a Delta smelt. Yeah, it's those pesky lesbian firefighters that are the problem here. Here's more. Luckily, Los Angeles has its first female and LGBTQ fire chief. Rob Taylor responds, and that's significant. Why? I don't know her, but I hope she was just the best person for the job. If not, the community pays the price. Here is libs of TikTok. Also, that the fire chief is a lesbian and therefore bad at her job, and that's the reason why these fires are ripping through the Palisades.
Our department is launching its first ever Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Bureau. It is dedicated to ensuring a fair and equal workplace environment.
Eyewitness News reporter Christian Cordero is live in North Hollywood with more on what it entails and why it's necessary.
I'm sorry, you are the most delusional person on the planet if you look at a fire that's ripping through these densely slammed neighborhoods
and your first inclination is, oh, I would sure hate that a lesbian woman is fighting these fires. You're out of your mind, dude. What are you talking about? I don't care what the background of the person is that's braving the flames. Like, what are we doing at this point? This is one of the most insane things I've ever seen. Absolutely no one should care about this unless you are so pathetically lasered in on the background of the person. You care more about that. Imagine pointing the finger at the person who is currently fighting these wildfires as you sit at home, thousands of miles away, safe, okay? And
Why am I hearing this twice? All right, first let me turn this down a bit more, just a smidgen. For sure, bless up. You have a good night, bro. Thank you. I will. Damn, what is going on?
being like, you know who's the real problem here? The people that are fighting these fires. Los Angeles recently appointed its very first female LGBTQ fire chief with the goal of recruiting more women.
It's really being heard twice. Why is it being heard twice? I'm gonna play the video in just a sec, but it is odd that I'm hearing it 2 times. Hmm.
Women and gay firefighters. Like, who cares? We need more firefighters in general. Who cares if they are gay or women or gay women or trans? Like, I don't care.
Maybe it's just my headset. Oh. No, 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 no. I think I know what it is. All right, yeah, let's mute that. I think I figured out what the issue was.
Care? Why would I care? Why would you care when someone is pulling you out of a burning building? Do you go, are you a homosexual, sir? Because if
Hmm.
so, yuck, I would rather die.
I'm super inspired.
She took time out of her already busy schedule to tell us about her vision for the department's future, one that includes a 3-year strategic plan to increase diversity.
People ask me, well, what number are you looking for? I said, I'm not looking for a number. It's never enough.
Like, she's talking about the number of firefighters, not specifically the number of gay firefighters. She's saying there is not like a finite amount of firefighters necessary because we have wildfires that are massive, okay? It doesn't matter what their background is. Isn't the worry that there might have been a more qualified non-DEI candidate? That is what they're trying to claim. Here is Libs of TikTok also making sure that everybody understands that the fire chief is a lesbian and therefore bad at her job. And that's the reason why these fires are ripping through the Palisades.
Our department is launching its first ever Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Bureau. It is dedicated to ensuring a fair and equal workplace environment.
Eyewitness News reporter Christian Cordero is live in North Hollywood with more on what it entails and why it's necessary.
I'm sorry, you are the most delusional person on the planet. If you look at a fire that's ripping through these densely slammed neighborhoods and your first inclination is, oh, I would sure hate that a lesbian woman is fighting these fires. You're out of your mind, dude. What are you talking about? I don't care what the background of the person is that's braving the flames. Like, what are we doing at this point? This is one of the most insane things I've ever seen. Absolutely no one should care about this unless you are so pathetically lasered in on the background of the person. You care more about that than the job that they're doing. Like, imagine pointing the finger at the person who is currently fighting these wildfires as you sit at home thousands of miles away, safe, okay? And being like, you know who's the real problem here? The people that are fighting these fires. Los Angeles recently appointed its very first female LGBTQ fire chief with the goal of recruiting more women and gay firefighters. Like, who cares? We need more firefighters in general. Who cares if they are gay or women or gay women or trans? Like, I don't care. Why would I care? Why would you care when someone is pulling you out of a burning building? Do you go, are you a homosexual, sir? Because if so, yuck, I would rather die.
I'm super inspired.
She took time out of her already busy schedule to tell us about her vision for the department's future, one that includes a 3-year strategic plan to increase diversity.
People ask me, well, what number are you looking for? I say, I'm not looking for a number. It's never enough.
Like, she's talking about the number of firefighters, not specifically the number of gay firefighters. She's saying there is not like a finite amount of firefighters necessary because we have wildfires that are massive, okay? It doesn't matter what their background is. Isn't the worry that there might have been a more qualified non-DEI candidate? That is what they're trying to claim. But it is so stupid. It is so pathetically idiotic to make that assertion, especially when it comes to firefighting in a place like Los Angeles. I have friends that have been able to get these jobs. These are some of the most difficult to get jobs out of like any public service position, okay? Any public servant position. Do you understand? Like, you think that they're lowering the qualifications because someone is gay? It doesn't matter what their background is. You still have to go through tremendous amounts of training. It takes years. It is insanely competitive. Just know that whenever someone says, oh, we're hiring the worst people possible because they're gay, they're wrong. That's just not how anything works. They're just assuming that because someone is gay or lesbian or trans or whatever, that they're doing a worse job overall. It's just a way to imagine that these people are bad and worse for the position overall because of their background. That's it. The argument is, if you change who you are hiring exclusively, you have an unlimited well of potential that you can tap into. Even Michael Treacy is like, you have any evidence that this person is incompetent at her profession? The bio says she's a 22-year vet of the LAFD and was previously battalion chief, assistant chief, deputy chief, and chief deputy. These cheap swipes based on identity traits are getting tiresome. Looking at a person who has spent the last 22 years of her career combating fires in one of the most competitive job markets out there, okay? One of the most competitive job markets out there. It's still desperately underfunded. Firefighters should get funded more. They should be allowed to have unions and all of that good stuff, okay? Having said that, however, this is one of the most, like, you have to be the most qualified person to be able to reach this level. And you look to this and you go, well, she's a lesbian woman, so obviously she's unqualified. They only put her in that position because she's a lesbian woman. It's ridiculous. The automatic assumption that, like, a white dude is going to be better than this woman is crazy. Meet Los Angeles Fire Chief Kristen Cowley. She boasts about being the first female LGBTQ fire chief in the LA Fire Department. Promoting a culture of DEI is her priority. Does this make you feel safer? Yeah. I don't think anyone, even like people responding to her are like, I don't think anyone in LA area going through the fires right now gives a flip about whether or not she's an LGBTQ fire chief. Like, how stupid. Like, how insanely stupid. These people have brain worms, dude. They have brain worms. Like, the first thing that you look to in a situation like this is whether or not a person that's like somehow responsible for the evacuation or the you know, the recovery efforts that are taking place, if they're gay or not, you're a psychopath. It's so strange to me. Of course, Donald Trump, where in the endless well of depravity and mania, we covered some people immediately rushing to be like, you know why this happened? Because the fire chief is a lesbian. DEI equals die, they said. But Donald Trump decided to once again, just like everything else, turn this around into a partisan issue. This time, gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom is responsible.
He said on Truth Social, quote, Governor Gavin Newsom refused to sign the water restoration declaration put before him that would have allowed millions of gallons of water from excess rain and snow melt from the north to flow daily into many parts of California, including the areas that are currently burning in virtually apocalyptic way, and saying, quote, blame. I want to bring in an exceptional group of reporters here, Tamara Keith of NPR, Leanne Caldwell of The Washington Post, and Mia Malika Henderson of Bloomberg, and of course, CNN. What a day.
News scum.
I want to start with you, Tamara, because you cover the White House, the outgoing and the incoming, obviously. And it's not, there's no surprise here that Donald responds to these fires, which are still very out of control, is to blame the Democratic governor. We saw when he was in office the first time around, when there were fires, he blamed him for different aspects, or the other governor for different aspects, including not raking
Kind of a really cynical question, but do you think these fires will destroy Gavin Newsom's chance for 2028? I think Gavin Newsom's chance for 2028 were already destroyed because of the fact that a lot of people hate him for both, you know, silly reasons, woke and gay California, and for good reasons, an exploding housing market crisis that has created one of the worst homelessness crises in the country. No California is going to be eligible realistically in 2028, yeah. Or, and this is perhaps a much scarier prediction, a Californian will win, but it will be similar to the Californians that have won in the past. Two very notorious politicians from the state of California have become very infamous, both Nixon and Ronald Reagan. California used to be a red state. We could get a Californian president. He would just have to be a Republican. And California would turn Republican again, as it once was. Maybe the Republican that comes out of California will be Shaky Gurga.
We're looking at live pictures of neighborhoods in LA County burning. I mean, the roof there is literally on fire. And as we heard from local officials, LA officials in the last hour, they just can't.
Yeah, the only lesson Trump learned from the last time around is that he has to, one, make sure that everyone in his corner is firmly within his corner, okay? No more fake friends. And two, there are literally no repercussions if you are popular enough and if you never back down. That's it. So he's going to be more vindictive and worse this time around. Dude, this is a crazy take. Climate change deniers are now somehow blaming wildfires on black people. Some of the most innovative racism I've ever seen. Los Angeles deliberately set out to exclude white men from becoming firefighters, and now they don't have enough firefighters to prevent their city from burning to the ground. DEI is a cancer that destroys everything it touches. Dude, you are out of your mind, dude. This is a statement that is so utterly insane. What is going on, dude? The chief said it? Yeah, the chief said there are not enough firefighters to fight 4 massive wildfires when there are 80-mile winds that are blowing the fire. It's impossible to contain it. That is normal, okay? Because what is going on is abnormal. The proper preventative measure would have been to train and hire more firefighters, but that would require money beforehand, okay? More money to be spent on training firefighters beforehand. That is a real problem, okay? What is crazy, and remember, 30% of firefighters that fight these wildfires are literally slaves in the prison system in the state of California. California, woke California, remember that. So like, even under normal circumstances, they don't have enough people. You're late to the party. Some publications are doing exactly that. What is E&E News? Trump seizes on California wildfires to roast endangered fish. Dems. The president-elect has long begrudged efforts to protect the Delta smelt, siding with critics who argue that water flows will be better used by farms and cities. In comments posted to Truth Social, Trump criticized Governor Gavin Newsom over state and federal efforts to bolster water flows for an essentially worthless fish called a smelt. Trump has long begrudged efforts to protect the tiny Delta smelt, a 3-inch fish that lives in the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta in California, siding with critics who argue that flows from a major state water source would be better used by farmers in major cities rather than environmental needs, including wildlife habitat. How come they don't use water from the ocean? They do. They do use water from the ocean, even though salt water is obviously very damaging to the infrastructure. But at that point, you know what's more damaging? Fire. But they do use water from the ocean. We watched them take water out of the ocean and dump it. When ecosystems crash before they've taken out too many Jenga blocks from the web of life, we'll say, who knew that smelt was important? Just a 3-inch fish. No one had any idea. He just hates the fish. He just hates this one tiny fish. I don't know. Look, I'm not I'm not a scientist, okay? But everything that I know about the environment is that it's held together by ticker tape, okay? It's a very delicate ecosystem. Eviscerating an entire species from said ecosystem will probably have genuine consequences, like really bad, really negative consequences, I suspect. Once again, not a scientist. Greta Thunberg was warning us about climate catastrophe while politicians were reacting with total indifference and bragging about escalating fossil fuel production. Yeah, the Greta Thunberg take from E4 has Greta Thunberg taking her cafe off to address the fires in LA? Or are there too many Jews living here for her to be concerned?
I call bullshit on Zuckerberg, and I'll tell you why. This is Chris Cuomo. Welcome to the Chris Cuomo Project. The big news. Mark Zuckerberg says, forget the fact-checking. Boy, oh boy, have we been misled. All my companies are going to get out of the fact-checking business and move towards community notes. Elon Musk, can you hear that out there? Him being like, I am the king of the world. Now Zuckerberg wants to be just like Elon. That's how everybody's playing it. That's small ball. I don't really care about Zuckerberg following Musk's lead. Community notes. Is that good? Yeah. Is it a complete fix? Not even close. Look, here's the challenge, okay? And this is something that has been bothering me for a long time, and I've been waiting for an opportunity to unpack why, and this is it, okay? You have several different things going on that are getting conflated and confused, and they need to be pulled apart. What is social media? Social media is the stadium, right? That's what we've always said. And they invite you. Come here, watch the games, right? And they have basic rules about how you have to behave in the stadium, but they're really not able or responsible or is it fair to say they should be able to control what everybody's doing in the stadium? No. That's why you have police and all these other people who help deal with what happens in a football game or a basketball game or a baseball game. So that's why they've been insulated by two things of legal construction to help them. One, they're not considered publishers. What's a publisher? I'm a publisher. The Chris Cuomo Project is a publisher. News Nation is certainly a publisher. ABC News, all that. They're publishers. The Wall Street Journal is a publisher. There are legal standards. There's case law. There's precedent. There are expected norms and legal standards and practices that can be enforced through litigation, okay? None of that really applies to the internet thanks to Section 230 of the Federal Code, where they were given a pass on content. Why? Because the early understanding was, well, then we're never going to really be able to have any of these businesses work because because you're going to hold us responsible for what some fat guy on a couch, remember what Donald Trump said, is writing in his basement. Now I have to own it. I'm just creating the stadium, not how people talk to each other within it. I mean, I'll have some rules, but how could I ever police that? Now, here's why I'm saying that facetiously. Because you can. How do we know? Greg and I are having a conversation. Emrich and I, you and I are having a conversation. All of a sudden, I start getting ads about what we were talking about in our conversation on text or email. How odd. How odd. On social media, if I'm having a conversation with somebody, all of a sudden the ads I start to get seem to be somewhat curated by it. And then they start doing some investigation. And what do we see? Well, these businesses know enough to know where to put their ads towards the most provocative, clickbait type information and material and content. So they know how to do that, but they don't know what the content is, and they can't make any judgment calls. I say it's bullshit, okay? This is a guy who said, I want to bring internet to the world. I want to bring us all together. No, he wants to cash in on it, okay? I interviewed him early, like 2013, about what Instagram was going to be, and before Facebook, and before he even made it meta, and before he even absorbed the other platforms. I want to bring it to everybody. I want it to be an even playing field. No, you want to pay it. You want to cash in. And now you got slapped around a little bit, and you're scared it's going to happen again, so you're capitulating. Now look, there's a side angle on this. Oh, he's pissing up to Trump. This is like the Mar-a-Lago march that's going on. I don't know. I think that this is bigger than just trying to please Trump, because this idea that everybody who supports Donald Trump or comes from the political right engages in mis and disinformation, that's a bullshit premise. There's a lot of bullshit out there, and it goes all across the political spectrum. All right? Now, do I believe that it is oversampled on the right side of the spectrum? Oh, yeah. With digital media, absolutely. This has always been their home base, and they've been playing victim for 10 years now. It started with Facebook, where all of the big names on Facebook would be from the right fringe. And then as social media platforms came, whether it's Twitter or now it's podcasts, whatever it is, they're all overweighted. Just look at the lists. They're all overweighted to the political right. And yet they play themselves as the victims. Legacy media, mainstream media. Look, this is a hype. This is a bullshit sell to get space in a crowded marketplace. What does that mean, legacy media? Oh, corporate media. Okay. Let's break it down, because all of this is involved with the Zuckerberg shit, all right? You know, well, I could easily dismiss what the main argument is. So I hired these fact checkers, and it turned out that they're making it worse, not better, and I blame legacy media and a misplaced social movement. So let me get this straight. You hired people. You came up with the parameters. They shit the bed, and you want to blame everybody else. So would you do that with any other segment of your business? So let's say it's ad sales. You hire your team, they start doing a shitty job. What are you going to do? Blame the advertisers? Blame the ad market? I mean, seriously, this is such a cop-out for him. These are the people that you put in place to do the job. Now you say, forget it, we'll just go to community notes. Well, is that a complete fix? To me, no. Do I like community notes? Yes. Are they always accurate? No. So does it make things better? A little, but it's kind of like the Wikipedia problem. Somebody goes in there, gets established as an editor, however you do that, and now they can just chop up your bio until somebody else fixes it or somebody else comes in. So it's not a complete fix. Now, I actually prepared something about this, okay? I literally wrote it down. That's how much it bothered me. My main angle is that this guy's full of shit. So the people that he appointed to do a job aren't doing it right, and he blames everybody else. When he had the same attitude about ad sales, all right? I gave you that part already. People need to see that this term legacy media is just hype, just like mainstream media. It's playing us and them just to create space in a crowded market. And look, just look at the podcast lists.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The idea that the right isn't fairly represented in the media is demonstrably false. They dominate the podcast space. They dominate it. Oh yeah, but not the big media companies, so it's just balancing it out. I don't believe it. I've been in this business over 25 years. I worked at Fox, I did well. Roger Ailes, went down in disgrace, is now gone. Loved me, didn't want me to leave. I went to ABC News, did well, okay? I then went to cable, I went to CNN, did well. Got shit canned, but it wasn't because of my performance. Now I'm at News Nation, which is seen as an independent outlet, but it isn't. It's corporate media. We just do things differently, but it's owned by the largest holder of television stations in the country, Nexstar. So I don't know how you get to independent. Just because it's different doesn't mean it's independent, and that's my point, is that when you look at these legit places, and I'm using that word on purpose, why? Of course the podcaster who got what may be an email from the guy who did the Vegas bombing, well, he's not sure, but he's going to read the whole thing anyway, say, well, I can't really vet any of this. Well, yeah, you can, but you can't because you're not a reporter. But I'm just going to read it anyway because it's got a lot of enticing stuff about drones. I don't know if any of it's true. I'm not checking any of it, but let's put it out there. Because we're all the media now. That's good? Oh, yeah, because I'm getting access. Is this something that may be fake? That is going to warp your ideas about things? Oh, I can take care of myself. No, we can't. We're all susceptible to suggestion, especially based on misleading things, especially when they're things that we want to know about and want to know whether or not they're true. And the idea that legacy media is the problem and digital media is the solution with podcasts is just absurd. Look, I believe that digital media is absolutely part of the future. I'm in it. I've been in it for years. I own all this shit, okay? I have no investors. Nobody is paying me except the ads that I read for you, okay? It's all transparent. It's all me. Nobody tells me what the fuck I can say. And how, nobody else would let me say it that way. So fine, I'm in. I dig it. But I'm a journalist. Not all these people are. Oh, what's the difference? Everybody's the same. No, they're not. And that's where Zuckerberg is trying to have it both ways. You want to blame the legacy media for chasing after and writing so many stories about mis and disinformation that you've made it impossible to have any trust. Stop allowing so much bullshit on the site. Don't say you don't know how to do it. You are creating the algorithms. You are creating the solutions to what works well and what doesn't. You're deciding what kind of traction I get. You're deciding how many people are going to follow me. You know how to do it. So it's not a can't, it's a won't. And I respect it, but be honest. I don't want to be in this game. It's gotten too tricky for me. It's gotten too personally hazardous. I'm getting beat up too much. I'm just worried about profits. I want to find a way to cash in. That's what I'm really about. I'm not about uniting the world. I'm not about information as power. Because if I were, I would care about the quality of information. What I'm about is profits. And that's fine. But the idea that the Wall Street Journal is part of the problem and some punk in a ski hat with a podcast is the solution is silly, and I'll tell you why. Support for the Chris Cuomo Project comes from Get Maine Lobster. Oh man, Christmas, New Year's. We're all trying to make a menu that makes people feel special, shows the love. And food feeds family, but also our idea of what is special. And you know what works best? Gotta have lobster involved. You gotta. What better way for a cheat day around the holidays than with an amazingly succulent lobster tail from the place that is the birthplace of lobster in America's culture? Get Maine Lobster. Oh, Get Maine Lobster's mac and cheese with a side of fresh Maine scallops replacing the boring, burritos cereal. Come on. Right now, when you go to getmainelobster.com and you enter the promo code Cuomo at checkout, you get 15% off all orders. That's a good deal, especially for the holidays. Visit getmainelobster.com and use promo code Cuomo and you will get 15% off all orders today. Support for the Chris Cuomo Project comes from Radioactive Media. Business owners, CMOs, you got a plan on growing in 2025, right? There's going to be a lot of uncertainties this year. But not everything's uncertain, right? One thing for certain, things are going to be different. Why not utilize something reliable and stable for your marketing efforts and tap into the power of podcast and radio reach? In the U.S., listen to this. Audio reaches more than 271 million people every week. That's more than social media and digital media combined. My friends at Radioactive Media know the recipe to launch, optimize, and scale performance by building compelling audio campaigns which actually work. Their personal approach, knowledge of the medium, is unparalleled. They believe in the power of radio so much they even use it themselves right here, right now. Text my first name, CHRIS, to 511-511. Just text Chris to 511-511 or go on the web at radioactivemedia.com. Text rates may apply.
I feel so confident thanks to Weight Loss by Hers. I'm down to my goal weight. My friends and family are all noticing my results and how happy I am now. I just took a free online assessment to get started, and medication is delivered straight to my door if prescribed. I love that I get 24/7 messaging with providers through the Hers app at no extra cost. That way all of my injection questions are answered. It even includes an app with tracking tools that remind me to stay consistent with my healthy habits.
Totally.
It also
We got to
gives
see
me
this shit.
delicious, nutritious recipes. It's like having
Conservative conspiracy TikToks are wild. Fuck yeah.
The problem with corporate media is what? Same problem with Zuckerberg. It's all about profits. Oh, okay. So it's all about profits. Yeah, that's all corporate media. Okay. Now, two things that will decide the price. Okay? Your competitive advantage over others, right? And your goodwill within the space. That's what does it. To deal with those constraints, what do all the companies have? Layers, standards and practices, vetting. I would have never been able to read you this email and say, it may come from him. May not. No one's told me it isn't. We don't get to do that. Why? Because I may be wrong and it's misleading and it hurts the brand if you do that. So there are standards and practices. I have to have conversations with people all the time about what's going to be on the show. What am I going to say? I have to explain it to Dusty. Dusty has to explain it to Mike Korn, the president of News Nation. He's going to think about it. Is this a legal issue? He's going to call the lawyers. They're going to talk back. They have an ethics review panel, and they have all these people who've been doing the job for decades and decades. And they're going to be like, you know what? We never really say things like that before. I think it's a little reckless. Maybe you should say it a different way. And we have these conversations like this all the time. Do you get it wrong? Sure. Do you rush to judgment? Sure. It's all done by human beings. You're going to have these problems. But the idea that it's better with less checks, with less accountability, you can't even sue these punks the way you can these companies. So this guy goes on, who's like a funny guy, and he decides to tear you in half with all lies and BS. You're going to have some time going after him. And then when you do, what kind of pocket are you going to tap? Sure, he's desperate trying to get rich. Oh, let's go to that part right now. Because when you sue him, you're not going to get his pocket, right? Because the corporation probably owns Dick, right? Because it's a flow-through entity, so you're going to have to go after him personally. Good luck with that. And what if he doesn't have any money? How do you get your reputation back? How do you get made whole? Okay. Now, well, the problem with corporate media is that it's all profits. Oh, okay, but not on the independent side. No, not them. They're doing it for free, right? Oh, no, they're not. Oh, and a lot of them can't get the same advertising base. Why? Because they're so provocative and a lot of brands want to stay away from them. Ooh, I wonder what that should mean to you. So what do they do to make their money? They have to be provocative. How provocative? And how do we know that it makes a material difference? Oh, I'll tell you how. You had these guys on the right that were putting out stuff that was believed to be so destructive to American dialogue, let's call it. Not by me, by the way, but by Russian intelligence agents, that they started to fund their efforts. No, I do not believe, and I do not think it is fair to say that Russia put words or ideas in the mouths of these podcasters. I don't think that's fair. I have not seen that proven anywhere. What I've seen is even worse, that Russia decided to pay these guys to keep doing what they were doing on their own. And the guys did not have the infrastructure or the lack of arrogance to make them insecure about why someone wanted to give them hundreds of thousands of dollars to do what they're already doing from places that they'd never really heard of. So they just took the money. Guess who can't do that? Chris Cuomo can't do that. Can't do it here. Why? Because I also work for News Nation. I got to think about who my sponsors are. I got to think about where money comes from. I've done one deal. I wanted to do a bunch of deals with different things. I believe in CBD. I believe in cannabinoids. I'm using them in my own life. My family uses them. We believe in them. I want to do it. I haven't yet. Why? Got to find the right partner that doesn't bring controversy onto the brand. And when I'm there with News Nation, now they got to own it. They don't have those kinds of constraints on them. They are all about what's most provocative. Do you really think that there's no coincidence that so many people on the right go after every sacred cow and everything that makes people suspicious of norms? You don't think that that's opportunistic ever? You think that they all just became pocket scientists about COVID? They just all became virus specialists. They just all became concerned about the vaccine. They're all libertarian all of a sudden. Because, boy, that's done really well in America. Remember that great president who was a libertarian? Oh, I know. I mean those senators. Oh, I mean the congressman. Oh, I mean a governor. No, nobody, ever. They never do anything. Libertarian is a way of saying I'm better than you, but I don't do anything with it. So fine. They want to sell themselves that way. That's fine. You like it? Great. Consume it. But the idea that it's better because it's unfettered, it's unrestricted, well, maybe it's completely wild and off base and done just to make you believe things that aren't true or aren't fair or aren't complete or aren't accurate. Legacy media. Look,
let's get the racing.
Everything that man does is flawed. The idea that a company that is a public company that has review by government, competitive competitors in their midst, desperate to see them fail, so that they are constantly QCing them, right? Quality checking them, competing against them, checking their stories, trying to find errors, trying to blow you up. That's the nature of this business. Hunter S. Thompson was right. It is uglier than most things. It is a long plastic hallway where pimps and thieves run free and good men die like dogs for no good reason. A money trench dug through the heart of journalism. Fair, fair, fair. But it doesn't get any better when you take away the guardrails, does it? How do we know? Because look at even what happened with this guy in Vegas. You don't know that any of that information is real. You got all these people spun up about what he knows about drones. He didn't even work with the kinds of drones that we're seeing in the air that people are worried about.
Are you still in traditional investments like stocks or real estate? If you are, you're doing it wrong. There's a little known trend attracting millions of people right now called auto.
Look, I believe that things have to get better, and I believe that they can, and I believe that there are plenty of problems in the media. And look, I get why many of you will say from time to time or all the time, I've been part of them. I get it. And you're free to do that. And I signed up for that because there's accountability with what I do. And that's part of being in the media, mainstream media. Well, what do you want to be? The rogue, fringe media that nobody knows where they're getting their information or what they do or who's paying them for it? That's better? Come on. Look, when it comes to opinion, that's fine. That's fine. But this has got to stop. And Zuckerberg, of all people, blaming legacy media for his problems, the most corporate, the most craven, the most profit-oriented guy in the midst of all of this? Do you see him when he testifies? I'm open to regulation. I'm open to it. I'd like the people to give me the answers and figure it out so that I can find ways to make money around what you're telling me to do. And it would be nice for everybody to have the same regulations so that then I don't have to worry about being better than anybody else. Come on. Come on. You don't want to fact check, own it. It's too hard. I can't please enough people. And that's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about it being accurate. I'm not worried about being able to say, look, I know how we do what we do and I stand behind it and fuck the rest of you. If you don't like it, go somewhere else. He doesn't want to say that. Is a little bit of it him kissing up to the new administration and them running roughshod about disinformation? It's absolutely a boogeyman on the right, but I'll tell you what. When Trump is inaugurated and he gets in, guess what they're going to start saying? Guess what? They're going to start saying, I watched this movie already. As soon as he gets in, everybody who criticizes him is going to be part of the fringe media that shouldn't be trusted anymore. We lived it the first time, but now digital media is much bigger. Even the same people who are supposedly his boys, right? He's going to start making choices that inevitably are going to divide, right? I mean, that's the nature of leadership, right? Even if Trump does the job as fairly as anyone ever has, which he won't, but even if he did, they'll start going after him. And then watch how he shits all over those podcasts. Who is this punk guy sitting at the table? He's a comedian. He does, what is it? You'll see. So forget about him as a safe haven. And that goes for you too, Zuckerberg. You think Trump is here to help you? No, he's here to help himself. And if what's on your platform is good for him, fine. And if it isn't, you suck. And that's still going to be the case. And I'm telling you, this idea that Mark Zuckerberg wants to blame legacy media and this misplaced inclusivity, he says, that this social movement has gone too far. Maybe, but that's not your problem. Your problem is convincing people that your space is worth their money and time and interest, just like mine. And you do that through having material that they find interesting, they can trust, so that they want more. You don't want to do that. You want me to do it for you. You want me to go on your site and kind of crowdsource information. I'll tell you what, if I were the lawmakers, here's what I would do. You want to do community notes? Okay, fine. You don't want to be responsible for it? Fine. But you should be accountable for it. And you should be able to be sued. And there should be standards. And we should figure it out. Because I don't think you should get a pass. Because you're not getting a pass on the profits. You just want to pass on the responsibilities that lead to them. And I think that this is just BS.
Support for the Chris Cuomo Project comes from Everyday Dose. Look, we all want to be better, mentally, physically, but our habits don't always match up with our goals. That's where Everyday Dose comes in. Coffee, yes, but better. Since I started drinking Everyday Dose, I've noticed I can get through my day with this consistent, smooth energy. No peaks and valleys, all right? That kind of roller coaster caffeine crash deal. No more. I'm big on gut health. This blend of collagen and mushrooms is like a 1-2 punch for keeping me regular and feeling good. Taste? Legit. Smooth, rich coffee flavor. Definitely tastes like coffee because it's made with premium roast Arabica coffee extract. Head over to everydaydose.com/Chris and you will get 25% off plus 5 free gifts with your first order, including a USB rechargeable frother. Very important. Changes the drinking experience. Trust me. Every month after you get additional amazing free gifts with your order, just because you're now part of the team. Every month, you're going to get additional amazing free gifts. Go to everydaydose.com/Chris and you'll get 25% off plus 5 free gifts with your first order. Support for the Chris Cuomo Project comes from Cozy Earth. Look, your resolution's got to include getting better rest. Cozy Earth helps. There's a reason that it's got best-selling bedding. Here's what I like about it. There's technology in the textile. When it's cold, it helps keep you warm. When it's warm, it does help keep you cool. How? I don't know. And I actually researched it, and I still don't get it, but it doesn't matter because they know how to do it at Cozy Earth. I like to be responsible about my purchases, and I do like to feel that what I'm doing may help make something I care about a little bit better. They're using bamboo, not the materials that textile companies usually do, and bamboo is highly sustainable, it's not doing anything bad to anything, it's fast and it's easy for them to use. A better year starts with better sleep. Wrap yourself in Cozy Earth. Please don't wait. Head to CozyEarth.com/Chris. Use my exclusive code Chris, up to 40% off. How amazing is that? CozyEarth.com/Chris. If you get a post-purchase survey, please say you heard about Cozy Earth from the Chris Cuomo Project podcast. You guys send me the comments saying thanks, you love the stuff. Tell them.
At Mint Mobile, we like to do the opposite of what big wireless does. They charge you a lot. We charge you a little. They put their names on arenas. We put ours on my lower back. So naturally, when they announced they'd be raising their prices due to inflation, we decided to deflate our prices due to not hating you. And if this were one of their ads, they'd end it here with a happy customer. So we'll end ours with an angry customer. Look at an angry goat.
Meet Panera's new Ciabatta Dippers, a duo built for dipping, here for a limited time.
I'll be 100% honest with you, okay? If I could make the money that I want to make doing just this and my Substack, which I'm now just turning into a wellness platform that my wife will probably take over at some point or something, I would not be on anywhere else. I wouldn't work for anybody else. Why? Why would I want to work for somebody else when I can do it myself? Now, do I think that I could do it as well? Well, with whatever I'm covering, yeah, but I won't be able to cover as well as any real organization. They got too many people, they got too much reach, they got too many resources and assets and capability. So no, I'm not going to be able to cover the world the way CNN can. But whatever I'm covering, my reporting, what I know, my sources, I'm okay. A lot more than these guys on digital media. I mean, are you kidding me? They're not reporters. They don't have sources. That's why they go with some sources and they take it from other places. And then they package it in an opinion, which is fine. But the idea that they are at an advantage against the Wall Street Journal because they cherry pick every time somebody gets something wrong, like, you know how easy that is to do? How often do they get things wrong? How often do they have truth? They want you to believe that the vaccine that Donald Trump got us faster than we could have ever gotten it otherwise, he says, and everybody seems to agree. The man they voted for and supported for president wound up producing something that's poison. COVID vaccine killed. The COVID vaccine kills more people than it helped in any way. That's what they want you to believe. And you should have never been forced to take it. Now, by the way, I don't believe you were forced to take it. There was freedom of choice. There wasn't freedom from consequence for those choices. You got the government, Donald Trump, saying this is what we need to do it. And then you think you're going to get the same access everywhere if you don't do those things? And you don't think that the numbers show that when the vaccine came out and made it into the vulnerable communities, we didn't see a precipitous drop in the cases and in serious illness? I mean, it's not even a close call. Now, here's the real last point I want to make, all right? Zucker is bullshit. Own your responsibilities, not just the profits. And do not blame people who do the job for you not wanting to do the job. We got to figure out social media, because I'm telling you right now, you and I get duped on social media all the time. Whether it's a girl that my son is showing me that is not real, or something that happened fishing that didn't really happen because it's AI all over the place, or there's information coming out of my face about what you should buy, and it's not me, and I've never heard of the product before. Or all of the subtle suggestions from people who are saying what they know that they heard that's about to happen. That's never true. These are real problems. They have to be solved. We haven't dealt with this challenge before. The marketplace of ideas and media has never been as expansive as it is now. Elon's right. Everybody is part of the media right now, but they're not equally responsible, and they're not equally capable of doing the job the right way. You are the media now. Elon Musk retweets things that he should not from a responsible perspective on a regular basis. What's going on with both of these guys having been at Fort Bragg? By the way, it's called Liberty for the last couple of years, not Bragg. Oh, so what? That's penny ante. Yeah, but that's not the kind of mistake I can make. Do you understand? Because I got 3 people who are going to tell me it's not called Bragg anymore. Where have you been since 2023, Cuomo? Well, I got shit canned at the end of 2020, so you got to give me a little bit of a break. But yeah, I should have corrected that. See, he doesn't have that guardrail. Yeah, but who cares what it's called? Fine. Well, how about the suggestion that they were there at the same time? They weren't. Well, but they were still both at Fort Bragg. How about not giving you the context that it's the largest hub for our troops in the country? And it would be more weird if they had never been through there. And now what do we know? Well, they didn't know each other. There's no connection between the two things, except that more and more people are trying to hurt more and more people in our country. He had it totally wrong by nature of his suggestion. Do I fault him for it? No. But that's the guy? That's the arbiter of truth? That's the guy who's saying we're all the media? Zuckerberg is the same way. And by the way, he's worse than Musk. Because at least Musk is up front. And I'll be honest, I'll give you a prediction. Musk is going to get his wings clipped. I'm not saying I like it. I'm not sure. I got to see what happens and how. But he's not going to be able to keep talking about things with this kind of suggestion that he speaks for the United States. What we're seeing in the UK and them starting to go after Trump about being buddies with Musk, as soon as it gets anything less than good for Trump, the relationship is over. I guarantee you that. I've already been surprised that Musk is hung in there when Trump has no use for EVs. And that's a big way that Musk makes money. You ever notice how he never says shit about Trump saying that EVs are the worst things in the world and they shouldn't be made the way they are and you shouldn't have to use them? You notice Musk, the truth teller, has never talked about that in any meaningful way? Wonder why? Because he has his own biases. You see? And that is the problem with one mind owning an entire space. That is the advantage of layers and of different viewpoints that have to be served and satisfied within an organization. The idea that having layers of accountability and vetting and something that can be sued and be held responsible financially, maybe even criminally, depending on what it is the problem? No. What Zuckerberg is playing out right now is the problem. That he doesn't have to do shit, but open up the doors, let all the animals in, and then hope you police yourselves. And he gets paid all day long. No, that doesn't work for me. Well, then what's the answer? I don't know. I'm just a guy on digital media, right? I don't have to have the answers. But I know the right questions. And I know him blaming legacy media and an inclusive social dynamic that's gone run amok. That's what he blamed for him hiring people who aren't doing the job that he told them to do the way he wants them to do it? That's his excuse? Give me a break. It's bullshit. But it is something that we have to address and we have to think about. And it's not going to get better anytime soon. It's going to get worse. Why? Because people know there's money in the space now. Now, I think what will happen, especially on the right, is you're going to see a better grade of talent getting involved on the right. You're going to start seeing bigger names in comedy, in entertainment, in thought, in social dialogue, in political dialogue, entering the fray there and getting podcasts and platforms, whatever. But they're going to carry with them more of a brand sensitivity than some punk with a snow ski hat on, you know? And they're going to want people around them to make sure they get things right because they're going to care about what people think beyond just what they follow and what they subscribe to. It's going to matter. Because remember, these guys have nothing to lose. They came in here with nothing. They're not people who worked in politics. They're not people who worked in the news. They haven't been around the world. They don't know the history. They don't have sources. They haven't had to learn what to say and not say. This is all upside for them. We've made it very easy. But it won't stay this easy. And that's not because there's something sinister going on. It's because there's going to be selectivity within the marketplace. And people can only scare you so much for so long. And guess who's not going to be as interested in the scare you business as much anymore? Donald John Trump. And I bet you that once he's in there and these issues start coming up, he's going to start pointing the finger at the Zuckerberg and saying, you better figure this out, man. This is your business. Right now, he's not. Why? It's not good for him. But it will be at some point. That's when he'll start acting. And all these people who think they're pleasing him right now will be sorely mistaken. Mr. Zuckerberg, you're supposed to be a genius. You were way out in front with social media. Now you're way behind. Because you are showing the worst move yet in how we get to a better place. Community Notes is not your idea. It's somebody else's. Somebody else who isn't really interested in the actuality and the accuracy and the fairness of his platform. He just wanted to balance out what he saw as a crazy lefty advantage. And he's done that. I think the business has taken somewhat of a beating as a result, but That's not my primary concern. My primary concern is creating a fair platform and getting things right for you and telling you when I got them wrong and correcting you. And everybody's got to be in that business. They all say they are. Rarely walk the talk. I'm telling you, the Zuckerberg stuff is bullshit. The legacy media and culture are not his problem. His lack of accountability and innovation. Ironic, right? His lack of creativity in figuring out how to do better is his problem. And you will see that exposed very soon. I'm Chris Cuomo. Thank you very much for hearing my take on this. You let me know where you agree or if I'm just angry about it. Thank you for subscribing and following. I'll see you at News Nation every weekday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. And if you want to join me on my little I'm sick of being red and flushed and fat, and I'm going to take 3 months and I'm going to show you on a regular basis what I'm eating, how I'm moving, and how I'm recovering, and what I'm using to do it. And no, nothing's going to involve a needle. I can't handle them, and I'm not sold on these GLP drugs. That's my Substack, okay? That's what it's going to be. And yes, the long COVID stuff is still going to be there because that's part of my struggle. And I don't know if it's from the vaccine. It doesn't make sense in the timing. I had symptoms before I got vaccinated. So to me, it's not about a vaccine injury. I only had those first 2 shots. I never got boosted. But I am covering what I'm seeing. I am covering my long COVID. There is a conflation and a coordination there of these things. I have some of the best minds in the business helping me. So that's there for you. Be an independent thinker. Be a critical thinker. Don't get owned. Don't get co-opted. Don't follow. Lead. That's what Let's Get After it's all about. You be the master of your own destiny. I'll see you soon.
Things off with President-elect Donald Trump. He's not even on America's payroll yet, but he's already causing chaos for free. What a workaholic. As you've probably heard, Trump has decided that his first big policy proposal will be buying or perhaps invading Greenland. It's the kind of nonsense no one should take seriously, but Trump said it, so I guess we're all doing this.
It would be exciting if Greenland was part of the United States.
I think that the people of Greenland should be honored.
This, to me, could be Donald Trump's Louisiana Purchase. Same size as the Louisiana Purchase in square miles.
Greenland, strategically, it makes sense because it's the halfway point between our country and the UK. So it would make sense to have that for war purposes.
Yes. War purposes. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but I guess we should annex any place that's halfway between us and somewhere else. This is just so sad. I know she's trying to be supportive, but you could tell even Ainsley thinks this is a bad idea. And this is a lady excited to marry Sean Hannity. Can you imagine how exhausting it is to treat every one of Trump's dumb ideas like it's a work of art? Oh, sweetheart, what a beautiful drawing. It looks like the Louisiana Purchase. I'm going to put it on the fridge. But while the Pentagon draws up plans for a war against puffins, Trump is giving us a reminder about what his leadership looks like during times of crisis. Because while everyone else is deeply concerned with what's going on in Los Angeles right now, Trump is handling the tragedy like the statesman that he is.
Donald Trump is now weighing in on the horrific fires in Los Angeles County, and he's laying the blame on California's Democratic governor.
In a social media post referring to the governor as news scum and writing, he is the blame for this.
Yeah. In the midst of chaos, Donald Trump is taking action by opening up the strategic nickname reserves. Thank you, sir. Although, quick question for Trump. Do you mean new scum or news cum?
Come.
Got it. Even though we can't count on the incoming president, some people people are
Oh
stepping
yeah,
up,
that should
and
be
it's
coming
always
up.
heartening to see everybody coming out to help their neighbors. And I do mean everybody.
It's an important announcement I wonder if I could just make. Here on Palisades Drive, if anybody has a car and they leave their car, leave the keys in the car. So a guy like me can move your cars and get them up there so that these fire trucks can get up there. It's really, really important.
Thank you for talking to us live, sir. What's your name?
My name is Steve Gutenberg.
Holy shit! Steve Gutenberg? The actor Steve Gutenberg moving abandoned cars out of the way for firefighters? That is amazing, okay? And not only that, but if anyone abandons a baby, he and 2 other men will raise it for them. Hijinks will ensue. Of course, as great as that is to see, officials are warning that now that the fire has reached Steve Gutenberg, it's only 2 degrees from Kevin Bacon. Now, if you're wondering why Trump isn't focused on helping Californians, it's because he's focused on the people who need him most, his insurrectionists.
Trump didn't rule out pardons for those who were charged with committing acts of violence on January 6th, 2021.
Are you planning to pardon those who were charged with violent offenses?
Well, we're looking at it. We'll be looking at the whole thing, but I'll be making major pardons, yes.
Yeah, on the one hand, it's absolutely shameful that Trump would pardon these rioters, but you have to remember, these people are his ride or dies. They stormed to the Capitol and they shat on a desk for him. No one's ever shat on a desk for me, not once. And I took out a Craigslist ad. For him, it's all about loyalty. Plus, he's going to need a personal army for when he invades Greenland. Those puffers aren't going to pepper spray themselves. Plus, he also wants to give insurrectionists a little treat. They must have been so disappointed when January 6th came around this year and they didn't get the chance to riot. But for anyone out there who over-prepared for this year's January 6th, there are still some options for you.
You were ready to storm the Capitol. But then Donald Trump won the election. Now, what do you do with all that insurrection gear? No problem. You can just repurpose all that stuff you were going to patriotically end democracy with. Have too many zip ties? Make a belt to carry your tools. Or create a timeless necklace for your wife. That extra pepper spray can spice up your dinner. Leftover stun gun, now a car battery jumper. Use a pipe bomb as a dumbbell. And instead of using that flagpole to beat cops, try using it as a flagpole. That horn
Gotta
helmet
use the restroom.
is your
BRB.
new coat rack. But keep all that lumber you bought to build gallows, because hanging Mike Pence is always an option. This message was brought to you by your local hardware store. We don't accept returns. Next time we'll discuss how to get vaccines out of your body.
Welcome to Rockville. North America's largest rock festival returns in 2025 with Green Day, Korn, Shinedown, and Linkin Park. Plus Bad Omens, Incubus, Good Charlotte, Rob Zombie, Alice in Chains, Pierce the Veil, Marilyn Manson, 3 Days Grace, Sublime, I Prevail, and so many more. Welcome to Rockville, May 15th to the 18th at the Daytona International Speedway. Passes on sale now at welcometorockville.com.
Got safety protocols? Grainger has the safety pros to call. Shop our vast inventory of safety products at Grainger.com. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
And joining us right now is Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Thank you so much for being here.
Glad to be here, Jay.
Really appreciate it. Before I get into the funeral and before I get into what's going on with you back in your home country, I do want to ask, you know, our country and the world really is watching these horrible fires in Los Angeles. Canada has a lot of experience with similar conflagrations. I know that you have been offering resources to the people of California and Los Angeles. What advice could you offer them?
Well, I think unfortunately over the past years we've seen it get far worse, and we've seen wildfires increasingly encroaching on urban areas, and that's an interface fire where we're having to train up more local municipal firefighters to deal with wildfires in a way that we never had before. I've been back and forth texting with Governor Newsom. We've offered a tremendous amount of equipment that they're already accepting. There's expertise. There's things that we're having to do to deal with together as we, of course, respond to these fires, but also know that climate change means they're going to get steadily worse, and we have to keep stepping up on fighting climate change too.
But a lot of people out there might say, what does climate change have to do with this? Explain.
Well, when the summers get drier, when weather gets hotter, when weather patterns shift, communities that were built in a place that never saw fires are suddenly seeing fires much more frequently. There's a shift in everything that means even what we see now is going to just get worse and worse and worse over the coming decades if we're not serious about reducing our emissions and looking for ways to protect our future generations.
So you are here in Washington, D.C., even though you just stepped down as your party's leader and you will soon leave as Prime Minister. But why was it important for you to come here to Washington today to go to President Jimmy Carter's funeral?
Well, President Carter was a dear friend of my father's. They overlapped in their times of service. And Jimmy had been down at my father's after my father's funeral 25 years ago. He was always an inspiration to me in terms of compassionate, selfless leadership. And it was important for me, and I think it was important for the friendship between our countries, that the Prime Minister be there to represent.
President-elect Trump has been needling you a bit, calling you Governor Trudeau, talking about making Canada the 51st state. Did you have any interaction with him today?
No, not today. But that's not going to happen. Canadians are incredibly proud of being Canadian. One of the ways we define ourselves most easily is, well, we're not American. There is such a depth of pride that that's not actually an issue. What I think is happening in this
rubbing off on y'all, though.
President Trump, who's a very skillful negotiator, is getting people to be somewhat distracted by that conversation, to take away from the conversation around 25% tariffs on oil and gas and electricity and steel and aluminum and lumber and concrete, and everything the American consumers buy from Canada is suddenly going to get a lot more expensive if he moves forward on these tariffs. And that's something that I think we need to be focusing on a little bit more.
Did the re-election of Donald Trump and this more direct confrontation with Canada over this issue play any role at all in your decision to resign as leader of your party and Prime Minister?
No, on the contrary. What we were able to do during the first presidency of Mr. Trump was work together in a very challenging situation to come out with a very strong win-win in Canada-U.S. relations with the renegotiation of the USMCA. It is a great deal for both of our countries. We've seen trade grow, we've seen opportunities grow, we've seen wealth grow in both of our countries for workers, for businesses. Working together concretely is something that we've been able to do in the past, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work with him for the next 2 months while I'm still in office.
Let's talk about this potential 25% tariff from the United States on Canada. Economists say that will drive the Canadian economy into a recession, and the Canadian government is preparing retaliatory tariffs if these actually go through. Which do you think would be potentially the most effective against the United States? I don't want them, by the way, just as an American, I don't want these tariffs, but minerals, energy?
Well, we don't want them either. We do not want to see tariffs on our side. We do not want to see tariffs on their side. It's bad for people who have for generations made things together and been successful together to actually start putting barriers between economies like ours. Like, we have so many resources in Canada, more market can support. So we export them to our closest friend who can rely on them. It is a win for us. We would definitely respond, as we did years ago when President Trump put tariffs on steel and aluminum. We responded by putting tariffs on Heinz ketchup, playing cards, bourbon, on Harley Davidsons, on things that would hurt American workers. But we don't want to do that because it drives up prices for Canadians and it harms our closest trading partner.
Is there nothing that Donald Trump is saying about trade status and relations right now where you think that he has a point? There's nothing you think that is unfair?
I mean, the conversation around tariffs started around border concerns. And what I spoke with him about in Mar-a-Lago was the fact that less than 1% of migrants into the United States, less than 1% of fentanyl into the United States comes from Canada. But there are absolutely more things we can do.
And you pledged $1 billion to enhance border security.
That's a clear win for President Trump. It got us to do even more to reduce even further the minimal amounts coming in. On trade, there's more that we can do, but we should be focused on making sure that we're replacing Chinese lithium or Chinese germanium or Russian titanium into American productions by relying on your closest and friendliest trading partner in Canada. We can be a strong supplier of things that the U.S. needs to compete around the world because we can do it together. That's the argument that I'm making.
So the struggle that you were having domestically, your disapproval rating, had to do with, as I understand it,
if you have a child 12 or older and you'd like for them to get into the best university possible, I have something very important to tell you. Here's the shocking truth that will turn everything that you thought you knew about college admissions upside down. That SAT score that you've been obsessing over, it's practically worthless at top universities unless they fulfill 3 hidden factors that top admission officers don't share. I know, you've been told that the SAT is the golden ticket. But let me tell you a secret. It's not even close to the whole story. How do I know? Because we've got former Ivy League admission officers on our team. These insiders have revealed to us what really moves the needle in college admissions, and it's not what we think. While other parents are wasting precious time and money on endless SAT, we're focusing on the secret factors that make top 25 universities, Yale, Harvard, and Stanford, sit up and take notice. Now, before we get into what we discovered about getting into a top-tier school, here's what you need to know about us. We're Zenith Prep Academy. We've been doing this for over 17 years, and our team includes former mission officers and reviewers from Yale, Stanford, UC Berkeley, and Columbia. Results? Our students achieve a 500% higher acceptance rate than Ivy League top 25 universities, and nearly 100% were accepted into a top 100 university. We're recognized by the United Nations as education experts and ranked #1 education company on USA Today. And we've made the Inc. 5000 list 3 years in a row. And we have hundreds of video testimonials and reviews parents gave us for absolutely nothing in return. And we back it all up with a multi-year 100% money-back guarantee. That's us, no fluff, just facts. Now, let me share with you what we've learned about what it really takes to get into a top-tier school. Did you know that universities are secretly businesses first and schools second? This hidden truth is the key to your child's college acceptance. Every university, even the public ones, operates with a cold, hard business mindset. So here's the game-changing insight. Universities are looking for students who will go on to have successful careers and not just stay successful students. This is what's called an offense-heavy profile. So if you were in the university shoes, who would you choose? A student without perfect grades, but skyrockets your business's KPIs and metrics, or a student who's just good at studying and tests? Now does it all make sense? Here's the thing, it even goes a level deeper than that, because there are actually 3 hidden factors that admission officers are desperately searching for in your child's profile from as early as 6th grade. Again, these factors are so life or death to them that they're willing to overlook lower GPAs and SAT scores if a student nails these hidden criteria. So remember, choices that you make today is the difference between an acceptance letter and unfortunately, regret to inform. And here at Zenith Prep Academy, we can help your 6th to 12th grade child get into a top 25 Ivy League university, or at least a tier or 2 better university. We leverage our proven track record of getting students into top universities, our unmatched proprietary data, and a multi-year 100% money-back guarantee. So, don't miss out on these benefits. Schedule your consultation with Zenith Prep Academy now by clicking the link.
discontent with your government because of high inflation and the economy, and also because of immigration policies. Those are also issues that the left-wing party in this country has faced a lot of disapproval of and just lost an election over. It seems like voters in both of these, liberal democracies are sending a message to left-wing parties, liberal parties. We don't like how you're doing the economy when it comes to inflation. We don't like how you're doing immigration.
There are a lot of feelings involved. I mean, if you look at the actual numbers, inflation in Canada was lower, came down quicker. Our economy bounced back faster after the pandemic than anyone else's, including the United States. We're projected to grow faster than the United States and all other G7 countries next year. Our economy is doing very well. But when someone's paying $8 for a head of lettuce, it doesn't matter that you're doing better than they are in Spain or somewhere else. There's a sense that, okay, something's got to give. And that's where incumbents are in trouble everywhere around the world, not just in our countries. The issue is that in a time of crisis, responsible politics is around focusing on things that actually make a real difference in people's lives. We deliver $10 a day childcare. We're delivering a dental care program that provides dental care to people who don't have coverage. We're moving forward on putting a price on pollution that puts more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians, of middle-class Canadians. These are policies that are not short-term. They're policies that will have a deep impact in the well-being of Canadians and of our country for years to come. Now, you can take those policies, like a child care policy, and say, oh, see, that's just about wokeness and about women's rights. Well, no, it's about getting more women into the workforce at a time where we need economic growth. That's what it is. But when you get a conflagration, or at least an intersection of both right-wing policy, right-wing attacks and social media, you end up with a lot of disinformation, and responsible governments have to stay focused on the policies that are making a difference, and that's what we've been doing.
I know you have to go. Before you go, I know you're not going to say who you want to succeed here, but whether it's Wayne Gretzky or Christina Freeland, what's your number one piece of advice for your successor when it comes to President Trump?
Understand that a win-win is what we need. Making sure that everyone understands that we do better when we work together, that yes, the American president has a capacity to hurt the Canadian economy, there's no question about that. But anything an American president does to hurt the Canadian economy will also hurt American consumers, American workers, and American growth. We do better when we work together to take on the world, whether it's China or Russia or anywhere else. When we work together, we can't be stopped. And that's the focus that we need to have, and that's certainly what I continue to work on with President Trump.
Prime Minister Trudeau, thank you so much, and au revoir. Pleasure to be here.
Yes. 2024, explaining that the fog really...
At a certain point, you gotta be like, damn, dude, like you're intentionally avoiding the truth. What are you saying? You're so close. You're so close to it. We are going to cover the fog, okay? We're gonna cover the fog. Now, a lot of you have been asking me, Hassan, what's up with this fog? And Cutie Cinderella thinks that the fog is not just a regular old fog. The fog actually is smart dust, okay? It's smart dust. And what are people doing about the smart dust? Well, they're dealing with it. Here, let's take a look.
You're thinking, Mallory, what's the fog? I'm about to tell you.
Okay, Mallory, I feel like you're going to be a little bit undermining of the real fog issue, the crisis.
You are going to regret asking. So in various locations around America and in Europe, there is a lot of fog. And folks online are reporting that after coming into contact with
Fogwid 24, conspiracy theories about the fog across certain states engulf social media.
this fog, they are experiencing mysterious illnesses, flu-like symptoms, and in true conspiratorial fashion, this has led folks to believe that this is not regular fog. This is in fact what they have labeled Fogwid 24. And as you can read down here, many are theorizing that the fog is actually a chemical attack, a bioweapon testing, and of course, aliens. I swear wellness influencers or like...
I'm not kidding, it just all... it's, I know we talk about peasant brain, but I think in many instances it's also about like Americans being so incredibly, like, they just think they're so important. You know what I mean? That's what it is. Americans love being the main character of their story in a way that I don't think other cultures exhibit this kind of tendency, this kind of like hyper individualism. Because we often talk about like the lack of education, ready availability of homeschooling, the fact that it's not illegal, and how public education has been gutted, right? But I think there's something on top of that that causes people to engage in this kind of irrational conspiracy theory. Because like there are places on this planet right now that are absolutely gutted and destroyed by colonialism, by empire, right? By the crimes of empire. I don't think dudes living in the Congo, for example, right, that work in one of these mines are going home and constantly thinking about like, you know, there's alien drone warfare happening in my neighborhood. Like it's a very, and it's not like those guys have, you know, it's not because like they have the educational standards or anything like that. They've been ravaged, right? The reason why Americans, I think, behave this way is not just because of the lack of education. It's because of American exceptionalism and American individualism, you know? Where they just think like, no, the world of course revolves around me. Are you kidding me? Yes, I live in Terre Haute, Indiana. Yes, this area is famous for having a Supermax prison facility and nothing else. Except now there's smart dust in my neighborhood. They want to kill me with the smart dust. And it's like, no, they don't. No, they don't. They don't want to kill you, okay? You live, like, who is they? And why would they kill you? Why would they kill you? Why?
Do you think fog is a conspiracy? Do I think fog is a conspiracy?
She's gonna hide the truth. She's gonna hide the truth. Watch. Typical bi-coastal elitist. She's gonna undermine the truth by saying, fog is a conspiracy. Oh, it's just fog.
Fog is a conspiracy.
What are they doing in the fog? Yeah, these guys simply don't understand. What are they doing in the fog? They're killing Americans, okay? They're making them woke and gay. And also, that's the reason why my wife left me! And they took the kids! Because of the fog! Deborah would never do such a thing. Even though I spent most of my days working a boring-ass job that I absolutely despise, only to come home later at night to just engage in the most vigorous masturbation session before getting absolutely destroyed in a game of League of Legends, and then taking out all my anxieties and frustrations on my wife, and never taking care of the kids. That's not the reason why she left. She left because of the fog. She left because of the smart dust. God damn. Otherwise, I would have to take accountability over my own actions, and that's not good. That's not a good thing at all.
I keep seeing that everywhere. Dude, if you're seeing fog is a conspiracy everywhere on your socials, you're cooked. That's the pipeline, baby. You gotta reset. Guys, this is the last one on this side.
All right, well, she moves on from it. She said that's the pipeline and you're cooked, because she's obviously a liberal cat lady, okay? Liberal cat lady, hello. She literally has numerous animals, okay? She's such a cat lady, she's moved on. She's elevated from cats to sheep, goats, birds, otters, ferrets. Come on, duh. This is the future JD Vance wanted to avoid. Of course, she's gonna lie, ignore us on thirst talks, get fog TikToks instead. Oh my God, that's right. That's right. She's actually Beauty Cinderella. This is what you did to yourself. Okay? All of the Hasanabe Thirst Talks that you did not show support to as my friend, okay? You should have done that, because you're supposed to be my friend. You're supposed to hit the Thirst Talk videos with a like and support and be like, oh, that's cute. That's my podcast co-host. There goes my podcast co-host, right? Instead of doing that, guess what you did? You said, not interested. And then TikTok looked at that and went, what's the opposite of Hasanabi Thirst Talks? Fog conspiracy theories. Yeah. Hasanabi Thirst Talk daughter or Fog Talk son is the real question. And many of you have made the right choice. That's why you're here. But some of you also make the wrong choice and then are led astray. Anyway, all your female friends hate your thirst talks and all your male friends hype them up and have them ready to go. I know. Anyway, let's get back to this fog situation. Fog situation is crazy.
Specialists must have almost broke both their ankles jumping on this. Here is just one, and of course, if you have any questions about what she has listed about what to do, you can comment detox on the post to learn more from her. Also, don't miss this part. She talks about towers euphoria. I'm assuming she's talking about 5G towers, and of course, we're all packed full of heavy metals, and that basically makes each one of us a mini.
It's so cool that they just like add on new conspiracy theories onto the previous conspiracy theories. Even though every single one gets debunked, they just don't hear it. They go, la 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 la, can't hear you. And then they just like add on to it. Then it's basically this massive tower of conspiracy by the end of the day, by the end of the year, you know? It's amazing. Yeah, they're lore crafting. It's cool. It's cool. Like they went 5G coronavirus towers, involuntarily spasming onto some penis because you're gay now. And also, now the fog, and it's all nanomachines. Yeah, and the only solution is this disgusting moss-colored drink I made. You have to buy it on the TikTok shop. It's not FDA approved because we obviously hate the FDA. More like FD gay. They also want to make you gay. Turns out everyone is trying to make me eat. Why is this? I'm fighting against the urge every day of eating, okay? Because I drink my green gunk.
Tower. And this fog may contain particles that help the signal move, which of course means that we will all become depressed, angry, fearful, or doubtful of God and the promise of health, wealth, and abundance. Except if you buy her detox. There's also this next wellness influencer who sets the entire stage for what the fog is, why you should be afraid of it, and why you should buy her detox.
Has anyone else noticed the insane fog that we've been experiencing lately? Or has anyone else been sick leading up to Christmas? Sore muscles, sore...
Famously, when there's a lot of travel happening in the holiday season and people are congregating, slammed into areas with terrible HVAC practices, and also no masking whatsoever in public spaces where people are sick, there is a thing called flu season that happens. You're just describing flu season. Like getting sick during the holidays. I feel like that's a very common meta, you know? Like imagine looking at the most normal process
throat, flu like
and being like, excuse me, it's obviously not the flu because that would require me to take it seriously and take precautions if I was feeling a little bit under the weather. And that would cause me to re-examine everything. And I'm not going to do that. It must be because I'm a very special gal. I'm a very special gal living in one of these like boring, banal, gray, cookie cutter starter home, homeowners association neighborhoods where the walls are paper thin. And guess what? The Chi-Coms, Chinese Communist Party, wanted to destroy that neighborhood specifically to get to me. It's the fog. They tried getting to me with the drones. And then now they're trying to get to me with the fog.
Sore throat, flu-like symptoms, anything like that? Or that the skies were looking a little bit funny leading up to Christmas as well?
What? None of those photos look funny. That's just the sky. You posted photos of the sky as planes are flying in the sky. Chemtrails, brother. That's right.
So there's a new theory going around, FogVid 2024, explaining that the fog really...
Bro, these people will believe anything but COVID or the flu. At a certain point, you got to be like, damn, dude, like you're intentionally avoiding the truth. Okay? Like, what do you mean FogVid? What are you saying? You're so close. You're so close to it. You're like, nope. I chose to arrive at an entirely separate conclusion that is utterly devoid of material reality. I will never make a correct assessment. Do you understand me? It can't be the common flu. It must be nanomachines created through fog, which is not a direct consequence of just the weather patterns changing from hot to cold, but instead smart dust. This is a multi-trillion-dollar operation. And guess what? You know where they're using this multi-trillion-dollar operation? Lo and behold, my backyard. We don't even have a grocery chain that sells fresh produce in a 4-mile radius. But you know what we do have? Nanomachine fog. I live in a food desert. There is no public transit. I rarely ever go to third spaces because there's nothing, there's nowhere to congregate. There's nowhere to talk to other human beings. So I, basically fantasize about socializing with my fellow man by being online all the time and hallucinating. That's where I'm at, though, because I'm God's special child. Even though virtually everyone and everything has left me behind. You know who hasn't left me behind? Governments. Governments that are chasing me. Governments that want to kill me with nanomachines. Why are they doing that? I don't know, because I'm the most special boy that has ever existed. Duh.
I'm done spending an obscene amount of money on takeout every week. Done.
I'm getting back on track with Factor. Fresh, never frozen meals prepared by chefs. This saves us so much time when we're chasing around our toddler. I can get all the nutrition I need without having to obsess over it. I never run out of tasty, nutritious dinners thanks to Factor.
Factor has over 40 different dinner options.
Like Protein Plus and Calorie Smart.
I never thought eating clean could be this easy and taste this good.
I can't believe it has taken me this long to get started.
When you hear music like this, you want to take your clothes off. All 17 winter layers of them. That's the sound of a triptease.
It wasn't what we thought it was. Now, I don't know about you, but I know that they've been spraying us like bugs for years now, and I believe that this is just yet another experiment to test some sort of virus on us. There's a reason why my family and I did not get this fog vid and why we have not been sick in years. That is because terrain is everything. We detox ourselves every single day to remove any heavy metals or environmental pollutants that we are unwantedly exposed to and support the body in their removal.
The reason why neither myself nor my family got fog vid is not because we just made it up online. We just made it up and it's not a real thing. It's because of the vape juice that I drink. And you can also save yourself as well with the vape juice that I inhale every day.
The world is getting scarier and scarier, and you need to have this in your back pocket to protect yourself.
Those tinctures that she just showed you, I have seen all over Instagram and TikTok for so long, but they have predominantly been sold as a parasite cleanse, except now they're also a fog detox. A lot of the narratives in the wellness industry shared by wellness influencers have and will continue to piggy off conspiratorial thinking. They're the perfect pair. They're the perfect marriage. They both lack nuance. They both...
RFK #1 fan and basketball terrorist Kyle Kuzma was also talking about the fog recently. Yeah, that's how you know it's like the dumbest narrative alive, okay? When Kyle Kuzma starts talking about it, that's when you know you can discard it. in its entirety. Do you understand me? Basketball terrorist Kyle Kuzma. That's how you know. That's Donald Trump's strongest soldier.
Speak in absolutes. Both lean into this assumption of something nefarious, a group that you cannot trust. We are 2 days into 2025, and I am already asking myself what the
Yeah, of course you're asking yourself what the because you don't want to know what the truth is. Anyway.
From hard hats to steel-toed boots, Grainger's got your safety needs covered. Literally. Shop Grainger's vast inventory of safety products. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The Gulf of America.
I've always struggled with losing weight and keeping it off. I felt comfortable with hers. In a month, I've lost over 7 pounds with...
Choosing goals over gourmet is out.
Because of Cook Unity, healthy, no-compromise meals are in.
And world-class chefs delivering science-backed results in and in.
Cook Unity. The chef is in.
This shit ain't working. We've lost the advantage.
Thing that we can hope for here is a long, prolonged war where our economic engine is continually coming up with things to destroy and impoverish our enemies and their children, as they have with us. We come up with new apps that encourage antisocial behavior and violence. We sexualize people. We get them to throw their morals away. We destroy them one by one. We destroy them with the products right on their phone, and they do the same to us. They do the same to us. We dumb them down. We export the Costco family. In China, they're running around. Double chocolate cookie. Double chocolate cookie. Their brains melt in their heads. Like the people here. Can't we destroy them the way we've destroyed ourselves? I hope we're trying. I hope we're trying. It's the only hope. And Taiwan, you better get on board. I'm sorry, Taiwan, but I'm gonna have a stern talking to with you. I'm having a stern talking to you right now. The policy of the Tim Dillon chose one China, yes or yes. I'm choosing my ally, and it's Xi. Me and Xi. And Barry Weiss and Batya Yanga Yaga and the whole free press and whoever the hell, Ann Applebaum, you want to go fight him? Honey cakes? Get in the fucking aircraft carrier and head out to the South China Sea. I'll be in Miami. If you want to fight them, all you neocon war babies, if you want to fight them, get on the aircraft carrier. I'll be in Miami. Let me know how it goes. Upload your results to TikTok. Okay, because I'm not fighting them over Taiwan. We're not fighting them over Ukraine. Call Putin right now. It's his. Any of you fucks want to keep sending poor kids to fight these wars, get on the aircraft carrier yourself. Brett Stevens at the Wall Street Journal, all you guys who want to editorialize, Jonah Goldberg, everybody get on the aircraft carrier and go. Please do not let me stop you. Do not let me stop you. I will be at Hillstone and Santa Barbara with Steve Bannon. If he'll come, I think he'll come. More could be in store once Trump returns to the White House, as the president-elect has vowed significant new pressure on Beijing, including with tariffs. Well, I understand some of the economic tariffs. Let's take the temperature down on the war. I understand some of the tariffs, and I understand that, and I think some of that has a very understandable place in the economic policy. Not maybe widespread all over the place tariffs, but trying to correct trade imbalances, trying to protect American jobs, trying to incentivize companies to build plants here and hire American workers. That's why the whole visa thing with Elon Vivek went left because people were like, we did not elect this administration to hear about how talented people were from in other countries. I'm sure they're talented there. That's great. But that was not why anyone elected Trump, so that his surrogates could come out and talk about how talented engineers were in other countries. Okay? Trump told the Wall Street Journal's editorial board that Xi wouldn't dare move against Taiwan because he said Xi sees Trump as crazy. But if he did, I would say, if you go into Taiwan, I'm sorry to do this, I'm going to tax you 150 to 200%. Well, that's fine. I think a tax might be good. If you do something, we're going to tax you.
Welcome to Rockville. North America's largest rock festival returns in 2025 with Green Day.
I'm hoping everybody can take the. We need to take the temperature down. What is the fog? We got fog.
We have the edge, but don't get cocky. This shit
We've got
ain't over.
fog. They're blowing the bird flu in everyone's lungs. I'm kidding. That's probably not happening. But it is funny. I scared this valet. I stayed at this hotel and I scared this valet. He goes, what's with the fog? He goes, it's the bird flu. They're blowing it around. He goes, what? Mystery as thick fog sweeps the U.S. with reports of burning chemical smell. This is the Daily Mail. What's in that fog? What's going on there? I don't know about this. A thick fog is sweeping across the U.S. with locals in multiple states reporting how a burning chemical-like smell has blanketed their communities. By the way, I mean, isn't it lovely? It's been a lovely time. Concerned Americans have flooded social media with videos of what looks like white particles raining down and spreading in the air. Some witnesses have also claimed the fog has also triggered health symptoms similar to a respiratory. Here's the other thing. It's cough and cold season. Flu season. COVID's still around. Lots of nasty colds. I had a cold a few weeks ago. It was nasty. It wasn't COVID or RSV or the flu. It wasn't anything, just nasty cold, and it's nasty. Different viruses are running around. It's just what it is. I don't know that this fog is the reason for this. I don't know. But by the way, pollution and chemical irritants, I don't know. Go to that article, What's Behind Minnesota's Recent Streak of Fog on CBS News. Interesting. Let's play this woman. Maybe she knows. Maybe she'll tell us. I hope she doesn't say they're... She just goes, well, they're aerating the bird flu and spreading it.
No surprise, we're in the dense fog advisory again. Now, this should persist until about midnight, and then we'll actually see some improvement. We're not going to feel improvement around here. We have some much colder air coming our way, but let's get back to the fog since we'll be dealing with it tonight. Here's Lisa Meadows with an explainer of the different types of fog we've been dealing with.
This is chemical bird flu fog. Now, there's different types of fog. There's a mist that comes off the ocean. This is a CIA fog that's actually the bird flu, the H1N1 bird flu, that they've aerated in a laboratory, and they're blowing it all over the country to kind of aerate and set the pandemic on the wind. What that'll enable them to do is clog the hospitals. It'll absolutely protect our pharma complex and completely destroy any chance the new administration has to do anything. Back to you, Tom.
Fog forms when your temperature cools to your dew point. When that happens, you get condensation. Basically, it's like a cloud that forms at the ground.
I have a gun to my head. Tom, there's a gun to the back. There's a gun to my back. This fog, which has not let up for 17 days, is absolutely normal. It smells metallic, and if you breathe it in, you cough blood. But that's exactly normal for this time of year. Bird flu, aerated pandemic fog is an absolutely normal thing.
Types of fog, and this weekend was unique because we had the setup for two different types to occur. So first, advection fog.
Yes.
This happens when you have the cold land
Yes.
surface. We had all that snowpack on the ground heading into the weekend, right? Well, then we had a warm, moist air mass move over that. We had the rain come in. We had a tie of a record high on Saturday at
Which one is the bioweapon? Which part of the fog is the biological agent?
So what happened is we had that warm, moist air come in, and then it cooled down to saturation, and that caused that fog to form. Then we had a break in the clouds, actually, on Saturday, and we had the opportunity.
By the way, this, and I'm not trying to be conspiratorial, but this doesn't even sound like, this sounds weird. and I'm not even trying to be conspiratorial about it, this sounds odd. Like, there's something weird. She seems uneasy saying all of this. Like, this doesn't seem like she's like, well, this fog is the result of the mist and the snowpack and the dew point, and, well, I don't know. It's sad. There's something about it that she seems uneasy. It's probably nothing. It's probably just fog, but this bitch isn't convincing me and doesn't seem that great.
For radiation fog to form, we had the clear skies allowed for temperatures to drop. We had calm winds, so we didn't get any mixing of the atmosphere, and that allowed for that radiation fog to form.
Ooh.
So all these ingredients allowed for foggy days to continue even into today. Now, out at MSP, it was the 5th time on record that we ended up having 20 hours of a half-mile visibility or less. The good news is we'll have a change. We have cold air coming in, wind shifting.
The good news is we'll soon all be dead. Dead.
The north, so that'll end this fog. It should clear up here as we head into about midnight.
All right. Well, by the way, I'm hoping that she's right, that it's the dew point and the, because I'm not a meteorologist, and it's the cold and the heat and the steam and the whatever she said. I hope she's correct. I hope she's on point. I hope she's on the ball. I'm not rooting for whatever else the hell's going on.
Great. The new GoDaddy Arrow has AI marketing tools to help small businesses easily reach thousands of customers. It writes sweet social ads and email marketing. It even analyzes the results to boost business. I better start up in my game with some sweet new move.
Guess who's back in the disco? Move so cool, so slick like Crisco. Bet you ain't did it like this though. Brand new chain, new clothes, and the wrist froze.
If you own a home, you're at risk of house stealing. With house stealing, cyber criminals can take out loans against your home, effectively stealing the equity in your home.
Somebody goes, those are alien spores. Internet reacts as fuck. I can't even handle it anymore. I'm a conspiracy guy. I can't even handle the conspiracies anymore. I'm just in my bed with the phone going, stop it. I can't handle alien spores in the fog. There's got to be something. There's got to be one normal day. Can we have one normal day? Can there be one normal period of time when we're not talking about alien spores in the fog and when somebody doesn't blow up a Tesla? The UK is experiencing crazy fog, too. Reports from around the globe are surfacing of mysterious illnesses linked to encounters with so-called chemical fogs.
Okay.
Go to that Shadows of Ezra. Described as thick, lingering blanket, the fog has left people sick, many experiencing sudden cold or flu-like symptoms after only a brief exposure. Weird. People are saying it's FogVid 24. A lot of these things are going viral on X. And listen, let's hope that humanity's losing its mind. Because, by the way, this is also what happens when people go crazy. They start thinking everything is a problem. This is what happens when the whole country becomes schizophrenic. Now, it is either, but it doesn't help that there's drones hovering around and nobody knows why. And that the media is going, they're actually not there. And people are going, no, we see them. The media is going, they're actually not there. You're hysteric. So when nothing makes any sense and you can't trust anything, you become schizophrenic, effectively. So that could mean that something as regular as fog is driving people insane. I'm not saying it's not metallic and weird, and I don't know, because fog can carry smells and whatever, and it could also be pollutants and all the other shit. But there's also a possibility now that we're having a mass psychosis because we've been fucked with so much on every level. People are starting to lose their mind. And people are going, this is completely insane. And we're acting right now like we're either on the brink of a nuclear war or we're on the brink of an alien invasion. This seems to be the accepted wisdom of all the people you speak to. By the way, And these aren't like Looney Tunes. These are like people, like high-ranking officials. These are people who either believe we're like on the precipice of a conflict with a foreign government, or aliens are about to land, or both. Or both. And then most people go, both. You literally, I have conversations with people, they go, we're in a big conflict with a foreign government, and then the aliens are probably going to land maybe to prevent that conflict. And you have to go, what? Wait, what? And then you have to just get a croissant or something. There's nothing else to do. You got to go along with your humdrum bullshit life after that. You just have to go do dumb shit, like get a car wash, and you stand there as they're washing your cars. A bunch of guys are wiping down your car, and you have to think about whether it's aliens or a nuclear attack or both, and which one comes first. And is there going to be a big disclosure project? And it's like crazy. So either we're living in the most historic time ever, or we're all insane. Or take a page from the book of people that I've talked to, both. We are all insane, and it's a historic time, and that doesn't help. If this is the craziest time ever, and we're about to see and hear all these crazy things, we need to be rational and clear-eyed. And there's nothing more disturbing than having aliens land into a planet of schizophrenics. Can you imagine that? The aliens land and they should reveal themselves. It was like, oh, fuck you, it's fraud. You government fraud. Aliens like, what? Oh, yeah. We've seen this. We've seen this act. I don't know what the hell's going on. Here's more fog. More fog. Oh, what is this? This is fog from the Tesla burning. This is the burning Tesla. Play us a little more of this. I like this terrorist attack. If I'm going to go with a terrorist attack, it's this one, which is clearly fake.
Put it outside the Trump International Hotel Wednesday morning.
Smoke was coming from inside of the truck after we noticed the flash and the explosion, and I'm going to show you that first video. That's the Cybertruck parked right in front of the doors.
At a joint news conference Wednesday afternoon.
Show that again. This is the video of the Tesla Cybertruck exploding outside of the Trump Hotel in Vegas.
This video, that's the Cybertruck parked right in front of the doors.
At a joint news conference Wednesday afternoon.
So what this stuff seems to do, I don't know who's doing it. Maybe it is this military guy. But what this stuff does is it's just the random nature of all this craziness is supposed to rattle people and destroy any sense of safety that they have and cause them to go insane because they become incredibly anxious and they become, terrified of all things. And these random events that happen are supposed to impress on people that public safety is not guaranteed. It is a risk to go anywhere and do anything. And I mean a big risk. Things are blowing up. People are driving down the... And again, these are random acts, or they're not. We don't know. It's fog, or it's spores, or it's aliens. We don't have any clue about anything. We're just going to watch Meghan Markle make a cupcake. Like, that's the last thing we have. Could that show be happening at a more perfect time? There are drones the size of SUVs over people's homes. Cars are exploding in the middle of the street. Terrorists from ISIS, who we fucking have in our own military, are driving Turo rental cars down Bourbon Street and killing good people. Fog is blanketing the country for days. People are getting sick. Maybe it's alien spores. Maybe it's not. What is an alien spore? What's going on? And in the middle of all this psychopath will not stop. She will not stop. She doesn't care what happens. If the aliens land, if China launches, if Russia drops the big one in Ukraine, it won't matter to this bitch. She doesn't care. Play it again.
Let's make a show.
Let's go.
always loved taking something pretty ordinary and elevating it.
Stop it for 1 minute. She's the only reason America may survive. Let me say this right now, and I mean this. She's the only person who's stayed focused through this time. Everyone else, including myself, has been all over the fucking map. We've been led astray. We've been prey to disinformation. We've been following people down halls that lead to nowhere, going down rabbit holes to nothing. I was afraid to roll my window down the other night in Beverly Hills because of the dumb fog. It's crazy. We're all nuts. People are staring at the sky, waiting for aliens to zap them. One person has kept their focus. And yes, it's Baal, it's a demon. But one American person has kept their focus through all of this. Meghan Markle.
People with moments that let them know I was really thinking of them.
What? This is probably one of the most glamorous moments of my life.
It's magic. I'm gonna share some little tips and tricks. I see what color I gravitate to, and everything goes from there. And how you can incorporate these practices every day. That's what you want. You want that shape and texture.
That's right.
Come on. This is about connecting with friends. I love that we're doing this together for the first time. Making new friends. That is so good.
We're family now.
No matter what happens, no matter if we're nuked, no matter if it takes 1 billion years, no matter if aliens land, this will always be the zenith. We'll always just go right back to this. We will always go back to a self-important cunt selling cake to people before it all goes haywire again. Before the planet burns, before another ice age, before the aliens come, before fog blankets the earth, before we're all killed. I'm telling you right now, society will always rebuild back to this. There's nothing else. Society will always build back to this bitch in a beekeeper outfit making honey. It will always build back to this because there's nowhere else to go. That's the great irony here. That's the great irony of the human experience. There's nowhere else really to go. This is it. Every time society gets to this, they have to nuke us and blow up the whole thing, and we got to start again. The Sumerian tablets and the aliens land, and they go, how about you do it this way? And hey, this is math, and oh, cool, and then the Middle Ages, and oh, there's medicine. You have to use the leeches, and how about flight? You want to fly? And then you got, oh, cool, a computer. That's weird. Oh, it fits in your hand. And then no matter what, we always get to this. We'll always just get to this. I like to give people little moments, little things. I start with a color that inspires me, and I just move on from there. A little raspberry here, some flowers here, the edible flowers. It always gets, this is the place. And I guarantee you that we've done this before. We've been here before. We can feel it. We know it. We've been here before. Society will only ever get to this. And at this point, when we are doing this, when this bitch is drinking tea, that's when it's time to shut it all down and start over. And each time the aliens sit there, and each time they go, I wonder if it'll be different this time. I wonder if they'll get to another point this time. What happens? And every time it's a Meghan Markle, and every time she moves into the castle, and every time she gets offended, and every time she leaves, and every time they go, well, maybe good for her. What's she gonna do now? And then every time she gets to deal with Spotify and Netflix, and then every time she makes a bunch of bullshit, and then every time she starts a lifestyle brand and fires all her employees, and half of them quit because she's done. And then every time she ends up with this Netflix show where she's in a beekeeper outfit. Every time, and the aliens, they're running the simulation going, just one time we'd wonder what would happen if they made other choices. Just one time we wonder what would happen. Just one time we go, do you think they'll get to this point and not do this? But every time, like clockwork, no matter what, time doesn't matter up there. So to us, it's billions and billions of years. To them, it's just every day. You go to the office, you click on, is it still this bitch? Is it still the honey? Is it still the cupcakes? Is this still what they're doing? Finish it up here.
Learning. Look at how much honey we have.
Do you believe in love?
We're not in the pursuit of perfection. Woke us all up. We're in the pursuit of joy. Love is in the details. I have to do it totally wrong to get it totally right. Look at what we made.
And every time the alien sees this, every time they see this trailer, they just look at the other alien and they go, and then the other alien just shakes their head. It's nonverbal at this point.
Enemy trophy system disrupted.
And then they press a button and they delete the simulation. And then they walk in the next day. Alien's taking off his coat, walks into the room, and she goes, look at how much honey we have. And they just go, and it's just, and eventually they'll have to give up. Eventually they'll have to realize that no matter what they do, no matter how many chances they give us, it's just going to be this bitch making cupcakes and having glasses of white wine. That's all it really is here. So guys, however you do it, fog, exploding cyber trucks, cars going too fast, whatever you're gonna do, nukes, drones, whatever it is, you can do it until your little heart's content. We will never not be stupid cunts in Santa Barbara making cupcakes for our dumb cunt friends. It's who we are. That's who we are. That's what you got. So you might as well not nuke us. You might as well not nuke us. You might as well call the drones back and just let this puppy percolate and maybe taste those cupcakes because they're probably not that bad. Don't expect too much from us, and you're not going to get it. Good night.
So, David, what is the latest understanding of the dark matter problem?
We don't know what makes up most of our universe.
Okay, that's it. We're done here. What about the famous monochromatic tic-tac that everybody saw?
There's stuff out there like that are just amazing things we don't know.
Why would the government hide this?
Government agencies leak. And if anyone's going to get more funding from the leak, it definitely leaks.
That's the answer right there. This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. Chuck Nice, right here with me.
Hey, Neil.
All right, man. You know what we're going to do today?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay.
We got a good one.
We got a good one. Remember what happened to UFOs? They got rebranded by the government to
Crips
UAPs.
on their heels.
Yeah.
Hit 'em hard.
Unidentified aerial phenomena. Yeah. And I had an inside guy on that operation. Just the fact that it came to the attention of Congress. Let me introduce all of you to my friend and colleague, David Spergel. David.
Pleasure to be here.
Welcome to Star Talk. Dude, we came up together in graduate school, and we intersected more thoroughly when I was a postdoc at Princeton. And he was on the faculty there, and then became chairman. And I knew him when he was just a scientist. Now he's running. Right. I'm looking at what my boy is running. So he chaired NASA's UAP, Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Independent Study Team. You chaired that. But that's not, you're president of the Simons Foundation. We'll get more into that later.
GG's.
You chaired the science definition team for the Nancy Grace Roman telescope. Okay? We'll get more about that if we have time. You're also on the board of trustees of the Carnegie Institute for Science. Carnegie, isn't that the same group where Edwin Hubble worked for them?
Yep.
This is a long legacy.
Long and really impressive tradition.
So, David, how did you morph from Mr. Head Honcho Scientist, big man on campus, to alien UFO guy for Congress?
Approached it the way we approach scientific questions.
Okay.
Approach it the way things we don't understand. So you look at the data you have, and you realize much of the data could be explained. Balloons, drones, anything with flashing lights is an airplane. You know, aliens who are coming here who want to be hidden don't put flashing lights on them.
Right.
On their UFOs.
Exactly. Like undercover cops. They don't like you don't see an undercover cop in a marked police car
With sirens
with
and-
sirens blazing and lights flashing. Right.
Okay. But that doesn't preclude the possibility that
No.
an alien craft would have flashing lights. In fact, the mothership in Close Encounters of the Third Kind had tons of flashing
Was
lights.
nothing but flashing
Nothing but
lights.
flashing lights.
It was like a doggone disco in the sky.
It was a disco ball
Crazy.
in the sky.
Yeah, I'm not sure flashing lights really make sense for a spaceship.
Okay.
But anyway, there's a bunch of things that look, when you look at them carefully, they're camera defects. I think we've all taken pictures of people where the sun glint got in and ruined the picture.
Correct.
So there's some like
Lens
that.
flare.
Lens flares, right? And then you go through
I think if that's happening a million times a day,
Right.
something in there is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
You're going to find Jesus in one of the
Absolutely.
lens flares.
Yes.
Right.
That's my religion.
and then you look through that, and then there are some things we don't understand.
Okay.
Right. So there's some events.
Approximately what fraction?
About 1%.
1%.
1%.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
It's about 1% of the events, and the military had a study that went through this. We used a lot of their work. About 1% are not understood.
We have our orders.
Wait, can we back up for a second? Who appointed this committee?
NASA.
NASA. Okay, gotcha.
So this is to give advice to NASA on how they could help advance our understanding.
Was this requested by Congress?
No, it was requested by the head of NASA.
Okay, so NASA wanted to play in the sandbox.
Yep.
Yeah. And NASA is among the most transparent agencies.
Absolutely.
And
they have no reason to, they don't have an agenda.
And there was nothing about our study that was classified. I have no clearances. So we can talk openly about everything we did. And we looked at what the events that we didn't understand.
By the way,
100%.
when you have the highest level of clearance, that's what you would say. You say, I don't have any clearance.
But I don't have any clearance.
That's exactly what a high clearance person would say. No, go on.
The data was ambiguous. We didn't understand it, but it wasn't like it was something clear. And one of the points we made was, as scientists,
Again, this is the 1% that we don't know what they are.
yeah,
Yes, okay.
yeah, no, and when you don't understand something, you don't jump to the most exciting.
Right.
You don't say it's got to be aliens. You look at it and say, but you don't ignore it either, right? You should not ignore things you don't understand. If there are things you don't understand, what do you want to do? Get better data. And that really was our message to NASA. If they wanted to contribute to this, they should help get better data. Right now, everyone is carrying in their back pocket a device that takes really high-quality digital images, accurately records the time, measures GPS position, measures the local magnetic field, measures the local gravitational field.
Did you do all that?
It does all that. That's why it knows how you're oriented.
Clearly, that's not an Android.
So, hey, I've got an iPhone. I think, and there are billions of them around the planet.
Wait, so you're saying when it knows which way is north, is it using the magnetic north, or is it correct? It's got to correct for that.
It's got to correct for
Okay,
that.
so it
It's
knows
got
where
s-
I am on Earth,
Right.
corrects for the magnetic north, what we call it, and then it
Then gives you the true north.
The true north. Good.
Okay.
Yep, and gets it. It is really amazing what that device measures your phone. And if you can imagine, if we had pictures of something we didn't understand, taken by citizens from a whole bunch of different perspectives, you can
Different sight lines.
Different sight lines. You'll be able to reconstruct the event.
Okay.
To know how fast the object is moving, the way it is.
And not be susceptible to someone's capacity to interpret what they see.
That's right. So it's not a single blurry image, but tens of high-quality images. And you don't have to worry about things like camera flares because you've got multiple cameras
images.
and multiple images.
Okay.
So our recommendation to NASA was to develop
There's an app for that.
Oh my gosh!
Okay, what's the app?
It doesn't exist yet. So
Okay.
this was our recommendation
All right.
that they fund the development of something like this, and that they use this to collect more data.
So I'd have the app on my phone. I see something I don't understand. I take a picture, and the metadata in that image, I just upload it to the app in some simple way. If you want to simplify it as much as possible, and then that goes to a central place, and then you can have people there that can collate and correlate the data.
And we said just try to make everything public.
So you're crowdsourcing the data gathering itself.
Yep.
Okay.
So
people are everywhere.
Yeah, people are everywhere.
Right.
And I felt this was a teachable moment, a chance to say, what do we do as scientists? We collect data, we verify data, we check data quality. I did a bunch of TV interviews on this. As soon as I started talking about checking data quality, they ended the interview. They wanted to hear about aliens.
Yeah, don't be so boring.
Right. But it's like, you want to make sure that people didn't put in fake images.
I just love it. He's just like, of course, we gather data. We check data quality. They were like, this guy has integrity. Get him the hell out of here.
No, but what you're saying is, in an era where we have Photoshop and even more advanced, and even AI generating images, you want to make sure you need some way to authenticate what the camera caught.
And that didn't even occur to me. See how I'm thinking, yeah, you take a picture, but the fact is that those Photoshop type programs, they exist on your phone. You don't have to actually go.
Right.
Like, you could just hit a button on your phone and start manipulating an image right then and there.
You
had to go take it, import it someplace.
To your computer, mess with it, and put it back
No,
out.
now you can just do it right when you take the picture. So that makes sense.
No, I mean, it's not hard to take a picture, take the hand of a friend, and replace the picture of the friend with, I don't know, Dr. Spock, whoever your favorite alien is.
Yeah, that would be mine.
Spock was half alien, I think.
That's true.
That's right.
Half Vulcan,
the
half human.
mother was...
on this show, we have to be very accurate about that.
Mom was human, Dad was
That's
Thorax.
what I'm saying.
Yes.
That's all I'm saying. So, you presented the results more than a year ago. What has happened since then?
You know, NASA's considering developing these things. To do that, we need to do money.
Oh, yeah, okay. A little pot of money.
And last year was a very tough year for NASA's budget. NASA took a huge budget cut.
I remember that.
Yeah, so they had to cancel programs.
Yes.
So they were not about to start something new. I mean, when we started, they thought there'd be some new money from Congress. They'd be able to say, here's a program that would be, we would go to the community. And we thought about that as like, here's something NASA could do that would involve citizens.
Yeah.
And they just, at a time at which they were canceling missions they did not want to.
It's really a shame.
But at least it's on the radar that it's something to do if money then becomes available.
Yep.
Okay.
In a way, don't you think that's a big mistake? Because here's what I'm picking up from what you're saying. You are immediately enlisting the public and getting people to focus on NASA. You're getting them excited about the one thing that everybody can agree is exciting, which is, are we being visited? And you're saying, okay, here's an app, get involved. Like, I would take money from someplace else and put it into that.
Yeah, but we also said, which I think is true, we did not see any convincing evidence for the existence of it.
Okay.
No.
See, there's your problem. You didn't lie.
And, you know, not seeing convincing evidence doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But that means there's no convincing evidence.
Absolutely.
I know you very well as not only a friend, but as a fellow astrophysicist. So we have very strong overlap in our training and our brain wiring. You don't want everyone on the committee to have exactly that same brain wiring. So who else was on the committee? What was the nature of their expertise, and who selected them?
Selected by NASA. I was involved in advising as committee chair who was there. So we had a pretty diverse set of people coming from oceanography, atmospheric science, because there's a lot of atmospheric phenomena, so experts on the ionosphere, some science policy people.
The ionosphere, a layer of the upper atmosphere that is time system. Yeah.
That's where we get the northern lights? Does that happen in the ionosphere?
Well, maybe.
Enemy
RCXD
detected. But it starts there and it goes because the ionosphere is usually above that.
Right.
So northern lights are usually a bit lower, but it's connected phenomena.
Okay.
And
certain radio frequencies of radio waves reflect off. Interesting things can happen with the ionosphere that wouldn't happen in any other layer.
Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Okay, so go on. So
we had some people from the intelligence community, right? Because they have a lot of satellites looking down.
Okay. So they would have had clearance even if you didn't.
That's right.
Yes, okay.
We had some
in their own business.
In their own business. We had some people from technology companies.
Good.
Right.
Who were familiar with some of the technologies out there, some of the things we can use from space to look down and see what was going on. We had to.
Oh, so some thought went into this.
Yeah,
That's
you know,
very encouraging.
lots of different perspectives around the table.
Right.
It was actually a really good group of people that I learned a lot from.
As we've learned from David and his team, one of the most exciting things about scientific discovery is that even when we don't find all the answers, the process can bring us closer. Take this recent TRAPPIST-1 study, for example. Scientists completed the longest search for signs of alien technology. Although they didn't find any, their effort established a new method for future searches. Being open to new ideas and always refining your research is the most important lesson here, something our longtime partners at Ground News really help with. They're a small team, led by a former NASA engineer dedicated to adding clarity to an often contradictory media landscape by calculating how credible every source reporting on a story actually is. With very high being the gold standard of responsible journalism, all the way down to very low, so you can easily distinguish fact from fiction. And if you want to dive even deeper, Ground News daily briefings break down the day's top stories by clearly highlighting facts, points of agreement, and even opposing views. Exposing yourself to diverse viewpoints ensures you're not just critically informed enough to think you're right, but to even challenge your assumptions and grow. So, if you're just as curious as us, subscribe to Ground News today or gift this to someone you know. We're giving our viewers 50% off their unlimited Access Vantage plan, their biggest discount of the year. Just go to ground.news/StarTalk or scan the QR code. We really can't recommend them enough. Now, let's get back to the show.
All right, so you had your role in the hearings, but did you watch all the rest of the hearings?
I watched some of it, but not everything.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts or reflections?
There were some amazing things that came out that were fun to watch. I don't know if you remember these bodies that were of aliens that were shown to the Mexican Parliament.
The Mexican Parliament. Yeah, the Mexican mummies. The Nazca mummies in Mexico put on display. They're like 3 feet tall.
Right.
And there's like 2 or 3 of them. Yeah.
Yeah. And they were
that came out while you were
That came out while we were doing it.
Yeah.
And that was one of these things you look at and say, wait a second. If you actually have something that you think is interesting, what you should do with it is send samples around. Right? Like, you know, send the samples to 100 labs around the world. Okay. And if it's not human DNA, we'll find out quickly.
Without the bias that might be inherent in who produced the bodies.
Right.
But in addition, when I saw that, I said that's exactly what we should be doing if we have crashed alien bodies. We should put them on display. But no one did that. In the testimony, everyone kept saying, those who claimed it existed said it's in a locked box, and then you can't come and look at it. And I thought to myself, an alien in a locked box that you're not showing anybody is the same thing as no alien in a locked box.
That you're not
Scientifically, it's the same thing.
Right.
So how did
can I ask something? Oh, I mean, both of you.
Yeah.
What would be the impetus for not showing the fact that these aliens exist? Why would the government hide this? If you know, because conspiracy theorists have their own, you know, but why?
I'll turn it around.
Go ahead.
I've worked with government agencies for a long time. Government agencies leak. And if anyone's going to get more funding from the leak, it definitely leaks. So I'm running a lab.
That's the answer right there.
So, like, I am running a lab that had some secret alien stuff. If it leaks and there's lots of information and the alien bodies are shown, I get more funding. So one of the reasons that I don't believe in conspiracy theories is I trust people to look out for their own economic self-interest. And, you know, the government leaks everything all the time.
My favorite quote is from Ben Franklin, from
Yes.
his Poor Richard's Almanac.
Yes.
Who said, 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. There it is.
Right.
The foundational
In a
documents
nutshell.
of the country.
Yeah, that's it. Right.
So, but why didn't they bring forward what they exists? Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So, The big concern is there could be some kind of alien technology that is so far beyond us that it could pose a security risk. And you're saying even in the 1% of the things you could not explain, there's nothing there that, whoa, this could be future technology. Because think about what anything today that's flying through the air would look like to anybody 100 years ago. So it doesn't take much time, Delta, to possibly freak someone out.
Yeah. So that's part of the story of Area 51.
Hostile UAV established
right,
overhead.
which is we were, our was developing advanced technologies, and those were secret.
This is a Cold War. Yes,
Cold War.
Yes.
And think about drones. Imagine you saw a drone 25, 30 years ago.
Right.
You'd never seen it.
Just moving in any direction that it wanted,
up and
down, all along any axis.
Any axis, instantly. Yes.
You would think a drone, and with no human in control.
Right.
You would think a drone that we're totally used to. Right, and so there's technologies out there. If you look at a lot of the reported events, there are a number of them those events were associated with things seen by military pilots. And you have to ask, who is going to be trying to see what our military pilots are doing? They fly all the way here from some other planet to study our planes deployed outside of Taiwan? Or is it the Chinese? And one of the things that came out during our study, you may remember this Chinese balloon?
Yes.
Right.
We love the Chinese balloon.
Yeah. Right. So it is very clear that the United States...
Did we shoot it down? We shot it down.
We shot it down.
We shot it down.
The United States is spying on the Chinese military. The Chinese are spying on the U.S. military. This is like their job.
Right.
And so part of the security value of monitoring and getting this information. And so if I remember correctly, back in, was it the 60s, the government did not disavow UFO sightings. They wanted to promote people's awareness of them in case they saw something that Russia was sending over. And then we get firsthand knowledge because people are everywhere and the military isn't. And so there was strategic value to this. As far as that's still the case.
You look at the war in Ukraine, and both the Ukrainians and Russians are relying on citizens following drones. They've got apps on their phones.
That's right.
When you see a drone fly over, so they know to shoot it down.
Yeah.
So where are we now in this? Why were there still hearings just a few weeks ago, a year after these other hearings, when I thought everything got aired as much as it needed to be?
I think people like conspiracy. People want to believe.
Yeah, they do.
And people are not comfortable with ambiguity, right? To say, we look at lots of data, there's a few things we don't understand. They'd rather jump to some exciting conclusion
than just sit there in ignorance.
Yeah, it makes you feel better, though.
Every science, you hit something you don't understand, that excites us.
Right.
We don't immediately come up with an explanation. We might have an hypothesis, but not without justifying data.
I mean, let's be honest. Most people are not scientists. Most people see a splotch on a piece of toast and they're like, "It's Jesus!" So let's be honest.
I've seen some pretty good Jesus renderings, though. There's some good ones.
There's been some good
ones. Renaissance Jesus.
Yeah, well, always.
That's when he was most painted, probably.
Right. Yeah, Jesus in most of those paintings looks like he's from the local town. There's a lot of blonde Jesuses.
Right. Yeah, that's so funny. Yeah, you never get Afro Jesus.
Afro Jesus
on the piece of toast. Pull the toast out the toaster oven. I couldn't believe it. Afro Jesus.
And since Jesus was Jewish, it'd be a Jewish Afro.
It would be.
Right. That's how that would have happened.
Yeah.
Definitely. Now, in our field, in science in general, we greatly devalue eyewitness testimony. If we have another way of obtaining it. With UFOs, it's kind of only eyewitness testimony because it comes upon you, not when you're already with measuring equipment. And so apart from the smartphone, what else does someone have to offer you but the eyewitness testimony that they've experienced.
Eyewitness testimony is just not very reliable. This is something that we've learned about.
Talking to a black man here. Just saying.
So there's a lot. I mean, this isn't aliens, right? This is just a lot of court cases of people who are unjustly convicted.
Positively identified. By eyewitness.
And even without malicious intent. Sometimes malicious, but most times not. Just people going, no, that's it. Or because they were shown something. Shown a
Were
picture.
the lights on? No, actually.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. I was 3 blocks away.
And there's just lots of problems with eyewitness testimony.
Right.
And I think this is actually more
5 and 20.
than
for UFOs, right, of course.
Right. But we have cameras. We don't have to have
gave
cameras.
them all
We
the kills and
have,
then quit the game.
Early warning radar systems. I mean, when we step back and think about what data does the military have, what data does the scientific community have, we are monitoring space and the environment around us all the time.
And I further add to that, I think I ran the numbers on this. There's 1 million people at any given moment who are airplanes with a window right sitting next to them.
That's right.
And so if the mothership is coming, we can totally crowdsource that.
We also monitor everything coming into the solar system.
Right.
So if there is something big coming into the solar
This
system,
guy's got more power than I knew.
we'd see it.
Yes.
Well, the military certainly monitors everything flying into the U.S.
Right.
You cannot fly a plane from, Europe to the U.S. without someone noticing.
Right.
Right. So we're monitoring a lot around us. So we do know a lot about our environment. And as we go through all of that data, and lots of people have done this, there isn't any convincing evidence of advanced technologies beyond what we have.
So what about the famous monochromatic tic-tac that everybody saw of the F-18 Navy pilots that reported? And you hear them go, oh my gosh, what is that?
It's an orb, and it's moving.
What is it?
Right.
Yeah,
so we don't know the distance to the object.
Why not? Don't they have tools that get distances? They need a new airplane if they can't know. I'm sorry.
Well, no, they don't. The data quality for those events were not terrific. You'd like to have more measurements. Those, I said there's a percent, there's a percent or so that we don't understand. That is like absolutely part of that, right? That's one of the
centerpiece of the 1%.
That's one of the centerpiece ones. And you look at it and say, that's strange. Next thing you think is, let's get some more data. How far away is that? How fast is it moving?
Right.
Right. Could that be explained by conventional technologies, by balloons far away? Is there something normative it could be? We don't know. We need better. But the data we have is pretty.
I heard
unclear.
someone in the security space suggest that wouldn't this restricted airspace be an ideal place for the military to just put an anomalous object into the sensors to just see how their pilots react?
A scrimmage test.
Scrimmage? Oh, yes. Yes.
It's
see what they do.
What they do.
Do they try to shoot at it?
Right.
Are they puzzled by it? If that did happen, then they don't want to tell anybody that that's what they happened, because part of the reaction is part of what they're looking to find out how it happened.
Right. Yeah, the whole thing is it's a stress test. You're trying to figure out, okay, how are we going to respond? And so you create the circumstances where you can measure your own response, to something.
Yeah, and one of the things to keep in mind about actually both military and commercial pilots, their job is not to investigate funny things out their window.
Right.
If you're a United pilot flying from Newark to Chicago, you see something weird out your window, you go and announce to the people on your plane, we're going to be an hour late going into Chicago. I'm going to circle around and look at that weird object from some other side. That is your last day as a pilot. And if you're a military pilot, you are being timed constantly on how fast you get from point A to point B. You are not trained, and your sensors are not set up in a way to collect data.
It's not Star Trek.
Right.
You're like
to boldly go to seek out new life.
Hey, don't be disrespectful. Let them spawn.
Yeah, because every minute you're up there, there's millions of dollars.
Yeah,
Millions of dollars in the air.
The military's job is to protect the country.
Right.
Their job is not to study unidentified scientific phenomena. Right. That's
It's a nice
that's
try to-
NASA's job.
Tell me about this new phenomenon that was identified by the crowdsourced observations of phenomena in the sky.
So one really interesting phenomenon are sprites.
Tell me about it.
So lightning sprites are something that
That's a new flavor. Soft drink.
yeah, no, it's basically lightning, 10 times more common than regular
Claim
lightning.
the advantage now. Hold
Pilots
it.
would report seeing this stuff, but they were so fast that people dismissed it. And it turns out to be a really common phenomenon. And go into Images Google, type in lightning strike, S-P-R-I-R-T, like the old software.
Okay.
You'll see amazing images.
They want to
And
push
these
spawns
images
that bad.
were dismissed until we develop the technologies to get fast enough images that we can get lots of images sprites.
Wow.
Oh, because they're very transitory.
They're really
So
fast.
it's a very hard. Oh, what is that? And you get your camera, it's gone.
It's gone.
It's gone.
Right.
Right.
Okay. So the crowdsourcing or encouraging people to document what they see in whatever way they can. Whether or not we discover aliens, we might discover new science.
I mean, there's some amazing things out there, like St. Elmo's Fire. It's a good movie. Stop, we're showing our age. But like,
well, wait. So St. Elmo's Fire is the discharge at the top of a ship's mast.
Yeah.
Right.
And it was glow, and everyone said, "Oh, that's beautiful." I said, no, dude, you're about to hit
Nonsense.
Say goodbye.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Can you
phenomenal.
explain ball lightning, please? I've heard of it. I've never even seen like pictures of it, but
So it's a ball of ionized plasma, so like gas that's so hot that there's free electrons moving around.
okay.
It persists for a while. Like one of the scary things that I've heard of is like there was an incident on an airplane where this ball of lightning rolled down the aisle of the plane and then left.
How to get in the plane?
It came in a window.
Keep laying
On
down.
the side. I don't know.
The plane is a closed.
It has a
thing.
travel agent.
It wanted first class. wait.
This guy got like 8
The plane is made
headshots.
of
Still
metal.
goes.
How are you going to move ionized material through metal?
I actually don't know how it got in. I mean, there's a report. Again, this is something where
Because eyewitness,
eyewitness
you got to work
report.
it as you can.
You work as you can.
Because a
People have-
plane, on some level, is almost a Faraday cage.
Yeah,
Right.
and people have reproduced this phenomenon. It might be a tangled piece of magnetic field with a plasma on it.
Holy
we
moly.
don't quite so ball lightning. I'm not expert on this. My understanding is it's still not well understood.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
So there's stuff out there.
Oh, come
that-
on.
Like that are just amazing things we don't fully understand.
So I'm going to paraphrase Hume, I think it was, on the subject of miracles, where it was the likelihood that it could be some new law of physics you're witnessing is greater than the fact that it's actually a miracle
That transcends physics
that
itself.
transcends the law of physics itself.
Gotcha.
Right. So in this case, if we're going to see a phenomenon that is just completely weird and we never had the way to capture it before, it's more likely a natural phenomenon that's new to us than visiting space aliens who were eavesdropping.
I think as scientists, we should be guided by wonderful quote by Galileo. Measure what's measurable and figure out how to make measurable what you can't measure.
Oh wow! Look at that. That's a great. That's great.
Okay, that's not his best quote, though.
Okay.
You
got one better?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The Bible tells you how to go to heaven, not how the heavens go.
Ooh.
He could rap that
Yeah,
one.
let me tell you something. That's a mic drop right
That's
there.
a mic drop.
Yeah.
That's a good one. All right, so David, we got the smartphone. Is there some other ideal device you can imagine deploying to protect people that would get better data than the cell phone itself?
I think I would really start with the cell phone because we don't know what the phenomena is.
Right.
So you don't invent some new expensive technology when everyone's carrying a cell phone around in their pocket.
But as astrophysicists, we invent new kind of telescopes all the time. They have new detectors, and so even if we don't know what the detector's going to find. So why deny something similar to the public?
Because how are you going to put that in the hands of everybody?
Because I think for
You can't
me,
carry a 100-inch telescope on your back. What?
yeah, I don't know. One of the big concerns I have right now is this issue of scientific trust.
Interesting.
Like, people don't trust scientists. They think things are hidden. I feel it's important to also address the question of like the sense of conspiracy, the sense of something's hidden, and that by involving the public in acquiring data, looking at data, understanding
That's the
data.
most transparent thing you can do.
You want to be transparent, you want to be open, especially when there's a sense of hidden conspiracy.
I think that's great.
Where the hell did that come
Okay, so I have a very bad segue.
Oh.
Things that are hidden from us that we want to reveal. One of the longest unsolved problems in astrophysics is dark matter. And there's a telescope soon to be launched, the Nancy Grace Roman telescope. Did I say that right? Remind me who she is?
So
She was a lady on HLN. She talked a lot about crime. I'm sorry, go ahead. I couldn't help myself.
So Nancy Grace Roman was the first head of astronomy at NASA.
Oh, cool.
Oh.
So she was one of the really early pioneers.
Just to remind people, NASA launches things into space because of science as a whole separate kind of avocation for the agency. So somebody can head the astronauts go into space, and a different person is heading the science.
Right.
Okay.
So think about the person for things like
That was my fault.
the Hubble telescope.
In modern times.
In modern times. You know, she did some of the first things that with the precursors to the Hubble telescope, the precursors to the James Webb Space Telescope. Right? So, you know, just like there were the Mercury astronauts, at the time you're doing the Mercury astronauts, she is thinking about and leading NASA's efforts to start to do astronomy.
And so, what is that telescope tuned to detect? What's your role on that telescope?
So I helped lead the science team for it when we started. I helped lead the design of it. I kind of was one of its early advocates to make the case first to the scientific community and to NASA and Congress.
We don't do anything else. We have very good
Where he wants them. Finish the job.
We're pretty tight in that way. I'm very proud of it.
Is that to avoid infighting?
Yes, it is. If we infight, it's only among ourselves. But when we have to beg for money, we're pretty tight.
You got to be tight.
We're tight on that.
And it's going to basically map the entire sky with the resolution of the Hubble telescope.
Holy crap.
So you've seen these Hubble images, and
You made it
they're
look
just
easy,
amazing. Imagine you can map the whole sky that way. So it's a Hubble quality image, but a much bigger field of view. It can see much more, and it's more advanced technologies, so it'll let us map the whole sky.
So what's the difference between that and the Vera Rubin telescope, which also has very wide field mapping of the sky?
Right. So the Vera Rubin telescope will operate in the optical. Visible light. It will do amazing things, but it is still limited by our optics.
Yep. I'm not that good at this game.
So this will be in space, so it'll operate in the infrared. It'll be sensitive. It'll be a very nice complement, actually, to the Rubin.
And as a reminder, infrared doesn't make it to Earth's surface very nicely. So,
And it doesn't
That's
make
why
it
it's
to
better
the
in
Earth's
space.
Yeah. It doesn't make it to the Earth's surface, and lots of things in the Earth's atmosphere are glowing in the infrared. So you really gain a lot by going to space, and you'll have much sharper images. And
Sleeper agent.
I think its legacy will be incredibly broad because you map the whole sky.
Finally.
We're going to discover stuff we
I've been
haven't
wanting to see what that shit does.
And whenever you point your telescope in new directions and new ways, nature surprises us.
plus, I have to put something to rest here. There are many people who think
I hate that shit so much.
You miss something if you don't expect it.
Right.
Okay? You only will see what you expect.
Right.
As a scientist, if there's something I don't expect, that's the first thing
you see.
Oh, it's like, oh my gosh,
Right.
I don't know what that is.
You don't have search bias.
It is something I've never seen before.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
Looking for your keys and you missed the $20.
So an example I think of is you will come and visit New York City. You come to New York because you want to see the tree lighting at Rockefeller Center.
Okay.
And that's like your plan. I'm going to go there. And that experience is worthwhile. And you see it, and that's like we designed the telescope to study dark matter. We designed it to study nature of dark energy. There's some particular things we're going after. But as you go to Rockefeller Center, the best part of that trip to New York might be someone rapping that you hear in the subway. It might be some person you happen to meet. It might be the bar you might be Elmo. Hopefully, it might be Elmo in Times Square.
Cowboy,
Or it might be some band you heard at a bar that you went to late at night.
Yeah.
And yes, you went to go to Times Square. That, like, you know, when you made your airplane reservation, you planned around getting to the lighting of the Christmas tree. But it's everything.
But what was unexpected ended up being so much better.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
or more interesting.
Or more interesting.
You know, and in some ways, that's been the history of astronomy.
Okay.
If you've never seen the Christmas tree at Rockefeller Center and the lights on Fifth Avenue in the stores, go.
Even if you,
yeah. No, I say that as a joke.
Okay. And I was in one of the panels that was establishing, scoping what the expected science would be from the Hubble telescope.
Okay.
Because we're old enough, we predate the telescope itself. And so you're not going to design a telescope unless you have a plan for what this sucker is going to look at and what it's going to, questions it's going to answer. If you look at that document today, most of why we remember the telescope has nothing to do with anything that was forecast. Most of it. And that's the real testament to a fertile bit of scientific instruments, right? So there's a clear difference then, of course, between the Vera Rubin telescope, which is ground-based, which means NASA has nothing to do with it. We just have ground-based money, ground-based people doing it.
Damn.
And the Nancy Grace Roman telescope.
Adam did the rights too.
Which is now, it's just amazing we can just speak of that casually. Well, another space
telescope.
Yeah, that's great.
Exactly.
Oh my God. Very cool. Now, we're not the only players in town. We've got Europe, European Space Agency, ESA. What are they working on right now?
So, ESA launched it's up there in space now.
Come on.
It does many things. In some ways, it's a smaller version of the Nancy Grace Roman telescope.
Okay.
It's up there. It's not as sensitive. Its resolution isn't as good, but it's still the most powerful thing we've had up to now.
And it's operational right now.
It's operational now. It's taking data now. They are still calibrating and understanding the data. They have not made most of the data they're taking available yet. They will.
Just to be clear, when you have data, any data you have has to be calibrated. Without calibration, the numbers mean nothing.
Right.
It's
like trying to weigh yourself.
But if you don't know, if you just get a scale and just throw in some springs, you have no idea. What are you calibrating against?
Right.
And the press never talks about it. The public doesn't know anything about it. And it's half of our effort to calibrate and characterize data.
Interesting.
Not his. He was a theorist.
Well, no, I
You know, I'm riding into the telescope in Chile when I was doing my PhD thesis. And he's a theorist. There was an earthquake.
Not just a earthquake, a level Richter 7 earthquake.
And it threw my spectrograph off the thing. I got data. I don't know what I was looking at. And I said, so these are the observer gods saying we don't want theorists up here with us.
You just blamed him for an earthquake.
Yes, I did. I'll take full responsibility.
What the hell were you doing there anyway? I forgot.
I went for fun.
There you have it.
All right.
You cannot argue with that answer ever.
Euclid is actually a collaboration between NASA
and that's how you can get connected to Euclid as you are.
And, you know, a lot of these things NASA and ESA work together. So NASA built the infrared detectors
that ride on it. Okay.
Okay.
And with the James Webb Space Telescope, one of the most important instruments was built by the Europeans.
All right.
So we really do work together.
We have reports of an infiltrator. Watch your back.
Because politicians haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Just saying.
This is why you guys should be running the world, but you're too busy doing your science.
So, David, we came of age where just before us, there were the observers and the theorists. And the theorists would give them a pencil and a pad, and the observers would go off to telescopes. And then the power of computing became manifest to both branches of our field. and the theorists started using computers. The observers started analyzing data more quickly, and so does the phrase computational astrophysics mean something specific and different from how that evolved?
It's basically those two branches. So when we did theoretical work and started how we thought the universe began, worked forward to predict what galaxies were like, we did what we could by pen and paper. And then you reach a point where things start to get complicated, and we couldn't carry out those calculations. So we started to rely. You do what you can. You do what you can. And so you start to rely on computers to let you do calculations that you couldn't do otherwise. And those computers have gotten more and more powerful. So we can now do detailed simulations of how stars form, how they evolve, how they explode.
So you're not just computing formulas. You are running simulations of the universe on timescales that we don't live long enough to see.
Wow.
And you can do it on the computer.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
No, it is.
I love that.
You know what happened in our life? I got to tell you, let me tell the story. Just in the generation before us, there was a very important observer, Chip Arp was his name. Halton Arp is his full name. And he compiled a volume of galaxies that just looked weird. Okay, and it was called the Atlas of Peculiar Galaxies.
Cool.
And they were a trove of, if you wanted to study things that were just different from the north, you pick objects out of that catalog and bring a different kind of telescope to it.
Right.
So, but no one knew how they came to be. What are these things? Is this a new kind of formation process in the universe? Because they're all just weird.
Oddly shaped galaxies.
Oddly shaped. And then there was a movement once we could bring computers, and we noticed that some galaxies were far apart from each other, others were closer, others were like just touching. Wait a minute. Suppose we simulate two galaxies colliding.
Dead to rights.
What would that look like?
Galaxy sets.
And all of a sudden, galaxies were train wrecks. And then these objects in the catalog came to life. So they weren't a different kind of object. They were just, as one of my mentors, Gerard Navokalur, said, these, a Lexus that's been in an accident is not a different kind of Lexus.
Oh, wow. I should have changed it back. I'm so sorry.
So that was an
I had it like, that was horrible.
That was resolved and burgeoned into a whole understanding of colliding galaxies because of computational astrophysics.
I think the history of how stars evolve and the lifetime of stars is really the first big triumph of computational astrophysics.
Let's do some
This
racing.
actually goes back to the 50s and 60s, the very first computers were able to take a
The military
star,
and scientists had the first computers, right?
take a star like the sun, and the laws of physics we understood, but they were complicated laws. We couldn't do the full calculations by hand, and evolve them forward and describe what happens, and then that matches the patterns we see in our galaxy.
There you go.
So
and that gives you the confidence, right?
Yeah.
Because the laws of physics are everywhere.
They're going to be the same.
They're going to be the same. So you run it.
So you run the simulations, they match up, and you're like, okay, we're on to
got
it.
this.
We got it.
Yeah,
That's really cool.
So that's the first part, is as it takes theory and supercharges it. Lets you do calculations you couldn't do before.
A quick add here. One of my colleagues in my department here does computational astrophysics, but he specializes in gas. Like, it's one thing to have a star and a galaxy and this, but gas, an amorphous gas.
Which is
how do you
so much more
how do you model
weird to model
that?
Right.
Because it's not discrete objects. It's a continuum of medium, and so that's a whole other thing.
It's gas, and it's filled with magnetic fields, and there's explosions propagating through it.
Shock waves.
So it's really rich physics, and we're still struggling to understand it with our simulations, and of course the other piece is observations.
So David, what is the latest understanding of the dark matter problem, which has been with us for nearly 100 years?
We're going to do some racing.
So we don't know
as they're
what
about to
makes
start.
up most of our universe.
Okay, that's it.
We'll discuss
We're
it
done
more.
here. You heard it here first.
Atoms make up about 4 or 5% of the universe.
And we're made of atoms.
And we're made of atoms. Everything we see is made of atoms. Dark matter is 5 times as much of it, It's
What's up,
something
Prince?
that's there. We sense its
Shit, not
gravitational
much.
effects.
About to do some racing.
We don't know what it is.
So I wanted to lobby to call it dark gravity, because that's what it literally is, because you don't know if it's matter, if you otherwise can't interact with it.
We don't know if it's matter. It acts like matter.
No,
in the sense that when it experiences gravity, it clusters. So we see it cluster in galaxies. We see it behave.
Wait. What do you mean is clustering in galaxies? If it's 5 times the matter we see, it's the galaxies that are clustering in it.
It makes up most of the mass of our galaxy. When we see its behavior in different ways, it's behaving, it experiences gravity, it falls, it generates gravity, but it also experiences gravity.
Ooh.
So that's everything's like that. The Earth experiences
gravity,
the sun
and
gravity.
makes gravity, right?
We can see the Earth.
The sun feels us.
Right.
This has been the history of science. You know, we felt the gravitational effects of Neptune. We didn't know it was there yet. We then went out.
This is very royal we here, because he's talking about the planet Uranus. We felt the effects of Neptune.
Uranus
felt the effects of Neptune. Yes.
And we, being astronomers in the 19th century, who did the calculations, realized it was there, saw it. And then Mercury, we also noticed it was experiencing something new. And in fact, they thought maybe, hey, an idea worked once, let's try it again. They predicted the existence of the planet Vulcan.
Yeah, we've done a whole show on Vulcan.
Yeah.
We're Vulcan fans here.
And it turns out it's not Vulcan, it's general relativity. So we don't know what dark matter is. It a name we're using to describe some new particle that we haven't seen yet? Or is it a name that we're using to describe the fact that general relativity is breaking down? We need something
beyond that.
We just don't know. So you were not very helpful in this question. I thought you had an answer.
What we have learned is what dark matter isn't.
Oh,
that's a start.
That's a start.
Yeah.
So, you know, this is kind of like Sherlock Holmes.
So it's not black holes.
It's not black holes.
And I attended a lecture you gave, and you also gave evidence that it's not lost socks.
It's not lost socks.
Okay.
It is.
That's good.
On my draw, I have like 4 or 5 socks that don't have.
What's the deal with the one sock? Okay.
It is not like a bunch of rocks. It's not. You know, we know we've eliminated a whole bunch of things. It's not a massive neutrino. We've just kind of gone working our way through the list of things we know.
Well, it's good to eliminate. You know,
that's how you figure stuff out.
Exactly.
You eliminate possibilities until you figure out what's there.
Right.
As Sherlock Holmes. Right.
Exactly. And then dark matter is just the beginning. There's also dark energy, which is energy associated with empty space.
Yep.
And it dominates the universe, will determine its fate, and we don't know what it is.
And it means space and all that empty.
That's right.
Look at that.
So what else has Simon done?
So one of the things we're building in Chile just got first light.
And Chile is a country that happens to lay right on the Andes Mountains.
And yes,
the Andes Mountains. So in Chile means it's up in the Andes Mountains. Yeah.
So it's 17,000 feet.
Ouch.
Great elevation.
Really high, dry site. We were studying.
Just to be clear, Keck is at 14,000 feet.
Okay.
This is higher than the Keck telescope at Mauna Kea, Hawaii.
So we're using that to study the leftover heat of the Big Bang. The microwave background.
Excellent.
And we'll be using this to, if we're lucky, we will detect gravitational wave from
the very beginning.
Yeah.
Wow.
And learn more about how the universe began.
Okay, but at 70,000 feet, no one's breathing any air there. So it's all surface observing?
No, 17,000, you go up and you bring an oxygen. Okay.
Look at that. Everybody up there looks like they're in a nursing home.
Oh, I gotta tell you. So one of the things about being at altitude is you're dumber and you don't know it.
Wow.
So people at altitude.
That is when you have less oxygen.
Because you're oxygen deprived.
You're oxygen deprived. So you have these things where people are working at the telescope and they're telling you what they're doing, but they're communicating with people back at sea level. And they're like giving you really stupid suggestions. And you turn to them and say, can you add 5 and 7 for me?
And they're like, yes.
Yeah. And
it's a cupcake.
It's like, I think one of us is at altitude. Let's think about this some more.
It took a hit on some oxygen.
Yeah.
So it already has first light.
So we've got first light. We'll be starting to collect data, start the science run soon. We will be looking for these gravitational waves. We will also measure in much more detail the patterns of polarization and temperature we see in the microwave background. That'll let us determine the age of the universe, its composition, to a much higher precision.
But you're not a LIGO type arrangement, so you're going to detect a gravitational wave. This is not the observatory where you're going to look at the wave move across pulsars and see the timing difference?
Nope, that's yet another wave.
Can you imagine?
That's actually seeing the wave.
Yeah, it's seeing the wave move from here
to there.
It's affecting the data that comes back from pulsars.
As opposed to LIGO, we detected it wash over.
Wash over.
Yes.
Here we're going to watch it go through the universe. That's some clever people out there, dude.
So what we're doing is we're using the early universe itself as a gravitational wave detector.
That's amazing.
So the gravitational wave comes along. It moved electrons 13.8 billion years ago. Those electrons, because they're moving, scatter light in a predicted polarized pattern. And we look out in space, we look back in time. So we're looking back, seeing how gravitational waves moved matter around 13.8 billion years ago.
I don't understand how you cannot love science when you hear this kind of stuff. How can you sit and go, who cares? Like, what is your problem? Okay? That is unbelievable.
So it's a clever way that involves a completely different scheme to detect a gravitational wave than LIGO.
It means we're detecting gravitational waves whose wavelengths are comparable to the size of
Jeez. Okay.
And that lets us know about the universe's beginning.
When Chuck goes up 3 octaves, we know he blew a gasket.
Because it's always so simple. It's like, it's so profoundly and brilliantly simple, but yet like beautifully and elegantly complex at the same time. It's unbelievable.
Okay, I think we have enough brain filling for a day.
That was amazing.
From aliens to wavelengths the size of the universe.
Yeah.
I think we're full for a while. When you think of science, of course, you think of scientists sometimes burning midnight oil, collaborating, coming up with new ideas, observation, measurement. Occasionally, if it's really different, groundbreaking, makes the news, and this is our general understanding of what science is and how it performs. However, part the curtains. Somewhere back there are agencies, there are organizations, there are funding streams that enable the science in the first place. When I say I'm a NASA scientist, if I were to say that, that means there's money back there voted on by Congress. Members of Congress voted into office by the public that is the point of origin of the funding that enables it in the first place. And so, when you hear about science funding agencies, I want you to think of them as fundamental as the science itself. Because without them, there is no science. Yeah, you could be in your garage, I suppose, but lately, not much happens in anybody's garage. Science, the greatest of science that unfolds today, are major collaborations with telescopes and particle detectors, collaborations that are not only domestic but international. And so it's the juxtaposition of those two that makes science move. And that's a cosmic perspective. All right, Dave, it's a delight to see you again. Chuck, always good.
Always a pleasure.
This is our call. Grass Tyson. As always, keep looking up.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm Monica Vaz. On the NewsHour tonight, devastating Los Angeles wildfires burned thousands of homes
Carter lived. Greatest 100 years.
And we examine how U.S. foreign aid does and does not help promote food security in sub-Saharan Africa.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by on an American Cruise Line's journey along the Columbia and Snake Rivers, travelers retrace the route forged by Lewis and Clark more than 200 years ago. American Cruise Line's fleet of modern riverboats travel through American landscapes to historic landmarks where you can experience local customs and cuisine. American Cruise Lines, proud sponsor of PBS NewsHour. Carnegie Corporation of New York, working to reduce political polarization through philanthropic support for education, democracy, and peace. More information at carnegie.org, and with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Welcome to the NewsHour. Firefighters continue to battle multiple major fires today in Los Angeles, with much of the county under a red flag warning. At least 5 people have been killed. A number officials expect to rise, and 180,000 people are currently under evacuation orders.
The fires that started on Tuesday are now among the most destructive in California state history. More than 2,000 buildings and structures have already been destroyed. Stephanie Tsai is on the ground and has this report.
The scenes along 86-year-old Roosevelt Cohen's Altadena Street where Apollo lived in as we drove him back to his house today. The sight of its remains overwhelmed him. He recalled where he was when the flames started approaching.
That's really sad.
His cars. That house was home for nearly 40 years.
That was Peach Street.
As the sun rose this morning over Los Angeles, thick smoke filled the air and the scale of devastation became clear. Today, Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna said the damage was catastrophic.
Some of them look like a bomb was dropped in them, where we will be able to bring in canines and other things to help us hopefully not discover too many fatalities. That's our prayer.
Winds subsided enough Wednesday and overnight to allow firefighters to attack from the sky, dropping water and retardant in the burning hills and mountain ranges that semicircle Los Angeles. But dangerous wildfires continue to burn across LA County.
Let me just say that
today, the city's mayor, Karen Bass, responded to criticism that fire hydrants used to fight the massive Palisades fire were dry.
The fire hydrants are not constructed to deal with this type of massive devastation, and that the number one problem, especially, was the fact that we weren't able to do the air support because of the winds. And so, of course, I am absolutely frustrated by that.
Los Angeles Fire Chief Kristen Crowley said extreme fire behavior is still possible.
Today, it is absolutely imperative that as we move into day 3 of this firestorm, all members of our Los Angeles community maintain vigilance.
A new fire Wednesday in the Hollywood Hills forced more mandatory evacuations, but firefighters made headway with the blaze and the order was later lifted. Today, President Biden addressed the fires from Washington.
I also want everyone in Southern California to know we're going to keep at it. We're sticking with it. We're going to continue to sending everything we literally, every resource we can find, and
Pasadena, the convention center has become a clearinghouse of calamity. This is where hundreds of evacuees of the Eaton fire ended up when they had nowhere else to go.
As far as I know, my house is totally engulfed based on the fact that on both ends of the streets, both the houses were on fire.
Nakia Rhodes and her 2 daughters among them. They had little time to flee and no home.
I could see flames rolling down the hills. I could see it rolling up the hills. I could see them going left. I could see them going right. I seen everything the wind was doing to fire. And I'm wondering, why isn't anyone telling us to evacuate?
It sounds like you have reason for some frustration at officials right now.
I do. They failed me twice. They failed me by not telling me to leave my house with my daughter and my little baby, and nobody's telling me anything except for there's a cop the other room.
17-year-old Destiny is a senior at Pasadena High School.
Since the power was out, we had no way to see. Like, we couldn't look it up on our phones because we had no power and no internet, and we couldn't watch the news. We had no idea what was happening, and all we saw was fire and red.
Longtime Altadena residents Patty and Bruce Brown have survived previous wildfire scares, but this one was different.
We always rode it out. This time it was different because we had to leave. It's the first time we've ever been to a shelter in our life.
They were able to save their dog, Captain, but they don't yet know how their beloved and one-of-a-kind house fared.
Well, we live in a house built from 1936 to 1941 by the industrial arts teacher, so it's all handmade. All the light fixtures, everything in it, are all handmade. So if it burns down, you can't replace it.
Back at the burnt-out shell that was Roosevelt Pullum's house, he sifts through still smoldering ashes. He left his wallet around here.
Things to drive in. The healthcare ID card.
He has insurance, but worries that it may not be enough to rebuild in an area where home prices have skyrocketed since he and his late wife first moved in. For Pullum, like so many, starting over here may not be an option. For now, he's staying at the convention center, and he's far from alone. The Korean War vet calls himself a survivor.
I've been through a lot, and that's what I kept thinking. I can get through this, and that's what I'm thinking now.
Here in Altadena, you can see that conditions have improved since I was here 24 hours ago. The smoke has
This race is hard, bro.
cleared. You
Like,
can still smell it
one
in
of the
the air,
downsides
but
of
you're starting to see some blue sky. You're also continuing to see flames like the ones behind me and smoldering wreckage. This area is still completely closed to residents.
Yeah, one of the downsides is when your DR goes up, you're gonna go up against faster people, man. It's just like, how the hell am I supposed to keep up with them? Ay, ay, ay. I guess just get better, but even still, it's not that easy.
Many of whom have tried to go back to their houses but have been turned away. They did, however, let media come through this area to assess the damage today. We drove throughout the streets. There were some streets where all of the houses on a block would be burned down, but across the street, houses would remain intact. Sadly, I have to report that Nakia Rhodes' duplex is just across the street from where I'm standing. We introduced you to her in the piece, and her suspicions did turn out to be correct. There is no structure there standing, including her home and everything in it. Jeff?
And Steph, I know you've spoken to dozens of people who've had to evacuate, people who've lost their homes. What are the immediate challenges for them moving forward?
The challenges are immense, Jeff, because people who live in LA will say this. Wildfires, when they hit houses, are kind of like earthquakes. You have little to no warning. And so we have spoken to a lot of people who lost their homes, did not get an emergency alert text on their phone, and only fled when they had to, when the flames and sparks were upon them. And so They had the clothes on their backs. In some cases, like Roosevelt, who you met in the piece, they didn't have time to get their wallet or even a phone. And so they are navigating insurance companies, trying to book hotels, trying to get cash out of the bank. Roosevelt is an 86-year-old heart patient who has medication needs, and he can't get the prescriptions filled. And so that is what people are facing. And a lot of folks have come up to us and wondered, where are the FEMA officials? Where can we get help? What do we do? We've never been through this before. So a ton of challenges.
How disruptive have the fires been for the rest of LA County broadly?
These major fires are positioned in sort of a semicircle around Los Angeles. So you have the fire on the coast up there in the Palisades, and then you have this fire in the San Gabriel Valley, which is inland, and in between you have the Hollywood Hills, which were in flames yesterday, and those have been put out. But as a result, Hollywood production companies and studio lots have been closed. Many school districts, including Los Angeles Unified, which is the second largest school district in the country, was shut down today. Traffic is snarled in many areas here in Altadena. Streets are closed. They have even postponed award ceremonies and considering postponing some major sporting events here. So it is quite disruptive for many Angelinos.
And at this hour, how much have the current major fires been contained?
The way that officials described it in an earlier press conference is they have been able to stall forward progress of the flames. In other words,
I'll actually be back in a couple of minutes. I have to take care of a couple things.
They are still burning out of control, and
so sorry about that, but I'll be right back.
In the major fires that we've
enjoy the news, or just stay up to date with the news, see what's going on in the world.
And the Palisades fire, which continues to burn. So tens of thousands of people remain under evacuation orders here.
Stephanie Sy reporting tonight from Altadena, California. Stephanie, our thanks to you and your team there.
Thank you.
Well, a number of questions remain about the response to these deadly wildfires. Let's look at some of those now with Juliet Kayyem, a former assistant secretary at the Department of Homeland Security, now at the Harvard Kennedy School. Juliet, let's talk about some of the conversation and questions around water usage first. You heard Stephanie Sy reporting there about these moments when hydrants were going dry just as firefighters were trying to use them to fight the flames. What do we know about the municipal water system, about the role it's meant to play in these efforts, and what happened here?
So what we know is that no city is built for a municipal water system to deliver assistance during what's essentially a wildland fire. This is the challenge that Los Angeles is facing now. You have a WUI, it's called Wildland Urban Interface. The best way to fight a wildland fire is by using helicopters and dropping water on it. We don't have that capacity now because of the winds and because you're in populated areas. So they're essentially doing hand-to-hand combat. The sort of metropolitan municipal water system is not built for that kind of capacity. So basically what happened is there's enough water. This has nothing to do with the supply of water. It has to do with the pressure in the system. Everyone was grabbing it at the same time. So it's not able to refill. And that is why you heard about, well, there was no water in the hydrants. Actually, there was water. There wasn't enough pressure to deliver that water to hilly areas like the Pacific Palisades, which is essentially, sort of a cliff area over the ocean. It's been remedied, but that happened also in Maui. It's happened in other major fires. These systems are not built for wildland fires.
In another kind of response here, we saw President-elect Trump point blame directly at the California governor, Gavin Newsom, falsely claiming that Newsom had failed to sign a water restoration declaration. You tweeted about that saying this. You said, "In all my years in and studying disaster management, I've never seen a president-elect blame a jurisdiction while the disaster was still out of control. It distracts, is cruel to first responders and victims, and could impede effective response." What did you mean by that? How could it impede the response?
Because this is the president-elect. Half the nation voted for him. They are going to believe what he says. In the moments that we're in, there'll be time for blame. There'll be time for assessment. There'll be time for legal challenges, as well as hopefully building changes. Right now, you're just trying to protect life and protect the life of firefighters. One way you protect life is people listen to their local authorities. That is, do they evacuate or do they not evacuate? Do they stay put? Where should they go? All the complaints that you're hearing now. to the extent that you don't want to put a population at war with its local jurisdiction, as Donald Trump did by his implication that this is someone's fault, someone direct's fault, is dangerous. And this fire didn't just happen this week. This has been decades, centuries of building Los Angeles as it was built, with no requirements on homeowners about how they build, no capacity to deal with major fires if you did not have helicopter capacity. We are seeing a century of public policy not adapting to climate change. It is not a single governor's fault or a single mayor's fault, no matter how much you might want to nitpick particular things. And CAL FIRE, there's no fire department more able to deal with a wildland urban fire like we're dealing with now, and they are overwhelmed. So it's not really about their own capacity either.
Juliet, there was also this question about potential budget cuts. We know the LA fire chief seemed to warn last month that a decision to cut or trim part of her department's budget could affect fire prevention plans. What do you make of that, and could that have an impact here?
It could in the future, and I think the mayor is right to say that she's going to readdress the budget. That narrative also was used for political purposes, people who might run against the mayor. Basically, the budget as it now is $50 million higher than it was last year. That's just the facts of the case. The issue that is being questioned is future budget. Mm-hmm. In particular, in relation to union negotiations. So if you just sort of drop in and want to look at a budget sheet, it might suggest that the fire department is worse off in the future. That's just simply because they're in budget negotiations. Anyone who's dealt with government budgets knows how this works. But right now, the capacity was not impacted by any budget changes. If you're looking for blame, the blame is the wind. I have to be honest with you. It is pushing embers from house to house. So there's no way to stop this fire. And it is causing, or it is stopping the ability to use the one tool that is going to put these fires under control, which is being able to water drop from helicopters. That is going to start now, has started a little bit now. But that is the horror that this is that the wind is just basically working against everyone in Los Angeles right now.
Juliet Kayyem, formerly of the Department of Homeland Security, now with the Harvard Kennedy School. Juliet, thank you. Always good to speak with you.
Yep.
We start the day's other headlines with a fast-moving and uncertain situation in Venezuela. Aides to opposition leader Maria Corina Machado say she was arrested today while leading an anti-government protest in the capital of Caracas. Machado had emerged from months of hiding to address supporters. It was part of a last-ditch effort to stop the swearing-in of President Nicolas Maduro for a third 6-year term scheduled for tomorrow. Chaotic scenes followed, with Machado escorted through a crowd wearing a helmet. Her aides say she was then detained, but government officials deny this. A video later emerged of her saying she is safe, though her supporters say the video was coerced. This afternoon, the White House said it condemns any attempt by Maduro's government to intimidate the opposition. Turning now to the Middle East, Lebanon's parliament elected a new president today, filling a post that's been vacant for more than 2 years. Lawmakers erupted in applause after Army Commander Joseph Aoun won the majority of votes after 13 prior attempts to select a leader. Aoun was widely seen as the preferred choice of the U.S. and Saudi Arabia. Experts say that Lebanon will need international assistance as it seeks to rebuild after 14 months of fighting between Israel and the Lebanon-based militant group Hezbollah. Addressing Parliament today, Aoun said his win marks a new phase in Lebanon's history.
My pledge is to exercise my role as Commander-in-Chief, to invest in the army, control our borders, fight terrorism, respect the truce with Israel, and prevent Israeli attacks on Lebanese territory.
The next government will be tasked with implementing the ceasefire agreement that ended the Israel-Hezbollah war, and it faces an economic crisis that's gripped the nation for the past 6 years. In Gaza, meanwhile, health officials said today that the death toll from the Israel-Hamas war has now topped 46,000 people. Of those, more than half were women and children, but officials don't say how many were fighters and how many were civilians. That comes as Israel attacked several places across Gaza, including an overnight strike on the Nusayrat refugee camp. Witnesses say children were among the dead. Israel continues to blame Hamas, which hides in residential areas, for civilian deaths. In Germany, U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin announced details today of another $500 million in security aid to Ukraine. Austin and President Volodymyr Zelensky used their final meeting to urge the incoming Trump administration to continue supporting Ukraine's war effort. Zelensky said a new chapter would begin for Ukraine's European allies when Trump takes office in less than 2 weeks. Austin, meanwhile, urged European nations to stand strong in the face of Russian aggression.
And if we flinch, you can count on Putin to push further and punch harder. Ukraine's survival is on the line, but so is the security of Europe, the United States, and the world. If tyrants learn that aggression pays, we will only invite even more aggression, chaos, and war.
The Biden administration still has nearly $4 billion in funding to provide arms to Ukraine. Barring any further announcements, it would be up to President-elect Trump to continue sending that aid, but he has signaled a potential shift in America's support for Ukraine once in office. New York's highest court rejected President-elect Trump's request to block his sentencing in his hush money case. It's scheduled for tomorrow morning in Manhattan. Trump's hopes for a last-minute delay now lie in the hands of the Supreme Court. His lawyers filed an emergency bid there yesterday. Prosecutors pushed back, saying there's no reason for the court to intervene. It's not clear when the justices may weigh in. Trump was convicted last May on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. He denies all wrongdoing. A winter storm is hammering parts of the southern U.S., where even small amounts of snowfall can disrupt everyday life. More than 80 million Americans spent the day under some sort of winter weather advisory, from the plains of New Mexico all the way to the Carolinas. This morning, residents in the Dallas-Fort Worth area woke up to a slick mixture of snow, sleet, and freezing rain. Schools closed for some 1 million students across North Texas and Oklahoma, and more than 2,000 flights were canceled nationwide. Forecasters say the snow will continue to pile up through the end of the week. In Antarctica, an international team of scientists say they've drilled through almost 2 miles of bedrock to reach some of the world's oldest ice. The researchers say the ice core is at least 1.2 million years old. It includes ash layers from volcanic eruptions, as well as bubbles of air breathed by our human ancestors 1 million years ago. They hope that analysis of the ice will show how the Earth's atmosphere and climate have changed over time and provide clues into how human activity affects the climate today. Still to come on the NewsHour, Republican lawmakers take early steps to implement Donald Trump's legislative agenda. And we examine the effectiveness of U.S. foreign aid meant to promote food security.
This is the PBS NewsHour from the David M. Rubenstein Studio at WETA in Washington, and in the West from the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism at Arizona State University.
Today marked a national day of mourning for the funeral of the late President Jimmy Carter.
But it was also a day to remember and celebrate the life and legacy of the nation's 39th president, a man who only served 1 term, but who forged an enduring legacy as a selfless humanitarian and a winner of the Nobel Peace Prize. Here's Laura Barone-Lopez with more.
President Jimmy Carter's final journey home. With the morning sun beaming down on the east front of the U.S. Capitol, the late president's casket made its way to Washington's National Cathedral for the high honors and solemn ceremony of his state funeral. Soaring hymns echoed through the grand space. Thousands gathered in the pews for the culmination of more than a week of tributes for the soft-spoken Southern Democrat. Speakers celebrated Carter's deep faith, honored his military service as a naval lieutenant, and saluted his devotion to service more than politics. His grandson, Joshua.
My grandfather spent the entire time I've known him helping those in need. He built houses for people that needed homes. He eliminated diseases in forgotten places. He waged peace anywhere in the world, wherever he saw a chance. He loved people.
Another of his grandsons, Jason, remembered the life of a humble and decent man.
In my 49 years, I never perceived a difference between his public face and his private one. He was the same person no matter who he was with or where he was. And for me, that's the definition of integrity.
That integrity united Washington, if only for a moment. All 5 of the nation's living presidents attended the service to celebrate Carter's life, the so-called President's Club, 3 Democrats and 2 Republicans, including President-elect Donald Trump. Trump shook the hand of his former Vice President, Mike Pence, a notable exchange as the two have not interacted publicly for 4 years, after Pence refused Trump's demand to reject the 2020 election results. Trump sat shoulder to shoulder with President Barack Obama, even sharing a laugh. As one of his final acts in the waning days of his own term in office, President Joe Biden celebrated Carter, his longtime friend.
To make every minute of our time here on Earth count. That's the definition of a good life. A life Jimmy Carter lived during his 100 years.
And the president credited Carter for valuing character over power.
Jimmy Carter's friendship taught me, and through his life taught me, the strength of character is more than title or the power we hold. You know, we have an obligation to give hate no safe harbor, and to stand up to what my dad used to say is the greatest sin of all, the abuse of power.
Alongside Biden, Carter was the only other one-term Democratic president in the last 50 years. Former top White House aide Stuart Eizenstat spoke of redemption for his friend.
The test of American presidents is not the number of years they serve, but the duration of their accomplishments. By this measure, Jimmy Carter was among the most consequential one-term presidents in American history.
There were even words from those dear to Carter whom he outlived. Ted Mondale, reading on behalf of his late father, Walter Mondale, honored a legacy that could now be threatened by the incoming president.
In many ways, he laid the foundation for future presidents to come to grips with climate change. Some thought he was crazy to fight so hard to pass these laws, but he was dead right.
There was also bipartisan praise that often eluded Carter when he occupied the Oval Office, including a eulogy from Carter's predecessor, Republican President Gerald Ford, delivered by his son.
By fate of a brief season, Jimmy Carter and I were rivals. But for the many wonderful years that followed, friendship bonded us as no 2 presidents since John Adams and Thomas Jefferson. As for myself, Jimmy, I'm looking forward to our reunion. We have much to catch up on. Thank you, Mr. President. Welcome home, old friend.
After the service, Carter's casket journeyed back to Georgia, where the family held a private funeral at Maranatha Baptist Church, where Carter taught Sunday school for decades. His birthplace of Plains, Georgia, now also his final resting place. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Laura Barone-Lopez.
And for more now on the life and legacy of President Carter, we're joined by our own Judy Woodruff, who has covered Jimmy Carter since before he was elected president.
Also, presidential historian Barbara Perry from the Miller Center at the University of Virginia.
And Stuart Eizenstat, who was domestic policy advisor to President Carter and, as you heard, spoke at the funeral today. With a welcome to all of you. I want to start there, Stuart Eisenstadt, with you. Your remarks at the funeral service today, you said you sought to redeem the Carter presidency and reframe the public understanding of it, that in your view, his accomplishments were more enduring than most modern presidents. What inspired you to have that as your message today?
Because it's always rankled me that people say he's the best ex-president we've had, and that's probably true, but that is an implicit way of saying, but he wasn't a successful president. And I meant by redeeming that it's now time, after the election loss we suffered, for sure, and after over 40 years, 10 times more time than he spent in the White House, to take a real look at what he did. And what he did was extraordinary. We got 70% of our legislation through. We made the country go from energy dependence to energy security. He was a great environmental president, a great civil rights president, appointing more blacks and women to senior positions than all 38 presidents before him. In foreign policy, his combination of human rights and hard power, building up our military, really helped end the Cold War. Camp David is, to my mind, the greatest single presidential act of diplomacy in American history. That's all forgotten. So it's now time to go back and take a look. I tried to do that in my book, President Carter, The White House Years, but this gave me a unique opportunity to talk to a nationwide and worldwide audience.
Judy, as Jeff mentioned, you covered Mr. Carter before he was president. You covered him as president in the White House. You've interviewed Jimmy and Rosalind Carter. You were at the cathedral today as well. What was it like to cover him, not just those years in the White House, but the many years of service after?
It was exhausting because this was a man, and you got a sense of that from listening to Stu just now, who wanted to do everything, tried to do so many things during his time as governor, during his time as president, and certainly during his time post-presidency. He had many things on his agenda, from reorganizing government in Georgia and then in Washington, energy policy, certainly the international policy. He wanted government to work more efficiently. He wanted the budget to be in better shape. He worked on diversity. It was as if, what is the saying in the Bible, idle hands are a devil's workshop. His hands were never idle. There was always something. And I know once, I'll just tell you, I interviewed him about a decade ago. I was at his office at the Carter Center in Atlanta, and I asked him, I said, well, how are you spending your spare time? And he proceeded to list 10 or 12 things he was involved in: teaching Sunday school, building homes for Habitat for Humanity, bird watching, peacemaking, and on and on and on. That was who Jimmy Carter was.
Barbara Perry, we heard President Biden eulogize his longtime friend today, and he talked about what he saw as his basic, his enduring attribute, which was character, that he refused to let his power, his ambition erode his inherent goodness. How did that strike you?
Well, what struck me was that the current president, soon to be outgoing president, used the term character, and he said it 3 times. And we know from Joe Biden's ways of speech making that when he says a word 3 times, he really means it. And I think we know what he means by the contrast. And I also noted that Andrew Young, in giving his homily for his dear friend Jimmy Carter, said that Martin Luther King had commented that character was when you can bring together antitheses, and that for Jimmy Carter, as it was for Dr. King, it was a strong mind but a soft heart, and that was part of his character. And that's what we see both, I think, in foreign policy as well as in domestic policy.
May I mention one thing on character? You can judge the character of people when you suffer loss. How do you handle loss? Well, we suffered a devastating loss in 1980. And he told us the very day after we lost, the next morning, get your chins off the ground. We're going to have the best transition out ever. And what did we do? We got Stephen Breyer confirmed by the Senate on his way to the Supreme Court. We got the Superfund bill for chemical waste passed. We got the Alaska Lands bill, which doubled the entire national park system. And we got the hostages released, all as a lame duck president. So rather than sulk and feel depressed, he said, we're going to make this the best 2.5 months anybody's ever had after they voted out
Stu, can I ask, though, you mentioned the sort of duration of the accomplishments. In this particular moment, we saw how he led with decency, reached across the aisle, had friendships with political rivals, waged peace in the Middle East, and normalizing relations with China. We're at a hyper-partisan moment in America right now, and a hot war in the Middle East, and rising tensions with China. Is there a sense some of those accomplishments are being undone?
Well, there's always that potential. Things, however, that won't be undone. We still have normalized relations with China, as tense as they are. We have a Middle East that is on fire, but a Middle East on which people built on his Camp David and Egypt-Israel Treaty Treaty with the Abraham Accords. And I would predict here, sitting here, that within, I would think, a year or two, the Saudis will also normalize. So I think that many of the things he's done are really lasting. And let me give you two that would be unexpected. One is he created the whole Office of Inspector Generals to root out fraud, waste, and abuse. Just this last week, Michael Horowitz, the Inspector General for Justice, issued a very important report about what was happening in the Trump administration. And the other is a special counsel legislation. That is endured. The form of it somewhat changed, but the notion of having an independent counsel to look at wrongdoing. So all the ethics laws that we have, every single one, lobbying restrictions, gift restrictions, disclosure of assets, all of those things, civil service, they're all enduring. They're still here.
Yeah. And on that point, I mean, what aspects of the Carter presidency or post-presidency can leaders look to and learn lessons from? And of course, we should mention that his partnership with Rosalind Carter was most impactful.
Well, certainly, and as I pointed out, the Ford eulogy by Stephen Ford from his dad was that both of those men, Jerry and Jimmy, married up. So that's my first piece of advice to any people who would want to be president at some point. If you are going to marry, man or woman or et cetera, make sure you marry up. That's always a great partnership. I think the other thing I'd like to point to would be not only in the post-presidency, this model of the modern post-presidency of making your life, giving your life to the world, giving your life to helping the world and the country to be better. And then I'd also say diversity. I know that that D word's gotten a bad connotation of late, but I think it's important, as the ambassador said, to look back at Jimmy Carter and think about what he did for the federal judiciary. More women, more minorities. He actually had an affirmative action program for the lower federal bench, and it's unfortunate that he didn't get to put a person on the Supreme Court, but he did put Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Stephen Breyer on the lower federal courts, and that was their entree to the U.S. Supreme Court.
Judy, where to you does Jimmy Carter sit in the context of modern presidents?
Well, he sets apart in many ways because he peanut farmer from rural Georgia who rose, I think, as Andy Young said today, Ambassador Andy Young said, how unlikely it is that someone would come from a place of population 200 and something to the presidency of the United States. So unlikely, but remarkable in many ways because of everything we've been discussing here, all the things he tried to do. And I would say the force of his moral character, who he was, that morality, his faith, his deep faith, his belief that he wanted, something drove him every day to want to make life better for the American people, and after he was president, for everybody on earth. That is an incredible ambition for someone to have, and that's what drove him for a century.
A life
another thing
lived.
he changed
Stu,
was
we may have
the
to
first
leave it there.
ladyship.
I'm so sorry we're out of time.
Sure.
I know we could speak for many more minutes, but Stu Eisenstadt, Judy Woodruff, and Barbara Perry, we thank you so much for being
Thanks
here
for
with
having
us today.
us.
The Republican majority closes out the first week of the new Congress, ready to push through President-elect Donald Trump's agenda and on the cusp of passing its first bill. Congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins is here to unpack the bill itself and the broader message it sends. Lisa, it's always good to see you. So this first bill is the Laken Riley Act, named for the Georgia nursing student murdered by an undocumented immigrant in 2024. What does this bill do, and could it become law?
It could well become law. In fact, a Senate key vote that happened just a few hours ago received 84 votes. That doesn't mean it will get that in the end. But let's talk about what this bill does, first of all. It does have significant meaning and potential effects. Among them, this bill would make it mandatory to detain any undocumented immigrant who is arrested for theft. That includes burglary, larceny, shoplifting. It also would allow states, attorneys general primarily, to sue over federal immigration policy if they believe immigration policy is threatening their state. That would completely change federal law, and it's not completely clear how the constitutional boundaries would work there. Now, one reason this could become law, it already passed the House easily with dozens of Democrats supporting this as well, but because it needs 60 votes in the Senate, it needs Democratic support finally. The large vote we had today was in large part because Democrats said they want to amend it. They're hoping to do that next week. But look at these 8 Democratic senators that we're watching in particular, who all may vote yes in the end on this bill. Now, while this bill does have a tremendous amount of support, and it is a big immigration and security push from Republicans, there are ardent opponents who say it goes way too far, that it could lead to mass sweeping deportations of people for shoplifting. It has due process concerns, they say. There will be a very big debate next week.
All right. Last night, President Trump met with Senate Republicans. I know you spoke with some members after that. What did you learn?
It was fascinating, Jeff. In that room, President Trump, President-elect Trump now, sat for 2 hours with Republican senators. They emerged from that room really exuberant. You know, we know these moments. They're excited. They don't have to do the hard part yet, but they are convinced that they are going to change how things work in Washington and that they're going to do it very quickly. So I also very quickly am going to go over the many topics that they covered and that I received as part of my reporting about this meeting. Let me take you through some of these things because they're all important. First of all, former President-elect Trump does want to do one big, giant Trump agenda bill. We will be talking about that if it's able to occur. It is a risk because he would need virtually every Republican in the House and almost all of them in the Senate to do it. Now, something that came up a lot that Senate sources told me about was Canada. We've been talking about other countries here, but the idea that President-elect Trump is serious about pressuring Canada with tariffs and other trade tactics, he's really ramping up his talk about how he interacts with our neighbor to the north. In addition, Panama Canal, that is something that has been talked about, and it's something that for many people came out of the blue. But today we saw a House member introduce a bill that would give President-elect Trump the ability to actually negotiate or attempt to negotiate with Panama. They say they don't want to sell the canal, but as part of this, senators who I regard generally as serious brought that up, also brought up the idea of Greenland as part of the meeting yesterday. This is stuff we didn't expect to talk about, but I'm raising it now because it was regarded seriously in the meeting by Senate Republicans yesterday with President-elect Trump. Finally, day one, Senate Republicans left that meeting saying they expect not just some executive orders on day one, but more than they had expected, that President-elect Trump said he's going to spend a lot of time on immigration on day one.
And the President-elect's nominees will start testifying before the U.S. Senate next week as part of their confirmation hearings. What more can we expect?
That's right. Let's show 3 of them. That'll be some of the high-profile ones. Marco Rubio for Secretary of State, Pam Bondi, Attorney General, Pete Hegseth, Department of Defense. All of them have their hearings. But Jeff, we're going to see actually perhaps more confirmation hearings next week than we ever have before, at least 8 in one single day. So stay tuned.
All right, Lisa Desjardins, our thanks to you as always.
You're welcome.
One of the biggest challenges facing sub-Saharan African nations is how to help farmers withstand climate and economic headwinds and produce food for a growing population. The U.S. Agency for International Development last year granted about $33 billion for projects across the world. But critics say its results have fallen well short, with most aid dollars going to U.S.-based companies with little involvement by locally led groups closest to the problem. In his final report examining foreign aid, Fred de Sam Lazaro looks at 2 such food startups in the West African nation of Ghana. It's part of his series, Agents for Change.
It's still early in the growing season, but Faith Mawuko is guardedly optimistic about this season's yield from her 1,000 mango trees.
You expect a bumper harvest this year?
Yes, I do.
What could make that not happen?
The weather, the climate.
Like most Ghanaian farmers, she's at the mercy of the market and increasingly unpredictable weather. Farmers here depend on rain. Few have irrigation systems.
The climate also plays a major role during the fruits in the flowering. If you are not able to get enough rain, we get a lot of the fruits getting aborted.
That's what happened last year to mango farmers in Latin America, where widespread flooding reduced production by up to 80%. To Nikki Okra, that's created an opportunity here in Ghana's eastern region. Those Latin American farmers sell most of their mangoes in the United States.
You have, the U.S. market where millions of tons of dried mangoes and other products are consumed. Then you need to get those mangoes for somewhere else.
Six. Okay.
Okra's nonprofit called Chaku Foods agreed to purchase Mauko's entire crop this year, a big relief for the farmer since the price is locked in and should yield a profit. Without this guarantee, her mangoes would go to the market at harvest time, where, ironically, a bumper harvest lowers prices. Okra's company will track the progress of Mauko's and dozens of other client farms all the way to harvest using geospatial mapping and data gathering through drone and satellite images. It helps manage the climate risk, she says, and can reassure prospective buyers, especially a promising new American one.
So you'd like to see mangoes from here wind up on a shelf at Trader Joe's?
Yes, yeah, exactly.
From harvest to processing, there are still many steps before these mangoes hit store shelves, but Chaku Foods has a verbal agreement with the Trader Joe's supplier, the culmination of a vision Okra had when she returned to Ghana in 2021.
I think part of it's in the blood.
Born in Ghana and raised in the U.S., Okra holds degrees from Northwestern and Harvard. She left a corporate career and moved here to focus on creating wealth for smallholder farmers like her ancestors.
There's an abundance of wealth and opportunity above the land, and in this space, we can have billions of dollars not going to waste in post-harvest loss, but actually going to markets.
That's a goal shared by the U.S. government, which has granted hundreds of millions of dollars to help farmers across the developing world. But very little of that money goes to local startups like Chaku Foods. The grants, tens of millions of dollars and up, have reporting and accounting requirements well beyond their capacity.
So much of our time is on the ground, in the field, and, committing hours and time to really go through the paperwork, answer the questions, are some of the things that maybe keep us from fully integrating into that system.
So most local non-government groups or startups in food, healthcare, or other services must settle for small subcontracting roles with the large international agencies and private U.S.-based companies that receive the vast majority of U.S. development aid contracts.
We're never contracted directly with USAID.
Aloysius Atta started a company called Farmerline in 2013. It provides a range of services to a wide spectrum of small farmers.
Integrated soil management.
On this day, conducting a seminar for a women's group on how to improve soil conditions. Farmerline digitizes financial records for client farmers and links them with merchants it has vetted to ensure they get reliable seeds and other inputs. And it purchases their harvests, selling them to larger agribusinesses.
You midwife for the farmers, essentially link them up with buyers.
Exactly.
Over its 12 years, the group reports it has grown to serve 2.2 million client farmers in 50 countries, scale that Atta says would be much greater with access to U.S. aid funds.
We're just not trusted with the resources.
What he sees as a lack of trust is reflected in the strict guidelines of federal government grant applications intended to ensure accountability and protect against corruption.
Corruption is everywhere. Corruption is not just for locally led organizations or developing countries. It is everywhere.
The large aid contractors are experts in federal procurement, he and other critics say, but their administrative overhead, travel, and consulting fees consume most of the award dollars. And to improve their chances of being awarded grants, Atta says these companies approach groups like his early in the process, proposing to write them in as local partners.
It is exploitation. They get your content, they get your knowledge, not just your knowledge, they ask for your pictures to write an application, your videos.
your impact report.
When the grant is awarded, he says, the local partner is cut out.
We've experienced that like 1,000 times. And it's like, it's almost like you meet a girl and then you're like very excited. The person leads you on, you pour your heart in, and then they just like ghost you.
Other Africa-based aid groups echoed the complaints heard against the large USAID contractors, who say they fear doing so publicly would jeopardize any future prospects for work. We invited the largest aid company, Chemonics, to respond to the allegations. They declined, as did the main trade association of aid implementing companies.
The status quo is tough to shift.
USAID Administrator Samantha Power also declined our request for an interview. She pledged in 2021 to increase the share of grants going to local groups to 25% by 2025 and 50% by 2030. That percentage, which began near 7% at the time, has crept up to near 10%, still well short of the localization target.
That's got to change. I mean, that just has to change.
Brian Atwood was USAID Administrator under President Clinton.
And what's going to trigger that change?
Well, I think the way the contracts are written in the first place is got to happen. It's got to be a policy change that starts from the top.
He says in almost all cases, USAID pays contractors in full for work done, whether or not they deliver results, and a significant number do not. That's not surprising to Atwood, who says development work is complex, with few clear-cut answers. But he says the agency should be allowed to embrace some risk in pursuit of ideas that work.
It's got to be a learning agency. It's got to have the flexibility, if a program isn't working, to move the money around to something that is working. And that flexibility doesn't exist either once you've signed a contract. So there has to be escape clauses in these contracts as well.
While no one knows exactly what will come under the next Trump administration, Atwood says foreign aid has long enjoyed bipartisan support, seen as a national security priority by many Republicans. And he notes Project 2025, the Conservative Heritage Foundation's blueprint for the second Trump term, has endorsed the idea of locally led development, even as it proposes significant cutbacks overall in foreign aid. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Fred DeSam-Lazaro in Washington.
And Fred's reporting is a partnership with the Undertold Stories Project at the University of St. Thomas in Minnesota, and he joins me now to discuss more of his reporting. So, Fred, as you noted, USAID Administrator Samantha Power declined to participate in your reports. Has there been any response from the agency since?
We did hear now from a USAID spokesperson taking issue with a comment made by Walter Kerr of Unlock Aid and issuing a statement that said it was incorrect to state that only 10% of USAID's total assistance funding reaches local communities, meaning in the countries targeted. And the statement goes on that, quote, this grossly misstates USAID's work, which reaches hundreds of millions of people around the globe every year. Well, there's no dispute about reaching a lot of people. It is close to $40 billion after all. When it comes to the number, taking issue with how much money is actually spent locally, there is a lot of opacity. It's a very elastic number depending on who is interpreting it. We asked the agency to furnish one that they thought would be more accurate, but have not heard back. What is not in dispute among most experts is that the majority of USAID funds go to contracts with large international agencies which have high overhead that consume a lot of the dollars.
Well, Fred, a number of the critics you featured paint a portrait of a very impersonal, very corrupt system. Is it that simple? Is that all it is?
You know, nobody disputes that there are hundreds, thousands of people who work for the agency and work indeed for these implementer companies who are dedicated professionals, domain experts in what they're trying to deal with. The criticism, I think, is of a system that's process-bound, that is inflexible, and that distorts and detracts from getting much better results than would be possible given the amount of money that's being spent.
So what are the alternatives here to this status quo that can get better results, better efficiency without compromising transparency and control of abuse and corruption?
You know, we heard a number of ideas. We just heard from Brian Atwood, who said it would be nice if the agency were given some flexibility to course correct. If something's not working, experiment with something that might have a better crack at solving a problem in whatever endeavor is being undertaken. Another example that one has heard is about a model where the government incentivizes the private sector to come up with that magic seed that will be drought resistant and you can get a better crop, for example. Just incentivize the private sector to come up with innovation. That's what happened with Operation Warp Speed, and it gave us a COVID vaccine in record short time.
Fred de Sam Lazaro, thank you so much for your reporting. It's always good to speak with you.
Thank you, Amna.
And that is the NewsHour for tonight. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm Amna Nawaz. On behalf of the entire NewsHour team, thank you for joining us.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by
Cunard is a proud supporter of public television. On a voyage with Cunard, the world awaits. A world of flavor, diverse destinations, and immersive experiences. A world of leisure and British style. All with Cunard's White Star service.
the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. And friends of the NewsHour, including Leonard and Norma Chlorfine, and the Judy and Peter Bloom Kovler Foundation. The Ford Foundation, working with visionaries on the front lines of social change worldwide. And with the ongoing support of these institutions. And friends of the NewsHour. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
You're watching PBS.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. Did it feel like Christmas this year? Did it feel like it? It didn't really feel like it. And I am talking to people with large families and beautiful homes. This is not one of those like being a bitter guy things. This is taking the temperature of many different demographics of people. And across the board, I would say people were kind of feeling the same thing, that it just felt less like Christmas than it had. And a friend of mine had a theory about that, and she might be right. She's not alone in this thought, that we put so much energy and emotion into the election that the holidays this year felt kind of like a hangover, because the election was such a big, emotional, momentous event for people that once we got to the holidays, it's kind of like, who cares? It's kind of become a big ball of who cares. It's a lot of people in pajamas, and there's a being lazy. People are ordering in. There's all kinds of articles about that people just don't want the formality of the holidays. I mean, if you look at your Instagram feed, people are just, you know, they're in pajamas, and it's very cash. The whole thing's very casual. And maybe that's good. Maybe we should all just live in pajamas. But it's a very casual holiday now. And it seems like that seems to be what's been decided by people, that it's going to be a casual holiday. And it's not going to feel formal, which is okay. I don't know if that's good or bad. I just know that people seem to be giving up on everything across the board. I mean, it seems like it. The food, how they look, the house, the gifts. It seems like people across the board are kind of giving up on these events And their attitude seems to be, so what? So what? That's their attitude. Give the kids some garbage and then sit in your house in a onesie and watch Torched on Netflix, The Roast to 2024, which no one's watching. I'm just kidding. Maybe they are. I'm asking if people are watching it. Remember, let me be very clear. If you invite me to do your thing, and even the smallest part of me doesn't like it, I'm going to publicly destroy it and make your life a living hell. Ask the producers at Joker, ask these people, if even a small part of me, for whatever reason, doesn't even have to be a good reason, finds that my time has been wasted, okay, my very valuable time I could spend driving around or looking at houses I have no intention of buying, or all the things I spend my time doing, if I feel even for a second that my time was wasted, I will go on a scorched earth campaign against whatever you have spent years working on. I have no respect for whatever you've done. I will publicly drag your name through the mud and the name of your family. Your children will get attacked at school, and they will come home bleeding. And you will go, what happened? The guy, Tim Dillon said you made a shit movie and I got jumped. I will direct the anger of this country at you. All the uncertainty about the drones and whatever, food insecurity or poverty, income inequality, I will direct it all at you and whatever you've done and wasted my time with. Be careful. I hope this doesn't dissuade you from hiring me. I really hope that, because it puts a good amount of pressure on you. But I will be very clear. I will be a problem. I will turn the people in the production against you one by one. I will start a whisper campaign about things you may or may not have done to an intern in a green room. I will never stop if I feel even slightly that I'm not being taken care of, that I have been paid unfairly, that my time has been wasted. Or if I just slightly have creative differences with you. If I have even the smallest creative difference with you, I will attack the production using sock puppet dummy accounts across the internet. I will hire people in foreign countries to spam every corner of the internet until the consensus has been reached that you and your project are a failure and should never work again. If I even feel for a second that you were mean to To me at the coffee truck. While I was getting my coffee, if you were dismissive of me at the coffee truck, I will begin a nightmarish campaign against you. It will be like nothing you've ever seen. CIA level manipulation. And again, I don't want you to not hire me because of that. I want you to involve me in what you're doing. Just make it good and treat me nice. And that's why I will say Torched was very lovely. I have no problem with the people at Torched. Is it the greatest thing ever? Hey, you decide. You decide. But it was fun to play that dead guy who got shot. And I like Netflix for doing that, and thank you. So I have nothing bad to say about them. But that's no indication that the next thing I am asked to do will not result in a full... It's the last episode of the year. So I'm just putting it, I'm laying my cards on the table, okay? You know? Much like Amy Schumer did when she found out Nikki Glaser was hosting the Golden Globes, she ordered this drone attack. This is what's happening right now. This is the actual reason for the drones. Amy's got the drones over the Beverly whatever that's called, the Beverly, where did Whitney, not Whitney, Whitney Houston, where did she check out in the tub? That's where they have the Golden Globes, isn't it? Where Whitney Houston drowned in the tub. The Beverly Wilshire, the Beverly Hilton. The Hilton family owns it. And then, yeah, the Beverly Hilton, where Whitney Houston drowned in the tub is where they have the Golden Globes. I hope they do like a memorial to her. They bring out the tub, the Golden Tub. What if someone sings from Whitney Houston's tub? Is that how Nikki should start the Golden Globes, in Whitney Houston's tub that she drowned in? And say, hello, everybody. I've been watching Nikki do her jokes, and she's crushing all over town. She's one of those comics I really love to watch. I think she's just amazing. We wish her great luck, and I think she's going to murder it there. And I will be hosting the Golden Corral Awards, where we reward homeless people for their level of creativity and ingenuity during this time. That's what it is. There's a rift happening right now on the right, and it involves tech, and it involves immigration. Elon Musk, who just came out in favor of Ozempic and Wegovy because he's gotten to be a little bit of a fatty bugatti, and he's saying weight loss drugs are good, and we know who isn't, don't we? So we're seeing infighting. Now there's no one left to fight with. You got to realize the Trump people like to fight. The whole thing.
I'm back. Sorry about that. I was muted again.
Ethos of the thing. Trump is a brawler. He's a masterful politician, but he's amazing on the ropes. He punches. He's great. He's a fighter who you cannot count out. He keeps coming back. But also it spreads throughout the organization, and all of the people are trying to curry favor with Trump or emulate Trump by also being very aggressive. And so here's what's happened. The Democrats now obviously have lost, and they seem pretty incapable of mounting any type of reasonable resistance, whatever you call it, whatever you want to call the people that are in opposition to things that Trump wants to do. The Democratic Party hasn't figured out how to do it because they need to, as I talked about a few weeks ago, burn the witches. A lot of these media types that are not really good at putting out this message. It's this weird circular firing squad where every podcast is like, how did this happen? How did this happen? Who's to blame? And they just fight about how it happened. And they are how it happened. You are how it happened. The people talking about how it happened, you're how it happened. You were the guardians of the message. You were to bring that. You were the media surrogates. You failed. You did a terrible job. You're not good at what you do. You need to fall on the sword. This is a beautiful Japanese custom, which looks at, we have a very negative attitude about unaliving here in America, but in certain cultures they believe it is, somewhat necessary and actually a way to kind of atone. There was a Japanese guy who fucked up a plane, the whole plane went down, and then he seppuku out, because it was great shame. We're off on a tangent, but the point is that what I'm saying, I'm not saying everyone in the media should take their own life. I'm saying you turn the mirror on oneself, yes, might be good. Stop fighting. Well, how did it happen? Well, it's just it for me. No, it's you. You suck and we hate you. Everyone hates you. No one believes that anymore, that people can hate them and be right. People might hate you and be correct. There's a real theater kid energy that got unleashed in this country. It's infected every part of it. And as somebody who was a genuine theater kid, meaning I was in real things, not like my high school theater job. I was an actor as a child. Acting, theater, it's a brutal blood sport, and it's supposed to be mean. And the people people who make it have to suffer through the indignities of failure to get good. That's why they're good. The theater kid energy that got unleashed, I don't know if it was Glee, I don't know what to blame it on, but it happened around the 2010s. What started to happen was everything in this country became a recital. Everything became about you. It's about me. It's about me. And you were cheered on no matter how big how big the chasm was between the talent you thought you had and the talent you actually had. We had to cheer you on. We had to clap and say, good job, good for you. And then, you know, just showing up is 90% of that. No, it's not. No, it is not that. What is that quote? It's 90%. It's nothing. Showing up's almost nothing. Stay home. And what happened was it has infected everybody. It's not only the hordes of talentless garbage people that we're forced to endure in entertainment and media. It's a political consultant. It's just a celebration of mediocrity. And how dare you suggest anyone is bad at their job? How dare you suggest anyone is terrible at their job?
Thank you for the follow.
That job means so much to them. They work so hard. They didn't.
Gmail.com.
But
RJ
it's
Bar.
the theater kid energy. It's this idea of like, I am here to be, you know. And it's like, you suck. Some of you are terrible and need to stop. And no one will tell you. It's an act of love. It is an act of, when your child gets off that stage, it is an act of love to sit them down and go, honey, this ain't for you. It is an act of love, and parents will no longer do it. I know the biggest losers in the world. Thank you, Lord. Somehow I do. Biggest losers in the world. Thank you, Jesus. I know a lot of the biggest losers in the world. And they're all united by the fact that their parents heap praise on them for nothing. Oh, you got a flight to San Diego. Good for you. It's good for you. That we celebrate the mediocrity, and it's people's right. Sit your children down and tell them no. Tell them no. You are not good at this. The other people in the thing were better than you in the play. They were better than you. I don't know why you're bad at it. Maybe it's your innate ability, or maybe you don't take anything seriously. You're a goofball. But you're not good at this. And if you keep doing this, you're going to live a lie. I want you to tell them this. I don't care if they're 9. Do you want to live a lie? Look at me. Look at me right now. Do you want to live a lie? Because you're lying on that stage to everyone. You're telling them you should be there and you shouldn't be there. So all these Democrat surrogates who are terrible at what they do, they're annoying, they're like bad. People hate, they're making people hate the Democrats even more because of them. And they will not exit stage left. None of these people will leave. They will not go. They will not go find honest work. Go find honest work. Panera's a great, honest job you should have, many of you that are out there in the Democrat media space. You're terrible. You work at Panera. You love the working class so much, go make French onion soup with them, because you suck. You're bad. And now, so the Democrats are just fighting about whatever. Who to pin this loss on. The Republicans now have no one to lash out at except themselves. So it's become a very contentious environment. Elon and Vivek have one set of things. Bannon and Vance, I believe, have like another. Vance is kind of in the middle because he's kind of like, he's a venture capital guy, he's a VC guy, but he also is kind of this, you know, whatever you want to call it, America First, paleo-conservative, more nationalist side of the ticket, which wants closed borders and a lot of trade restrictions and tariffs. They want a reemergence of the American middle class. And you have Elon and Vivek, who are now in this first big rift, and it is playing out like this. The backlash escalated on Thursday when Vivek Ramaswamy in a post on X criticizing American culture that he said venerated mediocrity over excellence. Well, I agree with him there. Attributing this as one reason for the influx of foreign tech workers. So Vivek and Elon are saying that companies like Apple need to recruit and hire foreign workers. This flies in the face of everything that the paleo-conservative Bannonite wing of the Trump administration has said, which is that we should not be looking outside the borders of this country. We should be cultivating and developing talent here. Companies that cannot find American talent or are unwilling to pay American talent, whatever the case may be, should suffer the consequences of it, okay? So Ramaswamy went on to say that he hopes Trump's presidency can start an American culture that prioritizes hard work over laziness. Tech executives have called for greater access to the widely used immigration visa, arguing that it is necessary to fill high-skilled tech and other specialized jobs. Elon Musk, who's the co-leader of the Department of Government Efficiency, posted on X yesterday, and a lot of people are not happy about this. This is the first big rift, and I don't mean a rift over like, should Matt Gaetz be able to have a sex party with the 17-year-old? I mean, this is like, or like, is Tulsi Gabbard, fit for the job? This is not a rift about a person, a confirmation, or something. This is a genuine ideological difference. So this is the tweet that Musk put out there. The number of people who are super talented engineers and super motivated in the USA is far too low. That's Elon Musk. And he goes, he was born in South Africa, he's a naturalized citizen, urged people to, quote, think of this like a pro sports team. If you want your team to win the championship, you need to recruit top talent wherever they may be. That enables the whole team to win. Who's the team? That's the real question, right? Who's the team? Here's another question, and this is do tech people love America? It's a fair question. I'm not saying they don't, I'm asking the question. Are tech people really excited? When you've spoken to tech people, I'm asking, in your life, do they love America? Is that their thing? That they adore this country? Or do they really, really love tech? Meaning the things that can be achieved. A lot of them are talking about going to Mars, living forever, implanting, merging with AI so that AI doesn't defeat us. But are they in love with America? And so this is the real question. Are the tech people using Trump to get what they want, to get government contracts, to get money? Do they think they can? And by the way, I don't think anyone's going to get one over on Trump. I think Trump has instincts that you can only have if you're a casino magnate raised in Queens, New York. Like, I believe he has instincts about people that they're not, even if they're, and I'm not saying it is, but if elements of the tech community are thinking that they're going to get one over on Trump and use Trump, I don't think Trump will allow that to happen. He doesn't allow himself to be used in that manner. I think this is becoming the first big rift where people are starting to question if the love of Trump and his policies is genuine amongst people in tech, or are they trying to launder their ideas through the MAGA movement? Does Elon really care? Do these guys really care? Do they care about American workers? Do they care about the country of America more than they care about what they can use this administration potentially to do, to accomplish? Because people in tech want to do things. They have ideas. Those ideas need money. Those ideas need, the permission to happen. They need contracts. There is a question here about, like, I know tech people. I've met tech people, dinner with tech people. Very smart, interesting. They don't talk a lot about America, to be honest. They just don't. They don't really talk about they reference America. It's referenced. It's part of something. But it's not their main thing. They want to terraform other planets. They want to merge with AI. They want to live forever. They want to upload their consciousness to it. They're not really, they don't go on and on and on about the forgotten middle class, except to say that they should all have UBI. We should give them all crypto, UBI, or whatever Sam Altman's trying to do over there, where he's giving you biometric crypto when you're born so you don't have to go to work, or whatever the case may be. These are all their ideas. I mean, Peter Thiel, who owns Anduril, is where I get killed. But Peter Thiel, who cares at this point, right? Anduril, which is Palmer Luckey's company, Palmer Luckey's a right-wing guy. They're like making drones. And then the guy who, I forget the name of the CFO or something of Anduril, who's on the Bilderberg conference, it was saying recently, you can get this article, Bilderberg reinvents themselves for a new age. It's kind of interesting. They're modernizing. The Bilderberg Group, which is, this group of leaders in government and academia, media, private enterprise, all get together and decide which way. Yeah, that's it, Guardian. These people are basically deciding how the Western world should operate and function. And they're kind of, because they've been shrouded in secrecy and conspiracies abound about what they're doing, and some of them are probably very legitimate, they're now basically trying to maybe have more of a friendly attitude towards the press and demystify some of what they're doing. But what caught me in this article here is that, if you keep going down, you have this company, Anduril, which is a company that makes, here we go, the tech luminary and Donald Trump insider Peter Thiel founded the fast-growing robotics company Anduril and the booming surveillance and AI giant Palantir. His loyal lieutenant Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir, was voted onto the board of Bilderberg a few years ago. Karp, who claims his company is, quote, responsible for most of the targeting in Ukraine, recently told the New York Times that the U.S. will very likely soon be fighting a three-front war with China, Russia, and Iran. That's nice. Is that... And he's a big Kamala Harris fundraiser, Alex Karp, who's the CEO of Palantir. My question is, if you're making lots of money with the Ukraine war, and you believe that the United States is soon going to be in a three-front war with China and Russia and Iran, which is a terrifying prospect, would probably end all life on Earth. Let's not let that get in the way of the bottom line, but it would kill us all. Are these people, again, is that a guy, it's just a question, don't be mad at me, is that a guy who's really concerned about, like, the American worker? Or is this a guy who's made a lot of money in drone warfare, who thinks that probably it's an inevitability that we have a major world war? This is the fight that's going on with elements of the tech community, and now it's starting to become clear. And this might be the big fight within the Trump administration, is like, are these tech people starting to out themselves? Now, by the way, this episode gets demonetized. It's buried. Watch. I'm saying, but who knows? Or am I wrong? Am I wrong? And are there just not enough people in this country to do any of these engineering jobs. And then, well then, that kind of flies in the face of a lot of the stuff that Trump and these guys are talking about the need to have America be the primary concern. Why can't you let my dirtbag friends work as engineers? Why not? So what, they're losers. You made them losers. You poisoned us all with food. You've driven us all insane. Our families are all destroyed. We all grew up in broken homes. Many of us inhaled asbestos. Some of us ate lead paint chips. Some of us were members of youth gangs. Some of us were raped repeatedly by authority figures we were told to trust. Some of us ate chalupas a lot. Why can't you hire us, Vivek Ramalama? Why not? So what? We don't know how to work it. Train us. Are you saying my friend Ryan's untrainable? When he gets out of jail, you hire him. You hire him when he gets out of jail. Sorry, this is the country you now run. The country you now run is filled with people that you may find to be unemployable. I'm sorry about that. That's part of the reason you were elected. Many of those people are angry. But if you cannot turn my friend Ryan, in prison right now for meth, if you cannot, sales, not doing sales, but I think also did a little, but you gotta, gotta test. If when he gets out of jail, you cannot get him a job at Apple, then why have a country? Why have a country? You should be hiring all of these people that you supposedly care about to work in your precious tech companies. You should be hiring them. You should walk in a Waffle House and go, congrats, you all work at Google now. You all work at Google now. Put that cigarette out. Things are getting better. I'm sorry, it's just what has to happen. Vivek goes, our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long. Of course. But now you own it. It's yours. Yes. So he goes, a culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World, or Zach and Slater over Screech and Saved by the Bell, or Stefan over Steve Urkel and Family Matters, will not produce the best engineers. Man. So he's coming out and going, everyone should be a nerd. Everyone should be I'm telling you right now, they listen to this show, and I'm telling you right now, the tech people, I predicted this. More movies like Whiplash, fewer reruns of Friends, more math tutoring, fewer sleepovers, more weekend science competitions, fewer Saturday morning cartoons, more books, less TV, more creating, less chilling. How about more white people, less Indians? How about that? How about more white people, less Indians? Indians didn't come to this country. No offense. But if we're going to critique the country, how about more people that actually came to the country and fought in those wars? Was there a lot of Indians that fought in the Civil War? I'm confused. I just don't know. It sounds like a racist point, but it's actually not. It's been made by people like Tucker Carlson and Ann Coulter. And if they're racist, then I'm racist. No one's racist no more. But it's my point. I understand what he's saying. I wasn't a fan of Friends. I liked Frasier. I understand we need more math competitions and shit like that. But this is the type of shit that is going to eat that movement from the inside. He's basically going out there and saying, by the way, we need to import people because no one in this country is up to the task. So we need generations of people. What is the sleep? What a weird move. No sleepover, less sleepover. What about smart kids having a sleepover? This is going to be a big problem, by the way, for them. It is, because these people don't give a shit about America. They just don't. No offense to these people. They just don't. I know them. They don't care. They don't care about the country. It means nothing to them. I know these little dead-eyed monster kids. And by the way, God bless them. But they are not excited about America. They're excited about, leaving the Earth. What gets these people going is this idea that we can leave the planet. Forget America. The Earth doesn't really interest them. Earth. So the reality is you have an Indian guy lecturing Americans saying that we can't hire any of you. We need to bring in more Chinese people. Is that not why people voted for Trump? So they didn't hear that? Couldn't they have heard that from Kamala Harris? Wasn't that the whole point? Wasn't the whole point of the Kamala Harris campaign was that Americans should just shut up and die in a shed? And now these guys are kind of aping that, you know? Wasn't the whole point of her campaign that that could have been out of the Democratic playbook. Americans are stupid and they can't do anything. We got to bring in other people. Sorry. So this is a big issue. Big issue, okay, for them. And DJT, Donnie T, as my friend Chrissy D would say, Donnie T needs to rein this in here because, and I will be in Palm Beach next week, not to see him per se, but I'm not afraid of you tech faggots. My godson is Chinese. He's Chinese. He's Chinese. And we'll drone your shit. I'm just saying, I will be spending a lot of January in Florida. And here's the deal. I think Elon and Vivek have some very, 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 very good ideas about reducing the waste and garbage in government. And I don't know either one of them personally. I met Elon at a party once in Texas. I think Elon's got great ideas about free speech. I think he's incredibly important. I think he's taken a reputational hit for defending free speech. I think it's a patriotic and an American value and something that's very, very good. But whatever this messaging is, has to be changed. You can't go out there and tell people that in order for this country to succeed, we have to love Screech and Urkel. I mean, I'm not saying we shouldn't have more math and science and more stuff, but like we can also think the hot guy's cool. The hot guy can also be cool, okay? No one fights wars to have more nerds. They fight wars because they want. There's an American ideal here, and the American ideal is not the nerd. I'm not saying that nerds aren't great. We love nerds. Look at what nerds have done for America. Isn't everything so great? Isn't it so much better now that you can DoorDash or Taco Bell? But I'm saying that this love affair, I mean, who's this Ramaswamy character? God love him. His messaging is off in a big way, and he's got to change it. He's got to change it because the reality of the situation is you're pissing in the faces of people in this country who've been here for generations. That's all. Sorry. And if you're going to say that's racist, well, then I guess people like Tucker Carlson and Steve Bannon and I will not believe it. But it's true. I'm being true. And Cernovich here, he's right. The Woodstock generation managed to build that aerospace. The one before that went to the moon. America was doing great. Underlying your post is that we were all living in squalor until being rescued by H-1Bs. Then why did everyone want to come here? Cernovich I'm sorry he won with that tweet. Vivek, the version of America, the one that used to embody unbridled exceptionalism, is exactly what we want to return to. That's the point about culture, not immigration. And we want to we want to return to it by importing more Chinese. And they went at Ann. When Ann said she would not elect him because he was an Indian, they went at her. But maybe we listen to a Greenwich, Connecticut WASP bitch every now and then, huh? What's amazing about this whole show is how not racist it is. That's what's amazing about it. That's actually, they'll study the history of this. because they'll go in, you know, go to the Holocaust Museum, it won't be that important, but they'll come in and everyone will listen on the little things, and they'll go listen to this podcast, and all the little kids will, it sounds really racist, and they go, no, it's not. It's actually so not racist that we put it in this museum. But we have an Indian guy. Sorry, Indians. Indian guys here now telling Americans that they're pigs and that they can't do anything. That's my job, Vivek. That's my job. That's Whitey's job. Sorry. But no, here's the reality. The point about mediocrity isn't lost on me and shouldn't be lost on anyone. But here's the reality. If your argument is that you cannot get American people to rebuild this country, and that it can only be done from outside the borders of this country, you are suspect. I'm with you on a lot of what you said, not on the veneration of Urkel, you freak. But I'm with you on a lot of what you said. I opened my show, not even reading these articles, I opened my show about mediocrity. I've said it millions of times. Half of these people just ape what I say. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. What I'm saying is this. You're to hire my dirtbag friends now, and you're to fucking hire them, you stupid fuck. You hire my pig friends. Hire my pig friends! Now, you hire them now. You bring them in now, my crooked cop friends, my waddling piggies. They come in, and you yell for them and go, "Sir, sir," like a pig call. And you come in and you feed them in troughs at Apple and Google. You feed them in troughs. You hire the zombie apocalypse. He's messed up. You created him. You own him. You hire him. Now you figure it out now, the pigs. You should be afraid of the workforce. They should terrify you. The rashes they have. You should hire people with rashes because they live by chemical plants. They have burns on their body and they can't explain how it happened. You should hire people who claim that they've been probed by UFOs. If you can't make them into engineers, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. This is a big issue. These are big issues. These are the big ones, folks. These are the big ones. Sometimes we report on the small ones, you know? Like, everyone keeps sending me this, the pizza delivery chick stabbed someone. All right, I know she did. The point is this. She's delivering pizza. Who cares? The point is this. There is a fight now in this country. There is a great fight. Do we give this country to tech people? Do we just hand it over to them and see what they do with it? They're basically saying it's inevitable. You have to. You have to. We run everything anyway. We control it all. You have to give it to us. Okay. Is that true? Is that true? It's very interesting. Make your holidays bigger and brighter with Prize Picks, the best place to get real money, action while watching your favorite sports. You can now win up to 1,000 times your money on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the best way to get action on sports in more than 30 states, including California, Texas, Georgia, and Florida. Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. Join over 10 million members and sign up today. Prize Picks invented the flex play, which means you can still cash out if your lineup isn't perfect. You can double your money even if one of your picks doesn't hit. Prize Picks puts their members first. So all your withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. When my picks hit, I can get my money in as quick as 15 minutes. Prize Picks now offers MasterCard for quick and easy deposits into your account this sports season. Join now because this holiday season, Prize Picks is giving away 2 free picks in December, and they're giving away $30+ million in rewards during Picksmas. Think James Cook will get more than 60 yards next season. Joe Burrow pass more than 1.5 touchdowns. Cook up hot takes with your friends and win real money this football season when you and your crew run your game on Prize Picks. Download the app today. Use code TIM and get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Download the app today and use code TIM to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Hims is what everyone is using right now. You need it because it's the hair. You want your hair back. The only thing worse than losing your hair is waiting forever for it to grow back. That's why you need Hims. You can start seeing your hair grow back in as little as 3 to 6 months. Clinically proven ingredients like finasteride and minoxidil that can grow your hair back in as little as 3 to 6 months. I know people who swear they start seeing it come back in 2.5. The process is simple. It's 100% online. There are no uncomfortable doctor visits. If you don't have hair, get Hims. If you don't have hair, get Hims. If you're bald and you're sick of it, get Hims. They have hundreds of thousands of trusted subscribers that can help you get your confidence back too with visibly thicker and fuller hair. Start your free online visit today at hims.com/TIM. Great way to support the show and get your hair back. That's HIMS.com/Tim. For your personalized hair loss treatment products, hims.com/Tim. Hims.com/Tim. It rhymes. Hims.com/Tim. Hims.com/Tim. Happy New Year. Results vary based on studies of topical and oral minoxidil and finasteride. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. What are these drones? Why are they all over the place? Is it us? Is it skunk work? Is it America? Are some of them Chinese or whatever? I had lunch with a CIA agent the other day for 3 hours who used to be in the CIA. They're not in it. Okay? I had a poke bowl. And they think maybe some of these there's a big war for satellite supremacy where us and China are blowing satellites out of the sky. And she thought one of these Chinese satellites that got blown out of the sky was maybe a navigation system for these drones. However, these drones are still around. So maybe it's the United States. The gaslighting in the media is crazy. They keep going, you're not seeing it. It's not real. They keep saying the things you're seeing are just there. They've always been there. You're the problem. You're some New Jersey animal. You stand on your stoop full of booze and pills and calamar. You said calamar from that area. How drone fever spread across New Jersey and beyond. So what the New York Times does now is just their job, and it's always been, but now it's explicit, is just to tell you that what you've seen with your own eyes is actually mass hysteria. It's some type of overreaction, some type of mass psychosis. It's not real. What are they going to do? Are they going to nuke the inauguration? Because I might go. I'm invited. Are they nuking it? Are the deep CIA freaks going to try to nuke this inauguration? I'm not. I don't want it. Stop with it. What are they doing? What are these fucks doing? By the way, get the drones out of the sky. It's the holidays. They don't want them to win. How far will they go? You don't know. I don't know if the Trump team knows how nefarious elements of the people who really dislike him are. There's some real problems. And I had lunch with this person. He's no longer in this thing, but there's the issue. What are they going to do in the inauguration? I might go with it. I think I'm going. Am I in danger by these people? I don't want to be. This is the only inauguration I would ever be invited to. So before you yell at me and go, oh, the political one, hey, I would go to any of them and none of them will invite me. None of them. And now maybe I won't get invited because I've opened my big mouth. But listen, you gotta hire my disgusting, retarded friends, and you have to give them jobs at Apple and Google. And that's the price you pay. It's that theater kid energy. It's like you now have to do a great show. It's like a movie where you have to do a great show with really untalented kids. And you get to the high school and they all suck. And you just have to grit your teeth because they're all Americans. They're citizens. You have to grit your teeth, and even though they're going to get up, they're going to go, ah! They sound bad. You got to go, all right, let's work at it. Let's work at it. You have to hire my disgusting moron friends who couldn't run a Dunkin' Donuts, who don't know anything. They are community college dropouts. They are slime. They're the worst of the worst. They're amoral. They have no morality. They're amoral. Vicious. Monsters. Bloodthirsty little piglets, one and all. Drug-addled, schizophrenic, nightmare people. That's your workforce. It's your country. You better take them. You better take them. You better turn them into Chinese people. That's the goal. You better take my disgusting friends and turn them into Chinese people. And if you don't do, it's true. If you do not turn my disgusting fat community college dropout legion of skanks, I'll call them my legion of skanks, my friends, if you do not turn them into quiet Chinese people. What does Vivek think where every show is going to be about Chinese people? Less Friends. Why isn't everyone on Friends Chinese? Why isn't there white? Why isn't all American culture Chinese? Can you imagine Friends is all Chinese people? Is that fun? No one talks? It's quiet? What's going on with Rachel and Ross? Who knows? Who's Rachel? Who's even Ross? What's happening? The guy wants a Boy Meets World to be Chinese people, where you sit down and Corey does math equations, and Topanga walks with her big tits. He goes, I don't really give a shit. I'm Chinese. It seems racist. No, it's not racist. It's actually not right. You have to actually listen to it. This exhibit in the museum is an hour. It's an hour. And by the end of it, you realize I'm not racist to this. Do you get it? Benjamin Netanyahu, by the way, had a very good year, and they wrote about this. He had a very good year, even though he's been accused of a genocide and people want to try him at The Hague for war crime. He had a very good year, and I'll tell you right now, this is the power of believing in yourself. It really is. It's the power of believing in yourself. People can say anything they want about you, but the reality is, do you know you? People can say anything they want about, oh, you're a bitch. Oh, you're fucking, you know what I mean? Like, oh, you talk so much shit. Oh, you're doing a genocide and killing children by the minute. But no matter what they say about you, you know who you are. You know who you are. So it's about having the confidence to say it's not a genocide. It's just a little fire in the desert. I mean, this guy, they went at him for corruption. They go at him for bombing hospitals. All of these things. And you know what he says? He goes, you can talk your shit about me. I know I am not your husband. So you can talk all the shit you want about me, Jessica. But, like, I don't give a shit. Because, like, you don't know what it's like to be me. You know what? Israel's Attorney General has ordered the police to open an investigation into the Prime Minister's wife on suspicion of harassing political opponents. I cannot believe it. And a witness in the Israel's leader's corruption trial. By the way, can I ask a little question here? And I'm not trying to be difficult. Is there anything left over there to kill? I'm curious. Who are they still hunting over there? There's like one cat that they haven't lit on fire. What is left? Isn't it all gone? Isn't it all gone? I mean, does this end? This is like that joke I did where I'm like, kill them all until they're dead, and then we're dead, kill them again. I mean, it's just like, isn't everything, I mean, again, maybe I'm not the most educated person here. I would imagine that after a year plus of indiscriminate, large-scale killing, there's not a ton left, right? It looks, let's get some photos up. Get some photos up, buddy, of the Gaza from the New York. Yeah, just make that bigger. This seems like the job's kind of done, no? doesn't this seem, but they want to go into Iran. They want Trump to co-sign preemptive strikes on Iran's nuclear facility. This is what they want. And then all these freaks are going, and we're going to be fighting a three-front war. And here's how much money we'll make if we're going to war. And I'm telling you right now, we do not need to be in a three-front war with Russia, China, and Iran. I don't know. Who do we think we are, by the way? That all of these things are going to be like, cool. I support Taiwan, and let me tell you how far I'm willing to go. Okay? I'm telling you right now how far I'm willing to go for Taiwan. I don't care. I will. If China tries to reunify forcibly with Taiwan, okay, I will insult them on this show. And that's it. That's where it'll end. No blood, no treasure. But I will insult them. And it'll be cutting. It'll be mean. I'll say nasty things about them. I'll hurt their feelings. That's how far I'm willing to go. I'm willing to hurt Chinese feelings if they forcibly reunify with them.
Damn, man.
But that's it. I'm not.
We're
not doing this. We're not going to fight a war with Taiwan. We need to make chips in America, Vivek, so that we don't need to fight a war. Because if we fight a war with China, it is the end of all life on Earth. I don't know who needs to hear this. What do you people think it's going to be? It's the end of all life on Earth. I'm telling you, we cannot do it. We cannot fight a war with China. We need to chill it the fuck out. We need to chill it out. I'm president. Here's what I do. You get Ukraine, Putin. You get Ukraine. Xi, you get Taiwan, and we're taking Greenland. Because we're going after Greenland. Sorry, I don't want any of it to happen, but we got to start making deals. And here's the deal. We cannot fight a war with China. And if they really want Taiwan, as much as I would feel bad for Taiwan, I don't know what to do. Does anyone out there know what to do? I don't know what to do. China probably likes Taiwan more than I do. They really like Taiwan. I don't even eat Taiwanese food that much. I don't know a ton of people from Taiwan. I know they make the chips for the thing. What I'm saying is this. I will be sad if China attacks them. I will say that's terrible. But you know what I mean? But how much more do we want from them? Or any of us? What do you want? Is that why Vivek doesn't want to hire my disgusting friends? He wants them to fight China in the South China Sea over Taiwan or something? I don't know. I'm just saying, what do people think we're going to do if they invade Taiwan? What are we going to do? We're going to fight in the South China Sea? We've not fought a war like that in a long time. We can't do it. It's not going to work. So all of these people, that think that we have the capability of this shit, they want a blood holocaust here. And they've been trying to get one going. They've been trying to get one going for years. They just want everything to end. I don't know why they want this, but I imagine it has to do with, getting rid of a lot of the population and taking a lot of the money and resources for themselves. That'd be a guess. But it's death. All death. If it's us versus China. Over Taiwan, sorry. They'll sell us to chips. China will sell us to chips when they take over Taiwan. I'm doing foreign policy now. I'm doing it. China will sell us to chips as well. China will sell us to chips as well. And I don't want any instability in the world. But I'm telling you right now, we cannot fight a war with China. I would like them to not take over Taiwan, but no one cares what I think. Except the people that listen to this show. It doesn't really matter what I think. We are not in the position to fight with China, Russia, and Taiwan. Russia's got 4,400 nuclear weapons. I don't understand the world people are living in, where they're there's no remember after 9/11 when that Toby Keith had that song, my neck's been red, my collar's still blue. I've always been red and blue. There's no more of that. We're not going to be able to play that. They'll, you know, it's not going to work. Copyright strikes and drone strikes. But my point is this. We need to calm down with those patriotic songs that make us think we're going to fight everybody. There should be a song where it's like, we wish everyone well. Your sphere of influence is yours. Do what you will and be a tourist here. If you want, come here for the holidays. Do what you want with Crimea. It's not my business. By the way, since we've gone to war, like, it's so funny now just seeing every white person is like a massive fan of country music somehow, because country music was the only place over the last 4 years of the woke craziness that welcomed whitey. So now everyone I know is like, whether they're from Greenwich, Connecticut, they're like LARPing is like a huge fan of country music, and it's disgusting. And I like country music, and I have a lot of respect for that culture. But there's something weird about like guys from Connecticut who spend the day golfing really into country music. It's just the emptiness of this particular culture that we've created. I'm not saying you can't appreciate country music, that if you're a white guy from the Northeast, the only music you can get into is country music. And there's nothing worse than seeing a guy who played tennis all day at a country western bar line dancing. It's a little disgusting. There's something odd about it, but it's what happens when one cultural space says, yeah, you can come here and chill and just be white, it's cool. And then all the other cultural spaces go, you're a demon from hell and we hate you. And that's why all of these fucking people that I know who have zero overlapping with the country, they're all like, hey, Lord, man. And it's like, guys, what's going on here? What's happening? I like country. I love James McMurtry. I love a lot of these guys. But I mean, he's not. But these guys like these syrupy, like metrosexual country stars. Like Bo Burnham made a great bit about it, you know? But it's just interesting. There's something weird about the white culture that isn't functional. And there's something about when white people start to get confused and start like pretending they're like ranchers. Like people do it in California. There is no cowboys in California, okay? Take your ironic cowboy hat off in Malibu. She doesn't exist, okay? And so you have this like dearth of like any meaningful stuff coming out. Because what really, I mean, it used to be like we had Nirvana, we had cool shit, but now you just don't see a ton of that, right? So like country music is a genuinely organically American genre of music with incredibly talented people. The other option seems to be either rap, which is great, or just this kind of pop, corporate, whatever. So I think if you want anything that has an instrument like a guitar or any type of, it's country music. And there's nothing wrong. I'm just saying it's very interesting watching that become the only cultural identity for people that I know from Jersey who leave an Italian restaurant and start blasting country music. There's something interesting about that. Many will study it, many will write about it, and they will not credit me. They will not credit me with it. It's hard to do an hour that is as not racist as what I just did. It's very difficult, actually. It's actually hard to do an hour like that that's not racist. But it's important that we have these fights and that we talk about these things, and it's interesting. Culture is interesting, and how things move is interesting. And my friends leaving the golf course and then jamming out to country music, that's something's going on. It's worth noting. I'm not saying it's good or bad, it's worth noting. You gotta notice things and go, interesting. Why do they feel some kinship? Why do they feel like the only soulful music they have is country? There's no doubt country music's amazing. I love a lot of it. Dude, George Strait and fucking Brooks and Dunn, all these people are amazing. Toby Keith, all these guys. Dolly Parton, Loretta Lynn, whatever. Who I really like? Tina McBride, all these people are great. They're all great. It's not a knock at all on country music. It's just an interesting cultural moment that people finding that's the only soulful thing left. It isn't just a real, like a viral marketing campaign. A lot of other music feels, of course, a lot of the people that I know are finding the least soulful country music, as they would. That doesn't, but it is interesting. It's worth noting but it's always kind of happened. I've always seen these people like Mohegan Sun in Connecticut in like a country western line dancing bar because they don't have any cold. Connecticut's like a dearth of cold. Connecticut's just about being really rich, or I don't know what it is, but they don't know what it is either. Lobster, butter on a roll, they don't know, so they're just like, hey, hi, because they have not, I find inauthenticity very offensive. Most people don't. Most people love it, and they market it, and it makes money. I find it kind of, because what inauthenticity often leads to is a problem. If people have no clue who they are, they have no idea. This is the thing when you rip culture away from everybody and go, no, we're going to replace it all with one corporate, bland monoculture that doesn't serve anyone's needs or make anyone feel connected to their environment or their history. We're just going to replace it and then you can all go insane at the pace of your choosing. That's why I find inauthenticity interesting. So when I just see these guys leaving golf courses and like the only thing they're just really driven to this country stuff, it's kind of interesting. And you're like, huh. TimDillonComedy.com. We've added a Sunday late show in Irvine, Orange County, one of the worst places to do comedy in the world, Orange County. It's really retarded people. I'm kidding. They're good people. I love Orange County. I love the boats and stuff. The Irvine Improv, we've added a late show on Sunday. Go watch Torch the Year of the Rose, Torching the Year, and hear about stories from 11 months ago that you may or may not have remembered. But it is funny. And remember, as I leave, as I go, I would just let a general warning to all who seek to work with me. You're in the scope of my gun. If you work with me for any reason, you are in the scope of my gun. It'll be the slightest thing. You'll go, that guy didn't even seem mad. It'll be the slightest offense. The slightest offense will set me off like you have no idea. I will triangulate a campaign of powerful forces that begin to rob you of the agency you feel like you have. You feel like you are in control. You are not. I will slowly and methodically take everything you care about away. Your children will be afraid to go to school because the other kids are attacking them because I have said your project has ruined the world. So just know that. And by the way, but here's the flip side of that. I'm kind of fun to have around.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running. That's why at Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's a DC-10 actively dumping water. This dude's an idiot. That's what I think as well, but it's wild. But hey, guess what, dude? It's not, okay? It's not. You know what it is? It's Goku. Or an orb, an alien orb.
Shit, look like Goku flying through the sky.
Oh, now let's talk about drama farming off of wildfires, depraved, gulag, all those creatures now. I mean, let's just move on. Let's just move on, okay? Let's get back to what actually matters, which is what caused this wildfire to actually take place and actually occur. Now, one might think maybe it was a cigarette butt, a lit cigarette that someone tossed outside of their car. But I think TikTokers and hopefully Facebook content creators as well with the new meta policies, we will arrive at the actual truth of what truly mattered.
One caught what appears to be a fucking orb flying down through the fire and smoke in California. You can clearly see it. It goes whoop, look like fucking Goku flying on a cloud. A lot of talk's been going around about this fire and what started it, and nobody got answers. But like I said, this thing was caught on live TV, and who said they seen it in real life. So my question is, what is it?
Where is the orb? Who are the multiple people? Who are the multiple people that have seen it?
Y'all tell me what the f this is. Look, look, look. You see that shit? Look like Goku flying through the sky.
Okay, let's entertain this for a second. If Goku was flying through the sky to light it on fire, why is this after the fire has been lit already and has been going for hours? Was he just simply going back to light the fire again at night as well? There's much to... Wait, Jason is calling. Hello? Yo, what up? You're live.
Yo, you busy, big bro?
Yeah, I'm live right now. What's up? What's happening?
Oh, I'm live too. Nah, I was wondering if you knew what Friday was.
What's Friday?
Friday? One of the biggest events of all Twitch and 2025.
What is it?
It's the first ever Jason and Ween concert.
Yeah? Are you going to sing Dep Guy?
Yeah, I'm gonna sing Dev God, and I was like wondering if you wanted to pull up. You know what I mean? You know, we got VIP access, and I was making my VIP list, and I had to put you on there, Unc.
Yeah. Where is it? And what time?
It's in OC. It's in OC.
It's in OC? Okay, well, you're going to do the podcast the night before, so.
Yeah.
All right, well, I'll see if I can pull up.
Just say you hate me. Say you
No,
hate me.
I'm saying I'm down. OC is kind of far. We might be on fire by that point.
Don't say that.
Okay, well, the fire bars you're going to be dropping. Am I right?
What the fuck? Hassan?
And what?
You leaked.
What? What did I leak?
You're really old. Nothing. Okay, but yeah,
What?
Friday. I better see you there.
All right.
I'm gonna be singing "Damn Guy" live. Everyone's been asking.
I've been asking nonstop.
Everyone's literally been asking. When's the first Jason Ween concert?
I've been thinking, like, when will Jason do a concert finally to do Dep Guy live? I leaked that he's on the pod? No, I didn't. It's fine. All right.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll see you. I'll see you later. I'll see you Friday. Yeah.
I'll see you Thursday for the pod.
Oh, Thursday. Yeah, obviously I'll be there.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
Good luck.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. I'm old. Who is this? It's my nephew, Jason the Ween. I'm watching a press conference on the Eaton Fire, and YouTube chat spams DEI for every speaker and calling the fire chief gay. Oh, Jason immediately said, "You ain't showing P." What? I leaked that the bars will be fire. Anyway, let's get back to Goku, which we all know is responsible for why these fires started, but perhaps more importantly, why these fires continue to do fires.
I seen the slowest comment ever talk about, oh, that's just a plane trying to fight the fire. What f***ing plane do y'all know that goes that close to the f***ing fire and can do an angle like this through the fire like that low to the floor? I'll wait.
What do you mean? First of all, that is precisely what the
through the sky.
Like, I don't even know if this is fake or not.
This is.
I don't know if this is fake or not, but it looks exactly like one of those firefighting planes. Like, literally, that just dump water. That looks...
Look, you see that shit?
Exactly like a firefighting plane that dumps water over. They go dive into the water, grab the ocean water, and then fly back and fly low to the ground and dump water onto it. Now, having said that, I don't know. I don't even know if this footage is real. It's just like grainy. I don't know where it's from. Or it's a bird. Yeah, I doubt it's a bird. Do you know how large that would be? Do you know how large of a bird that would be? Don't be a sheep, bro. It's Goku. You're watched by the liberal media. Okay. There's a DC-10 actively dumping water. This dude's an idiot. That's what I think as well, but it's wild. But hey, guess what, dude? It's not. Okay? It's not. You know what it is? It's Goku. Or an orb, an alien orb.
That shit look like Goku flying through the sky. I seen the slowest comment ever talk about, oh, that's just a plane trying to fight the fire. What f***ing plane do y'all know that goes that close to the f***ing fire and can do an angle like this through the fire like that?
I mean, that angle and that all is consistent with those planes that dump water over the fire. That not saying that what we are watching on that screen is a plane. I don't even know if it's real footage or not, but if it is, it's most likely a plane.
That low to the floor. I'll wait. Who the f*** they think they kidding? Chelsea Clinton?
Chelsea Clinton. It's far more likely it's a drone. No, it's not. No,
Y'all tell me what the f***.
Chatters is not far more likely that it's a drone. Do you see how do you see how big it is?
Look like Goku flying.
Look how big it is. Look how big it is. Look how fast it's going. What are you saying? Could be souls. When we passed, we were able to go anywhere. I had an outer body experience while I was flying, floating, and I seen people, a woman washing clothes. She couldn't see me. I had many experience. The fire is like Lahaina.
This Friday, Den of Thieves 2 is worth the wait.
But not nearly equal to the death toll. LA have roads to evacuate. Lahaina did not. Sustained winds and low humidity will cause fires to break out. So stop the conspiracies. Oh my God. Someone speaking sense in a TikTok comment section. Look, if y'all live in SoCal, you'd know Allie Carter ain't smarter than the rest of us. We have wildfires every year. Allie Carter said there would be fires. Who's Allie Carter? I see the video you talking about, bro. And my kids see something like that goes fast. And else, some moments like the sky turned blue in the nighttime. Magician on TikTok? Wait, you're telling me that there is a magician on TikTok by the name of Allie Carter.
Okay, for those of you who are familiar with Allie Carter, right, and all of her allegations, we know she's been discredited on a couple. But do you guys remember her saying, wait till the fires start, in reference to covering up evidence of the tunnels? And it's crazy out by LA right now. Absolutely insane.
What?
I'm not saying that this is a conspiracy theory. I'm just saying that these kind of things are what give validity. Just not in fire season. Things have been said. Bad timing. Thoughts on this? Okay, for those of you who are familiar.
What are you going to do for the next 365 days different than what you did before? What's new? Talk about the children. There's gonna be these explosions that lead to fire that burns evidence. There's gonna be 2 new deaths. Whether they're fake or not. You know how the court system is going. You can see what the authority are doing.
Bro, what is going on? Yo, listen. Like, meth heads have always existed, right? The problem is people just go, yeah, that's a position of authority nowadays. Like, how do you look at this video and go, oh my gosh, she predicted it. 2 new unalives, whether they're fake or not. Saying that there's going to be fires in California is like saying that, you know, it's going to rain in Seattle, okay? It's going to rain. That doesn't make me... The artists in your community are hilarious. Okay. This is so bleak, dude. Oh my God. We need to keep talking about the children. Also, what children? Like, what are they talking about? When I say evergreen truck pulled next to me in Houston traffic, I got the most chilling feeling. Where are the children?
You're doing. We've already done Hawaii with the blue roofs getting burned. We've done New York. We've done with the cats and dogs being eaten. We've done it all. So what are we doing about the children? We got the drones in the sky. We got the aliens out. We know that our celebrities are guilty. Okay. What are we doing about the children?
Okay. Here's the situation. Remember back in the day when I said, like, when you go to a subway station and you see like a person just like screaming from a soapbox, and you can kind of tell that there's something wrong with them, and that's like a way for you to avoid listening to them and taking them seriously, whereas the anonymity online has made it so that the people that have that exact same perspective can just kind of present themselves as like normal human beings. And that's the reason why so many people get duped into conspiracy theories. I was wrong. It turns out you can see someone and basically recognize that they're not all there, And yet still tens of thousands of people go, oh no, she's speaking the truth. Hogwatch is becoming just frightening. It is not fun anymore. That last guy was a faker. This is a true conspiracy TikToker. And by that, I mean mentally ill. I mean, I think there's a lot of that going around, dude. Oh my God.
What's different?
What is this?
The children. What are you gonna do for the next 360?
Why don't people critically evaluate? I don't know. I don't know. What can we do? Like, these people have already decided that, like, children are being harmed and taken. Okay? They've already decided. They're like, what can we do about it? Talk about the green containers all over the place in Europe. What? Thank you, Allie, for your determination to get the word out. Stay on it. You're a really great soul. Please stay safe. Sending love and prayers to you. When? I'm tired of waiting. She's absolutely beautiful, and she's always right because she knows the truth and had lived and experienced it. God bless you, sweetheart. What is happening? Hollywood equals Hamas. Wildfire conspiracy. Lots of celebrities' houses are on fire. Are the fires to hide the evidence of tunnels? What tunnels?
The whole entire hill's around.
Allie Carter said and watched the fires, and sure enough, yes, she did. And California isn't dead. Who is Allie Carter? I stand with Allie Carter? Bro, who is this woman? I've never heard of this person, and it turns out like this person is popping off conspiracy talk. I'm gonna look up Allie Carter wildfires. Wait, Allie Carter wildfires.
Guys, hear me, please. I pinky promise you, and you should look in my eyes and know better. From everything that I talked about, put two and two together. I need you to listen right here, because there's a lot is about to happen. Everything is about to change, and there's no running from it. Everything is about to change. Hear me. I'm not holding back the secret, baby. Everything about to change. So I need y'all to please listen to me right here. Don't comment. I love you. Please give me support in a second if you want.
Bro, this has like 400,000 views or 600,000 views.
You guys are so sweet. Thank you. But I don't even need that right now. I need you to hear me. That's the only thing that I need you to do right now is just hear me in this live, please. I don't want to have to turn the comments off. I want y'all to please just hear me. Everything is about to change. Everything.
The Wooble sent me some crochet kits to try out, and I've never used a kit like this before, so I'm really excited to see how it goes. So it looks like the kit comes with all of the yarn that you need for the project, and also this one to make it feel nice. And then I found this little envelope, which I'll open up in a second. And then they also put the crochet hook and the stuffing. And in this envelope, it has a card, and on the back of that card is a QR code for the instructions. And then it also came with some black yarn if you want to embroider the eyes, and a darning needle. So this kit really comes with everything that you need for the project. So once I scanned the QR code, this is what I found, which is super cool that it has instructions for a lefty and a righty. And then the thing I was most blown away by that they do is they start the magic loop for you.
Yeah.
Amigurumi crochet, you pretty much always need to start with a magic loop, and I get lots of questions on how to do this, so I know it's really tough for a lot of crocheters, especially new.
Forget
so
it.
the fact
Waypoint
that they
mark.
started out for you makes it super easy, and they have a tutorial on how to do it in their instructions. So if you're already an experienced crocheter, they have the pattern just to download, and then you can follow that. But if this is your first time crocheting, they have video tutorials for every single step, and it looked like it was really easy to follow. I would have loved to have this as a beginner. Something else that's really cool that I saw on their TikTok is that they made this yarn. It's called and it is perfect for beginner crocheters because it doesn't split apart and fray like most other yarns, and also it's really easy to see the stitches and where to insert your hook, which I feel like.
What? She didn't even say anything. She just said everything's about to change. What? Allie Carter is the GOAT? She's a big deal in Australia? Wait, what? I can't tell if this chat is being serious or not. She's just doing a bit about making very broad predictions, I think.
Everything.
The March for the Children is still on this weekend?
Your story and message have never changed.
Come on.
Thank you for being here. Now, usually we get backed into a corner sometimes with situations like this. You want to know why? Because we're damned if we do and we're damned if we don't. If we don't say anything, it continues to just snowball into bullshit. If we do say something, then sometimes it can create clickbait. Sometimes it can create negative
Yes, this has been predicted in Austrology with my spirit team. We've been in a battle of light and dark, and the light is winning, from chaos to ushering the golden age.
Of attention bring got the lead. Go onto YouTube. Don't watch that shit. If you do watch it, but if you have watched it, I want you to think how many hours has been taken.
They're saying there's pedophile tunnels for Diddy under the Getty Village Museum, and that's why the LAFD was trying to protect it from being burned down. But Diddy's in jail. Why is he diddling children under the Getty house or Getty mansion? Like, why is it Diddy? This is the problem with like conspiracy theories. Like, I mean, there's a lot of problems, but one of the problems of these sorts of conspiracy theories is like it's so narrow focused and so the last thing I heard. Like, it's obvious. It's obvious that it's like why? Okay, what's happening with Diddy? Oh, they're saying it's pedophile tunnels, not specifically Diddy. I don't believe in conspiracy theories, but that mugshot of Diddy is not him, Lamau. There's supposedly a Starbucks in the LA tunnels that somebody worked at and made a TikTok about. Dude, what are you guys talking about? What are you saying? She claimed Obama sexually assaulted her and she was trafficked as a kid? What tunnels? There's Starbucks in the tunnels? What?
Watching footage from the California fires, I am going to need somebody to explain to me, like I'm 2 years old, what this thing circled is that we saw on the live stream coming out of the fires. I have a video, I'm gonna play it. I have my ideas, but y'all, I want to know your ideas. There has to be a logical explanation, right?
Dude, I always want to laugh about conspiracy theories, and then I'm reminded that there's a lot of people who operate like this, bro. It's Goku. We already solved this problem. We know what it is. It's Goku. That TikTok was satire. Y'all motherfuckers are so gullible. Los Angeles has secret underground Starbucks locations for celebrities. A video circulating online suggested a secret pathway called the Octorbahn ran underneath the city. Wait, it was a comedian's TikTok?
You could talk about this. You used to work at a secret Starbucks, is that right?
Yeah, there is a Starbucks
Your NDA
that is like
is expired, and you could talk about this. You used to work at a secret Starbucks, is that right?
Yeah, there is a Starbucks that is like above reserve, like a Starbucks no one's ever heard of or been to. All right, have you ever wondered while driving in Los Angeles, have you ever been like Will Smith stuck in traffic on the 405?
That's so dumb. It's these I mean, obviously this is a joke, but if you encounter an information like this, if this person was like being sincere about this conspiracy theory that he's presenting, the answer is very simple. It's because there are hundreds of thousands of commuters every single day, and the likelihood that you will see Will Smith at a certain point on 405 is fairly high. You're just not gonna see him all the time. They expose your Starbucks. Wait, oh my God. I mean, this is satire anyway. It's satire, but they put the dangerous conspiracy music on it so people think it's real. It's more real than anything you can find.
405. Yeah, I've never seen a 1%er just in their car stuck in traffic.
Why is that?
That's because there's a series of intricate tunnels underneath Los Angeles known as the Octorbahn. I'm not kidding. Like, they get access points through the city without ever having to be in traffic. You can come up in LAX,
Take that victory
you can
lap
pop
now.
up at Dodger Stadium. Underneath there, in those tunnels, is Starbucks set up at different locations to allow them to get coffees while they're driving. All of them.
You've seen Seinfeld down there?
Bono. I've seen Seinfeld down there. Dude, almond milk latte, 2 shots.
Wow.
Yeah. They don't have to pay.
So this has been underneath Los Angeles for a few years now? I mean, how long has this been there for?
I mean, it predates me. It seems like the city was built on top of it. So, I mean, I think this goes all the way back to the 20s.
This doesn't seem real almost. This is crazy.
I imagine how I sound saying it to people.
Then you had my brother on.
Oh my God. Bro, I'm like, that guy's a comedian, right? Like, that guy's a comedian. This is obviously a joke. Ali Carter said the same thing. Who's that? Almond McLatte, 2 shots got me dead. I've seen many celebrities driving in LA traffic. Sorry, I need some proof. I see celebs in traffic all the time. Doesn't Seinfeld live in New York City? Like, this is obviously a joke. And people took this seriously. And there's a person with a top, like one of the top comments, Ali Carter said the same thing. Apparently the account got blasted
NDA.
for God knows what. I'm one of these guys now. I'm one of these guys that says comedy should be illegal. Bro, this is why legalizing weed was a wrong decision. Now everyone with schizophrenia has a TikTok. Wait, what? What does that have to do with weed? Check this out. One has 2 objects during live streams, 2 different Gokus. Breaking. Fast-moving objects seen over the SoCal fires. People online are observing strange projectiles coming in and out of the SoCal fires. Missile, firework, UFO, arson. Are we under attack? If you see this, please share it and repost it. Might get buried with everything else going on tonight. This could be a national security threat. Continuous tankers drop. Yeah, this is so sick. Like, these guys are dope, dude. They're cool as hell.
Oh my god, the wind.
What? I don't want to get dragged because I don't believe the conspiracy or whatever you're talking about. There's millions of miles of tunnels under the United States as a whole, including a shit ton under LA. It's fact, unfortunately. What are you talking about? Yeah, there are a lot of tunnels under every city. It's called the sewage system. There's also like flood prevention. What is happening right now? Yeah, and in some cities they even have what is known as a metro. Ali said she was trafficked as a child at Diddy parties and CPS provided the children. She said they used the tunnels to get into the parties. If this happened, she is probably traumatized. Wait, what do you mean if this happened? There are utility tunnels, Hassan. You haven't researched them. Others have. Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it's not real. Okay. Chatter, what do you think is happening in these tunnels? Like, beyond infrastructure, beyond power lines, you know, beyond the sewage system. Like, what do you Diddy parties? You think Diddy parties are happening in the tunnels? Dude, they're not lying. I stumbled upon a portal of some secret tunnels under LA. It was crazy. There were voices playing speakers down. It was kind of wild. The sign said metro, but obviously it was just a front. Okay. You joke, but there's people who take it seriously, please. Like, these people are so funny because they think that, like, sex trafficking needs to happen under tunnels and not in broad daylight. Okay? That's what's so crazy about it. It's like assuming that, like, there is a shadowy group of very wealthy, powerful people that get together in cigar smoke filled rooms and secretly design the world. It's like, no, this is the G10, okay? This is a Davos summit, the World Economic Forum. Like, it's in broad daylight. They openly are doing it. It's called capitalism, okay? It's not like lizard people. It's just people just like you and me, okay? There are some cool secret spots in LA tunnels, but it's like literally gutter punks and anarchies. Oh my God. Here is proof. Ali Carter, but 4 years ago. Okay, stop. Also, none of that factors into why these fires are happening. Good cover, Hassan.
Oh my god, the wind.
Did you attend a Diddy party in 2017? Did you attend a Diddy party between May 12, 14, 2019? We need to leverage our military to build bridges and fight fires that are invading countries, bro. Imagine all the AC-130s dropping fire retardant on wildfires instead of napalm in villages. Look how much of a crab angle the plane has in that clip. The winds are crazy. Yeah, look, bro, he's just floating away. Brother, you have to watch this.
We got this crazy wild situation over in California with the fire. And I understand that the fire came very near the Getty. But once upon a time, a little birdie told me, the little birdies that hang around me are special little birdies that know special things. And once upon a time, a little birdie told me that there is an aspect, a largely physical aspect, that embodies the essence of the black goo that is custom contained inside of a frequency pig, basically, underneath the Getty. So when I saw the fire was very near it, I thought, what would happen if the Getty burned? What would happen to our friends who's locked underneath, contained in a frequency? They cannot let that burn. They cannot let it burn.
This woman has 6 phone chargers and a 2 big purse, and none of them work.
You're being outplayed, Crimson One. Step it up.
And not for nothing, but I think she's on our side at this point.
This lady fantasized about a black Venom-style goo monster that's trapped under the basement of the Getty Museum and is firmly committed to the belief that that Venom monster is actually good, and that the Getty family house being burned down is going to finally release the black goo monster. How do you live like that? I don't understand.
Report to the nearest extraction point. I have to make a call.
The Getty Villa says its collections are safe so far from the Palisades fire. Here's how the museum is protecting itself. What about the goo? Will this article reference the goo? She should get into the hospital. I think we have a serious problem. Hold on, I'm gonna Google. Okay, not one mention of the goo. What about goo? What about aliens? Okay, what about the word black? Wow, they didn't even use the word black in this article one time. They're really trying to get us off the smell. They're really trying to get us off the trail here. Yeah, I'm not convinced. Ally Carter claims to be Tupac's long-lost daughter.
Pinnacle of all the thoughts. Now this is the next level with this new.
Tupac's daughter, Ally Carter, school guide in 2023. Guess nobody believed her story either. 108,000 likes.
Seeing where things led and who I really was and what was really going on, because things didn't make sense to me. Everybody kept my baby picture from me. Nobody wanted to show me my birth certificate. People kept things from me like it was a huge secret. People treated me different. And I have one baby picture, just one, that we found. They told me at St. Bernardine's Hospital in San Bernardino, California, that the reason why my father wasn't on the birth certificate was because it was shift change. And that the nurse had to sign for me because it was shift change.
What? Her real mother is trying to get her to go back home?
Sorry, I lost mother.
Oh, really?
I am.
Okay.
Her father, her brothers, Tupac is not her father. Her father lives right here in Moreno Valley. He's remarried, and the way out, if I have to take her to court, which is what my plan is, I will be taking my daughter, Tori, to court. I will be taking Shelly to court. Shelly has never adopted my daughter. All of these affidavits and all that crap is fake.
I don't know if this is real either. I don't care about this Ally Carter lady, man. What the hell? The nurse filling out the birth certificate and her shift ended before she could write down the father's name. Yeah, that's what happened. She was supposed to write Tupac Shakur in the birth certificate, and unfortunately her shift ended, so she couldn't. Okay, now we're down this like insane rabbit hole. Instead of looking at cool ass planes,
Let's go, honey.
It is the best day ever.
Speaking of society becoming deeply unwell, here is our next president. Only 13 more days until he's officially the president, just so you understand. He delivered an incredible press conference at Mar-a-Lago this morning. And let me tell you, okay, he is, oh boy, you are not ready. Or you're thinking like, oh, I'm ready. I've heard Trump say a bunch of crazy stuff. Let me tell you, you are not. He's gearing up for some stuff.
They're still counting in some areas. You know, they're still counting the vote in some areas. Can you believe this? What a place. What a horrible place. One of the things we're going to do is we've got to fix the election so that we get honest counts and they get done by 10 o'clock in the evening or something thereabouts. There are places where they're still counting votes.
He's going to fix it. There's no need to count it ever again. That's why I laugh when people are like, well, since Trump is going to be a lame duck president because he's a one-term president. And I'm always thinking to myself, are you sure about that? I thought we weren't going to have a need for elections any longer. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a one and done type situation. It's a one-off. You know, we did it. I voted, as we all did, for Donald Trump, as I told you to do so by consistently playing Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump, and we all voted por Donald Trump, and now that's it, one and done. It's king time now. America must restore the monarchy.
And we will drill, baby, drill. We'll be drilling in a lot of other locations, and the energy costs are going to come way down. They'll be brought down to a very low level, and that's going to bring everything else down. That's what caused it to go up, along with the ridiculous spending on the Green New scam, all this money, trillions.
Yeah, it was crazy when we did the Green New scam. It was crazy. Remember when we did the Green New scam, dude? And hamburger was made illegal? Oh, damn, that's a great one. I hate how he doesn't call it the Green New Steel. I think maybe there's a positive, too positive of an association with Green New Steel. Maybe that's why. Because it's like, oh, it's a steel, you know? Like, that could be positive. Like, oh, it's basically a steel. You might as well do it. That type of situation. That's why he's saying Green New Scam. Even though I do like Green New Steel. But I guess it's also kind of close to Stop the Steal. You don't want to confuse these guys, you know? They don't have a lot going on up there.
So when a Republican, it's not easy for a Republican. When the Republican wins the popular vote by millions and wins all 7 of the swing states, people said, well, we could win 4. We won all 7, and we won them by a lot. But that tells you we won. That tells you, and they've been watching this injustice. I go with the Injustice Department. What they've done is so bad. The whole world is
Got him. I thought this was a press conference. Did you guys forget how Trump press conferences work? This is how it works, chatters. You forgot. He leaves for an hour. He talks about how he won the election by numbers no one has ever seen before. He's got quants. They're using the Hadron Collider to do computational processes no one's ever seen before to find numbers that do not exist in the textbooks, to figure out what the margins of victory look like for me. We're using AI to try to figure out the tremendous victory they still haven't been able to count.
I'm a former very successful president. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We had borders that were sealed and beautiful. We had everything was good. We had no wars. We defeated ISIS. We had no wars. Now I'm going into a world that's burning with Russia and Ukraine, with...
Mr. President, you said you defeated ISIS, and yet there was a ISIS-style attack on the first day of January. What's that about? Oh my God, did Biden bring back ISIS? Oh my God, I figured it out. Brandon, Dark Brandon said, for my last trick, I'm bringing back ISIS. Oh my God, Yusuf al-Bidan, yeah. On his way back, he restored the Islamic Caliphate. I will undermine it.
And we don't have enough electricity, and then we have AI where we need more, and he wants everybody to have an electric heater instead of a gas heater.
He's like, yeah, we gotta use our grid for the AI and not like electric heaters and things of that nature that are genuinely better, not for the environment necessarily, but just for like the health of the people. We are gonna make sure that people are getting carbon monoxide poisoning. I do not care. We are gonna how else will they vote for me unless they're introduced to these toxic fumes at an early age and then maybe have cancer down the line? How else will we make sure that our beautiful industry of healthcare continues contributing to the GDP?
We think we're going to do some really great things, really great things. We're being respected again all over the world. The Panama Canal is a disgrace, what took place at the Panama Canal. And Jimmy Carter gave it to them for $1, and they were supposed to treat us well. I thought it was a terrible thing to do. It was the most expensive structure ever built in the history of our country, relatively.
What?
It would be the equivalent of substantially over $1 trillion today. We lost 38,000 people. Think of it, 38,000 people, they died from malaria, mosquitoes. They were unable to stop the mosquitoes. They paid people 5 times more to take the job. Many of those people died. We gave it away for $1. But the deal was that, you know, they have to treat us fairly. They don't treat us fairly. They charge more for our ships than they charge for ships of other countries.
He wants to take the Panama Canal. He wants to seize it. He wants to take the Panama Canal. He wants to take Greenland. And he also wants to bomb Mexico. And he wants to annex through economic warfare, he said. He wants to create economic pressure for Canada until the point of annexation. This is the peaceful dove. You see, Donald Trump wants to do all of this, but in a peaceful way, because he's a peaceful dove.
And we are not treated well, as you know, by Canada. Canada is subsidized to the tune of about $200 billion a year, plus other things.
Like, what is that? I don't even know what that means. Like, if Canada's not treating us well, who's treating us well? Damn, dude, everybody's cooking us, huh? Like, that's America's hat you're talking about, brother. What do you mean? We are not being treated well by Canada is such a funny statement to make as the President of the United States of America.
They don't essentially have a military. They have a very small military. They rely on our military. It's all fine, but you know, they got to pay for that. It's very unfair. I have so many great friends. One of them is the great one, Wayne Gretzky. I said, run for prime minister, you'll win it'll take 2 seconds. He said, well, am I going to run for prime minister or governor? You tell me. I said, I don't know. Let's make it governor. I like it.
What?
Something needs to change after the break. Otherwise, this could end up being a rout.
He's saying get Wayne Gretzky to be the governor of Canada and Canada to be a state. God damn. Yeah, he invited Wayne to Mar-a-Lago and told him to run for governor. Wayne is a MAGA cuck now. He's a disgrace of the country. You will see many such cases of that. It won't just be Wayne Gretzky. There isn't a snowball's chance in hell that Canada will become a part of the United States. Workers and communities in both our countries benefit from being each other's biggest trading and security partner. Uh-oh. I think we're accelerating. I think we are accelerating the ways in which Canada will inevitably have that sweet, delicious, juicy freedom of private enterprise in healthcare, especially when you got disgraced, now resigned 23rd Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, saying this will never happen. Well, it seems like it's definitely going to happen. That's a lock now. Have you ever seen this insane Lib Hopium Trudeau tweet? Yeah, I have. Justin Trudeau can become president of the United States in 2028 if Canada becomes the 51st state in America. I know, it's fantastic. Yeah. He should come here to mess up our country, too. What is this? Trump supporter featured in Truth social videos convicted drug offender. President-elect Donald Trump posted a video to his social media platform Monday of a convicted drug dealer purchasing a Make America Great Again hat in Greenland. I am hearing that the people of Greenland are MAGA, Trump's post read. Greenland is an incredible place, and the people will benefit tremendously if and when it becomes a part of our nation. We will protect it and cherish it from a very vicious outside world. Make Greenland great again. That's Magaga. Newsweek has reached out to Trump's transition team for comment. Of course he looks like that. No! The U.S. has considered acquiring Greenland several times in the past, with the most recent attempt in 2019 when Trump first brought up the idea. Greenland's capital, Nuuk, is closer to New York than the Danish capital, Copenhagen. Copenhagen! Donald Trump speaks at Mar-a-Lago, Florida in January 2024. Tim Azib is, in a video posted by Truth Social, is a drug dealer in Greenland. He was sentenced to 4 years in prison in one of the country's largest cannabis cases. I mean, yeah, who cares? He sells... I'm hearing that the people of Greenland are MAGA. My son, Don Jr., and he's going to pardon him. He's going to take Greenland. He's going to turn Greenland into America, and then he's going to pardon this man because of the cannabis crimes that he committed. Wait, let's see. I want to watch the video.
Okay. So, like, if you could tell Trump anything, what would it be? Buy Greenland? Why do you want Trump to buy Greenland?
Wait, why does he sound like he's Maori? What the hell is this accent, man? We don't want to be colonized by Copenhagen no more, miss. What the hell? Also, what's up with this universality of hogs? Like, why does he look like 4G Auto Blow? Why do they always have this painted on beard? 4G Auto Snow Blow?
Oh, moving it nicely.
Yo, what the hell, dude? The universality of hogs, man. They're turning into the same person.
Do you like America?
I love America. But people are too fun over there.
Wait, but people are too what?
Like America?
I love America. But people are too fun over there.
What? No. What is happening? That's the hog face, man. Isn't that the emote for when hogs? Yeah, hoggers. He's doing the hoggers face. Oh, Trump talked to Greenlandic people via phone. Trump calls in to Trump Jr.'s visit to Greenland, makes the argument for why the country should join American territory.
very talented friends, and the other group, a lot of other people. So I just want to say that it's a very special place.
Oh, must be. Well, getting in the way. Superb save.
The location really, you see the people and the ships sailing
From the
around,
keeper,
and they're
will
not
they
the right
seize on
ships. And they're not the ships you want to know about. So we need security.
Yeah, they're not the ships you want to know about.
Our country needs it, and the whole world needs it.
Yes.
It's so
Oh damn! One of them got real hype, dude.
strategically located.
Yeah.
So it's really imperative.
You're right.
Yeah, clap now. Come on. Wait, Charlie Kirk is there too? What is happening? I know about the history of colonies, but I wonder if it was like this lame. Like even back in the day where they were just like doing whatever the you know, medieval equivalent of this is. It had to have been, right? With like a lot more incest too. For context, this is like if Joe Biden sent Hunter on a foreign state visit and Hunter invited you to come with him. I know. Yeah, imagine in an alternate universe, Joe Biden is like, hey, look alive, Jack. We're taking over the Panama Canal. And then he sends Hunter down there and I'm with Hunter. It's like me and Hunter at Panama being like, all right, we're taking it over for the Mac attack.
Well, that is how to play advantage.
Thank you.
Yeah, I thought Trump was the great isolationist. What happened? I thought he was America first. How is doing a colonial occupation on Greenland going to improve the lives of all of the many MAGA charlatans that voted for him? I'm having a hard time. And before you say, oh, well, there's bounty there. There's natural resources there. Okay, there was natural resources at Iraq too. That's why we invaded. Did you see any of those benefits? No. American foreign intervention is never done to improve the immediate lives of American citizens. As a matter of fact, it has a negative impact on the lives of the average citizens. Their sons and daughters go out and die for no reason.
The Gulf of America, which has a beautiful ring that covers a lot of territory. The Gulf of America, what a beautiful name.
Oh yeah, he's changing the Gulf of Mexico and renaming it to the Gulf of America. Is it reasonable to think that Trump is threatening to take over the Panama Canal and Greenland in order to get kicked out of NATO instead of outright leaving NATO? A lot of people are terrified of Donald Trump leaving NATO and were when he was president, and he didn't do it last time, and I don't think he's going to do it this time either. He'll extract more money from other NATO countries for the security partnership. It's basically, NATO is a protection racket that benefits the United States of America. We are NATO. Without NATO, we do not have control over the entire globe. I'm pretty sure no matter how stupid Donald Trump is, he still understands that reality, and given his track record of backing down from certain things whenever he gets like a tremendous amount of criticism or backing away.
Chris Stapleton's All-American Roadshow.
And it's late. Definitely a yellow card.
Backing away from certain initiatives when it actually harms the bottom line of his big donors. Donald Trump was never actually going to go against NATO. NATO is profoundly important for the military-industrial complex, and Donald Trump understands how important that is. It's also very important for continued American imperialism around the globe.
Your references to Greenland and the Panama Canal.
And the
so
Velvet
can you
Toucher is doing
assure
well to win
the
it
world
back?
that as you try to get control of these areas, you're not going to use military or economic coercion?
No.
Can you tell us a little bit about what your plan is? Are you going to negotiate a new treaty? Are you going to ask the Canadians to hold the vote? What is the strategy?
Yeah, I can't assure you, you're talking about Panama and Greenland. No, I can't assure you on either of those two. But I can say this, we need them for economic security. The Panama Canal was built for our military. I'm not going to commit to that. It might be that you'll have to do something. Look, the Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China. And we gave the Panama Canal to Panama. We didn't give it to China. And they've abused it. They've abused that gift. It should have never been made, by the way. Giving the Panama Canal is why Jimmy Carter lost the election, in my opinion. More so maybe than the hostages. The hostages were a big deal. But if you remember, nobody wants to talk about the Panama.
I think that Donald Trump is not exactly a student of history. And I think the only reason why he knows about the Jimmy Carter situation is because he did the thing with Netanyahu, a similar thing with Netanyahu. That's what I think. There's no other reason for this man to know anything about Jimmy Carter. bold of you to assume he's a student of anything. I mean, I'm saying he's not. The only thing he's a student of is he's a student of the streets, okay? The school of hard knocks, where he got an A+, baby. That's right. The art of the deal, more like art of the steal. Yep. Green new steel. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore, okay? Wait, what? Trump invites us to reimagine our communities and to see national borders as artificially drawn lines. Oh my God, is he about to hit the Giannis Varoufakis line? Borders are a scar on the face of the earth. Are you also so woke? Everyone's a liberal, dude. He's like, borders are artificially drawn lines only when I want to annex our neighboring sovereign state. Oh, dude, he's Mr. Border Wall. What do you mean? I thought, wait, this guy's dropped the whole wall aesthetic. The party realignment is here. MAGA communism now. MAGA communism forever. That's right. I'm saying it. ACP was right. Jackson Hinkledink was right, dude. He said no borders, abolish class, abolish currency. We are looking at a future of a moneyless, classless, borderless society. What is Jesse Waters saying about it? See, the thing is, like, they're all memeing about it, but I don't know if they're memeing.
Canada. At first I wanted it, and I tried to divide it into 2 states. And then I realized we'd be adding Montana, basically, for the Republicans, and electorally like a Texas for the Democrats. And I don't like that. But the fact that they don't want us to take them over makes me want to invade. I want to quench my imperialist thirst.
I can't tell if this is, I feel like they're still joking about it, but they're so stupid and so bloodthirsty. I honestly don't know if they are joking.
President Erdogan is a friend of mine. He's a guy I like, respect. I think he respects me also. He's the one that didn't go after certain people after I requested that he not. You know who I'm talking about, the Kurds. I don't know how long that's going to, because they're natural enemies. They hate each other. But he didn't do that yet. And he didn't do it in the past also. He started, and I said, please don't do that, and he didn't do it. So, but if you look at what happened with Syria, Russia was weakened.
Bro said natural enemies like they're Pokemon, dude. As a Turk, the Kurd is my natural enemy. You know, since I'm a Pokemon, and I see a Kurd, and I think, and then the Pokemon fight music starts. Bum, 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 bum. Oh no, it's a Kurd type. It's a Kurd type Pokemon. That is my natural enemy. Meanwhile, we got the Greeks right there. How are you going to discount the real natural enemy of the Turk? Turkish people are the first to recognize that if a Kurdish person was like, oh, lahmacun is our food too, they'd be like, yeah, that's right. But God forbid they hear an Armenian say that. Let me tell you, okay? If the Kurds were like, baklava is our thing, Turkish people would be like, yeah, that's fine. But if a Greek said that, oh my Lord. The area is treacherous. There are far more natural enemies. You understand me?
By the way, I have the envoy here. Is that in the back? Standing with my son, Eric, is Steve Witkoff, who's just got back from the Middle East, and he's done a fantastic job. He's a great deal maker. I said, what we need there is a deal maker, because nobody makes a deal. We have people that understand where the rivers are and where the meets and bounds are, but they can't talk. They can't make deals. Steve's done a great job. I just want to thank you, Steve.
Well, I think we're making a lot of progress, and I don't want to say too much because I think they're doing a really good job back in Doha. I'm leaving tomorrow back to go to Doha, but I think that we've had some really great progress, and I'm really hopeful that by the inaugural, we'll have some good things to announce on behalf of the president. I actually believe that we're working in tandem in a really good way, but it's the president, his reputation, the things that he has said that are driving this negotiation, and.
You know this motherfucker got the job because he has a Mar-a-Lago membership. I'm sorry. This is the most... I don't know anything about this dude. I don't know nothing about his background. This is the most Mar-a-Lago dentist guy I've ever seen. Looking like a fish out of water. Oh my God, he's a real estate investor, landlord, and founder of the Witkoff Group. Wait, what's his experience? He was involved in financing the Fontainebleau Las Vegas? That's, oh my God, it's worse. He's not even a dentist. Oh my God, on September 15, 2024.
Want the effects of Viagra, but faster? Meet Rose Sparks. They contain sildenafil and tadalafil, but Sparks dissolve under the tongue. Dissolvables work faster than old school pills. See if Sparks are right for you at ro.co/sparks.
I'm delighted to have Stuart Robson sharing commentary duties with me. What we have coming up for you is foot ride.
Whitcock was playing golf with Trump at Trump International Golf Club in West Palm Beach, Florida, when the suspected assassination on Trump was attempted. Oh my God! I didn't want to lock it so hard, but God damn, he is so one-note. He is so predictable. It's crazy.
All hell must be paid for the guilt released on Well, do I have to define it for you? All hell will break out. If those hostages aren't back, I don't want to hurt your negotiation. If they're not back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East. And it will not be good for Hamas, and it will not be good, frankly, for anyone. All hell will break out. I don't have to say anymore, but that's what it is. And they should have given them back a long time. They should have never taken them. They should have never been the attack of October 7th. People forget that. But there was.
Yeah, people forget October 7th all the time, man.
Killed. Well, we need Greenland for national security purposes. I've been told that for a long time, long before I even ran. I mean, people have been talking about it for a long time. You have approximately 45,000 people there. People really don't even know if Denmark has any legal right to it. But if they do, they should give it up because we need it for national security. That's for the free world. I'm talking about protecting the free world. You look at, you don't even need binoculars. You look outside, you have China ships all over the place. You have Russian ships all over the place. We're not letting that happen. And if Denmark wants to get to a conclusion, but nobody knows if they even have any right, title, or interest. The people are going to probably vote for independence or to come into the United States. But if they did do that, then I would tariff Denmark at a very high level.
China's over there like licking its lips. Yeah, start sanctioning every European country. Allow China to get the microchip technology from the Netherlands. Lose out on any sort of global influence that we might have had. Allow China to become even more of a leader in multiple key sectors. Masterful gambit.
How soon do you anticipate going to meet with Putin to discuss the
Well, I can't tell you that, but I know that Putin would like to meet. I don't think it's appropriate that I meet until after the 20th, which I hate, because every day people are being, many young people are being killed, soldiers. The land is very flat, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers from many hundreds of thousands from each side are dead. And they're laying in fields all over the place. Nobody to even collect. There's landmines all over. It's a disaster. But it's very flat. It's great. It's farmland, and it's very, very flat. And the only thing that stops a bullet is the human body. And the human body is stopping a lot of bullets.
What does that have to do with anything?
Russia's losing a lot of young people, and so is Ukraine. And it should have never been started. That's a war that should have never happened. I guarantee you, if I were president, that war would have never happened. I'll be announcing something.
You're serious about making Canada 51st state of the United States.
I think it's pretty awesome that Donald Trump is so vehemently opposed to Biden and the Democratic Party that he ends up making like a weird argument that it's not actually Vladimir Putin's fault that he invaded Ukraine. It's actually still Joe Biden's fault. It's not actually Hamas's fault that they did October 7. It's actually Joe Biden's fault that October 7 happened. He's not even hitting the American enemies. Our foreign adversaries are violent and awful narratives that you normally would hear from any other American president because he's so obsessed with being like, no, it's the Democrats.
Again, this was a question that was asked of me. I didn't bring it up. I didn't want to bring up the Panama Canal because of Jimmy Carter's death. People don't bring it up, but you and other people have asked me about it. No, it's a deal that I was very strongly against. I was a young guy when this took place, but just why would we spend all of that money, lose 38,000 people to malaria, the mosquito? They were dying. It was horrible what was happening.
Oh my God, remember that? Mosquito. It just reminded me. 38,000. 38,000 dead because of the mosquito. Come on, someone has that old video. It's him talking to Jonathan Swan. Oh my God, I'm such a Trump stan. Why do I know this? Oh, it's with Tucker.
Why is China allowed to conduct imperialism in our hemisphere?
Well, yeah, and it's far beyond Cuba. It's all over South America.
Yeah, in the Caribbean.
So we built a thing called...
Bro, this is so funny. Watching Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump talk about Chinese imperialism like they're, Destiny dick riders. I wonder if this will cause anyone to reconsider their assessment as massive liberals. Probably not.
Control the Panama Canal. We lost 35,000 people to the mosquito, malaria.
Yeah.
We lost 35,000 people. We lost 35,000 people because of the mosquito.
I love that. Where it just like increasingly gets funnier and fun. We lost 35,000 people because of the mosquito.
Rodrigo. Teammates available.
From hard hats to steel-toed boots, Grainger's got your safety needs covered. Literally. Shop Grainger's vast inventory of safety products. Call, click, or just stop by.
Do you feel like you might be stuck in them forever? Philippa makes putting on and taking off your boots hassle-free no matter your calf size. Even after a long day with swollen feet and ankles, you can slip them on and off with ease. Our all-stretch boot shaft is designed to fit every leg shape. Whether you have wide calves or skinny legs, these boots will fit like a glove. And the walkable wedge with V-Pro Walksole tech means no more worrying about slipping on icy spots. The heat-retaining tech that keeps you toasty 24/7. Over 1,000 people have given the Via Philippa 5 stars. So warm, so stretchy, and so comfy. Easy to take on and off. So strong and stretchy that even a bucket of water can't pull them down. Pull it up or down or all around. After hundreds of stretching tests, it won't lose its shape. No matter your leg size, it fits perfectly with no wrinkles or creases in sight. Click the link to get your new knee-high boots today.
That's Via.
New fire directly north of you. Vegetation fire in the hills like 3 minutes ago. Wait, what? Bro, chill. Oh no, what the hell? Uh-oh. There's a vegetation fire that's 10 acres that is directly on the, oh my God, that's right on top of Runyon Canyon. Oh brother. Breaking, a new fire is just sparked on Solar Drive in the Hollywood Hills. Now that is not good.
I'm sorry, one more time, Javon, I apologize.
It was not a question. I was just commenting that it is such a dangerous situation because the winds are still blowing and embers will fly, and it is just so easy. We've seen over the last couple of days how easy it is for embers to fly to different areas and start spot fires and set homes on fires. It's just a very scary situation.
That's exactly what's happening. And that's why it's already, look how close it is now to Waddles Drive. There are houses on the other side of the fire. We are now slightly on the west side, looking more towards the east, and it's already starting to encroach on the end of that street. I can't tell if SkyMap is exactly lined up. I'm trying to match those lines up with the lights in the neighborhood. I'm not sure if the power is out down there, but you can see there's a few house lights.
The fire is significantly moving uphill with potential exposure in the next 5 to 10 minutes per incident command.
Is continuing to spot in the southerly
direction. It's moving in the direction of the valley. It's moving in the opposite direction, it seems.
We want to give people in the area.
Fire appears to be 10 acres in the canyon and is being pushed south by northern winds 10 minutes ago, but it's now saying fire is significant and moving up the hill. Oh wait.
Park kind of is where this area is. This is Curson Avenue that you were talking about.
I have watch duty, yes. I'm monitoring it from watch duty. No, it's going south.
Off here to the left, Curson Place, and going down, and all down here, that's Hollywood. What we're seeing, essentially, from your position, oh, I got to widen it out. I think I lost it. Is that
it will spread, dude. Get ready. It'll be. I'm ready to go. I have my stuff packed.
Where those flames are, of course, that's Hollywood. You're talking about a lot of apartments, as we've been saying, a lot of residences, a lot of homes, and they are all kind of in the path of this fire right now.
I am prepared.
Fire Department Kristen Crowley having had to excuse herself from that press conference she was dealing with in order to deal with this new fire, and we saw one drop right right? Are you seeing other resources that are arriving on scene?
I can tell you they are now attaching a number of units from all over the city, as well as the San Fernando Valley, and LA County Fire is now dispatching a number of units to help out.
Dude, that's crazy.
Resources are stretched so thin that they are requiring all hands on deck for this one. Anybody available is going to be heading to this fire as it's continuing. Just in the last few seconds while you were talking there, Mark, look at this thing blowing up. It is blowing up and spotting ahead of itself as the wind is literally shoving it south. I mean, these winds are still coming through here at a decent clip. I don't have an exact read.
You don't understand, like, this is not what the hill looks like, okay? The amount of houses that are there, the amount of apartments that are there is crazy.
By that smoke. Look at that plume of smoke being blown from north to south, and the entire section of Hollywood that we're looking at here is about to be blanketed in thick smoke.
That's it. That's where the houses are.
That little fire right there is shooting up embers at the end of Vista Street with the winds blowing in the southerly direction. That spot fire is about 100 yards away from the initial fire. 100 yards south, 100 yards closer to this neighborhood. Now only about well under a mile from Hollywood Boulevard.
So
what would you say in a fire, bro? Nothing, just my dog.
Right now is how a small fire can become a big fire. This is how all of these fires that we've been dealing with that are now thousands of acres in size and thousands of structures have burned. This is how they grow. Driven by the winds, pushed along.
This literally is how fast it happens, by the way. We just went from, brush fire on Runyon Canyon to everyone in this area, like 20, 30,000 people. This area is all apartments. Right at the ass cheeks of Runyon Canyon is all apartments. Will and Caroline are most likely going to come here now. They're evacuating here. But I told them, like, we might have to evacuate as well, potentially from here, if this spreads even further. I don't think so, but you never know.
But this has now spread. This fire itself is at least 50 acres as we look at this in just the last few minutes. Go ahead and widen out a little bit, and you can tell, Mark, just in the last few minutes since we first came down, you can see the size of this fire from top to bottom there, now paralleling Person Avenue, getting closer to Sierra Bonita Avenue, closer to Hillside Avenue, closer to North Vista Street. That's where that spot fire is, just to the north of North Vista Street.
All right, and what Giovanna was trying to mention to us earlier is that the city of LA, LAFD, is asking for 15 additional engines from the valley or the city. They are just arriving on scene now.
This is so chalk. This is so unimaginably cooked.
As quickly as they can, because this is a nightmare scenario for the fire department, is at another canyon.
It's not just any canyon either. It's like, if this turns to Pacific Palisades, there are a load more people that are right there. Curson Avenue, Curson Place. Like, this is an incredibly populated area. I can't just run and people panic and run before evacuation starts, then roads get clogged. Yeah, I'm not gonna get out until I have to, but as soon as I saw the fire, I was like, I texted Will and Caroline. I was like, you need to get out right now, because they haven't actually given evacuation orders yet, mandatory evacuation orders yet here, but like, this is going to happen. I'm still far away. It's throwing spot fires, brother. You should not feel like there's any certainty in direction or safety right now in the general vicinity. Chatters. There is miles of concrete buildings between me and this area. That's why I'm saying I'm sitting and waiting. There are not miles of concrete buildings between this fire and where some of my friends live. There's actually no buildings whatsoever. They are the concrete buildings between this fire. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I think at this point you should probably understand that, like, I have a decent understanding of where things are in Los Angeles. We watched this happen in real time.
60 acres directly towards Hollywood Boulevard. You're looking at several of the neighborhoods that extend into the hills here, just west of Runyon Canyon Road. We're talking about Franklin, Vista Street, Curson Avenue.
Aren't there 3 fires? Yes, there were 3 fires. Hearst, Palisades, and Eaton. This is new. It's on Runyon Canyon. This just started literally 10 minutes ago. We watched it happen. We watched it start as a tiny spark into what you are looking at right now, with spot fires going all the way down to where people live, basically.
Yeah, I'm just looking for any sign of traffic. Anybody who's self-evacuating at this point, looking for any sign of that. Right now, you don't see a lot. It's actually somewhat of a quiet night over here for the most part. As I look up Hollywood Boulevard, traffic is pretty light. I would love to see more people coming down and out of that neighborhood. But right now, we don't see a lot of car lights or headlights coming out of there just yet. Hard to see. It's very difficult with the sun going down, but just trying to decipher any signs of movement that we can.
Dude, that is insane. That is
the smoke is
nutty mode.
Starting to obscure our view over this section of Hollywood. Earlier, we had a perfectly clear.
This is Hollywood, chat. I'm still further down.
Hollywood Boulevard. You can see those house lights very clearly. Now you can see a large plume of smoke enveloping.
It's technically not West Hollywood. It's actually Hollywood.
Again, this is all happening.
To the right of where this is Hollywood. Behind it is the valley, or where it's like near the Hollywood Bowl.
Water drop, maybe 2 or 3 that we didn't catch, but very.
Between this fire and the neighborhood that I live in is approximately 5 miles worth of concrete.
We're going to set that map up now. It is ready, and
but this is definitely a lot closer. I mean, and there are people who live literally right there. Like, look, you see this?
You can see it burning. That is what Air 7 has been showing you, but it's burning down the hill, and look how enormous that community is. And we'll put this up on the touchscreen map as well eventually to show you the tremendous amount of property that we're talking about, all the homes and businesses. But Hollywood and Highland is there. If anybody has been through Hollywood and Highland, which is most of you, you know how congested and populous.
This is what it looks like on the street level.
That's how close this fire is, and it's moving really quickly. So the concern is what's going to happen if this fire continues to burn down the hill and reach that very populated area of Hollywood. And this is exactly, Philip is kind of showing us the direction of the fire and who is in danger. And there are a number of different neighborhoods, homes, and streets.
All right, mandatory evacuation order is now in place for Laurel Canyon Boulevard on the west, to Mulholland Drive on the north, to the 101 freeway.
New head to this fire almost. So you've got the southern head right there. Over to the right, if you tilt over to the right, you can see another head to this fire as it creeps up this hillside here, which is just blanketed with very thick fuel.
There are probably chatters in here that are literally right next to this, like live right next to this.
That's right. You can see air resources pouring in here, trying to get water on this fire. They're going to start with the leading edge here, but that might have been just a recon flight. Not sure if he made a drop or not. I didn't see it. Did you see it, Lucas? I can't tell. But go ahead. Now that we're on the west side of this fire, you can see the distance between Curson Avenue and the closest flames here. So fortunately, the neighborhood along Curson has not yet been touched. The wind is blowing parallel to Curson, more directly towards Franklin and towards Hollywood Boulevard. So that's the main body of fire there. Let's go ahead and widen out again, Lucas, and show the proximity to Hollywood Boulevard from this angle. You're going to get a better idea of the geography here as that fire is being blown downhill through the Hollywood Hills towards Hillside Avenue, towards Gardner Street, where LAFD is responding, towards Vista Street, Sierra Bonita, and ultimately Hollywood Boulevard.
People from right at the ass cheeks of this fire are coming here to evacuate. You're being ridiculous by telling me to evacuate right now. I'm not near it, okay? It is definitely much closer than all of the other fires, and the direction of the fire is like there. I don't know how to describe this. There are 10 miles of concrete apartments in between me and this fire. You're making it seem like I'm literally on fire right now. I'm already prepared for evacuation if need be.
For the folks in this community, as soon as we get that information, we'll of course turn it over to you. But the first and foremost, they're trying to fight this fire. What if this fire is not contained soon? What are we going to lose up in the hills where you live?
I'm good here where I'm at.
Pretty good view, and you can see the planes dropping.
But I might go and pick up Will in a second. I haven't figured it out yet.
Up above us years ago, but easily contained, nothing like this whatsoever.
Well, I'm sure there's a lifelong memories in that home. Hopefully you'll stay safe.
Chad, if I go pick up Will,
perfect. Have a great night.
And Caroline, I'm not going to pick them up from their house, where obviously I can't go there because they can't get out of there.
Going on right now, and
I'm going to pick them up from
those winds and how powerful they
are.
If I do go pick them up, I'm going to go pick them up from...
The good news is they eventually will. Right now,
like a place where they're walking.
Set up, albeit not at the same pace as it was about an hour ago. I'm losing track of time, but you can see that the forward progress is slowing. It has not stopped. There are new fires starting as we speak. In fact, that patch of trees right there near the bottom of your screen, that's a brand new fire, and it is even closer to Vista Street and closer to Franklin Avenue.
All right, Chad.
If you look at
I'm going to get in the car. I'm going to go pick him up. You'll see me in a brief moment when I'm on the way there, okay? I am currently on my way to go pick up Willard Ebers, Savage Neff III, and Caroline Kwan. The lights are no longer working on the roads, which is not good. I feel like that's not a good thing. But the conditions are fine overall. Hey, I'm outside of Astro Burger. Where are you?
Will, we're right outside the 7-Eleven because Will's grabbing a water.
Okay, I have hella waters. Don't worry about it. But also, do you know where the car wash is in the Astro Burger? I'm right there.
Okay, the car wash in Astro Burger. Yeah, let me get,
There's a cop car passing us. Or trying to pass.
Oh, I hear it. Okay, hold on. I'm a little bit turned around right now. Let me see. What street is it?
It's right outside of Plummer.
Oh, we're a couple blocks past Plummer.
Oh, you went in the opposite direction? You went more west?
Yeah, I told you we were walking west.
Oh, shit. Okay, well, there's a fire truck. Hold on, I'm gonna bust the Yui here, but there's a fire truck.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait for the fire truck to leave.
Yeah.
So that I can.
We're at Kirsten now. We're like 2 blocks past it.
Oh, no worries, no worries. No worries.
Okay, yeah,
I'm gonna.
I can hear the. Can you hear him now? I see the ambulance.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, you just heard the ambulance.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm cutting in. Okay. All right, I'm on my way. I'm passing Gardner right now.
I know, baby. Come here.
Okay.
أول يعني كان كل حاجة متوفرة، يعني المي متوفرة، يعني كل حاجة متوفرة. أما الحين صعب. أيام زمان عاد بيلعبن، بفرفتن، بيقرن، بيتعلمن. الحين فيش تعليم ولا في ولا إشي يعني. وعمره سنة و4 شهور، يعني معاه سلطات وياه يورث أعضاء، ما بيقدر يمشي، يقدر يتحرك، يحبي ولا حاجة.
Let me see if I can. So you're at the 7-Eleven outside of like DBA, old DBA?
Yeah.
Like next to Mammy's Italian Kitchen or something? That decadent Italian dining spot?
There's a big fucking truck that's blocking everything, but it's like
it's the 7-Eleven outside of old DBA, right? Like Doheny, or not Doheny? What's the Fuckboy Lounge?
Just if you're on Santa Monica, it's like 2 blocks west from Plum, so just stay on Santa Monica.
Yeah. It's the. Wait, what is it? What street is it? Bar Lubitsch? Bar Lubitsch? Past Bar Lubitsch? Oh, more ambulances passing by. Wait, I think I must be right near you guys.
It's Kirsten, so if you see like Speedway.
Hold on, it's not showing me where Will's exact location is, so I can't exactly find it. Hold on.
Hey, Hassan's like right there. Wait, will you talk to him? Hold on.
Oh, I see you. I see the truck. I'm right outside. I'm right outside, in front of the truck. I found the 7-Eleven.
All right, we're coming over. I see you.
Okay, perfect. Oh shit, I'm blocking traffic right now.
All right, pull up a little bit.
I'm gonna pull up.
Pull in that little, yeah.
No, there's a Bronco coming out of the garage right now. Yeah! Oh shit. Is it not working? Alright, there it is. Here, you want me to pop the truck? Yeah. 1 second. You want to talk? Trunk's popped.
Get in, Caroline.
Hello. How are you guys feeling? Traumatized a little bit?
Detected.
Oh damn! It's got that nice smoky scent outside.
Are you streaming?
I am, yeah.
You're absolutely insane.
I'm an insane person. Anyway, put this here. We're good.
We're good.
Everything's good.
Yeah.
Everything's gonna be all right.
Thank you for coming to get us.
No problem. Okay.
Okay, unfortunately, I left my Pokemon cards, so we're gonna have to double back.
Okay, you got it. No, that's not a problem.
There's a lot of rare slabs in there, Hassan.
Okay,
When we
no
were
worries.
initially evacuating, I was like, okay, hurry up because everyone's going to be trying to go, so only bring what's important. And this motherfucker grabbed his Pokemon cards.
Yeah, there's a lot. Listen.
Oh, chill out. Okay. People are driving extra crazy. I'm just gonna let you know.
It was apocalyptic when we were walking from where we had to leave, where we were.
Y'all smell like a
cloud.
Oh, dude.
But it's like cool. It's like cozy.
No.
You smell like a cozy fireplace.
Dude, I don't know if our building's gonna
Survive it? It'll be fine, I think. It's gonna be.
Thank you, Fire Warden.
Yes.
Oh, Smoky Bear.
It's gonna be alright.
Turkish
What are
Smoky
these guys
Bear.
doing? They're just waiting with their luggage on the corner of the street.
There were so many people who did exactly what we did, and they were like, okay, we're walking.
Yeah, we pulled in that auxiliary spot in our building and just booked it.
Honestly, better to be able to pull it into an auxiliary spot and book it on feet and then get picked up rather than,
Yeah.
have the car be left
on
the side of the road.
Will, I don't know if you saw, but those guys who were it was starting to get crazy because somebody had just left their car.
Yeah.
And it was blocking.
That's what I said. I was like, that's what I said. Look outside because I feel like there's probably a car. Like there's probably somebody who just left their car.
I feel way better now though because Turkish Fire Marshal Hassan Piker told us it's probably going to be chill.
Okay, I'm not the Turkish Fire Marshal. Murad is the Turkish Fire Marshal, and he.
Us.
Yeah.
He did. He's so sweet.
As soon as I saw the running can, I was like, you guys gotta get out of there.
Well, it was crazy because I was looking at all the fire stuff, and I was gonna go live in about 5 minutes, and then I got.
Progress is a philosophy, a choice, a reason to keep going. Introducing the next generation of Tonal. We took the smartest, most effective strength training system in the world and made it stronger. Now lift up to 250 pounds of adaptive weight. Feel the perfect blend of cardio and strength training. And build muscle up to 2 times faster. This is progress that powers progress. Tonal, power, progress.
Got a text from my friend who lives about half a mile from us, more in the hills, and she was like, we're evacuating right now, look outside. And so I went outside and Will was streaming.
Yeah.
I was like, hey babe, we might need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
And this is before they had called for, official evacuation. I was like, we need to go because if they call an official evac, it's gonna be really hard to get out of here. And so then I was like, okay, get our stuff and let's go. And then when we were leaving our building, was doing the thing where people who are gone but have their cats and stuff
They were like, okay, we need to get into like this apartment because so-and-so's cat is there.
Go. I don't know.
Because, you know, everyone had to evacuate.
Is Farley nervous?
Oh, he's so distressed.
Hassan, he just ran out of a burning building.
And he's fine. He's gonna be all right. Farley,
Farley, you hear that? Turkish Fire Marshal Hassan Piker
first of
says
all,
you should be okay.
Okay, listen. I think Farley's gonna be a lot more nervous when he has to share space with a behemoth.
What's worse? Do you know who you're going to go hang out with?
with a behemoth that uses him like a chew toy.
Yeah, that's true.
Farley's gonna be like, please get me back to the fires.
Please drop me directly into the hell pit. Yeah, look at this. This is like anything going west or anything going south right now is crazy.
When we were still waiting to try to get out of the garage, I ran out to the main street and I asked people, I was like, how long have you been sitting in your car? And they're like, 30 minutes. So I came back, I was like, okay.
That's the beauties of car-reliant infrastructure, baby. But here, like I was saying earlier, listen, we might not have the longest range. We might not have chargers readily available everywhere, but EV supremacy, ain't nobody's panicking waiting outside of a gas station right now. There are so many cars. Half of the pylons here are just bumper to bumper traffic waiting to get into a gas station so they can fill up their cars.
Are you doing an EV plug right now?
Yes, I am.
Well, do you have that water? Where'd it go?
Caroline, I gave it to you.
It's somewhere.
We're on the grid.
I put it in, oh, here it is. It fell on my bag. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. It's so crazy how fast it happened.
Yeah, no, I know.
So after my friend texted me and I went outside and I was like, well, we gotta go. Then suddenly I started getting a flood of, like, you texted, and I got so many texts and calls and everyone was like, hey. Because I guess it was on the news at that point. My parents are they're on a trip together, but they're somehow not together, so they have been individually calling me. I was like, aren't you on a trip together? Like, I'd be on the phone with my mom, and then my dad would be calling me. I'd be like, Mom, I gotta go. And then I'd answer my dad's call, and then my mom, I'd be like, Dad, I gotta go, Mama's calling again. I was like, aren't you guys in the same place? Can you please just join together so I can update you both at the same time? Hi, Tiki boy.
I still, in my mind, believe that this is all because Lovely got Platt. I think he opened up a new layer of hell.
This is the timeline that wasn't meant to exist.
I think that he broke something. He broke something. He disturbed evil forces.
Yeah. If Judy gets Platt, then
okay, no, we have to stop her. We have to go to her house right now and stop her.
Hides might shift.
No, Platt. How about gold? Or
okay. Well, we don't have to kick her while she's.
Okay. How about silver?
Okay. Oh, wow. She made silver. She's in silver 30.
Oh, that's devastating. Oh no. Okay, it makes sense.
Check the weather patterns.
It's making sense. It's making sense. Balrog. From the deep crevices of hell.
God, I really do smell like just straight up ash and smoke.
It's gonna be not so funny when we also have to evacuate my place.
Yeah,
but so far we're good. So far
we're walking to Wubby's, baby.
So
Wubby,
far,
get a bed ready.
So far we're good. Bro, we're gonna be fine.
It's one of those things where you don't think that it's gonna be you, and then it is, right? Like, you're paying attention to the news and you're seeing everything, and
I'm sorry.
Suddenly...
I burped.
Ew.
Son, we just evacuated us.
Okay, I hate you.
Son, please. Please. We should have walked. I knew.
You know what? Well, we're walking.
This is not the fart car. That's the other car, and it's not really a fart car. It's just an old car. Sometimes they smell like that. It's a distinct Toyota Camry 2010 smell. It's famous. It's a famous Toyota.
It's falafel and Turkish delight.
I know that smells. Oh God, it's falling apart. It's a famous, distinct smell from the Toyota Camry 2010 Sport Edition with the V6. You don't know about it because They don't want you to know about it because no one would buy the car if that was the case, okay? That's what it is. Oops, I'm blocking the road.
Yeah, my aunt's calling me.
Oh, Jesus.
Hey, Gay, we're okay. We got evacuated. We're okay. Well, yeah.
You think I'll get pulled over for riding on the bike
We're
lane?
okay. All right, I think we're like 5 minutes away. All right, bye.
Yeah, it's also like that thing when there's crazy events happening where people just are losing their minds. So as we were walking, there was shit going on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like LA is already pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And then when you're, you know.
Yeah. It honestly, at one point, it felt seriously apocalyptic with the smoke everywhere. We could see the flames and people were like screaming at each other. Like,
Wow. That area near Runyon Canyon is I was trying to explain to Chad, like, that is a very densely packed area full of, it's like having a massive wildfire in like Central Park near apartment complexes.
Yep. Oh yeah, I know, Farley. I know, baby. So one of my friends, Will, texted, and I was like, yeah, Will and I are okay. We're walking right now. She's like, did you bring your dog? I'm like, no, we left him.
Yeah, someone in my chat was like, oh, Hassan, you need to evacuate, but please don't forget Kaya when you evacuate.
No, I was actually going to, they're fine.
Man, they want you to bring Kaya to Japan.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, that's not a bad idea.
No, dude. What?
Oh my God, we've lost him to the trains.
I'm just saying, that would be sick. It would be kind of sick.
No. No part of it. At no part were you correct in your answer.
Are you looking at the updated maps to see if, like,
Yeah, I am.
to tell me if we also, the area that we're in also somehow
so
get it?
far, fine.
It's not even in the secondary evac
No,
zone
it's
yet,
not. It's
so
not. It's okay.
I haven't been too worried. All right, I'm back. We're back. Holy moly, we're back. Sorry that there wasn't best footage possible there when I was driving and stuff, but I didn't have a second hand to point the camera or whatever. We're good, I think, and yeah, that's it. We're good. We Will and Caroline and Farley have successfully evacuated from their area. I'm fine. We're gonna check in to see what the updates are. We were previously warning about the fire coming into the city via Santa Monica, or via the hills in Santa Monica. Now we should even be more worried about this new fire could come into the city via Hollywood and West Hollywood. Is very concerning, is what they're saying on ABC7.
This is where the fire is right now. It is burning in this
They're
direction.
just saying,
if I expand out even further,
they're just saying in the worst case scenario,
Carson,
it might
right here. And look at the homes that are along Carson.
way of the-
But let's say, hypothetically, if this fire continues to burn in this direction, which is where it's going, look at everything that's in its way from these big properties, but getting down to Carson, and then you start getting into this massive amount of a populated area. And for perspective, we talked to you about Hollywood and Highland. I'm going to move the map over. Right over here is, let me expand that a little bit more. There's Highland, and Hollywood Boulevard is right here. So the fire is here. It's burning in this direction, and all of this populated area, Hollywood Boulevard, Sunset Boulevard, Highland Avenue going up and down.
View from behind the Runyon fire looking towards the city an hour ago. I cannot believe that we watched this when it was literally like this big.
It's insane how fast.
Like when it was a blip, the first thing I did was like, oh my God. The first thing I did was hit you guys up. And that was like, it was like this much. And now, a couple hours later.
It's because it's so fucking dry. It's so dry. And, the combination with the winds and.
It was literally 2 small spot fires. And look at it now. This is from an hour ago, too.
So chat, I don't know if Hassan gave you like a clear idea of what happened to us, but I was streaming and Caroline came in and one of her friends had messaged her and was like, hey Caroline, there's a fire near our place. Their places aren't near our place. It's small right now, but we just wanted to let you know. Caroline came into my stream room and we decided like, all right, end stream, pack a few things. And like 10 minutes later, we had an evacuation notice. We were already like in the car. We couldn't get out of our building because all of those streets are gridlocked. And like, it was just madness. Like I had to park my car in like an auxiliary spot in my building because we couldn't even get out of the parking lot and we just walked out.
Yeah, I told him walk south and then I'll you know, come. I was gonna get my mom to pick him up first, but I was like, I don't want to do that because she's immobile. Like,
and when we walked out, like we could see the fire. Like it was next. Like you could feel it, you could smell it. So we were like, oh shit. So we walked out.
Yeah, it's madness on the streets. It is like a movie on the streets. Like it is. From what I saw, and Will can speak to this more because he was literally walking on the streets, but like LA drivers are pretty bad in general.
Dude,
when there's not a fire going on.
My adrenaline was jacked. It was like Thunderdome. People were screaming at people.
Yeah.
Someone ditched a car.
It was giving Purge vibes. It was, you know, we're good now, but.
Popped up quickly.
This is crazy.
And within 5 minutes, he says it was about 10 times the size. And then
man, LA is really getting pissed on right
engulfed
now.
In flames within 20 minutes. And
Fire department reporting they have a spot fire outside the line of the Sunset Fire at 2451 Nichols Canyon Road. Unknown is a new start or related to the Sunset Fire.
Feels kind of like he's trapped.
It doesn't look like it will get out of control. They're going to get a water drop and hopefully that will knock it down.
It kind of feels
immediately
like
someone goes, somebody's lighting these fires. Dude,
I don't mean to laugh.
Dude, the conspiracies are gonna. Okay, first of all, you can laugh. Your house is literally about to be engulfed in flame.
I thought you said it was gonna be okay.
You're gonna be okay, but like.
I thought you said it was gonna be fine.
Bro, if you
told me it was gonna be okay.
My rule of thumb is if you're in the evac zone and you can taste the fire, you're allowed to make jokes about it.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Someone literally was telling me in the chat earlier, like, oh, Mr. Socialist man, here, taking advantage of a tragedy. Why don't you go put out the fire? Like, unironically, they were like, go fight the fire.
He wears Velcro shoes, chat. He can't fight the fire.
The wind gusts are devastating. Truly a hurricane of fire. That is nuts. Look at this.
And each one of those has the potential to spread a new blaze.
We'll stay safe. Hopefully the fire will not, continue growing. The Sunset Fire. Seems like they have a pretty decent handle on it. Yeah, it looks definitely not as hellish, not as nightmarish as it did before.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. A lot happening today. In just over 13 hours' time, Donald Trump will be sentenced for his 34 felony convictions in New York. That is after the Supreme Court within the last hour or so denied his request for a delay. Now, barely. The 5-4 decision just came down the last hour. Chief Justice Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett siding with the 3 liberals on the court, deciding that first, the alleged evidentiary violations at President-elect Trump's state court trial can be addressed in the ordinary courts of appeal. That is usually how this works. Second, the burden that sentencing will impose the president-elect's responsibilities is relatively insubstantial in light of the trial court's stated intent to impose a sentence of unconditional discharge after a brief virtual hearing. Justices Thomas, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Alito, who just talked to Donald Trump on the phone yesterday, say they would have granted the stay. Go figure. But with the 5-4 decision, Donald Trump will be the first convicted felon to become president of the United States. We're just breaking barriers right and left these days. And he will have to appear virtually in a New York courtroom at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning for his sentencing. Lisa Rubin is an MSNBC legal correspondent. Christy Greenberg served as an assistant United States attorney for the Southern District of New York, where she was deputy chief of the criminal division there. They both join me now. First of all, let me just start with you on the law here. You and I talked, and I'll just cop to it. I thought there was no way in heck this was going to happen. He was going to pull some rabbit out of a hat. I may have even said the words, I'll bet $10,000 it never happens. I was wrong. he exhausted his appeals in New York court, right? So that Mershon ordered, then there's one intermediate appellate level, they said no. Then there's the ultimate appellate level, they said no. Then emergency filing the Supreme Court being like, guys, help me out. You've been there for me all along. Help me out. What was the argument his lawyers were making in the Supreme Court?
Lawyers were making sort of two arguments, Chris. One is that at the trial, there was evidence introduced at the trial on which the jury relied, for which he was entitled to immunity. So his argument goes under the Supreme Court's immunity ruling.
Right. Per John Roberts' SCOTUS opinion last year.
Correct. That not only does the president have immunity from prosecution for his official acts or his core constitutional duties at least, but he also has immunity from even having official acts evidence introduced in trials having purely to do with his private conduct. That was his first argument. His second argument was, I am a president-elect, and the same constitutional concerns that the Department of Justice recognizes with respect to sitting presidents and prosecuting them for any reason whatsoever, those should apply to me too, because I am very busy with very important things under the Presidential Transition Act, and you should therefore stretch your July ruling to cover this period too.
I might run for president someday. I think I get immunity, personally. That's my
the DA's
that's my new constitutional interpretation. Let's just keep going with this. You were surprised. You walked in, you're surprised.
Oh, yeah, I got this wrong. I really thought that they were going to bail him out once again, because that's what we've seen. And, you know, some cynicism was warranted. This was 5-4. There were 4 of these justices who were prepared to help him out here. I didn't count on the fact that Justices Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett would do the right thing here. But even then, the order itself is interesting. They say that the reason they're okay with this is because the trial court's stated intent is to impose this sentence of unconditional discharge, which means nothing. No jail, no probation, no conditions, nothing, nada.
Wait, just stop on there right there, because that is a tip to that argument, right? So they're saying, like, the equities that you're bringing forth, which is I am president-elect, and I do have many busy things to do, down meetings and calls down in Mar-a-Lago. They're saying, we hear you, but it's not going to be that bad a burden. But it's conceding that there's something there.
It is conceded, yes. And they're saying, and this sentencing is going to be a brief virtual hearing. Those are not typically words that are associated with sentencing of criminal defendants. Sentencings are not brief. Sentencing
We'll get you in, we'll get you out.
Right. That's not how it works. For any other criminal defendant, you're usually looking at least an hour for a criminal sentencing, even in a pretty minor case. And they're not virtual for any other criminal defendant. They're always in person. So, yes, should we take the win, the fact that the sentencing is happening at all? Yeah, but this is not business as usual. This is not how it works for anybody else. Essentially, the American presidency is officially a get-out-of-jail-free card. That's what this is.
I have to say that I had gotten so cynical about this court that I thought, well, they'll find a way. And I thought they were going to issue some temporary order. We'll consider it. But of course, again, the shadow docket here and the emergency docket is so complicated procedurally that I was like, oh, did they need 3 votes or 4? Like, no, it's going to be actually found 5-4, whatever. Point being, though, to your point, it does also feel like there are 4 votes for like on the record first time, right? This is the first Supreme Court ruling of the new Trump era. This is the first, the last time he had a 5-4 court in his favor with Kennedy's the swing voter. He now has a 6-3 vote in his favor with, Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett as the likely defectors to make a majority of the liberals. And this really feels like our first look at this court where there's 4 votes for do whatever.
It's a pretty
do you feel that way? Or is
am I being I'm a Pollyanna, and so I will always see the upside of this. The upside to me is that they tried to stretch the meaning of the July presidential immunity decision far beyond that which John Roberts, who was its author, intended for it to go. And therefore, I think it backfired on them. So in that respect, I was gratified to see that.
We have some breaking legal news.
Yes.
Do you know this?
Yes,
you know this. Okay, so the 11th Circuit, which is the circuit that was reviewing an application by Donald Trump to stop the report from Jack Smith's office from coming out, has denied the request by Trump's co-defendants to block the release of special counsel Jack Smith's report, but left in place the 3-day delay that Judge Aileen Cannon instituted to allow for further appeals. So at the circuit court level on the Docs case, they're saying you don't get to stop Jack Smith from releasing this. We're going to leave in place this 3-day delay that Cannon put in that no one could find.
They're saying it's sort of procedurally, look, if you wanted to appeal her order, you should have appealed it directly, and therefore that 3-day period is going to stay in place sort of as a default. But it also gives Trump time, obviously, to now run to the Supreme Court because there's going to be a 3-day wait.
That's amazing. So there's going to be a SCOTUS writ petition, and they're going to get another, already, he's not even in office yet. And there's going to be another swing here.
This one, I mean, again, Judge Cannon's order was so absurd. I mean, first, the case wasn't even before her. She had already dismissed it. And she issues this order to say the whole report can't be released, even the January 6th part, which wasn't even before her. So, again, this one, I feel fairly confident, at least with respect to the January 6th report, which Merrick Garland has said they intend to release, that will be released and that the Supreme Court won't block it.
We should also make the point here that I'm not sure how, I mean, in terms of the Docs case, like, we all read the indictment. Like, it's not like we're going to learn something shockingly new in this report, most likely. It seems more to me about the, wonder you're shaking your head.
Yeah. But I think most
I'm
people
wrong,
shaking our
please.
head.
Okay.
So one of the things that Jack Smith said is that he had unclassified evidence that he intended to prove at trial that would say why Donald Trump had these classified documents in the first place, what he intended to do with them. That, to me, has always been the $64,000 question. Was he just holding them as trophies, or did he intend to sell them? Like, what was he doing? Why was it so important for him to keep these? And the fact, like, if we could get answers to those questions from Jack Smith in this report, that would have real value there. So there's a reason, I would think, why Donald Trump's team is trying so hard to keep this from being released. And unfortunately, Merrick Garland has agreed, except with respect to the classified documents case, that we're not going to see it. They don't intend to release it because there are these two co-defendants where they're still pursuing an appeal. But honestly, Donald Trump's DOJ is going to dismiss the charges against them anyway. So if you're weighing the public interest here, go ahead and drop the case against them and let us see the classified documents report.
I would say I want to see the classified documents report for a slightly different reason. There's a cast of characters here who witnessed the behavior or participated in it with him, and many of those people are scheduled to take important roles in the next Trump administration.
Handling classified information.
Including Susie Wiles, who is PAC representative in the indictment, including Kash Patel, who at one point in time was the designated liaison between the former Trump administration and the National Archives. So for those kinds of reasons, I would be really interested in seeing it, because think about how much we learned from the Mueller report with respect to all of the witnesses and the documentation and the back and forth between people. That's what I really want to see here, even if we could never get classified information.
All right, that's a really good point. So let's go back to, sorry, I'm keeping a lot of balls in the air today. Let's go back to the sentencing. So just walk me through what happens tomorrow at 9:30.
Tomorrow at 9:30, when we walk in, we will see a screen in all likelihood where Todd Blanche is with his client, Donald Trump, at Mar-a-Lago.
Maybe they choose like a cool Zoom background.
Maybe.
American flag.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rudy Giuliani was instructed by a judge the other day to get rid of his American flag background. That's the joke Christie is making. But I think what we'll hear from first is we'll hear from the prosecution. Then the defense will have an opportunity to speak. And then he will give Trump himself an opportunity to speak. And what's crazy about that is, Chris, I've been at 2 trials already where Donald Trump has had an opportunity to speak. One as a witness, the other he wanted to make a statement. In both cases, he ended up getting into skirmishes with those judges about talking too long and about things that he had already been precluded from talking about. What happens when he's virtual? What does Judge Merchan do? Like, just cut the feed? That's sort of an open question about how this all unfolds tomorrow. But ultimately, and I think this is the part that Christie knows best, and the lengthiest part, is he will deliver a recitation of his reasons for imposing the sentence that he says he's going to impose, and at the end, sentence him officially to this unconditional discharge, as we're all expecting.
Yeah, and we've gotten a preview already of some of what Judge Merchan will say. In his opinion, he says that this crime from Donald Trump, these 34 felonies, represents the premeditated and continuous deception by the leader of the free world. Like, those are pretty strong statement about how he views the gravity of this offense. And, you know, again, that's not normally something you would think is going to be met with no consequences whatsoever in terms of punishment. let's remember, again, to be kind of the Debbie Downer here, yes, it's good we're having a sentencing, but in a way, like, this is not the sentencing that he should be getting. He should be getting punished. Michael Cohen was sentenced to 3 years in prison for making this payment at the direction and for the benefit of Donald Trump. And he's somebody who pled guilty. Donald Trump went to trial. Michael Cohen accepted responsibility. Donald Trump has been in contempt of the gag order several times. So, like, this is something that you would expect if he were not going to be president in 17 days, he would have gone to jail for. So I expect also Donald Trump, if it's not Donald Trump, certainly his lawyers are going to go after Judge Merchan. Their filings have been replete with statements about how he is acting unlawfully, how he is acting unconstitutionally. You don't normally see that. You can say to the judge, you got it wrong and we're going to appeal, but you don't usually hear, hey, you're breaking the law. Yeah. So I think you're going to see fireworks. 100%.
Panera's new ciabatta dippers. A duo built for dipping. Here for a limited time.
Join Planet Fitness and save $28 or more. Just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends January 10th.
Happy whatever year it is wherever you are. From where I'm sitting, it's 2024, about to be 2025, which seems like as good a time as any to take a look ahead at what games are coming out over the course of the next year. Here are the biggest game releases of 2025 that we know about right now. Before we get started, just a friendly reminder, this video is by no means every single game coming out in 2025, but it's a whole bunch of them. We do a version of this video every month that covers upcoming game releases for that month, and those are generally a lot more comprehensive and up to date. But whether you're looking 1 month or 12 months ahead, game releases have a tricky tendency to shuffle around a bit. So depending when you watch this video, it might not be quite as accurate as it was when we made it, but we tried our best. Just keep that in mind. On January 17th, Tecmo Koei's flagship Musou series Dynasty Warriors returns with Origins, which is the first full-fledged entry since 2018's Dynasty Warriors 9. That'll take full advantage of current-gen hardware to flood your screen with enemies that you can then plow through while yelling the titular battle cry of "Die, Nasty Warriors!" That's on PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. If you want to make warriors die in nasty ways from really far away, on January 30th, Sniper Elite Resistance continues the long-running and long-range gratuitous Nazi castration simulator series. This latest installment doesn't seem to be shaking up the formula too much, but it's hard to complain about that when the formula involves shooting the private parts off of fascists. Did I mention you can shoot Nazis in the dick? Because you can. That's on all the Xboxes and the PlayStations plus PC.
See how feed us into your Nazi boss.
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Well, none of the above actually, but it is technically a Bohemian Rhapsody. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 picks up where the first sprawling RPG left off, continuing the adventures of Henry of Skalitz, a poor boy with no need for sympathy. And while KCD2's immersive and historically grounded simulation of 14th century Bohemia is by no means easy come or easy go, the deep role-playing mechanics and massive open world means you can take Henry any way the wind blows. It doesn't really matter to me. That's on current-gen consoles and PC February 11th. Scaramouche, Scaramouche. If you like simulated history on a much larger scale and even larger time frame, Sid Meier's Civilization 7 drops that same day. When a game franchise has had 7 installments over 3 decades, it really shouldn't need that much in the way of an introduction, but in a nutshell, you're in charge of seeing a society progress through history by exploring, expanding, exploiting, and a fourth X word as needed, which unsurprisingly can get a bit complicated. That's out for basically everything, including Linux, but excluding mobile, but that'll probably come later. On February 14th, Assassin's Creed Shadows sends Ubisoft's flagship open-world series into the much-requested setting of feudal Japan, and if you can't decide if you'd rather be a ninja or a samurai, great news, because this one lets you do both thanks to its dual protagonists. That's going to be on current-gen and PC. If you're feeling lonesome on Valentine's Day, there's also Date Everything, a sandbox dating simulator where you may in fact be able to date an actual sandbox. And if not, there's 100 other anthropomorphized inanimate objects with which you can become romantically involved, from the windows to the walls, or at the very least, the floor. And they're all fully voice acted. That's on PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. On February 18th, Obsidian's Avowed hits Xbox Series and PC. This is set in the same fantasy universe as the studio's isometric Pillars of Eternity games, but in this case it offers a whole new point of view thanks to its first-person perspective and real-time combat. It may look like Skyrim, but don't expect an epic time sink. The devs have said it's more comparable to the Outer Worlds, which is great news for anybody who sucks at finishing games.
I live in the real world, my man, with bills and responsibilities.
Speaking of time sinks, if you think it's time to sink some ships and terrorize the high seas, well, you're in luck because Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii is, well, I feel like the title really kind of covers its bases there. This will see Goro Majima, the fan favorite foil and frenemy to its usual protagonist, taking the wheel somewhat literally after he gets amnesia on a beach and decides to explore a new career as a pirate. Classic Majima. That's on the Xboxes, PlayStations, and PC February 21st. Pirate Yakuza actually moved its release date up a week to get the hell out of the way of one of the biggest games of the year, Monster Hunter Wilds, which comes to Xbox Series, PS5, and PC on February 28th. Again, it's one of those series that requires little introduction, especially after how many new players got hooked on Monster Hunter World last gen. With Wilds, Capcom is aiming to refine and improve the core experience in a way that satisfies longtime fans and newcomers alike, but also introduce new features that take advantage of current hardware to keep things interesting. Oh yeah, and it also needs to be accessible enough to attract more new players. So if you're wondering why this game has taken so long, that might have something to do with it. On March 6th, it's time to buddy up for another co-op adventure from Hazelight, the studio behind It Takes Two and A Way Out. This time it's split fiction, which sees sci-fi and fantasy authors getting stuck in virtual reality and undergoing a bunch of bizarre adventures together, including, but not limited to, getting turned into pigs, who are subsequently turned into hot dogs and then cooked on the grill. And yes, the hot dogs are playable.
Hot diggity dog!
Best of all, buying one copy lets two people play online together. That's on PC and current gen. On March 25th, you can experience the upper middle class corner of Upper Middle Earth with Tales of the Shire, a cozy life sim that focuses entirely on ordinary hobbit life. You know, for regular hobbits who just like to garden and smoke pipes and drink brandy and have petty rivalries over trivial neighborhood bullshit and probably post mean things on Nextdoor, not, you know, going on long hikes to throw jewelry into a volcano. It sounds lovely. Be a shame if this Shire were to be, I don't know, ruthlessly scoured by ruffians in the thrall of Saruman, perhaps?
There's mud, trotting the carpet, they pillaged the pantry. I'm not even going to tell you what they've done in the bathroom. They've all but destroyed the plumbing.
Well, anyway, that's on PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. If you prefer to explore a version of the Shire-like pastoral English countryside that's been doused in radioactive particles, there's Atomfall. Hopefully you've put this together, but it's taking some cues from Fallout. This one also leans a bit more into survival than role-playing though, so I think the Stalker influence is also pretty strong. Plus, it's also showing an alternate future in which a major real-world nuclear disaster went a whole lot worse. That's coming to everything but Switch on the 27th of March. To me, DNF has always been short for Did Not Finish, or Duke Nukem Forever, which they probably shouldn't have finished, but to a few million other people it is shorthand for Dungeon and Fighter, the multimedia universe that stems from the 2005 South Korean multiplayer beat-em-up that was released stateside as Dungeon Fighter Online. In any case, that universe gets a little bit bigger with the single-player action RPG, The First Berserker Kazan, which hits the Xboxes, PlayStations, and PC on the 27th as well. On March 28th, the potential Sims killer Inzoi hits PC. This is another South Korean joint, which is hands down one of the prettiest video games I've ever seen. If this one delivers, I can very easily see it being one of the biggest games of the year. Something tells me that after 11 years, 12 game packs, and 17 expansions for The Sims 4, Sims fans might be in the market for something new and different. And there are a lot of Sims fans out there, so I guess they should probably check this one out. That's on PC for now, with current gen console versions in the works. On April 24th, Fatal Fury gets its first new game this century with City of the Wolves. While Terry Bogard and Mai Shiranui and company have kept busy with appearances in other fighting games like King of Fighters, Street Fighter, DOA, Tekken, and even Super Smash Bros., this will be the first mainline Fatal Fury since 1999's Mark of the Wolves, so hopefully it's worth the wait. That's on both PlayStations, Xbox Series, and PC.
Ever wanted to be a ninja with a gun, an arcade track star, or become naked? You can do all that and more in Project Ascension, a standalone free-to-play private server where you forge your own epic hero. Discover hundreds of spells and talents, crafting an epic build unique to you. Adventure with your friends to conquer nostalgic dungeons enhanced with new mechanics. Challenge yourself with brand new raid difficulties. Check out Hardcore Trials, or take on the Mana Storm, an endless dungeon crawler game mode you can tackle by yourself or without. Anyone can play on Ascension, and it's completely free to play. Create an account, grab the launcher, and log straight into the game. Whether you're a new player or a battle-hardened veteran, Ascension has a place for you.
writing the script for this video, those are all the major games that currently have release dates, though there's plenty more that we're expecting in 2025. By April, we will almost definitely know when Nintendo's next console will be released, but as of right now, we don't even know what it's officially called. Nintendo has announced that details will be revealed sometime before the end of March 2025, and based on some leaked product listings for third-party accessories, there's some speculation that it's targeting a summer release window. Again, this is completely unconfirmed at this point, but it makes sense. The original Switch was revealed in October 2016, and it went on sale the following March, and the organic buzz generated by gamers and early adopters made it a must-have item by the time the holidays rolled around. Whatever this new thing is called, it'll launch with at least a few games. The original Switch had about 10 games available day one, which sounds underwhelming until you remember that one of them was Breath of the Wild, which kept us busy just fine. It got another dozen or so over the 3-month launch window following its release. Now, bear in mind, a lot of people were skeptical of the Switch at the time of its launch, including publishers who'd been burned by the Wii U.
Not gonna lie, what
The
if
Wii
you
had been
put
such a hit that there was
500
initially a ton of
C-truck
support
on a
for its
C-truck?
successor, and the
I don't
Wii
know.
U's launch
Be
lineup
able
was
to
almost
carry a
3
whole bunch
times
of
the
stuff.
size of what was out for the Switch on day one. Considering that the Switch has outsold the original Wii by almost 50 million units at this point,
Probably
and
not
it's
the best
currently the
idea.
third best-selling console
be
of all
mobile.
time, I think it's safe
Sorry,
to
I
assume
just saw that
a
right
lot
now.
of
I'm like
publishers
listening
will want to
to
get it on the
a
ground floor of whatever's next, so I have a hunch there's going to be
where
a
to
few
find
Switch 2
media,
games day one.
what is it? Magnanites?
You're so right! There are a couple bigger Nintendo games we are expecting to drop this year. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond was basically just a logo for the better part of a decade, and presumably it'll actually be a video game at some point in the near future, which is very exciting for Metroid fans. That's coming to Switch, but I wouldn't be surprised if that was also one of the big flagship launch titles for the new console as well. And even if it's not, the new hardware is supposedly backwards compatible, so I'm sure plenty of people will be playing it on there either way. Pokemon Legends ZA is also slated for 2025, which is another entry in the open-world action RPG side series. Pokemon Legends Arceus took some big swings, but it also made the Switch show its age in some areas, so hopefully this one can benefit from some more powerful hardware as well, or at the very least improve on the groundwork laid by Arceus. A rising tide raises all ships, and a new Nintendo console will definitely help keep the games industry afloat a bit, but the other big 2025 release that's sure to make some waves is Grand Theft Auto 6. I don't need to tell you how much excitement there is for this game. GTA 5 is the second best-selling game of all time, and after a 12-year, 3-console generation wait, people really want to see what Rockstar does next. I'm calling it right now, it's probably going to be the best-selling game of the decade, and almost definitely the best-selling game of 2025, assuming it comes out in 2025. It's worth noting that practically every major Rockstar release, GTA or otherwise, has been hit by a delay or 2 or 3 or sometimes even more than that. Sometimes it's a week, sometimes it's several months, sometimes things get kicked into the next year. So fingers crossed we get GTA 6 on time, but also, you know, expect disappointment and you won't ever be disappointed. However long it takes, I'm sure it'll be worth the wait. This game is fucking awesome. Now then, it's time for the huge big pile of games that we are expecting at some point in 2025, but which don't have specific release dates quite yet. It makes it really hard to figure out what order to put them in, but also chances are by the time you're hearing me list these all off, a few of them will have been given release dates, or maybe even gotten delayed a year. So just keep in mind that all of this is subject to change in some way, and please don't be mad at me for things I do in this video or just otherwise. Just be kind.
I want you to be nice.
Okay.
Hideo Kojima fans are eating good in 2025, or at the very least, eating snakes. Metal Gear Solid Delta, the full modern remake of the fan-favorite third entry in the tactical espionage action series, will be coming to current-gen consoles and PC. And while Hideo Kojima has had no direct involvement with it, aside from, directing the original, it seems like a lot of care is being taken on Konami's part to not totally fuck it up. This showed up in a PlayStation promo that dropped last January, showcasing big, huge 2024 PlayStation releases, and a November 17th release date was briefly leaked by GameStop alongside the Collector's Edition, but was apparently inaccurate. So it seems like we'll be getting this sooner than later, but you never know. That'll be on PS5, plus Xbox Series and PC. Meanwhile, Kojima's next big thing is Death Stranding 2 on the Beach, which will exclusively drop Anchor on PS5 at some point in 2025, but will presumably wash up on PC, Xbox, and maybe even Mac and iOS later on if the first game's rollout is anything to go on. The other big PS5 exclusive we know about right now that's coming out this year is Ghost of Yotei, Sucker Punch's next open-world samurai game. While many games target fall release windows, Sony has a tendency to drop major first-party games earlier in the year. For instance, Ghost of Tsushima was a July release, and The Last of Us Part 2 and Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart were both June releases, and God of War 2018 was an April game. But then again, God of War Ragnarok came out in November, so go figure. Hopefully, we get the samurai game in 2025 during one of the months that falls between 2024 and 2026, so we can play it on the PlayStations, which is what you do with the video game. Sony's been playing stuff annoyingly close to the chest lately, but we have a better idea of what Xbox has in the works. There's Fable, which is dusting off the beloved fantasy RPG series from a few console generations back, but this time Playground Games has been given the keys and is taking the wheel, if you'll pardon the car expression.
I'll allow it.
Playground, of course, is the studio behind the Forza Horizon series, as in that is literally all they've publicly done, so I am dying to see what they do with an RPG. I don't historically give a shit about racing or cars. I can barely drive in real life, but somehow I sunk 120 hours into Forza Horizon 5. So if they can make me enjoy something I don't care about that much, I am dying to see what they do with an epic fantasy game that has wizards and fart jokes and large frogs, because all that stuff is stuff I'm interested in. Anyway, if you're interested in that too, that'll be on Xbox Series and PC at some point. Another game that probably involves some other large swamp creatures and magic is South of Midnight, which is a Southern Gothic fantasy action-adventure from the studio behind We Happy Few that's hitting PC and Xbox Series as well. Hey, you know what game looks really fucking awesome? Doom, The Dark Ages. I want to specifically call out one gun in particular. It's the one that grinds up skulls and shoots them at stuff because that is so over the top and metal, it is just hilarious. There's also a shield with saw blades on it, which seems like a safety hazard, and you can ride a dragon because why not? And oh yeah, Doom guy has a little fur cape, which it works better than I was expecting. I love what they're doing over there. Each new iteration of Doom feels like a more evolved form of the shit that I was angrily scribbling in the margins of my math homework back in 5th grade. So keep doing what you're doing, id. I appreciate you. Obviously, Doom the Dark Ages is going to be on PC and also Xbox Series, and it's also going to be on PS5 as well. Speaking of Xbox published games coming to PS5, you can expect Indiana Jones and the Great Circle to make its way to the console with a circle button sometime in the first half of the year. And speaking of Xbox published games based on Disney-owned intellectual properties, there's also a chance we'll see Arcane's Blade game at some point in 2025, though that is a pretty big if. Game development is arguably an even slower and more difficult pursuit than ice skating uphill, so I wouldn't be surprised if the Daywalker didn't see the light of day until 2026. But hey, on the bright side, that's not the only Marvel game in the works. There's also Marvel 1943, The Rise of Hydra, which is slated for 2025. This is from Skydance New Media, the studio being run by Amy Hennig, who you may know for her work on Uncharted, Legacy of Kain, or Michael Jordan, Chaos in the Windy City. This game will see Captain America teaming up with Black Panther during World War II, specifically Azuri, who is the grandfather of T'Challa. Also, this isn't to be confused with the other Black Panther game that's being developed by Cliffhanger Games, which seems like it is probably even further away.
Our generation isn't turning away from the world's problems. Watch us fly ahead, rise to every challenge, and overcome anything. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
A bunch of long-awaited sequels or otherwise new installments in established series are dropping in 2025. Borderlands 4 is the first numbered entry in Gearbox's looter shooter since 2019, and hopefully a new game generates better interest than the movie adaptation did. That's on new gen and PC. If you prefer grind rails to loot grinds, Skate 4 is finally expected to enter early access this year, though they actually dropped the number off of that entirely and put it all in lowercase for some reason. Before you get too excited, it's worth noting this is going to be a free-to-play live service title published by EA, so adjust your expectations accordingly.
I see what you did there.
Meanwhile, Crazy Taxi is getting a similar treatment, and Sega's arcade/Dreamcast classic is being reinvented as an open-world MMO, and there have been some rumors that it's going to drop in 2025, but you never know. At least one of these games better have The Offspring on the soundtrack. If you like sand, well, get excited, I guess, because we got a couple literal sandboxes on the way. There's Dune Awakening, the survival RPG based in Frank Herbert's spicy sci-fi universe, or rather on the titular planet of Arrakis, where all the sand and the spice is. There's also Crimson Desert, the single-player RPG set in the universe of Black Desert Online, though based on all the trees and greenery, Crimson Desert doesn't actually appear to be taking place in a desert. I don't know whose decision that was, but I think they should get a talking to. One game that's set in the exact opposite of a desert is Subnautica 2, which will surface in early access at some point this year. It'll have been over a decade since the first game entered early access, and it's attracted its fair share of admirers since then, so hopefully the sequel floats their boat, or does some other nautical thing that applies here. I don't know. It's submarines, really. Is that even a boat? It's a U-boat. Is it a U-boat or a me-boat? Sorry, I'll stop.
I like the cut of your jib.
What's a jib?
If you prefer stacking the deck to swabbing it, hey, there it is. There's also Slay the Spire 2, the follow-up to the hit roguelike deck builder that debuted way back in 2017. If you'd rather slay some big scary monsters and whatnot, there's also Hell Is Us, which looks like a Souls-like, but the jury's out on whether or not it actually is. What it is a third-person game with melee combat and exploration that probably will be a good diversion for Soulsborne fans waiting around for whatever arcane fuckery FromSoft is cooking up. Hey, would you believe that I started writing this script before the Game Awards had aired? Because as it just so happens, the arcane fuckery that FromSoft has been cooking up is Elden Ring Night Reign, a standalone co-op survival game due out relatively soon. This is basically swapping the plotting grind of the main game for a more streamlined dash to gather runes and gear up on a remixed and shuffled map with the lands between that gets even freakier when the sun goes down. And there's also a rapidly shrinking circle of acid rain to contend with, or a ring of rain, if you will. So it's kind of like Fortnite in a weird way, but it's also clearly something else entirely. As much as I love how FromSoft has gradually refined that core Soulsborne experience, this feels like a direct response to all the creative ways that players have been approaching their games. You know, like doing speed runs with DDR mats, or beating the game without jumping or leveling up, or whatever, or making mods where every enemy has been replaced by Malenia, stuff like that. I'm not sure if it's something I actually want to play, but I'm dying to see what other people do with it. I think streamers are going to have a field day, and I think it's going to get real weird. That's coming to all the PlayStations, Xboxes, and PC. BioShock fans have been waiting for a new installment even longer than GTA fans, and while it might not be an official entry in the series, Judas is very clearly a spiritual successor, and it's being overseen by Tom Levine, who first took us to Rapture and Columbia. We'll supposedly be seeing that in 2025 at some point, and of course there's also the possibility that 2K unveils an official BioShock as well, which we've been hearing rumors about for a cool minute now. Hey, speaking of 2K and GTA, if you think Rockstar's open world crime epic has too much twerking and TikTok and stuff like that, you'd rather your crime was a little more old-fashioned and organized, there's also Mafia, the old country, and this looks like it's expanding the Olive Garden's core philosophy of when you're here, you're family, in a big turn-of-the-century Sicilian sandbox. Look for that on New Gen and PC sometime this summer. Capiche?
Well, do you understand?
Everything except capiche.
If you enjoy silly first-person RPGs in space with real-time combat and an Arabic numeral 2 in the title, The Outer Worlds 2 is exactly that. That's coming to Xbox Series and PC. If you like serious isometric RPGs in fantasy realms with turn-based combat that faithfully recreates D&D's 5th edition rule set and a Roman numeral 2 in the title, Solasta 2 is also exactly that. That's coming to PC and probably consoles at a later date. If you thought No Man's Sky had too much sky and not enough mans, well, Hello Games has been hard at work on their next ridiculously ambitious project, Light No Fire. This swaps the deep space interplanetary sci-fi exploration for a fantasy realm that you can wander around in with some friends. Also, this fantasy realm just so happens to be on a planet that you can explore that is literally the size of Earth, like 1-to-1, which, I don't know if that's clear, is a very large place. If you don't believe me, go play Flight Simulator, or just go outside, whichever. Light No Fire is currently only listed to PC, but it'll presumably come to other stuff after that. Oh, and hey, real quick, if this game doesn't have everything you hope it does at launch, maybe just give it a minute. If No Man's Sky has proven anything, it's that Hello Games will probably deliver in time. So if this game doesn't have enough dragons or whatever, don't send them death threats. Don't send anybody death threats, just don't do that, all right?
Is that a threat?
If you're light on zombie parkour games and dying for a new one, well, great news and bad wordplay, because Dying Light the Beast is a standalone adventure set in Techland's Undead universe, and that's slated for a 2025 release as well. If dying stuff makes you sad and you prefer a game with a whole bunch of immortals, you're also in luck. Is 33 immortals enough? If Three's Company, 33 co-op players is probably a crowd, but that's what's going on in this chaotic multiplayer roguelike from the studio behind Spiritfarer and Jotun. That is on Xbox and PC at some point. You might have noticed that we haven't really covered any remasters or re-releases, which was deliberate because there's a lot of those, and also they're arguably not exactly new games, but we are making one exception for Lunar Remastered Collection, which dusts off and polishes up Lunar Silver Star Story Complete and Lunar 2 Eternal Blue, which originally released on the Sega Saturn almost 30 years ago. Why are we making this exception? Because Lunar is the all-time favorite game of Amanda Medina, who produces these videos, and when you produce these videos, you can bend the rules and pick the games arbitrarily. That collection will be on basically everything at some point this year. I'm happy for Amanda. It's very nice when your favorite game gets remastered and re-released. It'd be f***ing nice if Sony did that for Bloodborne. There are a handful of games that may come out someday, but which have been getting kicked down the road so many times it's a sort of a boy who cried wolf situation. In one case, somewhat literally, with Telltale's The Wolf Among Us 2. That was announced back in 2019, and last we heard, it would come out in 2024, but it didn't. So maybe it'll come out in 2025, or maybe it won't ever come out at all. I don't know. Meanwhile, Ark 2 was revealed in 2020, and initially that had a 2022 release date, and it obviously didn't hit that. Will it come out this year? Who knows? And finally, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2 was originally supposed to be out in early 2020. I did an interview about that game at E3 2019, and that feels like a lifetime ago. Will that come out this year? I have no idea. Now, speaking of lifetimes, we're not getting any younger, so I'm gonna call it. And yet again, let me emphasize that these are by no means all of the games coming out in 2025, and I guarantee you at least one of the games I mentioned will not come out in 2025, because that just seems to be how things go. If you really want to stay up to date on what's coming out, go check out IGN Playlist. It's kind of like Letterboxd or Goodreads, but it's for video games. It's a dedicated app where you can keep tabs on what you've played, what you're playing, or what you want to play someday. Chris, can you please put up a QR code somewhere and maybe like a URL too? All right, thank you, Chris. Everybody say thank you to Chris. And also thank you to Amanda for producing this video. And also thank you to Logan, who manages the big, huge database of games that IGN Playlist pulls from. And every time a new game gets announced, he has to go and update it, like a Pokédex. And I think this year's Game Awards may have killed him. So rest in peace, Logan. We'll miss you. Oh yeah, and one more thing. Thank you for watching. Please let me know in the comments what games we missed and why people should care about them. People are always like, here's what you forgot, and they list stuff. But what if you just actually told me why these games are cool? Why should we care about them? What's so great? What's the big deal? Yeah, and have a happy 2025, everybody. Be safe, take care of yourselves, and I will see you around.
يعني معاه سكر ضياء يورف أعضاءه ما بيقدر يمشي يقدر يتحرك يحبي ولا حاجة.
Rumors, lies, and hoaxes have always spread during times of disaster. It's a phenomenon probably as old as humanity itself. Even the best of circumstances, a crisis like this chaotic, unprecedented Los Angeles wildfires would be a vector for a lot of bad information. Our polluted information environment is creating an absolute blowtorch of lies being spread by the richest man in the world on the platform he owns to spread them, and the incoming president of the United States. For example, there's the false claim that the city of Los Angeles is out of water. Donald Trump himself posted a number of attacks against California's Democratic governor, Gavin Newsom, because this is what he does when there's a disaster. He sort of looks to blame with lies, including Newsom saying Newsom refused to sign the water restoration declaration put before him that would have allowed millions of gallons of water to flow daily into many parts of California. As Newsom's office notes, however, there's no such document as the water restoration declaration. It's pure fiction. One local outlet also pointed out since Newsom has been in office, there has not been legislation that would do what Trump is describing. Trump made it up. Elon Musk and others boosted the similar claim the LA is out of water to fight fire. You see this everywhere, that Democratic Mayor Karen Bass is to blame, with Musk attacking bad governance at the state and local level that resulted in a shortage of water. I gotta say, this is really important because I've seen this everywhere. It's false. So what is true is that firefighters have been having trouble accessing water from hydrants, pulling it. And there's a very simple explanation for that. It has nothing to do with Mayor Bass. As the head of the city's water department told the BBC, we're fighting a wildfire with urban water systems, which is really challenging. Los Angeles has an urban water system designed, first and foremost, to get waters to homes and businesses. It is not designed to fight massive wildfires in a whole bunch of places at once. BBC also clarified firefighting crews were not without water, but rather faced issues, and this is key, with water pressure. There's water, there's not water pressure. That's true for a number of reasons, including high altitude, droughts exacerbated by climate change, unprecedented demand for water to put out the blazes, the fact that supply lines that feed fire hydrants are being disrupted by the raging wildfires themselves. Again, none of that is the fault necessarily of the mayor or the governor, but the whole point here is to create a story in which they're the bad guys. Which is not to say that they're doing everything perfectly. It's just, there's not a real fact here that this is based on. And the misinformation doesn't end there. Musk also claims, without any basis, the LAFD prioritized DEI over saving lives and homes, which is really a pretty gross statement, frankly. The core of the gross attack appears to be that Los Angeles' fire chief, Kristen Crowley, is both the first female and first LGBTQ fire chief in LA's history. And because of that, to people like Elon Musk, she must therefore be unqualified and therefore responsible for the fire. Now, to be clear, Crowley has served in the LAFD for decades. She worked her way up from a firefighter all the way to fire chief. She received special commendation back in 2020 for her work during saving 9 homes during the 2018 Woolsey fire, along with her wife, who also spent decades in the Los Angeles fire. She go without saying, Crowley's personal identity has nothing to do with department preparedness to combat wildfires. Musk wasn't done with the gross attacks, though. He also signed off on this post from conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, claiming the Los Angeles fires are part of a larger globalist plot to wage economic warfare and deindustrialize the United States before triggering total collapse, to which Musk replied, true. How do I say this? The Los Angeles fires are not part of an intentional plot to deindustrialize the United States. This is the exact same level of nonsense as Marjorie Taylor Greene saying that some Rothschild space laser started the campfire in 2018, remember? Now, this particular Alex Jones theory may have proven too much for Musk, who deleted his response, but Alex Jones, the guy who, remember, lied about Sandy Hook shooting being staged, got the message loud and clear.
Elon Musk responded to a post from the first half hour of my show today where I laid out the basic evidence that the Democratic Party, with their policies, are 100% responsible consciously for the historic fire destroying much of Los Angeles in the last 48 hours.
Consciously. The absolute barrage of garbage, of filth, of sewage, being pumped into the brains of people is unbelievable. It starts to feel like a kind of collective informational suicide we're all committing. It does not help when the guy who owns these so-called digital town squares tweeting about globalist plots and blaming wokeness for the fires. Matt Pierce is a journalist and president of the Media Guild West Union. He previously reported for the Los Angeles Times. He's been writing about misinformation on his Substack, including wildlife misinformation on his Substack. Matt, you know Los Angeles well. You're a local reporter there. You basically wrote this piece and said, look, this is the first time I've experienced an emergency as a civilian. I'm not in a newsroom. I can't tap my colleague on the shoulder. I can't go into the office Slack. And you're like, it's a disaster. Tell me.
That's right, Chris. I spent many years as a reporter at the Los Angeles Times, many of them on the national desk, writing about disasters across the country. And, we all know that the information environment out there is awful. It's increasingly filled with conspiracy theories. But, the kind of work that traditional legacy journalists are doing, a lot of times you're talking to people in a community that's directly affected by a disaster. These are people who need to know whether they have to evacuate or not, because they need to know whether their house is about to burn down or not. And so in these situations, providing accurate information to people is absolutely vital. But, this time in this disaster, I am, thankfully safe. I live in a more urban part of the city away from the hills where the fires are. But, I needed information about where the fires were, what the risk was, what kind of planning I should be doing just as a regular civilian about whether to get out. And, I had a realization surveying the landscape of, trying to consume information through my phone. I don't have a TV or a radio in my house, so I'm just trying to do it via devices, which is our media future. And it was a disaster. Our social platforms don't prioritize accurate information. A lot of our local newsrooms have been depleted by layoffs because they haven't been able to survive into the internet era. And it was extremely hard to just get a basic understanding of what was going on. I would pop over to TikTok hoping to see something and seeing a bunch of joke videos. I did not get the sense that TikTok, the app, cared whether I, as an Angelino, lived or died. And to me, it points to this broader crisis that we have in our ecosystem where, on one end, the local news outlets that people used to rely upon critically for coverage of these types of events, which is still being done by the many excellent journalists here at the local newspapers and the local broadcast stations. But there's just a lot fewer of them now, and more of our information consumption on the consumer side is coming through these platforms where some of the owners are conspiracy theorists. Their dedication is not to the facts, their dedication is to scoring political points and finding some other advantage to themselves. And it's just an unholy alchemy of factors that is going to prevent people from getting information about what they need to know. And even just an hour ago, a lot of people in Los Angeles Angeles. You know, we got misinformation from our own leaders in Los Angeles. They sent out an erroneous evacuation warning to a vast area of the city that wasn't actually going to evacuate. And so that's the sort of, like, mistakes happen. Officials make mistakes in disasters, but that's why you need vibrant local news outlets and people paying attention to that to counteract situations like that.
I saw.
Want the effects of Viagra, but faster? Meet Rose Sparks. They contain sildenafil and tadalafil, but Sparks dissolve.
I do see a lot of myself in Bernie, I'm not gonna lie, where people constantly misunderstand his position, yell at him endlessly, and act like he's brand new, act like he's behaving brand new, and then you go back in time. No matter how far back you go in time, he literally is saying the same exact things. But here's another moment of like theatrics that I thought was odd here. Stand right there. That is not your nature to stand where you're told to stand, but give it a try. Bernie gets so bullied and I'm sick of it. Yeah. Stop bullying the old man, okay? Now, everyone, speaking of Bernie, he's in a little bit of trouble because he had a critique on the H-1B visa program. And I don't disagree with Bernie Sanders's critique, even though I haven't read the entirety of what he was saying. So maybe there's some stuff in there that's actually crazy and like nativist or whatever. But the H-1B visa program absolutely is utilized in a way to create further expendable and more exploitable labor. I don't know why people consider that to be racist and unacceptable to openly say. I have been saying it nonstop. I haven't stopped saying that as well. So I don't know why people would get mad at Bernie Sanders also saying it, because that is the object of, I mean, that is the purpose of this program. Of course, once again, anything that the government does is going to be packaged in a way that makes sense. So the H-1B visa program is going to be packaged as though this is a way to offer citizenship to the best and brightest all around the globe. And there is certainly some truth to that as well, right? That is true. But that's just spin at the end of the day. The reality of the matter is we destroy the global south, and then we take advantage of all of the highest achievers globally by creating an immigration structure where we take educated workers in an effort to displace the American workforce, because those guys will, due to the currency exchange rate, especially if they're sending money back home, which there's nothing wrong with, by the way. It's fantastic. That's why economists that are not ideologically on board with the way I see the world will say this is a win-win. Okay, even though I also consider it to be a win-win. Due to the currency exchange rate, they are oftentimes interested or willing to take on jobs at a pay cut. But more importantly than that, if an H-1B visa worker loses their job, they get deported. So if an H-1B visa worker loses their job and they get deported, they are even more exploitable. So the solution to make this process more ethical and not a mechanism to displace and depress American wages is to ensure that there are safeguards that maintain wage parity and a parity for benefits offered, and a protection, additional protections offered to all workers, including H-1B visa workers. Protection from deportation, for example. Now, if you were to do that, then that makes sense. then bosses can't use the H-1B visa program to create extra exploited to create a hyper exploitable secondary labor market. Okay, that's it. That's the real solution. But of course, that solution is not necessarily one that benefits the capital owners. Bernie Sanders is in a lot of hot water. Let's take a look at what he said. News: we need major reforms in the H-1B program. Okay, is it in here? No, these are older videos from back in the day when Bernie Sanders said open borders is a Koch brothers policy. And the last time he talked about H-1B workers and the visa structure. And he has complained about it quite a bit. This is not new for Bernie Sanders. So let's read what he had to say. He wrote this yesterday. The current chairman of the Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions today releases the following
Oxygen
statement
efficiency decreased.
on H-1B guest worker visas and the recent debate concerning the program. Bernie said, there has been a lot of discussion lately about the H-1B guest worker program. Elon Musk and a number of other billionaire tech company owners have argued that this federal program is vital to our economy because of the scarcity of the highly skilled American engineers and other tech workers. I disagree. The main function of the H-1B visa program and other guest worker initiatives is not to hire the best and the brightest, but rather to replace good-paying American jobs with low-wage indentured servants from abroad. The cheaper the labor they hire, the more money the billionaires make. Where's the issue with this statement? This is 100% correct. The notion that there aren't skilled American tech workers out there that could be doing these jobs is completely, I mean, the notion that there are none in the current labor pool is not only silly, it's an abject lie. It's a lie that is channeled through mainstream resources as well, especially when you consider the hundreds of thousands of layoffs that have taken place in our Silicon Valley quantitative easing induced bubble that finally burst a little bit. In 2022 and 2023, the top 30 corporations using this program laid off at least 85,000 American workers while they hired over 34,000 new H-1B guest workers. There are estimates that as many as 33% of all new information technology jobs in America are being filled by guest workers. Further, according to the Census Bureau data, there are millions of Americans with advanced degrees in science, technology, engineering, and math who are not currently employed in those professions. If there is really a shortage of skilled tech workers in America, why did Tesla lay off over 7,500 American workers this year, including software developers and engineers at its factory in Austin, Texas, while being approved to employ thousands of H-1B guest workers? Moreover, if these jobs are only going to the best and brightest, why has Tesla employed H-1B guest workers as associate accountants for as little as $58,000, associate mechanical engineers for as little as $70,000 a year, and associate material planners for as little as $80,000 a year? Those don't sound like highly specialized jobs that are for the top 0.1%. Musk claimed this week. If this program is really supposed to be about importing workers with highly advanced degrees in science and technology, why are H-1B guest workers being employed as dog trainers, massage therapists, cooks, and English teachers? Can we really not find English teachers in America? Let's be clear. To the extent that there may be labor shortages in our country in some highly specialized areas that need to be filled by employees from above through the H-1B program, we must utilize this program as a very short-term and temporary approach.
Oxygen
In the
efficiency
long term,
greatly
if the United
decreased.
States is going to be able to compete in a global economy, we must make sure that we have the best educated workforce in the world. And one way to help make that happen is to substantially increase the guest worker fees large corporations pay to fund scholarships, apprenticeships, and job training opportunities for American workers. This is something that I have advocated for from my first days as a U.S. Senator. Further, we also must significantly raise the minimum wage for guest workers, allow them to easily switch jobs, and make sure that corporations are required to aggressively recruit American workers first before they can hire workers from overseas. The widespread corporate abuse of the H-1B program must be ended. Bottom line, it should never be cheaper for a corporation to hire a guest worker from overseas than an American worker. Mr. Musk, Mr. Ramaswamy, and others have argued that we need a highly skilled and well-educated workforce. They are right, but the answer, however, is not to bring in cheap labor from abroad. The answer is to hire qualified American workers first and to make certain that we have an education system that produces the kind of workforce that our country needs for the jobs of the future. And that's not just engineering. We are in desperate need of more doctors, nurses, dentists, teachers, electricians, plumbers, and a host of other professions. 30 years ago, the economic elite and political establishment of both major parties told us not to worry about the loss of blue-collar manufacturing jobs that would come as a result of disastrous, unfettered trade agreements like NAFTA and permanent normal trade relations with China. They promised that those lost jobs would be more than offset by the many good-paying white-collar information technology jobs that would be created in the United States. Well, that turned out to be a big lie. Not only have corporations exported millions of blue-collar manufacturing jobs to China, Mexico, and other low-wage countries, they are now importing hundreds of thousands of low-paid guest workers from abroad to fill the white-collar technology jobs that are available. At a time of massive income and wealth inequality, when the richest 3 people in America now own more wealth than the bottom half of our country, and when the CEOs of major corporations make almost 300 times more than their average workers, we need fundamental changes in our economic policies. We need an economy that works for all, not just the few. And one important way forward in that direction is to bring about major reforms in the H-1B program. Now, of course, what's interesting about this process is that because the H-1B worker structure benefits capital owners, both the Democratic Party and the Republicans will end up defending it. They will defend it because, not because they are, nice, or because they want immigration into the country, or because they love, the idea that America is a land of prosperity for the migrants that are coming in here, well-educated migrants that are coming in here to work these jobs. They only care because, once again, there is additional exploitation, which means that profits will go up because it means that you can depress wages further, okay? So that is the real reason. And the real reason why people can be endlessly racist to the undocumented migrants on both sides of the aisle as well is because there is always an endless well of undocumented migrants that are crossing the border who come and work at these very low-wage jobs. Now we're not talking about the H-1B visa program. Now we're talking about migration patterns, okay? And the more people take a reactionary stance towards migration from either party, the easier it is to dominate them. And the more you dominate them, the more you dehumanize them, the easier it is to exploit them. There will never come a time where, no matter how cruel the border policies are, where people from Guatemala, people from Mexico, people from El Salvador and many other places are not going to seek refuge in the United States of America. They will always come to the United States of America because of what we have done to their country to destabilize them. Classy if you're rich, H-1B, trashy if you're poor, undocumented. Most of this argument from the right unironically stem from white nativist anti-immigrant stances. They think Indians and the Chinese are lesser than they are. Okay? They get mad that Indian workers and Chinese workers are replacing them. But they would get mad if it was Polish workers as well. Trust me. Because there is a real, beyond the white supremacy, there's a real anger and resentment that people feel that they misdirect towards their fellow workers. There is no difference between a Indian worker or an Italian worker or a Polish worker and an American worker. There is no difference there at all. They have the same exact class interests. It is always the systems that are designed in a way to pit you against the Indian or Chinese H-1B visa workers. Just so you understand. Megaphonic says, my read of this is that two things to be true. Bernie's right in pointing out the inherent exploitations of the existing H-1B system and providing common sense reforms to fix them, while also being wrong to make a nativist adjacent argument about it. Americans should get jobs first instead of just welcoming immigrants as Americans. It feels incongruous for him to support easing immigration restrictions while making this argument. Yeah, the only part of this that that comes across as like a little, I mean, if you're hypersensitive if you're hypersensitive and don't believe that Bernie Sanders cares about like migrants or whatever, then you can read this part as like, oh, well, or where is it? If you're hypersensitive about it, I think like there's a couple parts where he just like basically talks about like these have to be American workers first. How is Americans should get the jobs first a little nativist, bro? But I don't think it is. I don't think it is at all. Because if you understand the H-1B visa guest worker program to be created specifically to displace the American labor pool with an easier to exploit labor force that you ship from overseas, then yeah, of course you're going to say, no, you got to make sure that you hire Americans first in the United States of America. Because if you don't do that, then you arrive at another point that Bernie Sanders makes very clearly here. You arrive at NAFTA. You arrive at permanent normal trade relations with China. He's absolutely right about that. We talk about how American manufacturing was gutted and destroyed. We talk about the ghost cities in middle America, where places that relied on one corporation basically dominating the town and being its lifeline, only to leave that town and leave it desolate as a consequence. And they leave that town because they ship the manufacturing jobs overseas. And at the time, the way that this was packaged by liberals and Republicans, who are also liberal alike, was to, one, on the Republican side, this is great for our profits. This is great for our profits. This is going to do free trade. This is incredible. This is an incredible opportunity. And for the liberals, the argument was, well, we're helping these countries. Now, of course, in most circumstances, American dominance continues, and therefore, those countries are not able to take in the foreign capital and use it to their advantage. China is the one exception to the rule, and we have never forgiven them for it. If China also operated in the exact same ways as Mexico, because Mexico is so close to the United States of America, so deeply entrenched in American politics and American intervention, Mexico was not able to, due to corruption and the implementation of a narco state, was not able to distribute its funds, its foreign capital, in the same way to engage in even development and urbanization in the way that China did. China, due to being seen as a counter to the potential Soviet regime with the Sino-Soviet split and a multitude of different factors, was able to take in that foreign capital and evenly distribute it amongst this population through central planning. And like I said, if your attitude was that China will never be able to reach the, reach a competitive level and become a hegemon that will outcompete the United States of America in key sectors in a matter of 3 to 4 decades, then yeah, you're thinking, yeah, we can consistently keep dominating them and use China and the Chinese population as, slave labor overseas. The problem, however, is that due to central planning, due to a genuine interest in building the Chinese nation state, China was able to take that foreign capital and distribute it in a way that genuinely improved the lives of 1 billion Chinese people, taking 800 million Chinese people out of the throes of abject, extreme global poverty in a matter of decades. This is unconscionable, and it is completely unacceptable, and that is the reason why we are already in the throes of a second Cold War, this time against the red threat of China. The liberal take on what he said is in fact the racist take. My attitude on this has always been that there is enough wealth to go around, whether it be through the H-1B visa program, whether it be the processing and documenting of the 10 million plus undocumented migrants that work in the agricultural sector, in the construction field, and create wage parity for them so that they are not used as an endlessly replaceable, exploited second labor pool, a permanent underclass that is used against the documented US labor force. That is the real solution. That is the real way to get out of this problem. But of course, that would require shrinking profit margins, and that would be unacceptable. What did you say? If you really think anything Bernie said is racist, I genuinely don't think your opinions will win any elections anytime soon. I mean, that's also a tricky conversation, because if Bernie had said something genuinely racist, there are plenty of genuinely racist people. There are plenty of, like, anti-Indian sentiment, for example, goes a long way on both Twitter and in general. We must not find ourselves in the throes of right-wing politics simply because it will be beneficial. That's the attitude of the Democrats. That's the attitude of the Democratic Party in general. As an H-1B visa holder, I ain't rich, and I'm easily susceptible to being fired if I join a union and subsequently get deported if I don't find a job in 2 months' time. Also, the path to citizenship of the green card takes so long. Have already spent 10 years in the U.S., 15 plus years to get my green card, Brian. So yes, we are stuck in limbo half our lives. Exactly.
Determination. If we set a sight on something, you better believe it's happening.
We always felt like our content was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this, sort of professional business side. One of the things that we knew was basically essential was getting our own website, so people would actually see a proper official group who mean business and who can deliver. And we always had this vision of bringing things into existence that people didn't want to see.
This is the world's largest act.
We bounced a plane, boat and a car, and it was wild. So today, how ridiculous, have 50 million followers? We're in the billions of views. Tens of billions. That's pretty good. I don't know what we're going to get to do in the next year or 5 years, but if we can do this job, anything's possible.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
This is the reality of the H-1B visa guest worker program. This is what it is. This is the reason why H-1B visa workers are seen as a really valuable alternative. Once again, do you think Bernie is nativist under the cover? No, I don't. I don't think Bernie is a nativist under the cover. Like, I don't think he's like secretly a racist guy. He's like, I do not care about the Indian workers. I am, obviously, as you guys know, pro-immigration, pro-immigrant, and also pro-workers' rights. The problem is, most people cannot see beyond the neat little confines of American capitalism. So if you cannot envision a world where capital dominates, you cannot understand my advocacy. And if you cannot see past the point of capitalism, if you treat capitalism as though it is the norm, as though there is no other alternative, or the alternatives are far worse and far more deadly, far more devastating, then yes, of course, you are going to constantly look for bandage solutions. And those bandage solutions are going to always be right-wing reactionary. If you cannot envision a world where the American criminal justice system is dramatically changed, right, where we focus on rehabilitation rather than incarceration, where we try to solve the underlying material inequalities where crime manifests, then yeah, you're going to be like, crime is out of control, we have to do something about it. You're going to have the shaky Gurga attitude on crime. You're going to say, there's crime everywhere, we got to deal with it, we got to deal with it. How do we deal with it? Well, more apprehension, more detention, more draconian measures, please. I look at the past 200 plus years, American history, and American attitudes towards crime and punishment, and I see an abject failure of that kind of attitude. America has some of the worst crime and punishment systems on the planet. One of the worst, one of the most inhumane structures for criminal punishment. Sure, we like to think highly of ourselves and say, well, at least we're not caning people like they do in Singapore or Malaysia, right? We don't have corporal punishment, but we still torture the overwhelming majority of criminals under the overwhelming majority of convicts, overwhelming majority of criminals under our criminal justice system. We punish them excessively. We simply find other alternative methods of execution. Well, it's still capital punishment at the end of the day, a practice that has been banned in many other comparable OECD nations. Somebody in the chat claims that Bernie is a nationalist. That's funny. Yeah, they're gonna be shameless about it and say Bernie is a nationalist socialist. Bernie's a Strasserite. Bernie. Feel the burn. Not to mention that the U.S. is responsible for a lot of the third world violence, both directly and indirectly. Absolutely. I think the irony also revolves around, and we're gonna go back to a different time where, well, lo and behold, Bernie Sanders still is warning about H-1B foreign workers replacing American labor. Let's take a look.
Corporations whose main argument is, we just can't find Americans to do this work, and we just need to go all over the world to bring people in. If you listen to them, they will tell you two things. First, in terms of low-skilled jobs, they say they need foreign workers to do the jobs that Americans just won't do. And then, Madam President, this is what really gets me. They tell us that they need more H-1B visas because Americans are just not smart.
I do see a lot of myself in Bernie, I'm not going to lie, where people constantly misunderstand his position, yell at him endlessly, and act like he's brand new, act like he's behaving brand new. And then you go back in time, no matter how far back you go in time, he literally is saying the same exact things. Okay, it's just like they'll be like, oh, Bernie, why are you acting so brand new about this? Oh my God. And it's ironic. Like, I can't in good conscience understand how so many liberals are chirping at Bernie Sanders over the H-1B visa take, okay, claiming that this is racism, claiming that this is white nationalism, when those very same liberals not that long ago before the election were hyping up Donald Trump's border bill that Joe Brandon was pushing. So which is it? It makes no sense. On the one hand, these guys are like, we got to do border control. We got to kill these migrants. We got to kill all of them. I'm a Democrat, by the way. But then simultaneously, they're like, wait, what? You mean that in a sector where there is unimaginable layoffs, these guys still have room for H-1B visa workers? Because it kind of feels like it's used as a mechanism to displace the existing American labor force and bring in, without any sort of wage parity initiatives, create a structure where you are basically taking advantage of a labor force, an educated labor force is coming from overseas, from countries that we have dominated for years and kept poor for the most part. It's odd. It's odd to take this approach where you're like, we have to start killing Guatemalan immigrants at the border, and then simultaneously say, Bernie is the real racist. Here's an example of this. Here's a prominent example of this from prominent liberal, not even prominent, but just like a liberal that loves complaining. Kentuckian Milan Coniste says liberals calling Bernie anti-immigrant for correctly pointing out that corporations love H-1Bs because it lets them exploit immigrant workers is real rich considering how ready and willing, yada, yada, yada. Armand Domaluski responds and says, we're calling Bernie out because he, A, explicitly lies about the program, saying it covers cashiers and dog walkers, and B, he parrots reactionary arguments about immigrants cutting American wages, which is a flat-out lie. Not that long ago, only a couple months prior, he says Kamala Harris ended the Trump border crisis. The audacity, barbarism critic says, the audacity of these libs have to pretend they weren't repeating right-wing border crisis and promoting Donald Trump's immigration bill not 2 months ago. I wonder what's worse for immigrants, reforming the H-1B program or shutting down the border. They truly expect none of us to have a longer memory than Dianne Feinstein. Why do companies want H-1B workers when they could probably outsource for cheaper? They are already doing that. In the field of IT, especially with IT, especially with outsourcing becoming more easily accessible, people oftentimes do outsource. But that's the H-1B. The H-1B visa program is outsourcing in and of itself. That's what it is. H-1B visa is outsourcing for jobs that require you to be here. What is this? Bhaskar also disagrees with Bernie. I think Bernie's complaints are wrong on a few levels, and we need to make the case for benefits of immigration. But Bernie has had these views on H-1 programs forever, and support for varying degrees of restrictionism were a part of social democratic labor-backed movement for decades. Matt Rooney responds to Noah Smith. It's just absolutely pathetic watching leftists trying to hop on every right populist bandwagon 3 weeks late. Oh, hey guys, we hate Indians taking your jobs too. Aren't we cool and populist? Most pathetic political movement. I think this is a false interpretation, understandably, from Noah Smith, who is paid to be wrong. I don't think that leftists are saying that. Wait, what? Not correct. H-1B employees are usually regular on-site employees. No, I said companies already outsource certain aspects of IT overseas when they can. But H-1B visa, the H-1B visa structure is for workers. They have to be on site. That's what I said. It's basically importing the outsourced labor into America, because some labor you can't outsource. Can you explain how H-1B immigrants earning a wage of 120K are indentured slaves? How is calling these people dog trainers not a Nazi dog whistle? Oh, easy answer. White workers of the world unite. This is yours and Bernie's take, by the way. Yes, you guys are nativists. Yeah, I'm obviously a white nationalist, white nativist guy, and certainly not someone who's been living on U.S. soil since the year 2009, who has advocated for immigrants in more comprehensive ways than you ever will for the rest of your life. As you know, I am an anchor baby myself. But thank you. Thank you. All right. So at least the Nazi was right and honest when they said the H-1Bs because they hate immigrants. So here's the thing. Can you explain how immigrants earning a wage of 120K are indentured slaves? Great question. Let me tell you. If the actual job for that process, which is already lower than what it's supposed to be, because it's, you know, that's how you generate profits under capitalism. If the actual job previously, the wages for that same job previously was $200,000, and now you are able to make someone do more work for only $120,000, then yes, you have actually lowered the price, lowered the wages for that same exact job, and you're even getting more output from that same worker. Why are you getting more output from that same worker? Because that worker has an additional vector of exploitation. If they lose their job, they have 2 months to gain, 2 months to find gainful employment, or else they get deported. Okay? This is something that I've talked about quite a bit. This is just, you know, incredibly coercive. That is how it works. Because if you lose your job as one of the many H-1B visa workers that are currently working on U.S. soil, like many of my chatters, including the one that just talked about their experience, correctly told you, it takes 10 to 15 years minimum to even get a green card through the H-1B process. That's number one. Number two, when you don't have a green card, when you don't have permanent residency, when you don't have you know, a pathway to citizenship, you are easier to exploit. That's how it is. I agree with you and Bernie a lot, but was it really hard for him to put a footnote in his take like P.S. racism against brown people bad instead he compared them to dog trainers? No, the reason why he brings up dog trainers in his argument is because the H-1B visa program is not for the tippy top of labor, and there's no other way to get these guys to work in highly specialized fields, and instead H-1B visa workers are used in entry-level positions to outsource American laborers. That's it, and that's correct. That's not correct though. There are no H-1B visas for dog trainers. Dude, you are... I like that Bernie Sanders gives a comprehensive breakdown of how exploitative the H-1B visa program is, and liberals laser in on something that they can potentially use to undermine the broader analysis by saying that this guy who has dedicated his life to, you know, social justice, civil liberties, and the like is actually secretly racist. This 900-year-old Jewish man is actually secretly a racist guy in hiding, and it came out now. He's actually racist, and he's using left populism to finally finally get his true white nativist agenda across. Yeah, I don't think Elon Musk should be allowed to hire H-1B analysts, accountants, or engineers from overseas at Tesla who are paid as little as $52,000 and can have their visa taken away from them by their boss if they complain about unfair or illegal working conditions. That is the point. That is how it works. Eric Libby says, I don't think that getting paid a six-figure salary to work for a company that you can leave for a different company, so long as the latter also agrees to sponsor a visa, is much like being an indentured servant. But it absolutely is. You can point to how much the median yearly income of people approved to work on U.S. and an H-1B visa is. All day, every day. Okay? You can do that all day, every day. But if the actual payment, if the
Hostile
actual
care package
median
inbound.
yearly income
Hostile
for the
UAV
people that are
established
being
overhead.
displaced was significantly higher than that, and also on top of that, these guys literally have to rely on this job to stay in the United States of America, then it doesn't matter. It is exploitative, and that's the reason why people are doing it. This is so funny to me. Do we think that Elon Musk and all of these mega corporations are actually like you know, in the ways that these Nazis see the world, trying to make America more brown or something, like actively? Is that what we think is going on? For good reasons, by the way. Like, because diversity is a good thing, right? I believe that. I'm a product of that. Okay? Is that what it is? Do we really think Tesla's like, no, we just really love diversity, and that's why we're doing this? Who are these baby brain chatters? Liberals were already pro-deporting us and wanting to destabilize Mexico with their New York Times hit pieces on judge elections in Mexico, and now with the New York Times story about how homemade cob is a gas range stove is crazy. Requires a functioning lab with ventilation systems. Yeah, that's what's really funny. That chatter's an idiot. I'm a software engineer and data scientist. Visa workers are paid on average 30 to 40% less, and the cost of importing the visa workers are on the government as tax credits, and they're used to threaten local engineers from asking for raises. Is very exploitative. Neoliberalism started this insane practice before it was just immigration. This is not nativist nationalist take. Test the nativist argument. Put all Scandinavians in the H-1B, but no farm hospitality worker place. How would those who think for a second H-1B is about anything but tech bro economics might think differently? This is exactly the same as pocket watching your house or car. What's the point at which it is unacceptable depression of wages? Yeah, I mean, it's just a way for liberals to maintain the current status. And some are duped into thinking that this is a way to do anti-racism. And there is a lot of racism involved in this conversation, which is something that I frequently cover as well. And it's always funny because some people will come in here and be like, why aren't you talking about the racism angle when I do? Or when they come in and say, why are you talking so much about the racism angle? This is about displacing American laborers, which I also talk about. It's both. Anyone who says American jobs for Americans is racist or proving that they think Americans are white only. Yeah, that's also another part of this conversation as well. So what's really interesting about this story, in my opinion, is that there is evidence across the board that even suggests that H-1B visa worker programs are not used as a mechanism to suppress American wages. Now, the irony there is that it's not because the the documented migration coming into the country is actually getting paid fairly. The argument is that American workers themselves also have so many vectors of pressure that also make themselves endlessly exploitable. That is the real reason, okay? And even then, it still obviously is cheaper across the board. But beyond the wages, the real vector of exploitation for H-1B visa workers comes from the fact that you can make them do two people's jobs. You can lay off half of your workforce and replace it with a much smaller number of H-1B workers. Is it because they are simply harder workers? No one across the board is a harder worker than the other worker. It's just that they have more incentive to want to stay in the country, so they are easier to exploit. So sometimes it doesn't even bear itself out in wages. The difference in wages, I mean. So say clearly to your chat that there's no depression of wages tethered to immigration, because that's what they're claiming, and it's nativist. No, there is a depression of wages tethered to immigration. What are you talking about? How many times have I talked about undocumented migrants in this broadcast? Even outside of the H-1B program, what do you think an endless sea of undocumented migration does to American wages? It is specifically the point. The reason why these are not documented laborers, and even if they were documented laborers like the H-1B visa program, that would still end up creating some level of wage depression. It's just that even that's not enough for the American capital holders, they want it to be even more, which is why they have to stay undocumented. Therefore, if they ever complain, they can be deported. They have no legal recourse. They have no protection. That's the whole point. That is deliberate. That is the deliberate design of American migration. That is the reason why it is structured in the way that it is. And the same principle goes for legal immigration as well. Fewer immigrants mean more jobs. Wait, what? Not so, economists say. What is this? When the federal government banned the use of farm workers in Mexico, California's tomato growers did not allow Americans to harvest the fragile crop. They replaced the lost workers with tomato picking machines. The Trump administration on Wednesday embraced a proposal to sharply reduce legal immigration, which is said that it would preserve jobs and lead to higher wages. Wait, I think one thing that you're misunderstanding is, number one, I am not in agreement with Donald Trump. I am not anti-immigration. I'm pro-immigration. I'm pro-processing migrants. Okay? You are? GG. Oh my God, I'm losing my mind. The solution to the constant flow of migration depressing wages is not to stop it dead in its tracks. It's never going to happen regardless, and capital owners know that already, and that's why they rely on the endless white nativist sentiment. Okay, the solution is to document them, process them, and allow them to engage in the process of sectoral bargaining through unions, and therefore everyone's wages go up. There's enough wealth and enough money in this country that you can seize from the hands of capital owners. That is the entire point of this. It's so funny because this is probably something that I've argued for a million times over, and it seems like a lot of people have just sat in this chat and not listened to what I was saying when I was talking about this exact same structure. But economists say the tomato story and a host of related evidence show that there is no clear connection between less immigration and more jobs for Americans. Rather, the prevailing view among economists is that immigration increases economic growth, improving the lives of the immigrants and the lives of the people who are already here. This is the one area where I do agree with the economists. Okay? Immigration is a win-win. Immigration, if done correctly, if done in an ethical manner, would be a win-win. Okay? You get migrant workers that come into the United States and immediately get a pay raise in comparison to the wages that they would have gotten in their home nations. That way they can send money back home. Okay? That's number one. And number two, it improves the material conditions in their host nations, and it improves the conditions in the United States of America if there is a necessity for. I mean, we don't have a finite labor pool, right? We don't have a lump of labor. That is a fallacy. But the way that the immigration structure is designed, where you actually have a second-class migration and a permanent underclass in the form of undocumented laborers, you do create a lump of labor, or rather you do create a structure where you can basically depress the wages across the board because they can always be replaced. American laborers can always be replaced with undocumented laborers. Honestly, one of your most salient points you ever made, at least for me, is when you said you deal with undocumented immigration by improving the living standards of said country, or make immigration so brutal that it's pretty much a death sentence or a slavery sentence if we did not reform immigration. Yes, there's only two ways out of this. It's not even like a correlation does not mean causation type situation. Like, you can see it. You make the economy scream in Venezuela in the way that the Trump administration did through a rigid sanctions regime, and then lo and behold, what do you get? More Venezuelan migrants coming into the United States of America seeking asylum, understandably so. That's it. There is a direct line right there, and it happened not that long ago. We saw it. We experienced it. Exploited immigrants do cause suppressed wages, but reporting them does not necessarily raise wages. It's not nativist or contradictory to recognize that. The only issue here is that the thing I advocate for ends up being infinitely better for every single American worker and all the migrant workers as well. It improves their living conditions, but it harms capital owners. It harms their profit margins. That's it. And that's the reason why it is completely unacceptable. So you can have a conversation about the racism of this subject all day, every day. You can talk about how racist it is. And there is certainly a lot of racism at play here. if you are selling this concept to a reactionary audience, you talk about how Indians are bad and they're not America. You can't create a nation with the children of immigrants, right? Like you can't maintain your country with the children of migrants or whatever people say, which is incredibly racist, right? American dominance also comes from American diversity. There is not a single person in this country, with the exception of Native Americans, that cannot trace their lineage directly back to someone that did not belong on this continent initially. It's so stupid to say this. It's so unimaginably hypocritical to say this, right? Having said that, however, the way... This is why I always recommend Aviva Chomsky's book, specifically talking about the way that like people became undocumented. Okay, she's written extensively on this. They Take Our Jobs in 2007, and 20 other myths about immigration. But the one I'm talking about is one of her latest books, which is Undocumented: How Immigration... Where is it? Hold on. Undocumented: How Immigration Became Illegal. She wrote this book in 2014. It's a great book. It basically talks about the concept of an undocumented migrant and why it exists and what it is utilized for at the behest of capital owners. Okay? That's why when people say no human being is undocumented, what are you talking about? Yeah, it sounds like squishy lib, but it also is true. What do you mean undocumented? What's the difference? What is the difference between someone who is an undocumented laborer and a documented laborer? There's no difference in terms of their class interests. It's not like undocumented workers are monolithic. It's not like undocumented immigrants are monolithic. They're coming from all around the planet, from so many different places, different walks of life, different ethnicities, different backgrounds, different creeds. You think they all are monolithic in their understanding where they're coming in? No, the only difference between an undocumented worker and a documented one is paperwork. That's it. They want the exact same thing that you want: shelter, food, fill their bellies, a better future for their children, a better life. That's it. There is no invasion occurring. You know what I mean? That's just racist nonsense.
Always dry scoop before you run. Listen to me. The hot dog diet got me shredded.
It's time we listen to science. One A Day is formulated with key nutrients to support whole body health. One A Day, science that matters.
Thank you for joining us. I imagine, sir, a very hectic day. Did they do the traditional chasing of the Congress people through the bowels of the building?
Yeah, well, luckily it was snowing outside, so all the insurrectionists were slipping and falling on the road. But no, today was actually a totally uneventful and peaceful and non-violent day. It's what January 6th should be, and it's what it used to be like, I suppose.
Congressman, is it hard on a day like today, seeing the way that it went, not to be passive-aggressive to the Republican colleagues, to not be like, oh, hey, look at this, done by one. Hey, look, oh my God, we can go out to Fridays and eat apps because there was no riot.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing took like maybe 25 minutes. It should have taken 15 minutes, but some of our Republican colleagues confused it with the Republican National Convention, and they were cheering and applauding and yelling. We were just there to count the votes, and we were not there to, continue the campaign. But yeah, I mean, I talked to my friend Lauren Boebert, and I asked her how she enjoyed it. She said it was great because no Democrats had made any objections, and I said it was terrific because nobody tried to assassinate the vice president. So, we were all happy with how it went.
Good point. Now, at any point with Lauren Boebert, when you say something like that, and I'm assuming that this doesn't happen, but does she ever say, So there's a lot of passive aggression there.
There is indeed.
What is now, things aren't going to change much in the House because Johnson was the Speaker before the Republicans controlled the House. So generally, other than some changing of committee chairships and your being elevated to ranking, what's going to be different for Democrats in the House in this new session?
They've got a much narrower margin now. So I think we're down to 219 to 215, and because Matt Gaetz left, and then Elise Stefanik's on her way out, and Mike Rawls. I appreciate that cheer. So it'll be 217 to 215, which means they cannot afford to lose a single vote. And they've already suffered the defection of Congresswoman Spartz from Indiana, who got so mad about the fact that she wasn't put on the committee she wanted, that she has left the Republican conference and is an independent now. And we haven't even started deliberations yet. So I think we're going to be in good shape to exploit some of the conflicts and contradictions going on within the Republican conference. I think you probably saw, John, that the enraged, nativist, racist mega base is upset with Elon Musk and the oligarchs who want to bring in tens of thousands more cheap foreign laborers. And so that's something that's already starting to explode in terms of the Republican politics. But there's a bunch of issues like that, including abortion, where there's still some libertarians who don't want to go near it. But the theocratic majority within MAGA, led by Mike Johnson, say that life begins at conception. And so they've been trying to ban it nationally, and we expect that to come back. And hopefully we'll be able to pull over some of the lingering pro-choice Republicans.
Right. Is that more a question of, in terms of, because when you don't control, in the House especially, is kind of a zero-sum game. The Senate rules are sort of so antiquated and bizarre, and you need 60 for this and cloture for this and 3/4 for this. The House really is, even if you have one other member, you control all of who gets called before Congress. You get to control the witnesses. You get to control the legislation. Does that make it harder for Democrats, even on a purely logistical, mechanical way?
Yeah, it does. Because over on the Senate side, they've got the filibuster, so each senator theoretically can throw a monkey wrench into the whole thing, whereas, we've got our rules committee, and we adopt the rule, and the rule is usually whatever the majority wants. In fact, they wrote the first partisan discrimination into House rules in history, saying that they're going from one person to vacate to 7 members moving to vacate, but they've got to be from the majority party. So it would be like saying, only Republicans can move to adjourn or move to reconsider a vote, but they voted for that. And one of my new colleagues, actually from Rhode Island, said, this is outrageous, this violates equal protection, let's go to the Supreme Court. And I was like, yeah, we've been there, we've done that. The Roberts Court is not exactly all over these unconstitutional.
You got to tell the new kids, I've got some bad news for you about that Supreme Court. They're going to do that. Are there things that, can the Republicans do that with, the debt ceiling? I know there were a lot of Democrats who thought that the debt ceiling fights were ridiculous and really limited their ability to get anything done. Are there any sort of, can the Republicans say, we're going to remove the debt ceiling, but only for 4 years, and basically force for whatever they want to do and spend on they can do, and if Democrats regain control, that all goes away again?
Yeah, unfortunately, they're more divided than they are even hateful of us. So they can't get together to get anything done. If you look at the last Congress, the only way that we kept the government afloat and going was Democrats coming in to bail out Mike Johnson, and I think it's going to be the same thing. I do think there could be some issues where we get together. For example, Donald Trump is very proud of the fact that he beat Kamala by 3 million votes, and we are proud of the fact that Joe Biden beat Donald Trump by 7 million votes in 2020. But if they're proud of the popular vote, why don't we get rid of the Electoral College and start electing the president the way we elect everybody else, like representatives and senators and mayors and governors? Why don't we actually come together and step forward? I mean, the Electoral College can get you killed these days, as we saw in 2020, and it's given us 5 popular vote losers in our history, twice in this century, Donald Trump, in George W. Bush. So let's move forward on that. Why don't we get together on it?
Is that before or after they add the conservative provinces of Canada to the popular vote total? Like, I just get the sense that they're always one step ahead. They're like, sure, let's do that. Oh, welcome Alberta. Like, they'll do something that just screws it. And is there something in here, too, Congressman, I want to ask you, isn't there something freeing for the Democrats right now, having nothing to do with the Republicans and the infighting and all that? I follow this relatively closely, enough to look like this now. I'm 27. I follow it relatively closely. I don't know who's in charge of the Democratic Party. I don't know the direction you're going. Isn't there something enlivening about the opportunity before Democrats right now to rethink, to have that opportunity, almost a Rumspringa, if you will? You don't control the judicial, the Congress, the executive. You have the opportunity to recreate what this party will be going forward. Is there a process for that? Is there a desire for that?
Progress is a philosophy, a choice, a reason to keep going. Introducing the next generation of Tonal. We took the smartest, most effective strength training system in the world and made it stronger. Now lift up to 250 pounds of adaptive weight. Feel the perfect blend of cardio and strength training. And build muscle up to 2 times faster. This is progress that powers progress. Tonal, power, progress.
Yes, and being in the minority definitely is a lot more fun, and it invites a lot of creativity, and it's, it's a riot in the pre-January 6th sense of the word.
A slogan that's going to fly with most minorities. I think most minorities would be like,
But look, we now have the opportunity to organize for massive Democratic victory in 2026, and that's exactly what we're doing. Because we think that everywhere they're headed is so extreme that the vast majority of the American people are going to reject it. Most Americans do not want to ban abortion across the country. Most Americans do not want to deport 12 million people. Most Americans don't want to turn the Department of Justice into an instrument of revenge and retaliation. And we're going to be standing up every single day, John, for the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the freedoms and rights of the people.
do you think, it's going to be a lot of work, but I look forward to seeing how it goes. Do you think, with this election being sort of a repudiation, boy, there's nothing worse in politics than having to govern, it seems. Like, it just when everybody gets mad at the status quo. Do you think the leadership from the Democratic Party, the future of it, is going to come from Washington, which is so, the brand is so diluted at this point for the American people? Or do you think it's going to be more from the state houses and the governors? Where do you think that energy is going to come from in your mind?
I mean, look, I think it's going to come from all over the country. I think it's going to come from Democracy Summer, the project we've got for young people all over America to learn about the history of social change in the country and to get involved in digital organizing and canvassing and organizing. And it might come from our 2 new states, and I'm not talking about Panama and Greenland. I'm talking about Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico, which we are fighting to admit as new states.
But you don't control anything. You can't get these things done. By the way, Congressman, let me just say this. Democracy Summer sounds like really the worst camp anybody's ever been to. That does not sound like...
Well, I invite you to come and appear, and I think you'll find something very different. I mean, these young people...
Congressman, would you invite... If you guys... Listen to me. If you have a retreat, would I love to come down there and
all right, you will be our guest comedic speaker at Democracy Summer.
I'm taking over this bitch.
All right, well, look, I got to tell you, We've got, I should have brought it with me, but we've got the most beautiful poster in the world that Shepard Fairey made for us. He's the guy who did the Obama Hope poster. He made a Democracy Summer poster for us. The future really is with the young people, and we need them. And there's a major battle going on for young America right now, and we need young people in the Democratic Party.
What was the hardest part? So many constituencies moved to the right. What was the one that stung the most? What was it? Latino voters made a big move, men and women, but young people, surprisingly, were the ones that really made a move. And until you sort of get together and decide what that core value is of the party, isn't it hard to have a plan to gain those demographics back?
Well, there's no doubt that the right-wing social media outlets and the talk shows and the podcasts have been targeting young men especially, and so that's why, look, I'm a 62-year-old grandfather now, which means I'm in the younger part of the party in Congress, and but my kids, my kids are in their 20s, okay, and I know what's going on with young people in their 20s, and they're being targeted, and we need to organize it as the GOP turns itself into a cult with authoritarian habits of submission and obedience to authority. We have got to be a lot more like an open school for America to come in and to get educated about what's really going on, and to feed people not lies and conspiracy theories, but facts and the truth. So I invite you very much, Jon Stewart, to come out and be our kickoff speaker for Democracy Summer 2025.
In your heart, do you feel like Democrats are being honest with themselves about what happened? Or I'm hearing a lot of, quite frankly, excuses that feel like, oh, we just didn't message well, or if I had only knocked on that door 4 times. Are they being honest enough with what their actual ideas are in terms of popularity within the American people and all those things? Or do you feel like it's still about, well, geez, if we just had better podcasting, we would won?
Damn, man.
It's a process for trying to figure it out. It's not like the election's over on November 5 and November 6. You know exactly what happened. I mean, it's a complicated situation, but I'll tell you that everybody's very serious about trying to figure out both substantively what went wrong, but also what went wrong in terms of not connecting with different communications audiences out there. And as you know, it's not like the mainstream media is the mainstream media anymore. Everybody's getting their news and their ideas in different places, and we do have to be a lot better about getting in front of the different audiences that have grown up in this new system.
Well, sir, we really appreciate it. There's very few people I like to listen to more than you, and especially on that Judiciary Committee. Boy, your work in those committees is really, sometimes I feel like I'm watching like Matlock. Like the way you walk up there and you just slowly disassemble the logic and all those different things. It's really something to watch, man, and I think we all look forward to seeing those hearings soon. We really appreciate you taking the time with us this evening. And is January 7th another milestone for democracy? None of us actually know civics, so
I'll tell you one funny story about January 7th, because my kids always say that I get really depressing when I talk about the 6th, and I've got one really funny story, which is the next day I was down in Nancy Pelosi's office, and I was waiting in the little receptionist area, and the receptionist picks up the phone, and people are calling in saying, I was in your office yesterday. Do you guys have a lost and found? Because I think I forgot my phone there. I think I forgot my purse there. And so she didn't know what to do, and I said, yeah, let's get in touch with the Capitol Police. So they came over, and they started writing everything down. Yeah, just give us your name, your social security number, your address, and we'll get you your property back.
Congressman Jamie Raskin. show. Welcome to the frozen tundra of New York City. My name is John Stewart. What a historic day in Washington, D.C. It is, as many of you know, it is January 6th. And as you can see, once again, a blanket of angry white descending on the Capitol. And this white, oddly enough, not as disruptive. It did snarl traffic, but a lot less bear spray and Confederate flags. Of course, it is January 6th. It is the day that traditionally we now pretend that we knew was a big deal in terms of certifying the elections. Be honest. Before that insurrection, you had no idea that was there. You had no idea there was a January 6th ceremony or what it did or why it did. Now you just got to act like, oh, yes, the reading of the election. So important. But let's get to it. It always begins with the traditional children's procession, where they bring in boxes filled with the cremated remains of their dead pets. And then they dump them, all the ashes, on the speaker's desk. And then the speaker blows on the dust until the name of the president-elect is conjured in the mist. America is a wonder, isn't it? But it's good to see them bring it in the boxes there. Nice to know that democracy now has pallbearers. So trenchant. Of course, the ultimate indignity of this January 6th is that Donald Trump's opponent, Kamala Harris, because she is the vice president, serves as the master of ceremonies to this. Really, you are a very reactive and sad group. The empathy is off the charts with this group. Kamala Harris has to be the master of ceremonies. But it does suck.
The votes for President of the United States are as follows. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 312 votes. Kamala D. Harris
That's gotta sting. She's like, I can hear you. God damn, it's like attending your own funeral. And even the mourners are like, woohoo! I can't imagine anything that would be more uncomfortable than standing there while the crowd applauds your opponent.
Kamala D. Harris of the state of California has received 226 votes.
That sounded louder. There's a lot of joy in that room. I think she can still win this thing. She just needs to find like 130,000 votes in Georgia. And then, some in Michigan, Pennsylvania, maybe Wisconsin, maybe North Carolina. But ultimately, the certification ceremony that we all look forward to every 4 years, since I was little, went off without a hitch. Because it's amazing how smoothly our democracy can work when you don't act like a little bitch when you lose. Not naming names. Just saying. But it was lovely to begin this new political year on a peaceful and calm note, because the actual new year was really quite rough. Now, the hopeful dreams of a peaceful new year filled with love and camaraderie. People in Times Square holding in their pee for 12 hours, shattered by a terrorist attack at 3:15 a.m. The attack was simply horrific. It sent law enforcement scrambling to find the perpetrators. Viewers scrambling to find out if the perpetrators, once found, would validate or invalidate their previously held political beliefs.
We are hearing local reports that the suspect has been named as Shamsud Din Jabbar, which would indicate Middle Eastern descent.
Oh, would it? You don't believe he's of the Mayflower Dingy Boys? The Connecticut Dingy Boys? I'm going over to the country club today. We're going to play around with Dingy Boys. So, point one, MAGA.
The FBI confirming that an ISIS flag was located in that Ford F-150 pickup truck when the attack occurred.
ISIS flag, that's 2-0 MAGA. It's best of 5. Papa needs a brand new reason to deport everybody.
We do know that the vehicle crossed through Eagle Pass, Texas, crossed the border 2 days ago.
A radical Muslim named Din Jabbar illegally crossing the border to commit violence against Americans. Yahtzee! And while normally the right, in tragedy, would caution us to take a moment for thoughts and prayers for the victims and not politicize them, that's only when they think they're on the wrong side of this ship.
The Biden administration has created an environment that allows things like this to happen.
Mr. Trump is blaming the Biden administration's open border policies.
But we've been saying for over a year now that there's likely to be a terrorist attack on our home soil with an open southern border.
No time for thoughts and prayers. Deploy the Continental 48 cloche. That's called the cloche. It's, you know, in the diner, and you're like, I'll have that pie, and they act like someone's going to steal the pie, and they put it under that thing. That's good. That's called a cloche. And that's the basis of the job. What I love most about this job is the ability to educate on the various paraphernalia found in diners. Of course, the judgment that the networks came to was, of course, rushed to.
Now we're hearing from multiple reports that he was an American citizen, he was in the Army Reserves, that he wasn't some illegal immigrant that came across the border.
Lift the cloche! No, the cloche has been deployed! You must lift the cloche! Or the thing in the diner! So, it didn't turn out to be the ironclad argument for sealed borders that the right was hoping for, but fear not, more chaos to come.
Breaking news out of Las Vegas, where a Tesla Cybertruck exploded outside the Trump Towers Hotel.
Cybertruck that exploded outside a Trump hotel. So even terrorists are political cartoonists now? A little on the nose, don't you think? I mean, come on. I think it's pretty clear what's going on here. How about it, boys?
John, I'm going to point out the obvious. He goes to the Trump Resort in Las Vegas. Donald Trump, he's in a Tesla Cybertruck. Elon Musk.
This was a statement. He was making a statement about Trump, about Elon.
Should the FBI be treating this as another attempt on Trump's life, even though he wasn't at the hotel at the time?
Why the... I saw a car accident outside his hotel in New York. Let's make that number 4 or 5. Who cares what's really happening? But unfortunately, even for that narrative, the statement by the bomber was actually, I think Trump is awesome.
Officials say the man who blew up the Tesla Cybertruck outside a Vegas Trump hotel expressed support for President-elect Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
Saying Americans need to, quote, rally behind President-elect Donald Trump and Elon Musk.
Far be it from me to tell someone how they should express their affection. I've worked for years to become more open, but even I know that blowing up someone's shit in front of more of their shit, it's what we in the therapy business call a mixed message. So neither end of the illegal immigrant anti-American parlay has hit, but don't let reality ruin a good narrative.
The person who committed the attack was indeed an American citizen, but let's not take our eyes off the bigger picture here, which is that over the past 4 years, millions of people have come into the country.
My goodness, what else don't we know? If these are a couple of people who are homegrown, what don't we know of all of these people who have come across the border?
Yes. Clearly we have a problem over here. So what about over there? American-born extremists not only show we have to close the border, they also take the wind out of the left's other favorite policy prescriptions.
This also should lay bare the idea that gun control is going to make us safer. You know, we're using, what are we going to do? Start registering people for car, or getting background checks for people to get cars?
I'm sorry, you got halfway through that point, you're like, I don't. I can almost see it when your brain with I don't want to go down that road. Oh, what are we going to have to do now? Register? Abort? No, don't say abort. I don't know what's happening. Putting on a one-man show over there. Well, what are we going to make people get licenses for their... What it seems to show is that people have a tremendous ability to fit whatever happens into their predetermined dogmatic worldview. It's not a rush to judgment as much as like a gag reflex, which is why in the immediate aftermath of these terrible events, we all wait to see whose worldview will be validated. And it makes it doubly frustrating that the FBI feels the need to play into the demand for immediate answers when they couldn't possibly know them yet. I give you the FBI 4 hours after the attack.
This is not a terrorist event.
Just say you don't know yet. Because a couple of hours later, when you find out what's really going on, you're just gonna die.
The FBI, we are working with our partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism.
Okay. No harm, no foul. It's not like you played into the fears of co-conspirators out there lining the streets with explosives.
We do not believe that Jabbar was solely responsible.
The FBI has recovered video, surveillance video that appears to show three men and one woman appearing to help put IEDs, what are believed to be IEDs, at locations in the French Quarter.
Holy shit, IEDs in the French Quarter. I guess I have no option but to violently confront anyone in the vicinity that I believe is operating a sleeper cell.
Police interviewed those 4 individuals and now believe that they just were bystanders who happened to look suspicious.
But I already killed them. Look, they happen to look suspicious in New Orleans. Oh, what were they wearing? Beads in the winter? Little sparkle and glitter? What were they carrying around musical instruments and seemingly too upbeat for a funeral?
It turns out those were just patrons on the street that were looking inside the coolers.
Yeah, it's nothing more suspicious than people on Bourbon Street at 3 in the morning looking inside coolers. I also arrested some ladies who were lifting up their shirts, clearly signaling to the other jihadists. These attacks are really frightening and add to this feeling of societal tenuousness that we've all been ingesting since, I'm going to go with the creation of Facebook. Almost more frightening is that we can't place these attackers into the normal, neat boxes of disturbed, bullied loners. Not only do they not fit into neat ideological packages, they almost seem uncomfortably normal. The ISIS supporting Jabbar, this is him from a while back.
I'm Shamsuddin Jabbar, property manager with Blue Meadow Properties and team lead at the Midas Group at Core Realty. I just want to say hello and let you know a little bit about me. So I'm born and raised in Beaumont, Texas, and now live in Houston.
Here's the crazy thing. He's the terrorist. I'd have bought real estate from this guy. He seems totally run-of-the-mill, guy who's been life coached up. He's even got the, if you notice there in the background, the basic bitch motivational discipline posters. Go all in, take responsibility, be disciplined. Terrorists generally don't have those posters. I don't remember Bin Laden having to remind himself to hang in there. By the way, this is true. super cute orange kitty, but this one, it really seems more of a, like, demanding you hang in there. Like it's in black, like it doesn't really look like a kitty trying to like give you more. It looks more like De Niro and Cape Fear doing like pull-ups in a cell and being like, I will you up. Like that is not that cat. That cat, if you die, that cat would eat you and crawl inside and go to sleep. Although I guess most cats. All right, look. I don't like these terrorists and killers having such vibrant digital trails. I don't want them to be relatable. The Cybertruck bomber guy.
You see some of the photos on Facebook. He did a lot of traveling. There's one photo of him that was actually taken in Thailand.
I nap. And look at Luigi Mangione. This guy was a hooded professional assassin with a silencer, and now we gotta watch him deliver the valedictory speech at his high school.
If I conclude my speech, I have to remember that a valedictory, by definition, is a farewell.
By the way, where did that kid go to high school? They all look like extras in a consent video. I'm not trying to be a dick, but it looks like everybody in the background looks like they're about to go like, all right, girls, who wants some great alcohol? And now we all got to wait around on pins and needles for the motive. Have to know why. What's the road from real estate wannabe to the West is decadent? And they have left manifestos, but they're manifestos. So, Luigi Mangione, who was allegedly so obsessed with healthcare costs that it drove him to murder, here's what he wrote in his manifesto.
Frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument.
I'm just the muscle. I'm not the idea. I don't know anything about it. I just know, you know. Finally, someone willing to stand up for what he isn't really sure he believes in. To be quite honest, I urge the news media, don't even call these manifestos. These are an insult to manifestos. Throwing something down on your notes app is not a manifesto. You know, say what you want about Ted Kaczynski. The man put in the work. Cabin with no plumbing, 35,000 words, old school typewriter, double spaced, bibliography, table of contents. I think it had been blurbed by other crazy people. If you have to read one manifesto this year, Charles Manson. These other guys are out there. Hey, ChatGPT, write me a concise screen against the healthcare industry as though it were a Drake rap. Like this is... The point is, I don't know what's going on here. Where normal-seeming people have a setback in their life, end up online, down some rabbit hole, the algorithm amplifies their anger and fears, and all of a sudden, you're releasing a half-assed manifesto and shooting the place up. It doesn't have to be this way. So a plea of all the media terrorists. Hey, girl. Down on your luck? Girlfriend left you, job's a dead end. Spending a lot of time watching whatever YouTube autoplay is showing you. And now you've got some ideas. How about you don't kill everybody? Just do what everybody else does in that situation. Get a podcast. That way, nobody dies. You get a podcast, nobody dies, you can still terrorize people. And no, I do not want to.
Okay, so here's the difference between us. If you brought Simon Sinek into your company, and you said, Simon, what is going wrong with this company, and what, then Simon Sinek would try and help you to make the company better. Right. If you brought Trevor Noah into your company and said, yo, what's happening? There's a chance that I would say, you need to shut this place down. Just shut it all down. You should fire yourself, and you people should ask yourself why you work here, and everyone should go home. That might be my solution.
I mean, that's a contribution.
Yes, but what I mean is, like, I feel like
you bring order, Trevor brings chaos.
This is What Now with Trevor Noah.
Thank you.
Sam, where are you based?
Here.
Oh, you're based in LA?
Yeah. I'm a New Yorker.
What brought you here? I'm trying to get Trevor to move here. He refuses to.
Well, I mean, he's smart.
No, don't say that.
No,
Make him come.
My sister and her family moved here in the middle of 2019.
Mm-hmm.
My sister and I are very close, and we work together. And so, to help her ease into living in LA, I got a place here and started doing the bi-coastal thing. But COVID was kind of a magical gift. My niece and nephew were kids that I used to see, a couple times a month when I drive up to the suburbs and spend a few hours at their house. And then when we went into lockdown, we were having family dinner every single night.
So you're a real uncle dad.
Yeah. I got very, very close with these kids, and I love living in LA for them. And when they're not here, I'm very bored.
You do a lot of work in and around helping people connect, but oftentimes people will think of you as the guy who helps people connect in like an official setting, like a company and an institution and whatever. But is there anything you can help people, like literally what Christiana said, how do siblings become closer, or how do they stay friends, or how do they even make a friend? Because people assume you'll be friends with your siblings.
Right.
But a lot of siblings hate each other.
Like he's like an uncle dad. He's helping raise.
For sure, I'm the third parent.
Which is like,
for sure.
I would love that. Do you know what I mean?
I think, and I'm actually, it's funny you say that. People are very surprised by how close my sister and I are. They say, what's it like working with your sister? Is that okay? As if it's some sort of disaster.
Yeah.
And for them, I think they feel it would be. And I don't want to work with anybody else but my sister. And she and I talk 1,000 times a day, and we bounce between work and personal stuff. And, and to answer your question, I don't know if there's a formula. I think one of the things that made us close is we grew up living all over the world.
So you were your only contact.
So we were the only.
No, okay, that actually makes a lot of sense.
So we were the only common friends. The other.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
So I need to move my kids around.
You
the
do
world
actually.
A lot.
You need to make them their only connection to each other.
Yeah, we want to do a London stint, definitely.
Yeah.
But then we haven't chosen the place after that.
Do your kids already have the American accent?
Obi sounds like Peppa Pig when he's speaking to me.
Oh, that's fun.
And he sounds like California when he's speaking to everyone else.
So he's on the cusp.
No habla inglés. My daughter does not speak English.
How old are your kids?
My son is 4. My daughter's 18 months. And I'm like, Luna, Trump's America. You need to learn something.
Well, there's a if you care about this stuff.
Yeah, I do.
So, I'm bilingual.
Okay.
I speak English and American.
Okay. Which is very different languages, 100%. By the way.
So like kids who have French parents, they'll like just start speaking French to their parents. They go between English, French. Well, I do that. Like when I talk to my parents or when I talk to my friends in England, I have an English accent. I use English vocabulary. When I talk to my American friends, I speak American. So I bounce between the two. My sister's 100% American. Can't even fake an English accent.
That's so interesting.
They found these feral kids in India. Mm-hmm. And they found that there's a critical age for language. If they brought the kids back into society between the ages of 8 to 10, they could learn syntax and language, and they could be fully integrated back into society. But if it was later than that, the kids could only do like when you see like chimps learning to speak. It's like word association, like banana, hungry. They couldn't learn syntax. And so I think it also applies to accents. My sister was younger when we came to America, fully American, where I was sort of on that cusp.
Yeah.
And so I had an English accent living here for years before I kind of lost it. But I'm still bilingual.
We have 3 languages in our house.
Yeah.
So English, Spanish, and Igbo. Igbo is an indigenous language from southeast Nigeria. So we're always using different words. But my daughter, her English is really, she just doesn't have many. She knows like pizza, which is an Italian word.
She knows 4 languages.
Yeah, but like my daughter, like, and it's hard. Yesterday, she was crying about something. She was like, what was she saying? She's like, este, which is Spanish for this.
Yeah.
And I was like to my husband, speak to her. I don't know what's going on here. So it's like this interesting thing where like each child is being drawn to their own culture because there's no like real common culture of the house. I often think about like when they grow up, I'm like, are they going to be close? Are they going to, no, you figured it out.
Just move them around. Actually, wait, so let me ask you. So one of my favorite things, just to give people a bit of context, Simon and I have, I don't know how long we've known each other for now.
Probably 3 years.
Yeah, somewhere there.
2-3 years.
But my favorite thing about you by far is that I just throw puzzles at you. I just go, here's a puzzle, what do you think? And then you'll throw some at me and then we'll go back and forth. And what I love about you is the thing that most people like about you in the world is like how your brain works and how you're able to synthesize information. It sort of gives us an understanding of something that maybe we didn't understand.
People describe you the same way.
Yeah, but I'm not formal with it. I'm like, my thing is, no. What I mean by this is like,
I'm not an academic.
No, what I'm trying to say is like, I'm not always trying to help people. I think there's a difference.
Chaotic good.
So I wouldn't distill me like that.
Chaos.
I don't think that's fair.
No,
because
I don't think I'm pure chaos.
I mean, the thing that we enjoy about each other when we talk is we both enjoy chaos and finding the patterns in chaos.
Yes, exactly.
And I think that's what creativity is. I think creativity is the ability to find order in chaos. And I love chaos because chaos is where all the magic happens. Otherwise, everything's linear.
But I think he creates the chaos. It's just different. I think he will bring it.
Unbelievable.
So maybe
you seek it out. He's the one bringing it.
Maybe he makes the chaos so that he can find you.
Perhaps it.
I resent all of these comments. But either way, I'm happy to have you here. Before I get into like my stuff, I want to know: is there a puzzle you're trying to solve right now that we can help you with?
So, I mean, the simple answer is yes. I am absolutely fascinated by the world order. This is not something we're going to solve in a podcast.
No, we will. We've got like 50-something odd minutes.
Perfect. So
most world orders I can solve in 30.
So I find the world order just absolutely fascinating. You know, and trying to understand how we got here as well. You know, where we went from the Cold War 1.0, where it was very neat. It was very neatly ordered.
Yeah.
You had democracy and capitalists on one side, communists on the other side, and it was very clearly delineated that if you were communist, you weren't your friends, and that was it. All the communists were on one team, and all the democracies and capitalists, or those who aspired to be, were on the other team. Play. It was very, very simple, and both were reasonably rational and played by very similar rules. Well, that doesn't exist anymore, and we now have ideologies mixed together. Our adversaries are also our trading partners. It's a complete mess and continues to get messier. And I'm absolutely fascinated by how our leaders don't really understand the world that we're operating in and how we got here, and yet they're attempting to make decisions to manage their leader.
So this is great because
all of your listeners are tuned in for this.
No, this is great. This is why people listen. Trust me. This is why people listen, because I feel like to give people a little more context, you know, like you blew up on the scene many years ago. And I think you've had like multiple moments that have really put you into the zeitgeist. But one thing that I think has separated you from many people is that you're seen as somebody who is inspirational and thought-provoking and really a modern-day philosopher in how we see the world. But then you're also seen like that by institutions in some ways, you know, like so you'll get brought in to speak to like military leaders and personnel, and you know you'll get brought into speaking to like parts of government or companies. They'll go like, Simon, we need you to come in. Okay, I'm going to ask you. You don't have to expose anybody here, and I'll tell you what I think about it, and then I'd love to know your opinion on it. In my time traveling around the world and spending a lot of time with leaders in America, not political by the way, just across the board, people who have power over other people in any way, shape or form, I have been shocked at how much people who are in charge of shit do not know what is going on. And I'm going to repeat this a little bit slower because it shocked me when I came to the realization. most of the people, many even of the people, let's not say most, many of the people who are in charge of companies, of institutions, of the states, they do not know what is going on. It's an amateur point of view because I don't work with them. So you're the person who works with them. I want to know the people who are running the world. Do they know what they're doing?
I think your assessment is pretty spot on. I mean,
Damn, we're in trouble.
But like when I work with government or I work with military, like I'm constantly amazed at how much they know, and simultaneously amazed at how little they know.
Okay.
And that's true for government and military. Like those things live in strange paradox.
Yeah.
And it's constantly amazing to me how good they are and how bad they are simultaneously. There are multiple reasons for that. One is, and it's the same in the corporate world, which is how we promote. There are tactical people and there are strategic people. Nobody's purely one or the other. Okay. Tactical people sort of know how to get things done. They're in the weeds. They can see the details. And the strategic people with more blue sky can see sort of far off horizons. The best strategic people aren't the best at tactics, and the best tactical people aren't the best at strategy. What I found is fascinating, especially when you get to the higher echelons of government and military, which is the really great strategic thinkers know that they are bad at tactical thinking and surround themselves with good tactical thinkers.
Okay.
The really great tactical thinkers who find themselves in higher level positions think they're great at strategy.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay.
So strategic people are more likely, in your opinion, to know that they aren't great at the tactics.
Correct.
But tactical people are less likely to know.
They think they're great at strategy.
They think they're great
and
at strategy.
they don't even understand it. Think of it like marketing. Marketing's a little more ethereal, it's a little more blue skyish. Finance, a little more detailed, a little more in the weeds, right? Marketers know that they're bad at finance. Finance people think they're good marketers.
Okay.
Where marketing people are like, I don't know, you should probably get somebody in finance to look at that, I don't understand, right? And so what ends up happening is the tactical people, if they get promoted into strategic jobs, they think they understand it.
Yeah.
But they don't. And it's not that they don't understand, it's that their view is just too shallow.
Mm-hmm.
They're operating only with what they can see.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not very good at making decisions based on what they can see or very long term. They don't understand, like, if you pull lever A, then these things might happen. They just pull lever A, get this. And you're like, yes, and this will be the response to that. There's not that way of thinking. And I think strategy in general is one of those very misunderstood things. It's hard, it's amorphous, and it's sort of in the clouds. But you're 100% right. I think that would be my assessment too. It's amazing that the decisions are being made by people who don't fully understand the nuance. And simultaneously, there are people there whose minds will blow you away how much they understand and how smart they are and how they understand nuance better than...
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
It's the duality that's so confusing.
I think we've all worked in places where we've been like, my boss is an idiot, right?
Yeah.
And so for the person who's...
But that wasn't you at the Daily Show, right?
No, I was like, my boss is this smart South African.
Okay, all right.
So brilliant.
Because I don't know many places you've worked. I'm just trying to narrow down.
Why?
That's an interesting... We've all worked in places... Wow, that was a... But I actually think Christiana does think, or did think that maybe.
I didn't think you were an idiot.
Okay.
Do you think of yourself as an idiot?
I actually do.
Because I think of myself.
No, I don't think
and I mean this honestly.
I constly disagreed with him. I still disagree, but back then I was like,
which means I'm an idiot.
I was like,
which makes for great entertainment.
I was like, this is a genius. I was like, he's mad. And he thought the same of me. So I thought he was. I always thought Trevor's brilliant. So it wasn't that I thought he's
brilliant and an idiot.
Brilliant idiot. Maybe.
I actually do think that. No, I do.
But I'd say we've all worked in places where the really smart person or the person that has the insight, whether it's strategically or tactically, is kind of stuck in middle management and for whatever reason isn't able to maneuver to be in a position where they're the boss, right?
Yeah.
What would you advise that person? Because I know I have tons of friends like that, and I'm like, they're just stuck at this place in their career, and their complaint is, the boss doesn't know what they're doing, the VP doesn't know what they're doing, the COO doesn't know what they're doing. And it seems that across the world, we just have this class of middle management who can't really make decisions. But for some reasons, there's something about them intrinsically that they're not able to do.
How do they stage a coup is what you're asking.
Not stage a coup, but I'm saying that the people at the top are really good at, Trump is great at knowing how to get to the top, whatever you think about him. He's one of these guys, he could go anywhere and end up at the top. Yeah. And he knows nothing. I think that's a talent. Whereas
Well, he
like
knows something.
he knows something, but then the people that like have all the acumen, as you're saying, have the expertise, have the vision,
Right.
seem to be stuck and they can't transform.
That's such a layered question. So this is the most common question I get. I'm in middle management. And by the way, middle management is the most difficult job in the world because you have to be tactical and strategic.
Because you're going down and up.
You're going down and up. You have to do a job and also lead others doing a job. You're in a position where you have had not a lot of practice leading as well, so you're learning on the job.
You also absorb all the anger of the people beneath you. You can't reach the CEO.
And the anger above you
Yeah.
when they're frustrated with the people.
Yeah.
And it's the worst place. And that's where most things stop. You know, which is, I've gone to companies where the senior leadership is incredible, they're wonderful, people focus, blah, blah, blah. And then you go to the front lines and you're like, this is an awful place. Something happens in the middle. There's a class of people who are the angry smart people, who are angry. And by the way, I think they hate people like me and Trevor too. Well, I'll speak for me. There's this angry smart person who are absolutely smarter than the people above them. But what they don't understand is that intelligence alone is, and book smarts is not the thing that puts you in a leadership position. Understanding people, understanding politics, understand how to navigate, having EQ, these are necessary skills as well. And when they compare intelligence to intelligence, they'll always come up higher.
I know loads of people like that.
Right. And in those cases, it's like the only common factor in all of their frustration with all the people they work for is them.
Yeah.
So either everyone's an idiot, or maybe there's a skill set that those people who are advancing or mastering that they're ignoring. It's also the incentive structures. Most organizations tend to overemphasize performance, results, above leadership capacity. Doing the job and leading others who do the job are not the same thing. You can be a great salesperson. That doesn't make you a great sales manager. But we tend to promote great salespeople into the position of sales manager, where you need people who do the job you're used to, different skill sets. And so we don't promote them. And so that's another reason which these people may be better leaders, but they're being overlooked because of what are the incentive structures inside the organization. And then ultimately, the incentive structures above them as well, which is the senior leaders are incentivized not to make the company better, and at least in a public company, they're incentivized to make the stock price better.
Yeah.
And so they're going to promote the people who do that. And the focus shouldn't be on the boss. You can't control people you can't control. Like no number of anonymously sent books to your boss will change the way that they lead. Although I urge people to keep trying.
We're like, buy my book.
Keep trying. It's not going to work, but keep trying. My advice is always the same, which is worry about the things you can control. Be the leader you wish you had, right? And so how do you help the people for whom you're responsible? How do you help them rise? How do you help them build confidence? How do you help them build the skill sets? To the people to let them to right, even the person above you. That's a human being too, and we don't know the stresses that they're dealing with. And to have empathy for your boss who might have just yelled at you, to go into their office afterwards and say, are you okay? And truly become the leader you wish you had. Because what I've learned is, especially if you adopt an infinite mindset, which is if you let go of that things have to happen by a certain time, what will happen is that influence, that'll be a really well-led group. And generally their performance will go up because they're well-led. And senior management will either just leave them alone because the numbers are good, or if they're curious, they'll say, what are you doing? And what will end up happening is one of those people will get promoted out. They'll take everything they've learned from that great leader, and that will infect another group. And before you know it, the tail wags the dog.
That's interesting. Now we're like into kind of this workplace dynamic space. Could you tell the audience more about your view on gossip? Because I come on the other side of it, and I don't like the word gossip. I think we should call it oral history, because that's what it is. Oral history in real time. In real time.
Is that true?
I mean, I come from a line of griots, West African.
But
That's how our stories are passed,
yeah, but
orally.
how do you define gossip then?
So like, I think gossip is really important for protecting the tribe. It's how we...
No, but how do you define gossip? Like, what do you... So what I mean is like, okay, for me, when I hear gossip, I go, gossip is a story about something or someone from my perspective that is salacious in some way, shape, or form, but it isn't necessarily the same as history, because history is a thing that happened, and look, everyone's going to be biased, but I always feel like telling a story involves like a little, I think it's two things. Okay, so The main one is trying to be impartial. You don't gossip about the history of your people. You just tell the story of it, right? That's what I think of with like the griots and
But history and gossip is interchangeable.
No, I'm with you in some ways.
Yeah.
And then the second one for me, and this is a big one, is I don't think people ever need to whisper about histories. Like, I mean amongst, like, do you get what I'm saying? That's what I always think, like, a gossip for me is, this is my personal, is like, if you ever need to, like, look before you say the thing, I think that's more gossip than history. Like, I never need to say to you, like, if you go like, Christiana, tell me about your family, and then I go like, well, my mom started working when she was, that to me is not gossip.
But you know what, history, because we're on the other side of it, at the time, they were when they were burning all those witches, do you think they were like,
but that's because there's an immediate danger as opposed to like a shaming that's going to come.
I think gossip is frowned upon because women do it.
I think everybody does.
That's how, but women do it really well. Men, you know what? My closest male friends are great gossip. Again, oral historians. So they'll be like,
but oral history is a recounting, where gossip is laced with judgment.
I mean, history is laced with like there is no neutral history. There's no neutral history.
Let's bring it down a few thousand feet, right? Which is, so I think venting is important. So you leave work that day, you pick up the phone, you're like, and you just get it on. You say all the stupid things, and you just need to get it out. It's a vent, right?
I think that's good.
I think venting is very helpful.
Okay, venting is helpful.
It's like any tension in any relationship. Sometimes you just need to say it, and then you're fine. Okay. So I think venting at work is very important.
And I'm on the other side. Like, as a black woman, I never vent at work.
Okay, well, but let's see.
But you can vent about work to other people.
Okay, go on.
I mean, or you can vent at work about your husband. I mean, like, you vent about your kids.
So venting, so the most important thing for you is releasing the exhaust gases. That's essentially what you're saying.
That's all it is.
Doesn't matter where you're doing it.
I mean, I think you have to have...
So you can vent about work at home and you can vent about home at work.
And you have to have emotional professionalism. You know, you can't vent about your boss to somebody who works for you, because your voice carries influence, right? And then you're going to start muddying the waters. But you can vent to somebody you're friends with at work, and they know you're just venting. It doesn't affect their...
And before you move on, why is venting good?
Because I think it releases tension. Because I think if you keep the tension in, it builds, and you start forming a narrative about a person, that they're dumb, they're stupid, and you start treating them.
Oh, okay.
So gossip, I think, is perpetuating narratives that may or may not be true.
Can I tell you what office gossip normally? Someone who's worked in a lot of office. It's normally done in a group chat.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is what office gossip is. It's, you know, the Christmas party. So-and-so hooked up with so-and-so. Really? They did. Oh, there are no more sausage rolls because so-and-so took more sausage rolls. That's what office gossip is. It's just a litmus test of the culture and the happenings all the time. I'm telling you, from the group chat.
But I think that's...
then sometimes it slides into, you know, she did this today. Oh, that's so annoying. But the way gossip works, and there's enough factions in the office, it's really hard to completely change the perception of one person.
Yeah.
I have not found a situation, and if everyone hates you, there's good reason.
Gossip can destroy a culture.
It can, but it's also like, don't go into that guy's office because he's very handsy-pansy. Like gossip. No, but I'm like, because there's been research on gossip.
Wait, but is that okay? That sounds like a warning. That's gossip.
But it is gossip. I mean, it's not journalism.
No. But wait. Okay,
gossip is But I think when you start spreading ideas about a person that are unresearched, unverified, or that you wouldn't say to that person, it can be very dangerous. I know a company that gossip is a firing offense because it's so destructive. And when they think about gossip, they're talking about spreading rumors about a person, even if you think it's true.
And can I tell you something about that company?
Yeah.
They protect a lot of men.
Oh, this is an interesting idea.
Because I think gossip's a crucial social language.
It's a very female.
If we say no gossip, I think it insulates poor leadership. I think it insulates bullies, because there are always these managers who are bullies, and you can't share your experience without it being labeled gossip. So it's just like, how do I share?
So this is very interesting. I think we need another word here, because I think
had oral history.
I don't know if that's the right word. I think we need another word here, because I think you and I are talking about different things. Because I agree with you And I wouldn't classify that stuff as gossip.
But some people would. Some people would say, well, that's gossip. You weren't there. You can't prove that he looked at her a certain way. You can't
This
prove
is
that
why
he's a bully.
offices.
But by the way, gossip spreads much quicker and easier in virtual. Like when you're in an office and you interact with people and somebody's really nice on a daily basis, always says hi, and somebody goes, that person is like the worst person in the world to work with. And they're like, they're really nice. But when we're separated from each other, what I've found is that false narratives about somebody swirl way quicker.
The difference though is like with gossip versus, like, let's say an office. I
love how we're all having a conversation about the office, like from our corporate jobs.
But we've all been in offices.
I've worked a ton of different jobs.
I want to know the jobs you had in an office.
Unsuccessfully. I worked I worked as like what do you call them, clerks sometimes, where the person's job is just like get the papers and
mailroom type.
Like that. I've done that. I worked in an office because I was a meter reader, like reading electricity and water meters. Then you'd be in the office with the people.
Can I read your meter, please? That was you?
That type of thing.
I know that's working in an office. That's going to an office and then leaving.
Well, what is the difference between? And then the Daily Show was an office for how many years? So you're saying it's funny we're talking about offices. I think most people, if I was to bet, most people listening to this podcast work in an office.
Yeah.
Most people in
live
in the developed world work in an office.
Yeah.
It's like the thing.
I understand the idea behind let's eliminate gossip. That's not going to eliminate the nastiness of office politics and how it needs to be.
Actually,
and I think
do you have
we did this in our company because I was very clear about the whole team, which is I said from now on, when somebody says something about someone's intention or the character, it is everyone's responsibility in that meeting to interrupt that train of thought, raise the question. So, for example, the guy's so lazy, right? He's so lazy. All is needed is for anybody in the room to say, could be lazy, or could be stressed, or has some stuff going on at home, or put on a job they don't know how to do it, and so they're freaking out. Like, to just add to a list of other possibilities that could be that's getting the results that we're getting. Lazy's absolutely on the list. And it's just giving people grace that we're not judging why they're performing the way they are or why they are the way they are, So, like, I'll give you another example. I went for a walk with a friend of mine. She wanted some advice. And the conversation started like this. My boss is a horrible person. And I immediately interrupted and said, oh my God, does she kick her dog and abuse her children? She said, no. I said, okay, so we don't know that she's a horrible person. We know that she's a horrible boss. Those are two very, very different things. And I think that's the problem. When we label someone's behavior or skill set versus labeling their character, and when we label their character, it's insidious and dangerous, and that's when it gets toxic.
We're going to continue this conversation right after this short break. When I'm listening to this, I can't help but wonder if we always talk about companies as if they're these isolated spaces, but it feels like you live in a world where you're constantly exposed to the petri dishes of society. Because what is a company if not a manufactured community?
It's a collection of people.
Right? It's a collection of people.
It's the modern tribe.
There you go.
That's all it is.
And so these are the people because of, let's say, your job, maybe you chose, but you sort of didn't choose them because you weren't the person hiring all of them and you weren't the person. So in many ways, it is like a tribe. It is like a community. These people have happened into your life, and now you have to choose how to treat them and how not to treat them. So the thing that pops into my mind as I'm thinking about this is it harder for us to be better or to treat people or to give them the benefit of the doubt in a corporate setting? Or is this just a magnifying glass that's put on us and our ability outside of the corporate setting? Like where have you found it easier to apply these principles? Because everything you're saying to me sounds like things we should be doing in real life, right?
Yeah.
So we should go, I don't like that person's music. I don't like how they looked in some pictures. I don't like the way they speak. As opposed to saying, that person's an asshole.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, how do you know they're an asshole? I can tell. You're like, okay, but what of them? And we've seen this happen online.
Sure.
You can just like build, all of a sudden there's like a movement and everyone's just like, we hate them. And you're like, but why is this? An example for me was like Anne Hathaway you remember there was a time when Anne Hathaway was
Yeah.
just hated?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And
she'd done nothing.
that's
in
my
hindsight.
thing.
Yeah.
I'm not like chronically online, so I pop in and I'll miss things, and I'm like, what did she do? And then I'll go down a rabbit hole. I'm like, I can't find it. I can't. And then she like danced at a film festival or something, or an after party, and then people were like, she's amazing.
Yeah.
I was like, what has happened in her life or in people's lives that this shifted? And
that's a good example of the swirl of
that's
gossip.
what I
It can
that's what I
destroy
mean.
someone's character,
Right?
And this is where I think these things get dangerous. But you're 100% right, which is the office is a little petri dish, and everything that we learn at work is applicable. If you do, like, the best organizations are values-based, right?
Yeah, but what does that mean? I'll be honest, I'm always confused about that because I go, for me, a company's values are to make money.
So that's, go on.
No, and I mean this, I'm not like saying it in an
Yeah.
attacking way. I go, I'm always thrown when a company says like our values, because I go, these are your values.
Yeah.
But if losing money comes into the equation, you will adapt your values. So then they aren't values to me.
Correct.
That's what I always think of. So I go like, can a company actually have values beyond making money?
So you are highlighting the very problem with modern capitalism, right? The capitalism that we have today is not Adam Smith capitalism. That's not the capitalism we have today. We have a bastardized form of capitalism influenced by an economist from the late 70s named Milton Friedman. The Adam Smith version of capitalism was that the baker selfishly wants to make the best bread so that they can sell more bread than all the other bakers. And the butcher selfishly wants to make the best meat so he can sell more than all the other butchers. And the dairy farmer wants to make the best butter so that he can sell more. And what you get is the best sandwich. What we as the customer get is the best sandwich, right? So the selfish behavior of wanting to be better than their others benefits the customer, right?
Sometimes things just click.
And in the late 1970s, Milton Friedman wrote an op-ed in the New York Times where he basically proposed a new definition of business. He actually called it the responsibility of business. The responsibility of business was to maximize profit within the bounds of the rules. Forget about ethics.
Maximize profits within the bounds of the rules.
Right?
Okay.
Ethics are a higher standard than the rules. And you see it all the time. You know, companies did some horrifically unethical things. You know, a patent to an essential drug, and they raised the price 1,500%.
Right, it's within the rules.
And they all say the same thing. We broke no laws.
Yeah.
Which is true, right? Horrible, but not illegal, right? And so in the late 70s and early 80s, a lot of the ruling classes, the CEO classes, heard this definition and went, yeah, baby, right? And they embraced Friedman's definition of capitalism, or business, the responsibility of business, and they sort of doubled down on it. And it gave rise to some entirely new behaviors and entirely new CEOs. There was
This is just from this op-ed?
Yeah. I mean, like, it became a popular thing.
Wow, Milton, that's a
Milton
high hit
Friedman.
rate. Well done, Milton.
I don't like Milton Friedman, right?
Is Milton Friedman still alive?
No.
Oh, okay.
And-
That's why you can say it like that. Otherwise, that would be like a crazy move if you were just like, I hate you, Milton Friedman. And Milton Friedman's like,
I hate his
Simon
work.
Sinek. Okay, you hate his... Oh, there we go. Okay.
Can't speak about his character.
Okay.
But I don't like the work he put out there. And so you started to see these new behaviors arise. So, for example, the use of mass layoffs to balance the books on an annualized basis, right?
Yeah.
Did not exist in the United States prior to the 1980s. It didn't exist. Mass layoffs were used for existential reasons, like, oh my God, the company's going bankrupt, we have to cut 10% of our workforce.
Yes.
Now it's like, we're profitable, we're just not as profitable as we promised.
Get
You
rid-
lose your job,
Yes.
right? That started in the early 1980s, and it started to gain popularity. And then it gave rise to an entirely new type of CEO, like Jack Welch, who was the CEO of GE, and he was like the poster child of Miltonian economics, where you started to see the shareholder being prioritized over the customer and the employee. You started to see shorter term time horizons. You started to see an emphasis on price of stock versus is this good for the company's long-term value. You started to see long-term greed being replaced by short-term greed. I don't have an issue with long-term greed, but short-term greed is a problem. And the use of human beings' livelihoods to maximize shareholder value. And this was all because of this Miltonian influence, Jack Welch poster child, that is the standard of how businesses are led today. There's nothing wrong with capitalism. There's a huge problem with this version of capitalism. And you can see what's happening. There's a rise of populist movements across the West in the capitalist societies. I don't care if you're on the left or right, Bernie or Trump, doesn't matter. And they're complaining about the same thing. which is the very small percentage of the elite are getting richer, and everybody else is being left behind. And when you have a huge delta between those who have and those who don't, what you get is revolution. The middle class is drying up, and people are not investing in the stock market anymore. The whole stock market exists so that the average working American can share in the wealth of a nation. That's why we have a stock market. That's what Alexander Hamilton imagined, right? But that's not what we have anymore. It's become a game for a few, so they can command the wealth. And just to put one final sort of cap on it, if you go back to the anthropology of leadership, like if we go back, 50,000 years, whatever you want to do, where we lived in tribes that were never bigger than about 150, 200 people, human beings evolved into naturally hierarchical animals. We're constantly assessing and judging who's alpha, depending on what the standards are for that group. Who's alpha? And we treat our alphas differently, right? You know this. As soon as you started getting some fame, you're better looking and all your jokes are funny, right? If you leave your jacket in another room, somebody goes and gets your jacket for you. If you're junior and you leave your jacket in the other room, you get your own jacket, right? That's just how it works. And so what we did was we assessed our alphas, and we stepped back and we allowed our alphas to get first choice of meat and first choice of mate. Except the group is not stupid. We don't give first choice of meat and first choice of mate to our alphas for nothing. There's a deep-seated social contract that when danger threatens the tribe, we expect the person who's actually stronger, actually smarter, actually better fed to confront the danger to protect the tribe. That's why we give you the perks. It's not, you don't get the perks for free. They come at a cost. And so that's the deep-seated social contract. We have no problem with CEOs making more money. Where it broke the contract and why you get the anger is not the disparity. It's when we started to see the people who are in alpha positions, when danger threatened the tribe, the economy took a little shake, whatever it is, that they would sooner sacrifice the people to protect their own interests rather than sacrifice their interests for the short term to protect the people. And that's why we're getting the populist reaction. That's what it is. It's the people saying, you have violated your rights, so we're coming for you with pitchforks.
I mean, it's no different in many ways to what we see in countries, right? 100%. So people will say we want democracy. Like, the idea of democracy is very popular because it's been attached to things like fairness and equality, etc. But I would argue most people would be fine living in a dictatorship or under monarchy if their lives were good.
Benevolent dictatorship is the best form of government.
Yeah, like, it's like people don't actually care really.
The problem is succession.
Yeah, that's actually the thing, And so what you're saying now is, I think of how many people, let's say in America, we start with the US. One of the more interesting things I saw was on AOC. AOC's Instagram page, right? Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She asked people after the election, hey, I noticed that Trump won the election, but he lost on the down ballot in many places. And now a lot of people are saying this is a conspiracy. They're saying, how could Trump have won the election? But the people in these certain counties and whatever, or states, they voted Democrat, but then Trump won? What's going on here? And so she said, just for me, can you all tell me if you voted for me and Trump? I want to know if that's possible. And her, I don't know what the number was, but it looked like she was flooded with replies, and then she started posting them on her page. And it was amazing to see how many people said, I voted for you and Trump. Because while you two don't see eye to eye, you are both doing the same thing in my eyes, which is you're dismantling the system that has put me in this position. AOC is going, break it all apart. Trump is saying, break it all apart. AOC is saying, these people are screwing you over. Trump is saying, these people are screwing you over. And then you see it with leaders as well. They're killing it. They're doing well. They're having fun. And then on the ground, you're not having a good time. And then it leads us to a lot of what we have now.
So the reaction isn't throw out capitalism and democracy. The answer is throw out this form of capitalism. Go back.
But how do they respond? Yeah, but how do they respond when you? Because you actually hang out with CEOs. How do they respond?
Well, the ones who agree with me hang out with me. The ones who don't agree with me don't call me.
Have you ever changed the CEO's mind?
The problem is not their mind. The problem is their incentive structure. Like, I remember I was working with a CEO and gave him some counsel on sort of how to organize things better. And he was really honest. He's like, I totally agree with everything you're telling me, and your insights are spot on, and I completely agree, and I'm going to implement none of it. because if I do it your way, I won't get my bonus. It was just very boring. But there are good leaders who are taking risks to fight the machine. There's also a younger generation of leaders that are coming up. The newer companies, the newer CEOs, are raising these questions. And you start to hear things like triple bottom line, you start to hear these things. But you're 100% right. You know, the number of the fact that I forgot all the businesses that come together. I forget what they're called. But a few years ago, they put out a statement saying purpose really matters in business.
Okay.
But when I started, like if you talk about purpose at work, you were just a weird ass hippie. And every company has a purpose statement on their website, even if they don't follow it,
But
even if it's just because they have to. But that's at least progress.
I think it's because like we probably fall on different parts of the capitalist debate, and we're not going to get into it because I hate capitalism.
But you are a champagne socialist.
I don't think it's a system that can be redeemed, personally, especially America's history of racial capitalism. I guess I object to the fact that why should I find purpose in work? Like, I actually deeply recoil when I hear that, because I'm just like, oh, so you want me to feel like, it's like kind of like the wellness industry, right?
Yeah.
This way of feeling good about yourself in order to sell me with things. And I'm like, why should to me, my purpose can never, ever be in work. God forbid an office. And God forbid my boss coming to me and saying like, what's your why? And I'm like, well, my why is to be with my family and my friends and my community. This is just how I make money.
Is that all this is for your transaction?
Yeah, especially Trevor. It's all a transaction.
This episode, we're talking with Simon Sinek about how to find meaning and satisfaction in the work you do. And let's be honest, a big part of that is making sure you end up in the right role at the right place. In other words, it's all about hiring, recruiting, and finding the perfect match. That's what's inspired this next special part of today's episode. Next big opportunity brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Let me give you one example of a job opportunity up right now on ZipRecruiter. A cake maker in Pacifica, California. Yeah, sounds like a pretty straightforward job. But when you think about who the perfect candidate would be, you realize how important the recruiting process actually is. Right? If you're hiring for this job, you need someone with the experience needed to fill all different kinds of orders. People have some pretty weird ideas for cakes out there, and they've got to fulfill them. So you need someone who can also work independently, under deadlines. And the job isn't just going in the back room and making cakes. You have to work with customers to come up with the perfect cake for their special occasion. That's a lot of pressure. If you're applying for this job, you want to make sure the team you're joining works well together and communicates. You want to make sure this business has a good reputation and good benefits. Maybe you're looking for experience inside a small business because you may want to start one of your own someday. ZipRecruiter connects all those dots with tools like Zip Intro, where you can go from posting your job to candidate interviews in just one day. Of course, it's just not cakes. One employer needed to hire front desk salespeople for her Pilates studio, so she used ZipRecruiter's Zip Intro tool to find and schedule back-to-back video screening calls with candidates. She'd only set out to hire 2 people, but she had so many great candidates that she ended up hiring 4 people in 1 week. Whatever role you're looking to fill, ZipRecruiter can help. With smart matching technology and handy tools like Zip Intro, you'll find a potential hire in no time. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Trevor. That's ZipRecruiter.com/TREVOR. See for yourself. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Trevor. This has been Next Big Opportunity, brought to you by ZipRecruiter. Now, back to our conversation with Simon Sinek. There's a really beautiful story I read. There was an explorer. I don't know. I'm very bad with years, but I remember the stories. And it was an explorer in England who went and bumped into an undiscovered tribe. Right? They hadn't made contact with the English. And this guy befriended them, and they welcomed him in. All things were good, and then he sort of learned to communicate with them, and it was this beautiful little journey where he learned their way of life and had a wonderful time. And they were really altruistic, community, and they had different laws, by the way. Sort of murder was legal in some ways. You could just kill somebody, and then the tribe was just like, all right, well, you did it, and we keep it moving. We don't like judge you. We don't. But he was like,
all right, it's been fun. Anytime I'm able to sit down and just play video games for hours on end, it's always going to be pleasurable for me. Yeah, and I hope y'all learned something watching my stream, because I'm gonna try to do that more often. Just have videos of like smart people talking about stuff. It's just because I'm gonna be listening to it. And yeah, so y'all know. Later.